Stop pretending you. Even if you die here today, your whole family must leave this place. Someone kicked Xiao Wan hard. The pain made her groan softly, and she slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw an old woman with a fierce face raising her foot, ready to kick her again. Grandma, mother is bleeding. Please don't kick her anymore. Beside her, 3 little children, thin and dirty like beggars, were crying with red faces. They clung to her tightly, trying to stop the old woman. Xiao Wan was completely confused and weak all over. She tried to speak, but her throat was so dry and sore that no sound came out. Wife, have some water. At that moment, a chipped clay jar was handed to her. She took it instinctively and sipped a little. The man who gave her the water quickly stepped forward, shielding the 3 children and pulling them back to her side. Mother, you're awake. Let me help you. Does it still hurt? If we on it, it won't hurt anymore. The 3 little ones surrounded her, their bright eyes full of joy now that their mother was awake. Finally, Xiao Wan's thoughts became clear. She had traveled through time. She had come from the Agricultural Research Institute of the 25th century to a dynasty that had never existed in history. This was Huaxi village. The original Xiao Wan had the same name. She used to be the daughter of a wealthy family in town. For years ago, her parents and brother all disappeared. Her second uncle's family framed her and forced her to marry Qin Laosan, a man the Qin family had taken in. The day after their wedding, Qin Laosan joined the army and left for war. He was gone for 4 years. 2 days ago, he finally came back, but he was carried home. It was said that he had been injured on the battlefield, hit on the head, and had lost his wits. Now, there was a foolish man who could eat a whole basin of food in one sitting, a wife who had been mistreated to the brink of death, and 3 little children who couldn't do much of anything. Seeing no benefit in keeping them, the Qin family wanted to drive them out to live on their own. The original Xiao Wan refused. During the struggle, someone pushed her, and she hit her head on a stone by the door. That was how she died, and in her sleep, the modern Xiao Wan somehow took her place. I knew this shameless woman was pretending to be dead just to get money out of me. Look, she's awake now. When she opened her eyes, the old woman who had just kicked Xiao Wan, her mother-in-law, Madam Hu, spoke again. Her voice was sharp and unpleasant, making everyone uncomfortable. Xiao Wan's head ached from the noise, and she reached up to rub her temples, only to remember the deep wound on her forehead.
You.
How dare you talk back to me? Madam Hu shouted in shock, staring at her in disbelief. Xiao Wan gave a cold smile and looked at her. Mother, I'm not being disrespectful. I've already died once. I faintly reached the king of S Hall, but he said my child still needed me, so he sent me back. You know very well whether I've ever wronged you or not. Everyone around was stunned. What was the 3rd daughter-in-law talking about in broad daylight? Had she lost her mind after the accident? They all stared at Xiao Wan, her face covered in blood, her hair messy, looking as if she had just crawled out of the underworld. A chill ran through the crowd. After a brief silence, Madam, who was the first to react. She screamed and rushed at Xiao Wan. You ungrateful girl! How dare you talk nonsense and try to scare me? Don't hurt my mother! The 3 little children were terrified of Madam Hu, but they still stood in front of Xiao Wan to protect her. Qin Laosan, Xiao Wan's husband, was also frightened. His hands trembled, and he accidentally dropped the cracked clay jar he was holding. Water splashed all over the ground. Madam Hu slipped unexpectedly and fell heavily with a loud cry. Her clumsy fall made the onlookers burst into laughter. You useless son! Are you trying to kill your own mother? Madam Hu shouted angrily as she tried to get up, but she stepped on the broken jar and fell again. The laughter grew louder. Madam Hu had fallen hard and couldn't get up for a while. She grimaced in pain and kept muttering angrily. Husband, Xiao Wan said softly, is mother really that scary? Look at you, you dropped the jar out of fear. Mother has fallen. Shouldn't you help her up? Her words stopped Madam Hu from blaming Qin Laosan and also hinted to everyone that he was afraid of his mother. Seeing Qin Laosan's hesitant expression and how he didn't dare go near Madame Hu, the crowd found Xiao Wan's words even more believable. As for why they were afraid, anyone could guess the reason. They just thought Qin Laosan had become foolish. Once they realized this, everyone began to look at the Qin family with disdain. This made Madame Hu furious. She wanted to argue, but the old Mr. Qin stopped her. Madame Hu feared nothing and no one, except her own husband. Although she still felt unhappy, when she met his dark, warning gaze, she could only close her mouth quietly. Seeing that she had calmed down, the old Mr. Qin turned to Xiao Wan with a serious face. Third daughter-in-law, your husband decided to live separately before he went to war. If it weren't for the fact that you were alone with the children, we would have divided the family long ago. Now that he's back, we're just following the old agreement. We haven't wronged you. You've made enough fuss since you're awake. You should leave now. His words sounded so righteous that Xiao Wan sneered inwardly, almost rolling her eyes. Father, you are always fair and reasonable, she said instead. Rather than arguing, she flattered him first, then continued. You know, I've never opposed dividing the family. But since my husband's name is still in the Qin family record, shouldn't we invite the village head and the elders to witness it? Madame Hu immediately grew angry. Why invite them? All these years, while the third son was away, he didn't earn a thing. I've fed and housed you and your 3 children for so long without asking for anything. And now you want to take my family's property? Ungrateful people. We've helped with the work, and father sent money home every year, Xiao Wan's eldest son, Qin Debao, said before she could reply. His eyes were red, but his voice was firm. And you even took all the money meant for father's medicine. He was only 3 years old, yet his words carried surprising strength. If not for his childish voice, no one would have believed he was just a toddler. Everyone began to believe him. Oh my Madame Hu, you really have no shame. That's right. You've been gossiping with the 4th daughter-in-law, saying Xiao Wan lived off you for free. But it turns out the 3rd son was sending money home all along. Look at what you've done to that mother and son. They're nothing but skin and bones now. It's a good thing the 3rd son isn't in his right mind, or he'd fight you the moment he came back. No wonder the Qin family suddenly built that big brick house these past 2 years. Turns out it was all paid for by the 3rd son. And now they've even taken the money meant for his medical treatment. The Qin family really has no conscience. The crowd erupted in whispers again. Some curious onlookers pointed at Madame Hu and the Qin family, gossiping among themselves. Equals what's it to you people? Facing everyone's mockery, Madame Hu showed no fear. She spat angrily toward the crowd, then glared fiercely at Qin Debao. You ungrateful brat. You think money grows on trees? Your father sends money, so what? When he came back, didn't he need food and medicine? He eats so much every meal and still says he's hungry. Even if our family were rich, he'd eat us poor. Get out now. My father. Qin Debao wanted to argue, but Xiao Wan quickly pulled him back. She ignored Madame Hu and turned her gaze past her, looking at the 4th son and his wife, who had been watching silently. 4th brother, sister-in-law. Do you think the same way? The 4th son's wife opened her mouth to speak, but he stopped her with a tug on her sleeve. Seeing their uneasy expressions, Xiao Wan turned her eyes to the old patriarch. Father, what about you? You've always been the fairest one in this family. Being put on the spot made the old man angry, but he forced himself to stay calm. He sighed and said earnestly, 3rd daughter-in-law, I didn't want to say this, but since you brought it up, I'll be honest. The 3rd son did send some money home over the years, and your mother and I kept it since we all lived together. But it wasn't much, not enough to cover food and clothing for you and the children. As for the money meant for his treatment, yes, we used it, but we also hired doctors and bought medicine for him. The herbs he's taking even have ginseng. 1 dose costs 2 taels of silver. The money the government gave him is already gone. I know talking about dividing the family now feels harsh. You're upset, and I understand that. But both sides are family. I can't favor your household and treat the 4th and 5th unfairly, the old man Qin said helplessly, covering his face with a sigh. Your mother's words may be harsh, but the third son really hasn't done much for this family. I still have to think about everyone's feelings. It's not easy for me either. Here, I have 3 taels of silver saved for my funeral expenses. Take it for now. Father, how could I take your funeral savings? Old man Qin was indeed wiser than Madam Hu. With just a few words, he not only changed everyone's opinion but also set a trap for Qiao Wan. If she foolishly accepted the silver, wouldn't that make her seem unfilial? Qiao Wan's eyes glimmered with amusement. But father, I've never seen a family split up like this before. Cutting ties completely. Well, that's quite serious. I think it's better if... At the mention of cutting ties, Madam Hu's temper flared again. She pushed in front of Qiao Wan and shouted, "Today, our Qin family is cutting all ties with you. Mother, can you really make such a big decision on your own?" Qiao Wan glanced at old man Qin. Seeing that he stayed silent, she knew he agreed. Lowering her gaze to hide the light in her eyes, she stepped forward to the village head and the Qin family elder, bowed politely, and said softly, "Please, village head and elder, be fair and judge this matter." "Cutting family ties is no small thing," said village head Li Wenshan, frowning as he looked at the Qin family elder, Qin Rong. "Nonsense. Do you think cutting ties is something to play with?" Qin Rong glared at Madam Hu, then turned to old man Qin. "Qin Ergu, the third son, may not be your own child, but his name is already in the Qin family record. What you're doing is going too far." So the old man's real name was Qin Ergu. Qiao Wan almost laughed. Old man Qin stiffened. He was already a grandfather, yet people still called him Ergu. But since Qin Rong was his elder brother, he didn't dare argue. He could only mutter gloomily, "Elder brother, I don't want this either, but you've seen our situation. I can't let the whole family live in chaos because of the third son's household. But this isn't the right way to divide the family. Aren't you afraid people will talk behind your back?" Qin Rong gave him a disappointed look, then turned to Qiao Wan and said firmly, "Don't worry. As long as the third son remains part of the Qin family, your share of land and house will not be taken away. Dividing the land is one thing, but now you want to divide the house too?" Mrs. Hu's face turned pale with anger. She screamed so loudly her voice almost cracked. "No. I don't agree. We won't split the family. We'll cut ties, yes, that's it. From today on, don't even think about taking anything from our home." "Who?" Elder Qin's face darkened as he struck his cane hard against the ground. Although Mrs. Hu was frightened, she still raised her chin stubbornly. "I don't care. I won't agree. You. Mrs. Hu refused to listen. Old Mr. Qin pretended not to see it and stayed silent. The clan elder didn't want to argue with the woman, but he was so angry his beard trembled, yet he could do nothing. The air grew tense. "Village head, clan elder, if they want to cut ties, then let's do it," Qiao Wan suddenly said. "Qiao, are you sure?" The village head and the clan elder frowned at the same time. Qiao Wan nodded. "This way, you won't have to be caught in the middle. Besides, we can still take a few acres of land that rightfully belong to the third son." "That's fair enough." The clan elder's angry expression softened. Looking into her clear, sincere eyes, he nodded. "You're a good one. All right then, let's make it official," he declared firmly. "Please, village head, write a document and you and the clan elder can serve as witnesses." The village head looked at Qiao Wan in surprise. He thought to himself, no wonder she's from the town. She doesn't talk much, but she's calm and thoughtful. Not only polite and educated, but also careful enough to ask for a written record and witnesses. Most people wouldn't think of that. He nodded. "All right, I'll have Shirtu fetch paper and ink." Shirtu was his grandson. Soon, Li Shirtu brought the writing materials. After confirming everyone's decision, the village head began writing the document to officially end the family ties. Old Mr. Qin felt uneasy and almost wanted to change his mind, but his wife and son stopped him. When the document was finished, the men of the Qin family and Qin Laosan each pressed their handprints on it. The separation was complete. "You're no longer part of the Qin family. Get out." Mrs. Hu waved their copy of the document and tried to drive them away. Qiao Wan gave a cold smile. "We'll leave." But before we go, there are a few debts we need to settle first. What are you up to again? Madam, who suddenly felt uneasy and shouted sharply, "We have nothing left to settle with you. Get out of here." "You may not, but I do." Xiaowan no longer looked at her. She stepped forward and handed a neat stack of receipts to the village head and elder Qin. "Village head, elder, these are the receipts for the silver my husband sent home over the years, 400 taels in total. Since they were sent through others, each has an official seal. Please take a look. Equals what 400 taels? What receipts? Xiao, you heartless woman, are you trying to cheat your own mother?" Madam Hu roared. She didn't believe Xiaowan had any receipts, but the exact numbers still made her uneasy. "Yes, sister-in-law, don't make false accusations. Watch your mouth, or we won't be polite." The Qin family naturally refused to admit anything and angrily threatened Xiaowan. Xiaowan didn't bother arguing. She turned to the village head, elder Qin, and the gathered villagers. "Village head, elder, everyone, for years ago I married into the Qin family from town. I've worked in the fields, washed clothes, cooked, cared for my in-laws, and looked after the children without complaint. When the family had no food, I even used my dowry to help. Xiao, every woman lives like that. Do you think you're special just because you're from town?" Madam Hu shouted. Xiaowan ignored her and continued, "The village head and elder have already checked the receipts. There's no problem. My husband really did send 100 taels home each year. But everyone here knows how my child and I have lived. Today, I'm showing these receipts not to demand repayment, but to make it clear that my husband and I have done our part. We owe the Qin family nothing." The Qin family secretly sighed in relief. "But..." Xiaowan glanced at them coldly. "My husband's life-saving money and my dowry still need to be returned." "What life-saving money? I told you, that's already gone." "Dowry? What dowry? You were just an unwanted daughter from the Qiao family. Did you really think you were still a lady? When you married into our family, we didn't see any dowry. Money that had already entered their pockets. How could they possibly give it back?" The Qin family had already come up with an excuse for the 2 sums of silver. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Xiaowan's eyes. She smiled lightly and took out 2 sheets of paper. "Village head, clan elder, my husband was injured on the battlefield, and the government gave us 60 taels of silver as compensation. In the past 2 days, he did ask a doctor from Isho Hall to treat him. This is the list written by the shopkeeper. It costs less than 1 tael in total. Please take a look." "Less than 1 tael? Didn't old Qin say the medicine had ginseng and cost more than 2 taels per dose? The Qin family is even greedy for this kind of money? That's shameless." The crowd was silent for a moment, then burst into loud discussion. In this poor mountain village, a family with 10 taels of silver was already considered well off. 400 taels was an unimaginable amount. They had already taken 400 taels from someone else, and now they were still trying to take the money meant for saving a life. The honest villagers now looked at the Qin family not only with contempt but also with anger. "As for my dowry..." "What dowry? Your parents passed away early. Where would you get a dowry?" Madam Hu was furious. Before Xiaowan could finish, she shouted angrily, "We're your in-laws. Even if your husband wasn't our own son, we still raised him. Why are you trying so hard to slander us? What's your purpose?" "Yes, sister-in-law, our parents aren't that kind of people. Why are you doing this?" "There must be some misunderstanding," old Qin finally said, breaking his silence. "Give me some time, and I'll find out the truth and give you a proper explanation." He was a shrewd man and knew that if the matter got any bigger, it would only harm their family. "Father, there's no misunderstanding." Xiaowan handed the dowry list to old Qin. "My parents are gone, but my second uncle is still alive. He helped prepare my dowry when I got married. If you don't believe me, we can call him here to confirm everything." Old Qin's second daughter was actually the concubine of Xiaowan's second uncle. He knew very well what the truth was and didn't dare to call the man. This. He was at a loss for words. "Father, if that's not enough, we can take all this evidence to the county office and ask the magistrate to decide what's true." "Causing trouble at the county office? That would be a disaster. Old Qin's eyes turned sharp and cold as he looked deeply at Xiao Wan. Seeing that she wouldn't back down, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and slapped Madame Hu hard across the face. You foolish woman! Madame Hu was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Third brother sends home 100 taels of silver every year. Why did you lie and say it was only 10? His medical bills weren't that high. Why did you tell me each dose cost more than 2 taels, and that the doctor used up all the money treating his head injury? And what about third brother's wife's dowry? Have I ever let you go hungry or cold? Why did you keep her dowry for yourself? Go get it now, and return everything to them. You heartless Qin dog. How dare you hit me? Madame Hu finally came to her senses and lunged at old Qin, scratching his face. Several red marks appeared instantly. What did I do wrong for you to hit me in front of everyone? She shouted, clawing and cursing. I can't live like this anymore, you terrible man. Old Qin tried to dodge while winking at her, hoping she'd calm down and take the blame quietly. But Madame Hu was too angry to notice. She kept chasing and hitting him. Stop it, Madame Hu. Stop right now. Years of farm work had made her strong, and soon old Qin's neck was scratched, his hair was a mess, and his clothes were torn in 2 places. He shouted at his 4th son and daughter-in-law, who were still standing there in shock. What are you waiting for? Come help me. They snapped out of it and rushed forward. You crazy woman. Seeing her restrained, old Qin lost his temper and kicked her twice. If you don't calm down, I'll divorce you. You. Qin dog, do you have no heart? Since I married you, I've given you sons, taken care of the whole family, and never had an easy day. What did I ever do to deserve this? And now you want to cast me aside? Mother, please calm down, said the 4th son's wife, Yang, quietly whispering something in Madame Hu's ear. Madame Hu froze, suddenly understanding. But as she thought about it, she still felt deeply wronged. Everyone had used the silver, so why was she the only one being blamed? Mother, I know you feel wronged. If I could, I'd take the punishment for you, her son said softly. Qin Laosi muttered from the side, but father just said it was your idea. If I change my words now, no one will believe me. Mother, things have come to this point. Even if you don't think of us, you should at least think of 5th brother and your eldest grandson. Equals thinking of her youngest son, who would take the scholar's exam after the new year, and her eldest grandson, who was still studying at the academy, Madame Hu's anger slowly faded. Unwillingly, she went back to her room, took out a money pouch, and threw it to Xiao Wan. This is all that's left. Xiao Wan opened it and glanced inside. There were about 100 taels of silver. The government's compensation for Qin Lao Sen still had 59 taels left. Adding the 66 taels from her dowry, there was still a shortfall of more than 20 taels. Xiao Wan raised an eyebrow. The missing 20 taels can count as the living expenses for my son and me over the years. Also, the list includes some cloth, silk, and jewelry worth about 40 or 50 taels in total. I won't argue over those. Together with the 400 taels my husband sent home, let's call it repayment for your care all these years. But there's one more thing, Mother, that you must return. What thing? Both Madame Hu and Madame Yang tensed. Madame Yang's heart sank. She had received some of those fabrics and ornaments herself, and some she hadn't even had time to use. Could it be that Xiao Wan wanted them back? My jade pendant. Xiao Wan looked at Madame Hu with a faint, mocking smile. Mother, you said back then that the jade pendant was too eye-catching for village life, so you took it to keep safe for me. Do you still remember that? I don't remember. There was no such pendant. That jade pendant was smooth and fine, clearly valuable. Her 5th son was a scholar, and his future wife would surely come from a good family. Madame Hu had already planned to use that pendant as part of his wedding gift. How could she give it back so easily? A cold glint flashed in Xiao Wan's eyes as she curved her lips slightly. That pendant was a gift from my parents when I came of age.
It means a lot to me.
Mother, you'd better think carefully before saying you've forgotten. Madame Hu still wanted to deny it. At that moment, old Qin glared at her angrily and shouted, "What a disgrace! Hurry up and take it out. I don't have it, Mrs. Hu argued. If you don't have it, why are you so nervous? Old Chin looked at her coldly and said in a low, disappointed voice, if you say you don't have it, then stop acting guilty. Even a fool can see you're lying. What's the point of denying it now? Besides, judging by Mrs. Chiao's expression, she must have proof. If you get exposed again, you'll lose all respect in the village. Go and bring it out. Xiao Wan's lips twitched. She wanted to say that this time, she really didn't have any proof. But Mrs. Hu believed it. She looked up suspiciously and glanced around. When she met everyone's scornful eyes, her heart sank. Her family's brick house was the grandest in the village, even more impressive than the village chiefs. In the past, these people would have tried to please her, not dared to look at her like this. She glared at them angrily, but even though she was unwilling, she reluctantly took out the jade pendant and returned it to Xiao Wan. Now we're even. Xiao Wan accepted the jade pendant, thanked the village chief and elder Qin, then left the Qin family home with Qin Lao Sen and the 3 children. Mother, where are we going? Although Qin Debao was only 3 years old, he had already understood a little from the adults' conversation about cutting family ties. At this moment, he felt a strange mix of relief and confusion.
2.
Xiao Wan paused. She didn't actually know where to go. She had only wanted to stand up for herself and clear her family's name. She hadn't thought beyond that. Now that she had brought out this small and helpless family, she couldn't just abandon them and walk away. But she truly had no idea where to go. Third daughter-in-law, Elder Qin said as he followed behind them, feeling a bit sorry for the lost family. There are 3 old huts at the foot of the mountain that belong to my family. No one has lived there for years and they're a bit drafty, but they can serve as a temporary shelter. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay there for now. Xiao Wan had been worrying about where to go. Since someone was offering help, she had no reason to refuse. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, Elder. It's nothing serious. No need to thank me. Elder Qin waved his hand. You've had a hard time too. Come on, I'll take you there. The cottage Elder Qin mentioned was at the end of the village, at the foot of Huaxi Mountain, a short distance away from the main houses. It took them about 15 minutes to get there. The area was rather quiet, with only one family living nearby. It was said that they had come from another place more than 10 years ago, escaping famine. At first, the government didn't allow them to register as residents, and since they had no farmland, they settled here at the foot of the mountain and lived by hunting. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, the head of the family had an accident while hunting. Though he survived, he became paralyzed and had to stay in bed. He couldn't do anything on his own and needed help with everything. If it hadn't been for the emperor's recent amnesty, which also solved the registration and land issues for those displaced by the old famine, they might not have survived until now. Xiao was not someone who liked noisy places, so she was quite pleased with this quiet location. She walked around the cottage, then returned to Elder Qin with a smile. Grandpa Clan Leader, this place is really nice. I like it a lot. I wonder if you'd be willing to sell it? Elder Qin's granddaughter-in-law, who had come along to help, felt a bit tempted when she heard that. But Elder Qin laughed heartily. You have a good eye. A traveling Taoist once said this is a place of good fortune, close to the mountain and near the water, perfect for prosperity. But that's not why I can't sell it to you. You know, I have many children and grandchildren, and they'll need more land for homes in the future. So, I can't sell this place. I thought you were saying all that just to raise the price, Xiao Wan said with a hint of disappointment, giving him a slightly reproachful look. Elder Qin wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled kindly and offered another suggestion. If you really like it here, you can talk to the village head. There's plenty of land around. It wouldn't be a problem to set aside another plot for you. In truth, Elder Qin was also fond of this place. It was the first piece of land he ever owned. Back then, his situation was much like Qin Laosan's. People thought he brought bad luck, and his family had driven him out. He was lucky that his wife didn't mind and still chose to marry him. They had their wedding right here. He couldn't bear to sell the land, not just for his children and grandchildren, but also because it held the memory of his late wife. Sometimes, When he looked at the house, he would think of his late wife and feel as if she were still there, never having left. Today, he decided to help Qin Laosan's family because they reminded him of his own family in the past. He hadn't expected that Qin Laosan's usually quiet wife would turn out to be such a polite and lively person. Feeling more energetic, Qiao Wan sent off the Qin family, told Qin Laosan to clean the house with the children, then took the money and went straight to the village head, Li Wenshan's home. Village head Li Wenshan was at home drinking tea and chatting with his wife, Wan, about what had happened at the Qin family's place earlier that day when Qiao Wan arrived. When he heard that Qiao Wan wanted to buy 8 acres of land at the foot of the mountain to build a house, he was stunned. That area wasn't in a good location and had poor access, but more importantly, no one in the village had ever been so bold as to buy 8 acres just for a homestead. Li Wenshan put down his tea, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Qiao Wan as if she had lost her mind. Qiao Wan hadn't expected such a strong reaction from him. In truth, it was a sudden decision. She thought that since she was going to buy land anyway, she might as well buy it all at once. If someone else bought it later, it would be troublesome.
Well,
I don't plan to build on all of it. I can use the extra land to grow vegetables, Qiao Wan said softly, rubbing her nose under the pressure of the village head's sharp gaze. The approval fee for homestead land is 5 taels per acre. The money you're spending on 1 acre of homestead land could almost buy 2 acres of farmland, Li Wenshan said, trying to persuade her out of concern. It's just more convenient this way, Qiao Wan replied, taking out 42 taels of silver and handing them to him. 8 acres come to 40 taels, and the extra 2 are for your trouble. Li Wenshan was startled again by her decisiveness. After calming himself, he frowned and said, "What are you doing? Take back those 2 taels. I'm the village head. If I take money for helping you, what would people think? Just give me 40 taels. Village head, please don't worry. You'll need to pay people to measure the land and handle the paperwork at the county office. You'll also have to travel back and forth several times, which costs money. No one will say anything."
but
"That's still too much," Li Wenshan said, continuing to refuse. Qiao Wan handed the money to the village head. "I haven't been to town for years, but I still remember how expensive things are there. Even a cup of tea costs 2 coins. Please take a bit more money. It'll make things easier. I'll also need to build a house after getting the land approved, and I'll surely need your help again. 2 taels of silver isn't much."
well,
"All right then." Li Wenshan exchanged a glance with his wife, hesitated for a moment, then accepted the silver. "As long as it doesn't go against my conscience, you can come to me any time you need help. And don't call me village head anymore, just call me Uncle Li." "Thank you, Uncle Li." Qiao Wan smiled and changed how she addressed him. "As you know, we just separated from the family today, and there's still a lot to sort out. It's getting late, and my family's waiting for me to help tidy up, so I'll head back now. I'll trouble you with the land deed. He's the village head. It's his duty. No trouble at all." Seeing Qiao Wan about to leave, the village head's wife quickly stood up and handed her a small basket. "Xiao, you just moved out and probably haven't prepared any food yet. These vegetables are from my garden. Take them home." "Thank you, Auntie. These are just what I need." Knowing the woman felt uneasy about the silver, Qiao Wan accepted them with a smile. "No need to thank me. What a thoughtful girl." The village head's wife nodded approvingly and laughed as she walked Qiao Wan to the door. "They're all homegrown, not worth much. Come get more when you run out." "All right, Auntie." Qiao Wan smiled and left with the basket on her arm. Who would have thought the third daughter-in-law was so capable? After Qiao Wan left, the village head's wife, Wan, said with a smile, "Well, she used to be a young lady from a wealthy family in town." "That's true. The Qin family really treated her poorly these past few years. They'll regret it one day." Li Wenshan stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. After a moment of thought, he sighed. "A hidden gem will shine again someday. That girl is no ordinary person." Winter days were especially short. By the time Qiao Wan left the village head's house, the sky had already darkened. She quickened her pace back down the mountain. From a distance, she saw 4 figures, one tall and three small, sitting neatly on the doorstep, looking up and waiting for her to return. "You're back." As soon as they saw her from afar, everyone's faces relaxed. They stood up and ran toward her. In her previous life, Chaowon had been an orphan. Even after graduating and working at the research institute, she preferred to be alone. Except for work, she had never felt so strongly needed by others. Her heart trembled slightly. She nodded and took out a small pack of candies from the bottom of the basket the village chief's wife had given her. She handed them to the four children. "You must be hungry. Have some of these first. I'll start cooking right away." "Mom, I'll help you." The youngest, Chin Bebe, had clearly been crying. Her eyes were red, and she clung tightly to Chaowon's hand, afraid she might leave again. "We'll help too." Chin Laos and Chin Debeo and Chin Erbao all looked at her eagerly. Seeing their anxious faces, full of insecurity, Chaowon felt a sudden ache in her heart. She smiled and nodded.
All right.
The five of them talked as they walked toward the kitchen. That was when Chaowon suddenly realized they didn't have a pot. Not only that, but aside from the basket of cabbage, radishes, and 5 eggs given by the village chief's wife, they had nothing else. Their family had practically left with nothing at all. "Sweethearts, stay home with your father. I'll go borrow a pot," Chaowon said with a sigh, turning to leave. "We'll go with you," Chin Bebe said quickly, following like a little tail. "No." Chaowon refused firmly, but right after speaking, she realized her tone had been too harsh. When she saw tears welling up in the child's eyes, guilt filled her heart. "Little sister, Mom isn't scolding you. She's just worried," came Chin Debeo's soft, childish voice before Chaowon could speak. He hugged Chin Bebe gently and whispered, "It's already dark and cold outside. If you go out and catch a cold, Mom will be sad. Let's wait for her at home, okay?" Chin Bebe looked up at Chaowon carefully, sniffled, and said, "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to cry. I was just scared. I'm grown up now. I won't cry or go out. I won't make you worry. Good girl, Bebe." Chaowon's heart softened. She bent down and hugged the little one. Then she patted Chin Debeo and Chin Erbao on their heads and said gently, "Take care of your father and sister. I'll be back soon." When they all nodded, Chaowon let out a long breath of relief and stepped out the door. After leaving the house, Chaowon didn't go into the village. Instead, she carefully walked along a small path to the right and slipped into a dark corner beside a house. She looked around and saw no one nearby. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts and gently raised her hand. In an instant, a large iron pot appeared before her. Joy flickered in Chaowon's heart, and her eyes shone with excitement. Thankfully, the space had come with her. This space was something she had accidentally discovered in her previous life. It had once been hidden inside an ancient ring. Inside, there was a spiritual spring, farmland, and a row of neat green bamboo houses. The spring could quench thirst, restore energy, strengthen the body, and help plants grow faster. The crops grown in the farmland matured quickly and tasted fresh and sweet. Over the years, while working at the Agricultural Research Institute and often traveling to the countryside, Chaowon had come to treat this space as her second home. She had stored many daily necessities inside. This large iron pot was something she had bought online before one of her trips. After she came to this new world, the ancient ring had disappeared, and she thought the space was gone too. It wasn't until she saw the empty house earlier that she remembered the mysterious space and realized it had merged with her consciousness. She had hurried out alone just now to check it. She hadn't expected that her usual solitary nature and impatience would frighten little Chin Bebe. "These apples can be a small gift for that girl," Chaowon murmured. She picked 5 apples from the space and packed some basic seasonings like oil and salt. She had planned to take a bag of rice, but after thinking about the situation outside, decided instead to bring a small cloth bag of flour. Then she went into one of the bamboo houses, found a bottle of antiseptic, cleaned the wound on her forehead, and applied some medicine. After that, she drank some spring water and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills. Only then did she step out of the space, carry the iron pot, and returned to the thatched hut with the oil, salt, and flour. In the darkness, no one noticed her return. As she approached, she heard a young voice from inside the house. Erbao, Bebe, don't you think Mother is acting a bit strange today? Xiaowan paused and raised an eyebrow. She had thought the children were too young or too simple to notice anything unusual. But it seemed Qin Debeo was not only smart but also very observant. It's different from before. Qin Erbao thought for a moment and nodded. Mother used to be very timid. Once, when Qin Hui took my sister's little grass doll, we fought, and Mother even took his side and made me apologize. But today, she dared to talk back to Grandpa and Grandma. That's right. She used to be afraid to go out at night, but today she went out alone. She was really brave, Qin Bebe said, nodding firmly. Grandpa and Grandma are harsh, and Father is the way he is. The three of us can't do much. Maybe Mother was upset and had to change to keep this family together. We're really useless. We can't just grow up overnight, Qin Erbao said sadly. I've grown up. Qin Laosan, who didn't quite understand, suddenly stood up and raised his hand to show his height. I'm this tall now. The three children looked at him speechlessly, not knowing what to say. Maybe Mother, like Father, hit her head or something. After a moment of silence, Qin Bebe suddenly said. Qin Debeo frowned, as if thinking about it. Qin Erbao's eyes lit up. If that's true, then I hope her head stays that way. I like the way Mother is now. Xiao Wan. Thank you very much. Not wanting to scare them, she pretended to cough lightly and walked a bit louder. Sure enough, when they heard her, the door creaked open and the children rushed out with Qin Laosan in front. Qin Laosan, with his long legs, ran fastest. Wife, let me help you. Carrying so many things, Xiao Wan's arms were sore, so she handed him the big iron pot. Take this to the kitchen. Wow, there's white flour. Qin Erbao arrived next and took the flour. Mother, where did this come from? I bought it when I borrowed the pot, Xiao Wan replied casually. Qin Debeo came a bit later and took the seasonings from her hands. By the time little Qin Bebe ran over, Xiao Wan's hands were already empty. The little girl stomped her foot in frustration. Father and my brothers are so mean. Xiao Wan couldn't help but laugh. Pretending to pull something from her sleeve, she handed her a bright red apple. Here, this is for you. What's this? It looks really tasty. Qin Bebe stared eagerly at the red apple. The sweet smell made her mouth water. Xiao Wan was completely charmed by her little girl's expression. She couldn't help but pinch her soft cheeks and said with a smile, This is an apple. Go ahead and eat it. Thank you, Mother. Qin Bebe was overjoyed. She happily hugged the apple and ran into the kitchen. Father, brother, Mother gave me a big apple. It smells so good. Come and smell it. Xiao Wan was touched by the cheerful atmosphere. Smiling, she followed them into the kitchen. She had planned to give each of them an apple, but when she saw them already gathered together, chatting excitedly about how to share it, she decided not to interrupt. Instead, she turned to the stove to start cooking. There was no rice at home, so Xiao Wan planned to make some egg noodles with the cabbage and eggs given by the village head's wife. But as soon as she lit the fire, she realized another problem. They didn't have any bowls. Sweethearts, can you watch the fire for me? She asked. The children had already divided the apple and given her the biggest piece. Now Qin Laosan was kneading the dough, and the three children sat quietly by the fire, warming their hands. Sure, they answered happily. They were excited to finally help their mother and nodded eagerly. Good. I'll go wash the vegetables. Just keep an eye on the fire. If the wood runs out, call me to add more. But remember, no playing with fire, all right? Xiao Wan carried the cabbage to the big water jar in the yard. When she came back, she was holding 5 slightly used but sturdy bowls. By then, Qin Laosan had finished kneading the dough, and the water was boiling. Xiao Wan rolled out the dough, cut it into pieces, and put it into the pot. When it was almost done, she cracked in 5 eggs and added the cabbage. Before taking it off the stove, she sprinkled in some salt and a little pork fat. Soon, 5 steaming bowls of egg noodles were ready. The children had never eaten well in the Chin family before, let alone white noodles and eggs. As they ate, their faces showed pure delight, as if they were tasting the most delicious food in the world. Mother's egg noodles are so good. I wish we could eat them every day, Chin Bebe said dreamily after finishing her meal, leaning lazily against Xiao Wan and patting her round little belly. You're such a greedy little sister, her brother teased. Chin Erbao was showing off a set of moves he had learned from who knows where. Given our situation, being able to fill our stomachs is already good enough. You're so mean, Bebe pouted. I was just daydreaming a little. Can't I think about something nice for once? People should be more realistic, Erbao said, pretending to sound mature. I like dreaming. What's it to you? The two started arguing again. But since they often bickered, everyone was used to it and didn't pay them any attention. Mom, where did our bowls come from? Asked Debeo after a long silence. He moved closer to Xiao Wan and whispered, Was this really a 3.5-year-old child? A flicker of surprise flashed in Xiao Wan's eyes, but she quickly regained her calm and said evenly, I got them from beside the water jar. Probably some old bowls your great-grandfather didn't want anymore.
Why?
You don't like them? Since she dared to say that, she wasn't afraid Debeo would check. There really were a few old bowls by the big water jar at the clan elder's house, and they looked quite similar to the ones she had taken from her secret stash. Debeo shook his head. Of course not. It's good enough that they're useful. Do you remember what you promised me? Not to tell Erbao about something? Debeo asked after a pause, tossing a stick into the fire. Xiao Wan blinked and gave him a meaningful look. I've promised you not to tell Erbao many things. Which one do you mean?
Well,
the one from the morning before yesterday. Debeo lowered his head, twisting his fingers nervously. He didn't notice the amused look in Xiao Wan's eyes. Seeing his expression, Xiao Wan's smile deepened. She pretended to suddenly realize, oh, you mean when you wet the bed, and blamed it on Erbao. Debeo made a small sound of agreement, then looked up, only to meet his mother's teasing gaze. He realized he had been tricked. His face turned bright red, and he didn't know what to say. What's wrong? Afraid Erbao will tease you if he finds out? Xiao Wan chuckled, breaking the silence. Debeo's face grew even redder, but he straightened his neck and said stubbornly, I'm his big brother. Even if he knows, he can't do anything to me. Well, that's not necessarily true. Xiao Wan hummed softly. That silly Erbao was so scared your grandma would scold him that he cried for a long time the day before yesterday. And yesterday, he kept saying he hadn't wet the bed for half a year, so it must have been a mistake. If he finds out you tricked him, he won't let you off easily. Chin Debeo was speechless. He regretted testing his mother. Was it too late to leave now? By the way, why are you asking about this? Xiao Wan asked, pretending not to know. And no reason. Chin Debeo laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Erbao and Bebe are about to start fighting. I'll go check on them. Then he dashed off. Maybe because Xiao Wan had just mentioned a secret only he and his mother knew, Chin Debeo finally felt sure that even though she seemed different, she was still their mother. His steps became much lighter. That clever little rascal, Xiao Wan said with a smile, shaking her head as she went to the next room to light a pot of charcoal. The small cottage had 3 rooms, a main room, a kitchen, and 1 bedroom. Fortunately, the bed was big enough for 5 people, and it could be heated from underneath. With the charcoal fire, Xiao Wan thought that even though they had only brought 1 thin, worn blanket when they left home, the night wouldn't be too hard to get through. Of course, she could take out 2 more quilts from her secret space, but Chin Debeo was watching her closely. If she really did that, she wouldn't be able to explain it to him. Mother, I want to sleep next to you too, said Erbao. At bedtime, Xiao Wan lay by the wall, with little Bebe beside her. From the inside out it was Bebe, Erbao, Debeo, and the youngest Lao San. When Erbao saw Bebe cuddled up next to their mother, he felt jealous and asked if he could sleep beside her too. That wasn't an unreasonable request. All right, Bebe will sleep inside, and I'll sleep between you and Bebe. Xiao Wan agreed without thinking much. As she moved, She caught Debeo's longing gaze. "Debeo, do you also want to sleep next to Mother?" she asked. As the eldest brother, Debeo wanted to say no, but the thought of sleeping beside his mother was too tempting, so he nodded. "But there's only room for 2 people next to Mother." After thinking for a moment, Xiaowon said, "How about this? Tonight, let Erbao sleep next to me. Tomorrow, you can switch places with him and sleep beside me. Is that okay?" The 2 little ones, being sensible, nodded without objection. "What about me, wife? I want to sleep next to you too," Qin Lao-san protested. Why could everyone else sleep beside her, but not him? Xiaowon was speechless for a moment. Seeing her father looking so pitiful, little Bebe felt sorry for him. After thinking for a bit, her big innocent eyes suddenly lit up. "You can take turns. The day after tomorrow, it'll be your turn, Daddy. You 3 can take turns sleeping next to Mother." She looked at Xiaowon expectantly, as if waiting to be praised for her clever idea. But Xiaowon shook her head firmly.
No.
Why not? All 3 children and Qin Lao-san looked at her in surprise. They all thought it was a good idea. Under the gaze of 4 pairs of clear, innocent eyes, Xiaowon felt a little uneasy, but kept a calm face. "Well, Debeo and Erbao are still small. They can't sleep on the outer side, they might fall off. We've slept like that before and never fell," Erbao quickly explained, thinking his mother misunderstood their abilities. Debeo nodded in agreement. "That was when there were fewer people. Now there are more of us, and your father is quite big. If he sleeps inside, you might fall off," Xiaowon said seriously, then turned to Qin Lao-san. "You're their father. It's your duty to protect them. For their safety, you'll have to sleep on the outside from now on." Qin Lao-san didn't want to agree, but he also didn't want to upset his wife. Feeling sad and wronged, he quietly nodded and lay down on the outer side like a poor little thing. That night was Xiaowon's first after traveling through time. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but holding little Bebe's soft, warm body, she unexpectedly slept very well. At dawn, around 5 in the morning, Xiaowon woke up. Her movement woke Qin Lao-san too, and he got up with her. Together, they went to the kitchen, made a few flatbreads, and cooked a simple cabbage soup before waking the children. The 3 little ones were still fast asleep, huddled together in a messy pile on the bed. At first, they didn't want to get out of bed, but as soon as they heard they were going to the market, they all jumped up excitedly and asked, "Mother, can we go too?" They had never been to town since they were born. Their 4th uncle's son, Qin Hui, had gone a few times. Every time he came back, he would brag about how fun it was to ride the ox cart, how lively the town was, and how delicious the buns and sugar figures were. The 3 siblings were full of envy and curiosity, wondering what the town really looked like. Xiaowon couldn't help but laugh at their nervous little faces and teased, "Don't you want to go?" Yes, we want to go," Qin Erbao and Qin Bebe quickly replied. Even the usually calm Qin Debeo nodded again and again, looking a bit restless. Their little faces were flushed with excitement. "Then hurry up," Xiaowon said with a smile, patting their heads and helping them get dressed. After eating some pancakes with cabbage soup, the family set out. When they reached the village entrance, the village head's ox cart was already waiting under the big banyan tree, with quite a few people sitting on it. "Qiao, are you going to the market?" asked Li Songzi, the village head's eldest son, when he saw her. "Yes, Brother Songzi. Is there still room?" Xiaowon asked with a smile. There's room. Your family can fit just right," Li Songzi said cheerfully, asking everyone to make a little space. Seeing that there was indeed enough room, Xiaowon asked Qin Lao-san to lift the 3 children onto the cart. Just as she was about to climb up herself, someone suddenly rushed out from behind, pushed her aside, and shouted, "Good thing we made it. Mother, shall we? We're right on time. Let's get on and go." Xiaowon's lips twitched. When she turned around, she saw that it was Yang, the wife of Qin Laosi. That bold temper of hers really matched Hu's personality. Xiaowon shook her head, stepped past her, and went straight to the last seat. "Third sister-in-law, what are you doing?" "That's my seat," Yang said in surprise, then raised her voice sharply and blocked Qiao Wan's way. The fourth one's wife. It was the third one's wife who came first. An older woman on the cart spoke up. Madame Yang spat toward the older woman and said coldly, "So, what if she came first? She didn't sit down and I said it's mine, so it's mine. Why are you meddling in other people's business? This has nothing to do with you." The older woman's face turned dark with anger. Qiao Wan frowned and gave Madame Yang a light push. Surprisingly, the tall and strong Madame Yang stumbled to the side. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Qiao Wan tiptoed gracefully and sat steadily on the ox cart.
You.
"Qiao, what are you doing? Get down right now." Madame Yang shouted in disbelief and reached out to grab Qiao Wan's sleeve, trying to pull her down. Qin Lao Sen and the triplets tensed up, ready to help. But before they could move, Qiao Wan leaned back to avoid the grab, smiling calmly as she sat on the cart. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Raising your hand against your own sister-in-law. Is this how your family teaches manners?"
Ha.
"What kind of sister-in-law are you? Our Qin family cut ties with you long ago." Madame Yang fell to the ground, furious and embarrassed. Qiao Wan gave a cold smile and said slowly, My memory must be bad. We only broke ties yesterday, so you're right. Strictly speaking, I'm no longer your sister-in-law. But even between strangers, you shouldn't act so rudely. After all, we still live in the same village. Enough.
Stop all the shouting."
Seeing Madame Yang speechless, Madame who glared at her in annoyance. Holding Qin Hui's hand, she walked up to Qiao Wan and pointed at her family angrily. "Aren't you ashamed? All of you, get down right now." Looking at her arrogant expression, Qiao Wan's temper flared. "And why should we?" "Because I'm your mother-in-law." Madame who lifted her chin proudly. "If you don't listen to me, you're being unfilial. I order you to get off the cart immediately."
Ha.
Qiao Wan gave a mocking laugh and said calmly, "Sorry, Aunt Hu, but your real daughter-in-law just reminded me that we no longer have any family ties." "You insolent woman." Madame Hu's face twisted with anger. She clearly hadn't expected the usually obedient Qiao Wan to talk back. Her teeth clenched in rage, but she couldn't find any words to reply. "Mother, please calm down." Madame Yang quickly supported Madame Hu, pretending to gently pat her chest. "Qiao Wan, look how angry you've made your mother. I didn't realize you were so sharp-tongued. I really underestimated you before. Who knows if you've treated me this way behind my back too. Madame Yang, you can say what you like, but don't speak carelessly. Everyone knows what kind of person I am and how I've treated the Qin family all these years. You can't ruin my name with just a few words." "That's right. We've all seen it. Qiao has managed the household well and shown respect to her elders. She's a good daughter-in-law. Yang, it's too much for you to accuse her without proof. If you have evidence, show it." The aunt who had just spoken up for Qiao Wan was still angry at Madame Yang and added another remark to put her in her place. The others hadn't believed Yang's words to begin with. After hearing the aunt speak, they all nodded in agreement. It was clear Yang had made it up. Where could she possibly find proof?
"Yang paniket, failing trumpet."
She glared at Qiao Wan, then suddenly had an idea. Pointing at her, she shouted, "She's the proof." "Yes, she is. Look at her. Doesn't she seem completely different from before? If she didn't have two faces, how could she act like this? I, Qiao Wan, was born into a well-off family in town. My parents and brothers loved me dearly. I've been educated and know what is right and proper. I've always been this way." Qiao Wan's anger finally burst out. She glared at Madame Yang, her eyes cold. "But once I married into the Qin family, I became one of you. No matter how you treated me, have I ever raised my voice or refused to obey? Even when you were unkind to Debao, Bao, and Beibei, did I ever complain? You all thought I was weak and easy to bully, didn't you? Today I'll tell you the truth. It's not that I was weak. I endured everything because you are my husband's family. For the sake of my husband, and to truly become part of the Qin family, I was willing to do anything and bear anything. I believed that one day, my sincerity would move you and make you see us as real family. Since yesterday when we were driven out of the Chin family home, and you, mother, and my younger siblings pushed me so that I hit a stone and fainted, I realized I was wrong. The hearts of the Chin family are like stones, cold and unfeeling. Or maybe you never had hearts at all, because you never truly saw us as part of your family. Xiao once stared into Madame Hu's eyes, her voice filled with growing sorrow and anger. She didn't know whether it was the original owner's hidden resentment or her own sense of injustice, but today, she finally let it all out. Since you've treated us so harshly, how can you now accuse me of being unfilial or say that I've changed? Yes, I have changed. I've simply seen things more clearly and returned to my true self. At the end, she gave a bitter smile and looked at Madame Yang with bright, determined eyes. But tell me, is that wrong? Her words were so sincere and heartfelt that they moved everyone to tears. That helpless and sorrowful question struck deeply in everyone's hearts, making them feel even more sympathy and compassion for Qiao Wan. No, Xiao Qiao, you're not wrong. People began to comfort her one after another, their looks toward Madame Hu and her family turning from disdain to anger and blame. The triplets cried so hard their faces were covered in tears as they hugged Qiao Wan tightly. Especially Qin Debao. Thinking about how he had doubted his mother yesterday, guilt filled his heart. At that moment, he silently promised himself that no matter what happened in the future, he would always trust and protect his mother. Songzi, since everyone's on board, let's go, someone called out, not wanting to see Madame Hu and her daughter-in-law causing more trouble.
All right.
Li Songzi cracked his whip, and the ox cart slowly started moving. Madame Hu and the others stood there, stunned and speechless, unable to recover for a long time. Huaxi village was about 20 kilometers from town. By the time Qiao Wan and the children arrived, more than an hour had passed. Children's emotions changed quickly. With Qiao Wan's gentle guidance, they had calmed down a lot during the ride. When they entered the town and saw the busy streets full of people, their eyes lit up again, and their excitement returned. Following her memories, Qiao Wan led them around the streets, helping them get to know the town better. They also bought all the small daily necessities like oil, salt, rice, flour, and seasonings. When they saw that the grocery store next door sold wooden buckets and porcelain bowls, they bought a bunch of those too. Since they purchased so much, the shopkeeper kindly offered to deliver everything to the city gate, where Li Songzi's cart was waiting. After that, Qiao Wan went to a fabric shop and bought 2 sets of ready-made clothes for everyone at home. She had planned to buy 3 quilts and 5 cotton-padded jackets as well, but when she heard the price, she was shocked. Boss, are you trying to rob people? Don't think that just because I'm a woman, I don't know anything. 1 piece of clothing costs nearly a tael of silver. This is way too expensive. Expensive was one thing, but the quality of the cotton fabric was also disappointing. They called it cotton weaving, but it was really just roughly processed cotton, pressed together, and sewn up to hold its shape. If this were modern times, Qiao Wan thought, she could probably sue them for misleading customers. Now, young lady, said the shopkeeper, a sharp and capable woman, smiling instead of getting angry. Our shop, Jinxia Workshop, has been in Qingyan town for decades. Our good reputation comes from fair prices and reliable quality. In past years, a cotton jacket wouldn't cost a tael of silver. That's true. But this year, there's been flooding in the south and most of the cotton fields were destroyed. The harvest was already small, and now it's even less. That's why the price has gone up. And since the weather isn't too cold yet, prices might rise even more later. If you want to buy, now's the best time. I'd like to buy, but it's just too expensive, Qiao Wan said. She had heard about the floods in the south and knew the woman wasn't lying. I also want 2 quilts. Can you give me a better price?
How about this? The shopkeeper said.
For the 2 large jackets, I'll charge you 2 taels of silver. For the 3 smaller ones, 9 maces each. As for the quilts, each weighs 8 jin, and cotton now costs 500 coins per jin. I won't overcharge you. 8 taels of silver per quilt. Then you'll have to throw in 5 pairs of shoes for me, Qiao Wan bargained. They don't have to be fancy, just regular cotton shoes. Oh, young lady, that really won't do. the shopkeeper said with a laugh. Cotton is expensive this year. Even children's shoes cost 200 coins a pair. If I give them to you for free, I'd lose money. The shopkeeper looked at Xiao Wan with a pitiful expression. How about this? He said. I won't make any profit from you. No matter the size, I'll sell each pair of shoes for 200 coins. Is that okay? That's fine. Xiao Wan agreed, buying 2 new pairs of shoes for each person. She knew the price was fair, but she still felt a little pain in her heart. After adding everything up, more than 30 taels of silver were gone. The shopkeeper felt even worse. He looked at Xiao Wan helplessly. Didn't you say 1 pair per person? Selling 2 pairs each meant he was losing money. They need a spare pair, don't they? Xiao Wan said confidently. All right, the shopkeeper sighed.
2 pairs it is.
Come again if you need anything next time. After leaving the fabric shop, Xiao Wan went to the blacksmith's to buy some common farming tools. Then she stopped by the market to buy 2 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of bones. On the way back, she bought candied fruit sticks and sugar figurines for the children, and also 2 pounds of malt candy to take home as a treat. After adding up all her spending, she realized she had spent nearly 40 taels of silver that day. Including the 42 taels she had given the village head yesterday, she now had less than 18 taels left. There were still many things she wanted to buy, but thinking about her remaining money, she decided to hold back. Turning to the others, she asked, Is there anything else you want to eat? The 3 children shook their heads sensibly. Qin Laosan glanced at a noodle stall nearby, swallowed hard, and rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry, he said softly. Then let's have noodles, Xiao Wan said, taking little Qin Bei's hand and walking to the stall. She ordered 6 bowls of noodles with mint sauce, 3 scallion pancakes, and a large plate of braised meat. The noodles were chewy, the meat flavorful, and the special sauce made everything taste amazing. So good, the 3 little ones said, their cheeks puffed as they ate happily. Qin Laosan ate with great enthusiasm. After finishing 2 big bowls of noodles, he was only half full. He then ate 2 scallion pancakes and a serving of dumplings before finally feeling satisfied. No wonder, Hushir always said he could eat them out of house and home. Xiao Wan finished her meal and smiled, shaking her head. When she looked down, she noticed Qin Bei's hesitant expression, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. She smiled gently and patted the little girl's head.
Just say what you want to say.
Qin Bei licked her lips in satisfaction, looking a bit shy. But with her mother's encouraging gaze, she thought for a moment, then said brightly, Mother, can I go look around the bun shop? Qin Hui said the buns in town are really delicious. But don't worry, I've already eaten. I just want to take a look, maybe smell them a little, but I won't buy any. Xiao Wan was completely charmed by her innocent expression and was about to agree. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind. What kind of country bumpkin is this? Wants to visit a bun shop just to smell the food? Must be really poor. Although young, Qin Bei understood that the person was making fun of her. Her little face turned red, and her eyes filled with tears. She looked apologetically at Xiao Wan and said softly, I'm sorry, Mother. I embarrassed you. Then she lowered her head. No, Bei, speaking your mind bravely is nothing to be ashamed of. Xiao Wan frowned, crouched down, and patted her small shoulder. Then she said to the 3 children, Today, Mother will teach you 4 words. Learning never ends. You're still young and you'll meet many people and experience many things. When you don't understand something, think carefully and ask questions bravely. Don't run away or fear being laughed at. Be confident in expressing yourself. If others don't think the same way, just respect them and don't take it to heart. The 3 children seemed to understand a little, frowning as they thought for a while. Suddenly, Qin Bei's eyes lit up. She hugged Xiao Wan tightly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Mother, are you praising me? You mean my brothers should learn from me and not be afraid of being laughed at, right? Mother actually said not to care about people who don't matter, Qin Erbao corrected. Xiao Wan's lips twitched. Was that really what she meant? Qin Laosan looked completely confused. Chin DeBeo saw his mother's slightly dazed expression and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you all. The girl in the green dress who had mocked Chin Bebe earlier was completely ignored. These country kids dared to ignore her. She was furious. Suddenly, she glared at Xiao Wan and raised her voice. Everyone come look. There are some poor country folks here who said they want to visit the bun shop just to smell the food. It was market day, and the streets were crowded with people coming and going. As soon as she called out, a crowd quickly gathered around the small stall. Mother, what if someone is here to cause trouble? Chin DeBeo asked, blinking his innocent eyes. If they're here to cause trouble. Xiao Wan narrowed her eyes like a sharp blade, looking toward the girl in the green dress who was still shouting loudly. The girl froze, frightened, and quickly stepped back. Only then did she feel the heavy pressure from Xiao Wan ease a little. She looked at Xiao Wan warily and stammered, "Why are you being so fierce? Did I say something wrong? Let me tell you, I'm a maid from the Qiao family. If you dare touch me, my lady won't let you go." Could it be that Qiao family? Xiao Wan raised an eyebrow and walked straight up to the maid in green, smiling lightly. Oh, I see. You kept calling others poor and rustic, so I thought you were some young lady from a noble family. Turns out you're just a maid. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The maid's face turned pale with anger. Even a maid is better than a commoner like you. I'm a commoner, and what are you then? Xiao Wan looked her up and down. A servant who has no freedom. You think you're better than me? Have you been serving so long that you've started to believe you're the master? You're just someone who bullies others because of who you serve. If your family hadn't been poor, would you have sold yourself into servitude? After only 2 years as a maid, you already think you're above everyone else. How shameful. Most of the people on the street were ordinary folk like Xiao Wan. Many had been bullied by servants of wealthy families before, but they rarely dared to speak up. They had disliked such arrogant servants for a long time. Today, the maid in green had insulted everyone by calling them poor and lowly, and now the crowd began to scold her. You all. The maid, furious and embarrassed, rushed forward to hit Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's eyes turned cold. She stepped back and lifted her foot, but before she could strike, the maid was suddenly thrown backward. With a loud thud, she hit the ground hard and cried out in pain. Don't you dare bully my wife. Qin Laosan, who had just hit someone, stood beside Xiao Wan looking innocent and pitiful, as if he were the one being bullied. Xiao Wan. So this simple-minded Qin Laosan is actually that skilled. The triplets. Is father really that amazing? Especially the lively second child, Qin Erbao, who looked at Qin Laosan with shining eyes, as if he had just found something exciting. Wife. Qin Laosan, a little nervous, moved closer to Xiao Wan. You're amazing, husband. Xiao Wan praised him casually, just as she would praise the triplets. Qin Laosan's eyes sparkled with joy, and his grin nearly reached his ears. It was almost too much to watch. What's going on here? At that moment, a gentle and graceful voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a young woman in a light blue pleated dress walking slowly toward them. Her features were delicate, her figure graceful. She wasn't strikingly beautiful, but her calm and refined manner drew everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Miss, you're here. Please stand up for me. The maid in the green dress, seeing her, looked as if she had found her savior. Crying loudly, she stumbled forward and tried to grab the young woman's leg. In public, shouting and losing her composure. How improper. Before the maid could touch the young woman's dress, an older woman in a traditional silk jacket, her hair neatly pinned with a silver hairpin, stepped in to block her. The older woman's stern expression showed that she held a respected position in the household. The maid in green clearly feared her. With just one glance, she dropped to her knees and dared not speak again. The young woman looked around at the crowd, then at the maid, and asked softly what happened. Mississippi. The maid had planned to complain about Xiao Wan, but the onlookers were too eager to talk. Everyone spoke at once, leaving her no chance to explain. Soon, with the help of the stall owner, the whole story was told clearly from beginning to end. Miss Qiao, that child is only 2 or 3 years old. Everyone could tell he meant no harm. But your maid. The stall owner stopped, unwilling to say more in front of her employer. The young woman understood. She listened patiently, then gracefully bowed to the crowd and thanked them. Then she turned to Xiao Wan. It turns out I was rude to my maid. I apologize to you, young lady. I hope you will forgive her this time.
Wait.
Third uncle. As the girl spoke, she suddenly noticed Qin Lao San beside Xiao Wan. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but shout. After shouting, she looked back at Xiao Wan and asked uncertainly, Are you? Cousin Xiao, Cousin Xiao, I am Xian. Xiao Xian. Seeing Xiao Wan's calm expression and lack of reaction, Xiao Xian thought she had been forgotten and reminded her. Xiao Wan coldly responded. And then, actually from the moment Xiao Xian appeared, Xiao Wan recognized her. Thinking about it, when she first took over the main family's property and schemed to marry Qin Lao San, this girl really played a big part. In the past, when her biological parents were still around, Xiao Xian envied and flattered her. After her parents disappeared, she became jealous, plotted against her, and revealed her true self after pretending for over 10 years. Every time she saw the original owner, she wanted to step on her. She really doesn't know what she was thinking today. Pretending to be close sisters, but what is she really trying to do? Seeing that Xiao Wan was unaffected, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Xiao Xian's eyes, but she quickly hid it. She lowered her gaze slightly, adjusting her mood. Suddenly, she reached out, took Xiao Wan's arm, and slipped a delicate yellow dragon jade bracelet onto her wrist. I was ignorant before. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, and let's continue to be good sisters, okay? Xiao Wan shook off her hand. If all mistakes could be forgiven just by saying I was wrong, then wouldn't everyone be able to do whatever they want without consequences? Xiao Xian's face turned bright red. You don't need to flatter me. I won't forgive you. You don't need to apologize for your maid either, because we've already disciplined her. There's no medicine for regret in this world, and I don't believe you. Xiao Xian, truly regret anything. Xiao Xian, whatever you're planning, I advise you to just be a decent person. After speaking, Xiao Wan paid for her meal, then turned and left with the 3 children. Xiao Xian stood there, watching their distant figures, blinking thoughtfully. Huaxi village is a bit far from the town. It costs 20 coins for an adult to ride a one-way ox cart back to the village. In the morning, everyone was busy selling things, and many people were still riding in cars. On the way back, no one was in a hurry. To save 20 coins, few people took the car. Today, Xiao Wan needed to buy many things. For convenience, she rented Li Songzi's ox cart for 200 coins. On the way home, the sky was still bright, and warm sunlight shone on the cart, easing some of the cold. The 3 little buns woke up early, wandered around for a long time, ate well, and then fell asleep on the cart. Old Qin sat on the cart, holding Big Bao and Second Bao, feeling very bored. He looked at the scenery by the roadside from time to time. Little Qiao, can Old Third's illness be cured? As the ox cart slowly left the town, Li Songzi looked at Old Third with curiosity and asked, Isho Hall can't cure it, but I heard that there was a doctor named Wu at Isho Hall before. His medical skills were very good. If I can find him, I think he can cure it, Xiao Wan said. Dr. Wu? Li Songzi paused his whip and asked in surprise, Is that the doctor who was chased out of Isho Hall after a misdiagnosis and disappeared? Yes, Xiao Wan nodded. Li Songzi looked at her puzzled. Then why do you still dare to look for him? Xiao Wan opened a quilt and gently placed the sleeping Qin Beibei inside, signaling Old Third to put Big Bao and Second Bao together. Unexpectedly, Old Third also crawled in. She smiled helplessly and helped cover them with the quilt. He is my father's direct disciple. Xiao Wan's father was a famous doctor in this area, and Isho Hall was founded by him. Could Wu be his direct disciple? Li Songzi was surprised and opened his mouth wide. He wanted to advise Xiao Wan not to rush into treatment, but the words caught in his throat. At this moment, Xiao Wan was a little sleepy. She closed her eyes slightly, planning to rest for a short while. Suddenly, after a few steps, the ox cart stopped. She instinctively opened her eyes and saw 5 careless ruffians walking over with mischievous smiles, blocking the road in the middle. Lee Songzi looked at them in horror. "W, what do you want to do?" One of the S, without saying a word, grabbed Lee Songzi by the collar and threw him out of the cart. A tall, strong man swaggered over to Xiao Wan, his eyes full of evil intent. He looked her up and down several times, then suddenly grinned wildly and waved to his men. "Good, very good. Take everyone and go." A skinny man behind him looked surprised. "Big brother, isn't this just a robbery? Who asked you to tell me what to do?" The tall man snapped, kicking the skinny man hard. He then shouted at the others, "Hurry up. Take the cart, the stuff, and these people." The 3S immediately rushed toward the cart where Xiao Wan and her family were. Xiao Wan raised her eyebrows, grabbed Lee Songzi's whip, and swung it at them. The 3 men were caught off guard and were whipped away, falling heavily to the ground. "Well done, wife." Old Qin, who had just woken up, saw this and clapped like a child. "Isn't she just a weak woman? How does she know martial arts?" One of the fallen men, clutching his chest, cursed as he got up. Another had broken 2 ribs and was still lying on the ground. The skinny figure behind the boss swallowed hard and took a step back. "That woman, today I will kill you," the boss said, raising his strong arm to strike. He was a skilled fighter. Xiao Wan stayed alert, ready to fight. But before she could move, Old Qin kicked out and sent the tall, muscular man flying. "Bad guys. How dare you bully my wife? I'll beat you to death." The 2 smaller S who had just gotten up also didn't stand a chance. Qin beat them all to the ground. They huddled in fear, covering their heads, trying to run but unable to. They kept crying, "Please, hero, spare us. Please, hero." Seeing they were all beaten into a mess, Xiao Wan stopped Qin and looked down at them. "Who sent you here?" "No one." The tall, strong man shook his head. "We saw you buy a lot of things and decided to take the opportunity." Xiao Wan sneered coldly, then nodded at Qin and slowly said 3 words, "Keep fighting." The strong man called the boss was really scared after being beaten. He cried and said, "It was a woman. She looked like a maid from a wealthy family. She only told us that you would pass by here and that you had a lot of money. She bought many things and told us to come and steal from you."
She also said,
"She said your family only has 1 adult, so even if we hurt you, no one would stand up for you. So we didn't need to worry. But miss, I really don't know her. I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. Please just forgive us," he begged, crying out in pain. Could she be the one from Xiao Xian's family? Zhao Wan understood this clearly. She knew catching these little troublemakers wouldn't help. The real mastermind probably wouldn't be easy to find. Even if they did find out, they probably already had a plan to escape. Zhao Wan kicked the big and said firmly, "Let's forget about this for now. If you dare to bother me again, things won't be as simple as this. We won't dare again, miss." "We won't," the herdly said, thanking her. He and his brothers helped each other up and prepared to leave. At that moment, Zhao Wan suddenly heard Qin Beibei crying loudly. She quickly turned around and saw the skinny man who had been following the had somehow climbed onto the ox cart. When they weren't paying attention, he picked up Qin Beibei and ran away. Zhao Wan's eyes widened. She cursed herself for being careless and hurried after them. But she didn't expect they had a carriage. Seeing the man carry Qin Beibei onto the carriage and ride farther away, Zhao Wan was anxious and worried. Next to her, Qin Laosan saw this and instinctively picked up a small stone, throwing it at the horse's leg. The horse neighed loudly and reared up, throwing the skinny man and Qin Beibei off the carriage. Zhao Wan watched nervously and shouted, "Beibei!" Qin Laosan tiptoed and leapt into the air. Just as he was about to catch Qin Beibei, a small gray figure moved even faster and caught her safely in its arms. Qin Laosan was stunned. Just as the danger passed, it was as if magic had disappeared. He fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Here!" Zhao Wan ran over, and the gray little figure voluntarily handed Qin Beibei back to her. "Mommy." Qin Beibei was terrified and clung tightly to Zhao Wan's neck. "It's okay now, darling. Mother is here, everything is fine." Xiao Wan tightly hugged her, feeling still a bit scared. After about 2 minutes, once Qin Beibei's emotions settled, Qiaowan looked at the boy who had just saved her. The boy was about 6 or 7 years old, with delicate features, fair skin, and a small, serious face. His bright eyes, like black gemstones, showed calmness and wisdom beyond his age. At this moment, he was gazing eagerly at Qin Beibei. Qiaowan raised her eyebrows and bowed slightly to the boy. "Thank you, young sir, for saving my little girl. I am very grateful. May I ask your honorable name?" Hearing this, the boy looked away, his expression becoming cold and distant. "You're welcome." He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a little adult, and nodded to Qiaowan. Then he subtly glanced at Qin Beibei, who was still hiding her face in her mother's arms, seeming a bit shaken. He thought for a moment, then took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Qiaowan. He turned and got into a shabby donkey cart. "Oh, that calming pill you made yourself. Young sir, you are quite generous this time." Before Qiaowan could take the medicine, a thin old man dressed in rough cloth suddenly jumped out from behind the donkey cart. His eyes flicked quickly over Qin Beibei, then turned to the boy sitting on the cart. Since it was rare for his grandson to be interested in anything besides studying, the little girl was a bit thin but quite cute. Maybe being a child bride wouldn't be so bad. The old man smiled kindly, stroking his long beard, and looked at Qiaowan with a gentle expression. "His name is Jiang Yuni. I think the little girl is quite adorable. Since there's no way to repay her kindness, how about she becomes your wife?" Qiaowan was speechless. "Grandpa." Jiang Yuni frowned and looked warningly at the old man. The old man tensed up but still looked longingly at Qin Beibei. Jiang Yuni's eyes turned cold. "Come on." Suddenly, he turned his head and called out behind him. "No need. No need." The old man looked shocked and immediately behaved himself. He quickly climbed onto the donkey cart, muttering, "Young man, I am your grandpa. Do you understand? After all these years, hasn't your father taught you what respecting elders and loving the young means? You threaten me every day and have no manners at all. Have all those years of reading gone to waste?" Little Jiang Yuni ignored him, nodded slightly to Qiaowan, and the coachman flicked his whip, driving the carriage toward the town. "Not cute at all. Boy, I'm telling you, with that attitude, you'll never find a wife." Even from afar, the old man's voice could still be heard. Qiaowan's lips twitched as she looked at the stunned troublemakers still standing there. "Miss, we're not with Dagwa." The burly leader felt a chill under Qiaowan's cold gaze and hurried to explain. But after thinking for a moment, he realized that wasn't quite right. So he quickly added with a bitter face, "No, we are together, but I didn't order him to take your child. Every wrong has its cause, every debt its owner. Miss, look, I've caught Dagwa for you. You can deal with him however you want. Could you let us go?" Qiaowan said nothing, quietly watching the group. When they were about to break under the pressure, she finally looked away and said to the one called Dagwa, "Take him with you."
Huh.
The others were stunned, not understanding what she meant. "Send him to the county office, or question him yourselves. Find out who ordered him. I want the answer in 3 days." Qiaowan still had to take the child home and had no time to handle this herself. "Yes, miss." That meant she was letting them go. The leader's heart leapt with joy. He bent low and hurried to her side. "Don't worry, miss. I'll find out in 2 days. No, 1 day.
But
How should I tell you the result? I'll come to you." Xiaowan took out a piece of paper and a brush from her sleeve and quickly wrote down their offenses. "These are the wrongs you committed today. Sign it." The leader's smile froze instantly. "What's wrong? Not willing?" Xiaowan's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. "Of course not."
I'm willing.
"Very willing." The man shivered, quickly took the paper, and handed it to a thin, timid-looking fellow. That man read it carefully several times before signing his name with a bitter face. The others followed, pressing their fingerprints beside their names. Someone among them could actually read? Xiaowan raised her eyebrows and put away her paper and pen. "In 3 days, meet at the town gate. Don't try any tricks, or you won't be able to handle my methods. After speaking, she got on the ox cart, and her family happily headed back down the mountain. Mother, you must go see. The door lock at home is broken. Back home, Xiaowan helped old Qin unload things, and the three little ones, being sensible, helped carry some bags. Suddenly, Qin Bebe ran back quickly, grabbed her, and pointed at the kitchen door. Xiaowan looked in the direction she pointed and saw that the kitchen door was indeed open, and the lock was missing. She shifted her gaze and saw two gaps on the main hall and bedroom doors, with the locks also missing. Could it be a theft? Xiaowan took a few steps forward to check, but just then, she heard the door creak open from inside. The three little ones were startled and hurriedly stood beside Xiaowan. Ugh, what is this? They hid pretty well. A dark gray figure cursed as it came out. The three children all widened their eyes. What are you doing in my house? Qin Erbao was the first to react, asking sternly. Qin Bebe looked at the yard sadly. Little brother, Annie must be here to take our things. Qin Debao shook his head quietly. We just got home. Annie probably doesn't know we bought things. She's here to steal money. The three children looked at each other and then turned to Xiaowan. Xiaowan gently patted their heads and stepped forward. Why are you back so soon? Sure enough, who sure saw them first, froze for a moment, then glared at Xiaowan and asked harshly, Third family, where's the money? Where did I put the money I gave you yesterday? She crossed her arms and angrily glared at Xiaowan. You, from the third family, don't be shameless. I am your mother-in-law. Even if we are no longer related, I am still your elder. Hurry up and take out the money, you useless woman. Why did you buy so many things? As she spoke, she raised her small, sharp eyes and saw a big pile of items by the roadside. She hurried over to look, touch, and examine. So many good things, you must have spent little money. No wonder I couldn't find any cash. It turns out you, this wasteful woman, bought everything. Songzi, don't unload. Don't unload. Load all these things onto the car and send them to Andy's house. Li Songzi stood there awkwardly, stunned. Xiaowan didn't want to fight with Hushur at first, but seeing her behave like this, she felt she was too kind. That's why Hushur kept bullying her again and again. Xiaowan finally lost her temper. She grabbed Hushur's collar and dragged her toward the door. Hushur, what are you doing? Let go of me. Hushur was frightened by the murderous look in her eyes. She struggled and cursed loudly. I am your mother-in-law, your elder. If you treat me like this, you will be struck by lightning from the heavens. Struck by lightning? Xiaowan sneered. It seems the heavens still have eyes. They seem to agree with what I'm doing, and they haven't struck me down. Help. Help. My daughter-in-law is hitting her mother-in-law, Hushur shouted loudly, throwing a tantrum. What are you doing? The village chief was on his way to Xiaowan's house. Hearing Hushur's screams, he hurriedly quickened his steps to come over. He saw Xiaowan pulling Hushur's collar as if they were really fighting. Even if Hushur had done wrong, no daughter-in-law should hit her mother-in-law. He looked at Xiaowan with disapproval and coldly said, Xiao Xiao, let go of your mother-in-law quickly. Xiaowan, hearing this, released Hushur. Village chief, help. Please save me. Xiao Shur is crazy. She's trying to beat me for no reason. Help! Hushur ran to his side, crawling and crying loudly. You're talking nonsense. Qin Erbao's eyes turned red with anger. He glared at Hushur and shouted, You are the one who first stole our silver and robbed our things. It was you who refused to give us a way to live, and that's why my mother acted. Mrs. Hu angrily glared at second brother Qin and cried out, Where there is a mother, there is a child. Village chief, look at this. This is the good son taught by the Qiao family. The whole family is ungrateful. Mrs. Hu, I didn't want to argue with you because of our past relationship, Xiaowan said softly, gently patting second brother Qin's head with a cold smile. But you keep slandering me, and now want to accuse my son. I can't just let this go. You know very well what you've done. It's not just you and me here. Songzi is watching too. Today, either you tell the truth and apologize in front of the village chief, or we will report this to the authorities. Bah. Don't try to scare me with the police. Mrs. Hu shouted angrily. I'm not easily scared, she yelled. And I won't apologize just because you say so. Then you'll find out in a few hours, Xiaowan said, not wanting to waste more words. She prepared to leave for the county with old third Qin and the children. You can't go. Mrs. Hu hurriedly ran out to stop them, panicked. Reporting parents can get you into trouble. Can you handle that? Mrs. Hu tried to scare Xiaowan. Mrs. Hu, how many times do I have to remind you? We already cut ties yesterday, Xiaowan said sarcastically, without stopping her steps.
You.
Mrs. Hu was helpless and looked to the village chief for help. The village chief, Li Wenshan, felt awkward after what just happened. He cleared his throat, blushing, and called out to Xiaowan's family. Village chief, either apologize or report to the authorities. I, Xiaowan, am not someone you can push around, she said firmly. Even Uncle Li stopped calling her, showing he was really annoyed. Li Wenshan's face alternated between red and white as he glared at Mrs. Hu several times, then said irritably, If you don't want to report, then apologize. What? I need to apologize? I'm her mother-in-law. How can elders apologize to juniors? Mrs. Hu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Elder? What kind of elder are you? Li Wenshan was furious inside and grew more impatient. You think cutting ties is a joke? That document from yesterday was signed in vain. Who's sure you are now completely disconnected from the third brother? If Xiao Qiao reports you today, the county magistrate will likely charge you with trespassing and theft, and you could end up in prison for many years. Your son and grandson's future careers might also be affected. Old Qin might even divorce you in anger. Don't you think you should apologize instead of waiting to be imprisoned and abandoned? Hu Shi was completely stunned and scared. She used to steal things from Xiaowan often, but it was never this serious. At this moment, she suddenly regretted cutting ties. She slowly moved toward Xiaowan and said, That third brother's family, I am your mother-in-law after all. Could you please? Looks like I should just report this, Xiaowan said, and turned to leave. All right, I'll apologize. Hu Shi was anxious and quickly stopped them, mumbling reluctantly, Sorry. Xiaowan looked at her coldly. Sorry for what? Qiao family, don't go too far. Hu Shi initially just wanted to bluff her and get it over with. But she didn't expect Xiaowan to be so disrespectful. She shouted angrily, wanting to cause trouble. But when she saw Xiaowan's cold, sharp eyes, she backed down. She lowered her head as if losing all her spirit and whispered, Sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your silver, shouldn't have taken your things, and shouldn't have called you ungrateful. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again, I swear. That's not enough. Xiaowan took out a blank sheet of paper and quickly wrote down Hu Shi's wrongdoings today. Sign it. Hu Shi's eyes turned red with anger, but she clenched her teeth and pressed her fingerprint. Today I'll forgive you, Hu Shi. But if it happens again, don't blame me for being harsh, Xiaowan said coldly, pocketing the paper with the list of her crimes. Hu Shi's eyes burned with fury, but because of the evidence in Xiaowan's hands, she dared not lash out. She could only leave in disgrace. Xiao Qiao, today's matter has made you suffer, Li Wenshan said sincerely after Hu Shi left. But Hu Shi is still your mother-in-law. If this gets out, it won't be good for you and the children. I know, Uncle Li. Honestly, today Hu's family was able to apologize and the village chief played a big part in that. Xiaowan smiled and nodded, choosing to change the subject gently. She softly asked, You're coming over now, is there something you need? Oh, it's like this. The land that old Qin's family returned to you is right next to the residential land you're planning to buy. There's also a piece of wasteland nearby, about 20 acres. I came to ask if you're interested. Although the wasteland is overgrown with weeds and bushes, making it hard to farm, it is very cheap. Plus, in recent years, the government has focused on farming. To encourage people to develop new land, they issued a rule that the first 3 years after reclaiming wasteland are tax-free. Many families in the village with little land have bought some. If Lu's family hadn't taken a fancy to this 20 acres, it would probably have been bought by villagers long ago. But now, news of Lu's family's trouble hasn't spread yet, so no one has bought the land for now. In a few days, that might change. The village chief was one of the first to hear the news. In the past, he wouldn't have considered giving Qiao on such a good deal. but after meeting her yesterday, his opinion changed. Originally, he came today just to do her a favor and ask if she wanted to buy the land. But unexpectedly, something else happened just now. To make up for her, he thought for a moment and suddenly said, "If you want, I can talk to the officials. I'll sell it to you at 200 coins per acre." What do you think? Xiao Wan, having all the memories of the original owner, knew very well the prices of this time. "Uncle Lee, if you could sell me that piece of wasteland first, I would be very grateful. I wouldn't want to take such a big advantage from you." She took out 10 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed it to Li Winshan. "All right then, I want the whole piece of wasteland. But about the price, let's stick to 500 coins per acre. Here's 10 taels of silver. Please take it." After she finished speaking, she saw the village chief still hesitating to refuse. She hurriedly added, "If the villagers find out I bought the land at only 200 coins per acre, they would definitely have opinions. Uncle Lee, I know you're doing this out of kindness, thinking of our family's difficulties, and trying to help us. But I can't let you suffer for it." "All right then," the village chief thought for a moment and no longer declined. After chatting with Xiao Wan for a while and helping her put things back home with her son Li Songzi, I finally left. At the barren land, Xiao Wan only had about 7 taels of silver left. After tidying up the house and seeing that it was still early, she took a sickle and some thin thread, then went alone into the forest. It was her first time going up the mountain, so she didn't go too far. She just looked for a quiet corner based on the footprints, cut some branches, tied them with thin thread, and made a few small traps. Then she placed rice and carrots, which are special products from her space, into the traps and added a few drops of spiritual spring water. After that, she left. She originally wanted to wander around nearby to get familiar with the mountain, see if there were mushrooms or bamboo shoots, and look for other ways to make money. But after walking a few steps, she suddenly heard the flapping of wild chickens. When she looked back, she saw a big rooster caught in a trap. How could it be so stupid? She rolled her eyes and went back to pick up the wild chicken, throwing it into her space. Turning around, she saw another wild chicken caught not far away. She blinked and tidied up around the trap. Before long, she had caught 2 wild chickens and 3 rabbits. Seeing more small animals coming here one after another, Xiao Wan finally realized something was wrong. The things growing in her space seemed to have a deadly attraction for animals. Worried about attracting large wild beasts, she hurried over to retrieve all the bait from the traps. But just after collecting half of it, she suddenly heard the sound of running footsteps in the woods. Her brow furrowed, and she quickly jumped onto a branch. She saw about 30 meters away a wild boar chasing after a small white furry ball about the size of her palm. The small furry ball moved quickly, agile and lively. The wild boar charged several times, but couldn't catch it. Instead, it was jumped on and scratched several times. It looked very small, but its claws were extremely sharp, hitting accurately. Soon, the wild boar's face and body were covered with blood marks. Yowl. After being injured repeatedly, the wild boar was furious. It roared loudly and suddenly charged at the small furry ball like a headless fly. The small furry ball jumped and ran in all directions. Unknowingly, or perhaps intentionally, within a few breaths, it skillfully climbed onto the tree where Xiao Wan was standing. The wild boar couldn't climb trees. Seeing this, it stood stunned under the tree for a second, then started wildly smashing the trunk. Xiao Wan was shaken so hard that she almost fell off. "Hey, piggy, piggy. Every grudge has its cause. Your enemy is that thing, not me. Don't attack everything you see." Seeing the little furball jump in front of her, Xiao Wan quickly grabbed its tiny tail, planning to throw it down from the tree. But the little creature's claws seemed to have suction power. It clung tightly to her clothes, and no matter how many times she tried, she couldn't pull it off. The tree was about to be knocked down by the wild boar, so she had no choice but to let it go for now. "I'll deal with you later," she muttered through gritted teeth. She took a rope from her storage space and tied herself to the tree. Then she pulled out a bow and arrow, aimed at the wild boar, and released several sharp arrows. One of them hit the boar right in the throat. The wild boar let out 2 loud cries, struggled for a moment, and then fell to the ground. Thankfully, she had learned some fighting and hunting skills in her previous life. Feeling relieved, Xiaowan jumped down from the tree. The little furball happily followed her, running ahead. Xiaowan looked down at it. The tiny creature sat on the ground, putting its little paws together as if apologizing, its expression both cute and pitiful. Now she could see it clearly. It was a snow-white kitten, no bigger than her palm, round and fluffy, like a little snowball. Its eyes were a deep, crystal-like purple, shining like two beautiful gems. At another time, Xiaowan might have found it adorable and wanted to pet it. But right now, she was still angry and didn't want to bother with it. She gently pushed the kitten aside and walked to the wild boar, pulling out the arrow still stuck in its throat. Blood spilled out as the boar twitched a few more times before finally going still. Xiaowan bent down to check and found that the boar was quite large, probably around 300 pounds. Catching such a big one meant she couldn't continue her journey today. She turned to pack up the remaining bait and head home. But when she looked back, she saw that the little kitten had already run to the trap and eaten all the leftover bait without triggering the mechanism. When Xiaowan looked over, she seemed to sense something. She raised her fuzzy front paw, elegantly wiped her mouth, then let out a soft meow, as if she wasn't quite finished with her thoughts. Xiaowan made a dismissive face, put the wild boar into her space, and headed down the mountain. Near home, she finally took out the wild boar and carried it on her shoulder. Oh my, isn't that little Xiao? Such a big wild boar. Did you hunt it? On the way, some women who were gathering vegetables and mushrooms on the mountain saw Xiaowan carrying a wild boar and were all amazed. Xiaowan smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. We're out of money at home, so I thought I'd try my luck on the mountain. I didn't expect to be so lucky, just started hunting and already got this big boar. Exactly. Such a big one. It must weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds. Little Xiao, you're so lucky. Luckily, it's little Xiao who found it. If it had been us, we'd be in trouble. Yeah. But honestly, even though little Xiao looks gentle and fragile, she's really strong. This big wild boar, my husband probably couldn't lift it. She carried it so easily. I used to hear my son Taidan say that air bao is very strong. I thought it was because of the third child, but now I see it's because of little Xiao. As Xiaowan walked down the mountain, she met many people. Everyone who saw her carrying the wild boar gathered around, talking excitedly. Xiaowan listened with a smile and responded from time to time. Soon, news spread throughout the village that she had hunted a wild boar. Really a wild boar. Mrs. Reborn, the village chief's wife, heard the news and came over to join the fun. When she saw the half-sheared wild boar, she couldn't help but exclaim. Then, as if she remembered something, she hesitated and looked at Xiaowan, asking little Xiao, ever since Zhou Huai's father got hurt, I haven't had wild game. Do you think you'd sell this wild boar? Xiaowan had already planned to take the boar to town to sell. Hearing this, she nodded. My husband is still handling things at home, so it might be a little while before I can sell it. That's no problem, Mrs. Reborn said casually, waving her hand. There are a lot of people here. I just want to chat with everyone. Little Xiao, remember, you're saving the back leg for me. Oh, Miss Reborn, wild boar meat isn't cheap. Why did you buy so much? Next to her, an older woman also seemed interested but hesitated. Usually, wild boar meat is sold directly to restaurants and retail prices are much higher. She thought about it and felt a bit reluctant. It's not expensive, Aunt Wang. Seeing that the speaker was the kind lady who had helped her earlier this morning at the market, Xiaowan smiled politely. This wild boar cost the same as a domestic pig, 30 coins per gene. Old Four's wife was also nearby. Seeing Xiaowan get such a big wild boar, she felt jealous and angry. Thinking about how Xiaowan took 100 taels of silver from home yesterday to buy things like bedding and clothes, and how her mother-in-law didn't get anything cheap, she became even more annoyed. When she heard that the wild boar meat was 30 coins per gene, her eyes flickered. She shouted, Xiaowan, this wild boar was hunted from the mountain and you didn't even raise it. It's easy for you. You're charging 30 coins per gene from neighbors and relatives. That's really mean. Whether I'm mean or not has nothing to do with you. Chaowan didn't even look up. She poured a bucket of hot water, used to wash the wild boar, toward her and snorted coldly. I'm not selling to you. Yang's wife dodged quickly and got splashed all over. You, the Chow family, you're just too unreasonable. Yang's wife pointed at Chaowan, trembling with anger. Just bullying you, so what? Chaowan hammered the butcher knife onto the chopping board, her eyes cold, looking at her as if daring her to fight. Yang's wife was stunned and couldn't say a word. Enough, enough! The village chief's wife quickly stepped forward to stop Yang's wife, trying to smooth things over. This wild boar meat is precious. Even at 50 coins per gene in the market, it might be hard to buy. Little Chow is selling it for only 30 coins. She's being very kind. Yang's wife, please don't cause trouble. Yang's wife was furious. She shook off the village chief's wife's hand and shouted loudly, "This is Huaxi village, not a market. The wild boar she hunted was raised in our Huaxi mountains. I think this wild boar belongs to all of us, and she shouldn't be charging money. Hurrah!" Yang's wife, you must be crazy. After a brief silence, everyone around started laughing. Aunt Wang looked at her with disdain, and then turned to Chaowan. The village chief's wife is right, little Chow. 30 coins per gene is quite cheap. The remaining hind leg, Auntie will take it. Chaowan smiled calmly. No problem. Aunt Ru and Aunt Wang, I'll ask my husband to carry them back for you later. Oh, no need. With your small frame, you can carry a wild boar. The two of us are rougher than you, and we can definitely carry 2 big legs, Aunt Wang said cheerfully. Yes, little Chow, don't worry about them. Just give Annie 2 gene of the 3-line meat. Little Chow, I want 2 gene too. Chaowan, I want this piece of plum blossom meat all for myself. Hearing that it was 30 coins per gene, many people's minds started to get lively. You buy 2 gene, I buy 1 leg. Soon, the wild boar that Chaowan carried back was only left with its head and some pig offal. Watching the yard gradually quiet down, Chaowan told old Third Chin to pack up the stall. Then, she took a piece of deliberately left pork belly and knocked on the only neighbor's door, the Zhou family. The Zhou family has 4 members. The father is paralyzed in bed, the mother is cooking dinner, and the son Zhou Huai is not at home. The person who opened the door was a girl about 7 or 8 years old. The girl clearly recognized Chaowan. When she saw her, she shyly smiled and softly called out, "Big Sister Wan." Chaowan liked her very much. She smiled warmly and said, "Hey," as she took out 2 candies from her pocket and handed them to her. Seeing the candies, the girl instinctively swallowed and shook her head, not reaching out to take them. Chaowan then forced the candies into her hand and asked, "Xiaoying, is your mother at home?" Before she could answer, Zhou's wife in the kitchen heard the noise and hurried out to greet her. "It's Xiao Qiao. Auntie is at home. Come in quickly and sit in the main room." Chaowan stepped into the yard, placing the pork belly and a bag of tools on the stone table. "I won't go inside. This is the pig-killing tool that Dabo came to borrow earlier. Once the pig is slaughtered, I'll return it to you. I don't need this stuff. You can keep it if you need it," Zhou's wife said. Seeing that she wasn't going in, Zhou's wife brought out a small stool. When she saw the pork, she paused, quickly picked it up, and returned it to Chaowan. "You're not doing well yourself, so why bring meat here? The children are still young. You should take this meat back quickly and cook it for the kids. Annie, there's no need to be polite. I still have some at home." Chaowan put the meat back on the table. When Zhou Shi reached to take it, she quickly held her back. "This meat is specifically for Zhou Huai and Xiaoying. You can't refuse it. If you do, I might have to borrow some tools from you in the future, and that would be awkward." Zhou Shi looked at the meat, thinking of the man who was injured in a hunting accident 5 years ago and still bedridden, along with the 2 weak children at home. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Little Chow, thank you so much, Andy. It's nothing. I should be thanking you." Chaowan patted Zhou Shi's shoulder and then left the Zhou family. "Silver, jump. Silver, shake hands. Silver, lie down. Big brother, Silver is so clever. It understands everything I say." Chaowan had just left the Zhou family and was not far from home when she heard the giggling of Qin Beibei. She looked up and saw that the little fluff ball had somehow followed her back. Now, it was surrounded by the triplets, performing various cute actions as instructed by Qin Beibei. The triplets giggled happily around it, completely enchanted by the adorable creature. Qin Beibei was both surprised and delighted, clapping her hands excitedly. Mommy, mommy. Seeing Xiaowan return, she ran over happily, her eyes shining. She hugged Xiaowan tightly. The kitten is so cute. Did you bring it back from the mountains? Can I take care of it from now on? Mommy, I gave it a nice name, Eensy. That way, our family will have lots and lots of silver, right? Xiaowan's lips twitched. She instinctively glanced at the little fluff ball, which looked completely innocent. Suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for it. Such a cute little thing, and it has such a common name. Actually, it was pretty good, she nodded. Little brother, did you hear that? Mommy also thinks Eensy is a good name, Qin Beibei said happily, smiling sweetly. She proudly patted her chest. Eensy is just Eensy, Qin Erbao said, not minding. As long as Mommy approved, he had no objections. He also ran over, panting. Mommy, Eensy is really cute. It's very smart and understands everything my sister says. Can I help take care of it too? Although Qin Debao didn't speak, his eyes sparkled brightly as he looked at Xiaowan, eager and ready to try. Seeing the children so happy, Xiaowan decided not to worry about the little ball of fur secretly following her down the mountain without her permission. Okay, she nodded. Yay! The children cheered. That's great. Silver, Mother has agreed. From now on, you're part of this family. Don't worry, my brother and I will take good care of you. Qin Beibei happily hugged the little fur ball, rubbing her face against its soft, white fur, feeling very satisfied. Eensy responded by rubbing against her as well. Where's your dad? Xiaowan looked around but didn't see Qin Lao-san, who usually played with the children, so she asked casually. Dad said he's grown up now and needs to help Mother with chores, so he can't play with us anymore, Qin Beibei replied. Qin Debao nodded and pointed toward the kitchen. He's boiling water to wash the pig's head. Uncle Zhou Huai is also helping. Seeing Xiaowan head toward the kitchen, Qin Erbao quickly followed. Mother, Uncle Zhou Huai has been waiting for you. He said he needs to talk to you. Oh? What's it about? Xiaowan paused her steps. I don't know. Qin Erbao shook his head. Mother, Uncle Zhou Huai is a good person. He saw I liked practicing martial arts and Grandpa Zhou even guided me. Whatever he needs, if you can help, please do. So, the martial arts Qin Erbao practiced last night was taught by Uncle Zhou. Xiaowan suddenly understood. All right, I'll ask him, but I can't promise to help. She didn't want to make promises she might not keep, to avoid disappointing the children. At the same time, she was teaching Qin Erbao that nothing is absolute. Always leave some room for flexibility. I understand, Mother. Qin Erbao followed Xiaowan into the kitchen, where Qin Lao-san and Uncle Zhou had already cleaned the pig's head. Right now, Uncle Zhou was teaching Qin Lao-san how to wash the pig's entrails. Despite being only 10 years old, Qin Lao-san washed carefully and diligently, acting quite grown-up. Big Sister Wan, seeing Xiaowan return, he stood up nervously. This child had met the original owner before. When the original owner was busy, he sometimes helped take care of Debao and his siblings, giving them some food. Xiaowan greeted him kindly and straightforwardly said, Erbao told me you're waiting here for me. Is there something you want to ask? It seemed a bit difficult to say. Zhou Huai hesitated for a while before gathering courage and said, Sister Wan, I just want to ask if you will go hunting again in the future. If you do, can I come with you? Xiaowan raised an surprised eyebrow and confirmed, You want to go hunting on the mountain with me? Zhou Huai felt nervous under her gaze and hurriedly explained, I know, this request might be a bit much. But, Sister Wan, don't worry, just take me up the mountain. I will find my own prey and won't try to take from you. Also, if I catch anything, I can share some with you. They say children from poor families grow up quickly. Looking at Zhou Huai, Xiaowan felt a strange feeling in her heart. At this age, in modern times, he is only in 3rd or 4th grade. But here, he has already started to learn how to take care of a family. Xiaowan sighed. Zhou Huai, it's not that I don't want to take you, but I can't. I know you have some fighting skills, but the mountain is more dangerous than you think. You're still just a child, very young. If you encounter a big wild animal, I won't be able to protect you. Have you thought about what would happen if something went wrong when we go up the mountain? How would I explain it to your parents? Zhou Huai only thought about going hunting on the mountain and hadn't considered these things. Her words, like a fire extinguisher, doused all his hope. He realized that hunting wasn't as simple as he thought. He had been too naive.
I'm
Sorry, Sister Wan. Just pretend I never said anything, and don't tell my mother. Zhou Huai's hope was dashed, and he immediately felt down, hanging his head with a heavy heart. Seeing him like this, Xiao Wan couldn't bear it and thought for a moment before speaking again. All right, Xiao Huai, I made some bait myself, with some special ingredients inside. I tested it today on the mountain, and it seems to attract pheasants, rabbits, and such. Tonight I will make more, and tomorrow I will ask her Bao to bring it to you. I will also teach you how to make traps. So, even if you can't go hunting, at least your family won't have to worry about getting meat in the future. Xiaowan plans to dilute the spiritual spring water in her space tonight, then add ordinary rice and carrots to soak overnight. Tomorrow, after drying them out, the scent of the spiritual spring water on the bait will be much weaker. This way, she can catch small animals nearby without attracting danger hidden in the forest. It's very suitable for Zhou Huai. Thank you, Sister Wan. I can make traps, my father taught me. After seeing off Zhou Huai, Xiaowan asks old Qin to take the children to set up a chicken coop and release some wild chickens. Then she prepares the wild rabbits for marinating. Only after that does she start cooking and braising pig's head and offal. Mother, what are you doing? It smells so good. Xiaowan's spices for braising are all special products from her space. As soon as she starts boiling, the aroma spreads out. The triplets, playing with a small furry ball in the yard, smell the scent, swallow hard, and run into the kitchen, staring eagerly at the pot. Xiaowan laughs and takes out some lean meat and pig intestines, cutting them for them. This is braised meat. Come, try some first. The rest can be eaten at mealtime. Mother, these pig intestines are so tasty, not at all greasy. Little foodie Qin Bebe squints happily. Qin Erbao nods along. Much better than the ones in town today. Xiao Wan's eyes light up. Today she sold a wild boar and their total assets are only 15 taels. They still need more to build a house. She has space so she could go hunting in the mountains, but if she catches big game every day, it might raise suspicion. Meat is expensive, and many families can't afford to eat it often. Maybe she can buy pig heads and offal to braise, and then sell them in town? Xiao Wan is a doer. The next morning, she goes to town again, buys 2 pig heads and offal, and braises them in the leftover marinade from yesterday, filling a large pot. Early that day, just before dawn, Li Songzi's ox cart arrives at Xiao Wan's house. Since it's not market day, there are few people in the village, so Xiao Wan simply rents Li Songzi's ox cart for 400 won. On the way, Xiao Wan and old Qin sit in front, driving the cart. The children, still sleepy, she pulls out a quilt, sets up a simple curtain, and arranges the kids and the small furry ball in the back. Just as the sun rises, their family arrives in town. Other streets are still quiet, but the vegetable selling area has already become lively. Xiao Wan found a quiet spot, paid 10 coins for rent, set up a table, and displayed the braised meat. Then she lit a small stove and boiled the braising liquid. The strong aroma spread quickly, attracting a group of passers-by. Miss, what are you selling? It smells so good. Xiao Wan cut the freshly heated braised meat, mixed it with sauce, and handed a piece to each person. It's just been heated.
Try it.
1 jean costs only 30 coins. Pig meat costs 30 coins per jean. Pig heads and offal are cheap. A set costs about 200 coins. Xiao Wan calculated that at 30 coins per jean, she would make a good profit. Wow, miss, this is too expensive. Can you lower the price? I want to buy 2 jean, said an older woman after tasting it, her eyes shining with excitement. She wanted to buy, but felt it was a bit costly and naturally tried to bargain. Xiao Wan chuckled. Madam, this isn't premium meat, but it's still a meat dish. The neighboring stall sells braised meat for 80 coins per jean. 30 coins is quite reasonable. That's true. Okay, Give me 2 Jin, the woman said happily, paying quickly. I want 2 Jin too. Give me 5 Jin. More people kept buying. Fortunately, with old third Chin helping to pack and the 3 children helping to collect money, Xiaowan felt busy, but not overwhelmed. In less than an hour, more than half a large basin of braised meat was sold. Wow, miss, business is good. The woman who bought first came back as Xiaowan was taking a break. Xiaowan had a good impression of her and smiled politely. Thanks to you. It's not thanks to me. It's because your cooking is so delicious, the woman said cheerfully, pointing at the remaining meat. Please pack all of this for me. All of it, Xiaowan confirmed again. Yes, all of it. As Xiaowan started packing, the woman chatted casually. Miss, you might not know. I am Wu's cook. Coincidentally, I was buying vegetables when I met my employer leaving. She smelled this aroma and couldn't stop herself. She insisted I come out and buy more to take home. Will you come to sell here again? I will come. Xiaowan nodded and handed her the packed meat. Then I'll come again next time. The older woman took the meat, paid, and then turned to leave. Xiaowan smiled as she saw her off and began to pack up her stall. Just as she started working, she saw a girl dressed in a beautiful purple dress with butterfly patterns walk down from a fancy carriage. The girl approached them happily and called out, Cousin, third uncle. Why is she so persistent? Xiaowan glanced at her, ignoring her as if she was air, and continued packing her things. Cousin, the girl came closer again. Excuse me, Xiaowan said softly, lifting her table and basin. When she saw the girl blocking her way, she gently said 2 words and turned away. Xiao Xian instinctively moved aside, but Xiaowan simply stepped past her, placing the table and basin on the carriage without even looking at her. You're being too much. Although Xiao Xian's mother was only a concubine in the Qiao family, Qiao's second master only had her as his daughter, so they were very favored. In the Qiao household, even the lady of the house wouldn't dare offend the young lady. How dare this woman, now a village wife, show such disrespect to the young lady? The maid beside Xiao Xian was angry and reached out to grab Xiaowan. Xiao Xian quickly stopped her and sternly looked at her maid. Yinxing, the older cousin, is the daughter of the eldest uncle. She is your mistress no matter what. Who gave you the courage? Don't lay a hand on her. Miss, I was wrong. Yinxing was flexible and quickly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Don't let it happen again, Xiao Xian said coldly, then moved closer to Xiaowan and old third Qin. Cousin, third uncle, I was planning to come back to Huaxi village to see you today, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Since that's the case, let's talk here. Xiaowan stayed silent. Old third Qin didn't understand, and no one paid her any attention. Xiao Xian seemed used to this, and didn't feel awkward. She continued. Do you remember the maid who had a conflict with you last time? Her name is Duwan. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I scolded her after she bumped into you last time. I thought it was over, but last night I found out she not only didn't change, but also held a grudge. That day, she even hired someone to stop you on your way home. Today, I came to bring her here to apologize to you. After she finished speaking, she called out, Yao Mama, and the old maid who had been following Xiao Xian brought the girl in green dress with her. Older cousin, she is a servant of the Qiao family. The contract of sale is here. I am giving it to you now. You can do whatever you want with her. Equals, miss, I know I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please forgive me, the servant begged. When Xiao Xian heard this, the green-dressed maid's face turned pale. She hurriedly ran to Xiaowan, reaching out to hold her leg, but Xiaowan easily dodged away. She was clearly stunned for a moment, then moved forward again. Get away, don't touch my lady. Qin Lao Sen kicked her aside. The maid in the green dress screamed and fell to the ground. But ignoring her pain, she quickly got up and desperately kowtowed to Xiaowan. Soon, blood was flowing from her forehead, but she acted crazily, continuing to kowtow and muttering, Miss, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me or my family. No, if you want to kill, then kill me. I will die to atone. Yes, I will die to atone. She spoke incoherently and then threw herself at a nearby pillar. The onlookers gasped in shock, some even closing their eyes in fear. Xiao Wan's eyes narrowed. It was too late to intervene. She could only shout loudly, "We must not let her die." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Laosen swung his whip, grabbed the maid's arm, pulled her back, and threw her to the ground. "That's a relief. That's a relief." The crowd sighed in relief. Some kindly held the maid in green and advised, "Miss, I think she didn't want to kill you. She was just worried. If you made a mistake, admit it properly, and she will forgive you." Then they turned to Xiao Wan, saying, "Miss, you should show mercy. She knows she was wrong. Forgive her. Forcing someone to death is a crime. Yes, yes, let her go. She's so young, yet she pushed someone to death. That's really cruel." People started talking among themselves. At first, they were just persuading Xiao Wan, but then someone started criticizing her. By now, if Xiao Wan still didn't realize she was being set up, she would truly be a fool. "Xiao Xian, don't you want to say something?" Xiao Wan's eyes turned cold as she looked at Xiao Xian hiding behind the crowd. "If you don't want to speak, we can report this to the authorities." Xiao Xian's eyes flickered slightly, and she secretly glared at the maid in the green dress. Then she gracefully smiled and stepped forward. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand my older sister. Actually, this whole thing was my maid's fault. She was the one who first challenged my sister. It was right for my sister to teach her a lesson, but she didn't admit her mistake and instead caused trouble, disturbing everyone. I apologize on behalf of my maid. Older sister, I just wanted to explain to you, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known, I would have come to see you privately. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I'll take her back now." Xiao Xian was confident and polite, earning praise from the people around her. Xiao Wan sneered. "You only said she challenged me, but you didn't mention that she also hired us to rob our family. You say I scolded her and made her want to die, but you forget that she was crying and trying to hit a pillar from the start. I didn't say a word to her during all that. Honestly, the only person who wanted to deal with her was you. I don't understand why. Even though you said you would handle her, she just came up crying at me." Xiao Xian's face turned pale and white from her words, and she couldn't say anything. Xiao Wan looked at the crowd and asked loudly, "Those of you who said I have a cruel heart, what did you see me do or say? I was just selling something peacefully, so why do some people keep coming to cause trouble? And after causing trouble, you all act like victims, while I am the bad person. I want to ask, why is that? Who did I offend?" Xiao Xian clearly felt the change in everyone's eyes and attitude. Seeing everyone looking at her with curiosity, her expression darkened. Feeling wronged, she bit her lip and hurriedly explained, "No, older sister, I really didn't mean to. I just overheard someone say that she sent people to rob you, and I was so angry that I ran over without thinking. I didn't think it would cause so much trouble for you. I'm really sorry. Sorry doesn't help," Xiao Wan replied coldly. "Why is it that every time I meet you, I get into trouble?" Seeing the crowd look thoughtful, Xiao Wan smiled. "I'm really afraid of you now. Can you stay away from me in the future?" "Older sister." Xiao Xian stomped her foot in grievance. Xiao Wan no longer paid attention to her and calmly left in a cart, swaying gently. Seeing Xiao Wan's family walk farther away, Xiao Xian clenched her teeth and got into the carriage. As soon as the curtain was lowered, her gentle expression disappeared, replaced by a cold look. The maid in the green dress, Du Wan, knelt on the ground. The two other maids beside her were so frightened they didn't dare make a sound. "Miss, calm down. Old Madame Yu was a bit better." Seeing this, she calmly poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. "Calm down. How can I calm down?" Xiao Xian was still angry and refused to show any face. With a loud smack, she threw the teacup onto the table. The two maids hurried to clean up. Perhaps because she was nervous, one of the young maids accidentally spilled water on her. "Get out of here." Xiao Xian's eyes flashed with anger. She slapped the young maid. The young maid's face instantly turned red, with 5 finger marks visible, but she didn't dare to fight back. She only timidly stepped back. Xiao Xian, still not feeling satisfied, slapped Du Wan, who was kneeling on the ground. What kind of people did you find? You couldn't even catch Xiao Wan. And today, was it on purpose? My plans were all ruined because of you. Hearing this, Duan trembled in fear and quickly shook her head. Miss, I didn't do it on purpose. I was determined to succeed today. But I didn't expect that person's martial arts to be so good. They easily stopped me. I didn't mean to, please understand. That person's skills are naturally impressive. Xiao Xian snorted softly. She mentioned third old Qin, and surprisingly, her anger eased a lot. But Duan, death is a small punishment. Life imprisonment is hard to escape. After you go back, your family won't need to stay in the Qiao household anymore. Xiao Xian's expression was calm, as if her anger had been completely soothed. But her words made Duan very nervous. Their family were all servants of the Qiao household. Did she mean to sell them all? Her father had finally become a minor steward. If they were sold, she would be beaten to death. Duan trembled all over, constantly kowtowing and begging. Miss, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise, no matter what, I will catch that woman Xiao Wan this time. And you had received many benefits from Duan. Seeing the situation, she discreetly said, this matter has always been handled by Duan. Suddenly switching to someone unfamiliar might be troublesome. Let's give her another chance. If she does well, she can earn her credit. If not, she can be punished later. Xiao Xian seemed to be thinking and looked coldly at Duan several times. When the carriage reached home, she reluctantly nodded. Duan felt like she had been given a reprieve and sat on the ground, so frightened she couldn't get up for a long time. Leaving the vegetable street, Xiao Wan went to the meat stall from yesterday to buy 2 pig heads and 2 sets of pig offal. She also bought all the future pig heads and offal for her small stall at 180 coins per set. Passing by a pastry shop, she bought 2 jin of roasted chestnuts and osmanthus cakes for the children. Relaxed and carefree, she arrived at the town gate and saw that the burly man who had stopped them that day was already waiting there. The weather was a bit cold. He was breathing out fog and pacing back and forth. Seeing Xiao Wan and her group, he hurriedly greeted them with a smile, saying, Miss, you're here. Little Qin Bebe heard someone speaking and poked her head out. When she saw that it was an older man than Xiao Wan calling her Miss, her big round eyes were full of confusion. Softly, she asked, Uncle, my mother is so young and beautiful. Why do you call her Miss? The burly man choked and looked constipated. Haha. Qin Debao and Qin Erbao burst out laughing mercilessly. Xiao Wan's beautiful eyes also filled with a smile. She affectionately ruffled Qin Bebe's little hair and sternly told the burly man, Did you hear that? Don't call me Miss anymore. Then how should I address you? The burly man scratched his head awkwardly. Miss Xiao. Since he dared to come here, he must have already found out all the details of the matter. Xiao Wan was not surprised. She already knew his identity. She looked at the burly man with indifference, thought for a moment, and said, I am already married. You can call me Madam Qin. By the way, what's your name? Madam. My name is Wu Yong. I have already looked into the matter you asked me about last time. Before Xiao Wan could speak, Wu Yong continued, The person who hired us to rob you was a maid from the Qiao family in town, named Duan. That day, the dog that took your child's toy was acquainted with Duan. It seems he liked her. I heard Duan was scolded by you, and he was upset about it. He encouraged us to take revenge, which led to what happened that day. That dog dared to use us, but don't worry, I broke his legs and threw him out. Based on what Xiao Xian did today, Xiao Wan believes he is telling the truth. In 3 days, he found out so much. It seems he is quite useful. Xiao Wan looked Wu Yong over and said, I want you to keep watching Duan. 200 coins a day. What do you think? She had just checked, and a laborer in town earns only about 80 coins a day. Paying 200 coins to follow Duan is already a good deal. Wu Yong waved his hand. We are not strangers anymore, madam. If you need anything, just tell us. Don't worry about the money. The evidence is still in Xiao Wan's hands, so he wouldn't dare take her money. All right, it's settled then. 200 coins a day. Send someone to watch Duan. If she does anything, remember to tell me right away. On the way back, Qin Lao San was driving the cart. Xiao Wan, with nothing to do, took out all the coins she earned today and helped the children count. Even though the three children are young, they learn quickly. Especially Qin Dabao, who understands immediately and learns easily. He's like a genius. Soon, under his lead, the three finished counting the coins. Today, they sold over 1,700 coins. After paying 400 coins for the cart, another 400 for costs, and 10 coins for the stall fee, they earned a net profit of about 890 coins. That means she can earn about 22 taels of silver in a month. If she occasionally goes up the mountain to hunt, she could save enough money to build her house in less than 3 months. Xiao Wan was very happy with this amount. She carefully strung the coins together. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She looked thoughtfully at the triplets playing with a small ball and muttered to herself, "After the new year, they'll be 4 years old. I wonder if they'll accept a private school?" Qin Dabao sat beside her, staring blankly at her words. Then she blinked her big eyes in confusion and suddenly let go of the small ball of fluff. She tilted her head and looked at Xiao Wan, uncertainly asking, "Mother, are you talking about us?" "Yes," Xiao Wan nodded. Hearing this confirmation, Qin Dabao's eyes lit up. But then he looked a little disappointed and said, "I heard that private schools only take students over 6 years old. If Babe and I want to go to school, we have to wait 2 more years. I want to go to school too," Babe said excitedly, even though she didn't know what studying was. When she heard her brothers wanted to go, she cheered, "Mother, can I go to school too?" "Of course," Xiao Wan answered without hesitation. But Qin Dabao frowned like a little adult. "But I haven't heard of any private school that takes girl students." Xiao Wan paused her hand, counting coins. She came from the modern world and naturally believed in gender equality. She thought Babe could go to school too. But she forgot that in this era, women were treated unfairly and girls didn't have the chance to go to school. "Mother, what's wrong with girl children? Why doesn't everyone like girl children?" While thinking, Xiao Wan suddenly heard Babe's somewhat gloomy voice. She looked down and saw Babe with big, confused, and slightly sad eyes looking at her. Xiao Wan frowned lightly and looked at Babe seriously. "Who said everyone doesn't like girl children?" "Dad, and I like Babe very much. We like her too," Qin Dabao and Qin Erbao quickly agreed. "Then why do people call girl children worthless and refuse to let them go to private school?" Babe still looked confused. "That's because the village is poor and everyone doesn't have money for school. Their ideas are still quite backward." Xiao Wan pulled Babe into her arms and sat her on her lap, looking at her carefully. "Baby, in this environment, we can't change what others do. But you must remember that in Dad and Mom's hearts, you are just as important as your brothers. Our whole family loves you very much. You are a little treasure." "I understand, Mother. You're my big treasure too." Babe giggled and snuggled into Xiao Wan's arms. Xiao Wan hugged her tightly and continued, "In the future, you should listen less to the bad words in the village and definitely not follow them. Do you understand? Don't worry, in a couple of years, your brothers will go to school and you can't escape it." At this moment, Xiao Wan decided that once she had enough money, she would definitely hire a private tutor for Qin Bebe. Even if she couldn't change the times, she wanted her daughter to live more freely in the future. Xiao Wan sold braised meat for 2 days straight, using the village chief's ox cart. That morning, when she went to rent it again, Li Songzi looked uncomfortable and told her that tomorrow was market day, and since many people would come to town, she probably couldn't rent the cart then. Her business had been very busy these days. She had increased her sales from 2 sets of pig heads and offal to 4 sets a day. Since more people would come to the market tomorrow, she planned to make the most of the opportunity. Considering she would need to do business for a long time, renting a cart was not very convenient, and it cost 400 coins a day. Over a month, she could buy her own ox cart. After finishing her braised meat sales that day and seeing that it was still early, Xiao Wan took her 3 children to the livestock market in the East Market area. She wanted to buy an ox cart. The East Market was usually crowded and chaotic, but maybe because tomorrow was market day afternoon there were fewer people. The family looked around, getting a rough idea of the prices. A regular plowing ox usually cost about 7 or 8 taels of silver, and a cart with it about 8 or 9 taels. If the breed was better with a cart, it could cost 10 to 12 taels. Xiaowan didn't know much about oxen and looked around without making a decision. Just then Wu Yong, who was walking with a few brothers, saw them. He was carrying a big sword on his shoulder and looked proud and confident. Xiaowan's lips twitched when she saw him. "I'm here to buy a cow," she said. "Buying a cow? That's easy. Come on, I'll take you," Wu Yong said, dismissing some and hooligans who were with him. Then he led Xiaowan and her family to a nearby butcher shop. The shopkeeper was called Xiaoqi, a clever young man. He clearly knew Wu Yong. After hearing their purpose, he politely said, "Master Wu, you're just in time. Tomorrow is market day, and we just received a batch of good cattle, especially strong plowing oxen. Come take a look and see if you like any." Xiaowan didn't know how to choose a good ox, but Wu Yong did. He looked around and pointed to 4 strong bulls, saying to Xiaowan, "These 4 bulls are very good. They can be used for plowing fields or pulling carts. Lady, which one do you like? Let's take this one." Seeing that old Qin San was clearly interested in the one with the brown-yellow coat, Xiaowan decided on it because it was young, strong, gentle, and the children could get close to it. In the end, under Wu Yongwei's persuasion and bargaining, Xiaowan bought the bull for 10 taels of silver. They named it De Huang with excitement. After buying the cart, Xiaowan's family didn't stay long in town. They picked up the pre-ordered pig's head and offal from the pork stall, and also bought 2 fish before heading home. Soon after Xiaowan hunted a wild pig, news spread throughout the village that she had bought a cart. That wasteful woman. She has some spare money and loves to show off. She runs to town every day, and now she even bought a cart, as if everyone should know she's rich. The old Qin family heard about it and were furious, wishing they could rush to Xiaowan's house and take the cart back. Especially Yang Shi. She had never liked Xiaowan, always trying to dominate her. Recently, seeing Xiaowan's life getting better and better, her jealousy boiled over. She scolded loudly. They say broken bones are still connected by tendons. Even if they are no longer related, old Qin San was raised by his parents. That Xiao family is just too much. They have money to buy things every day, but don't show respect to their parents. We're so poor we can barely keep the fire going, but she's always eating big fish and meat. She hunted a wild pig, but didn't think to send some to her parents. That's just unfilial. According to reason, the old Qin family should have received 400 taels of silver from old Qin San, and their second daughter Qin Erya was married to Xiaowan's second uncle, Qiao Eryi, as a concubine. Their granddaughter, Qiao Xian, was also Qiao Erye's only daughter. They shouldn't lack money. They also wouldn't be jealous of Xiaowan being able to buy a cart. But in reality, the old Qin family was very poor. Their poverty wasn't just because they were lazy or their crops didn't grow well. The main reason was that they sent their younger son and eldest grandson to study in town. It was said that studying in town cost 2 taels of silver a month for each person, not counting other living expenses and the cost of buying ink, paper, and brushes. A regular family might not be able to support a scholar, but old Qin's family is wealthy and generous. They once sent 2 people over. The money sent back by old Qin's third son was used to build an 8-room blue brick tile house. The rest was used to pay for the children's education. Before, when they used the money from old Qin's third son, they also had Zhouwan's dowry to rely on. Now that they are no longer related, they suddenly have 100 taels of silver. Doesn't that make them poor? Mother, you say Zhou's family goes to town every day. How come her silver is so easy to spend? Could old Qin's third son be secretly giving her money? The village chief's family isn't very talkative, and most villagers don't know that Zhouwan sells marinated meat in town. Old Qin's family also doesn't know. That little brat dares to hide her savings. Yang's thoughts grew more suspicious. She leaned toward Hu and whispered, "Mother, we can't just let this go. What do you want to do if we don't?" Hu was also angry, but she still had leverage over Zhouwan. However, she wouldn't tell her daughter-in-law such embarrassing things. She shouted angrily, "We are already cut off from her. The formal separation document is at home." The village chief and the clan leader have witnessed it. If she causes trouble, it will be a slap in their face, and they won't let her go easily. Plus, Jo Won is now very strong. She can even kill a wild boar with her bare hands. If she gets angry, can you beat her? If you think we should just forget it, then tell me, what should we do? Yang hesitated and kept quiet. Whose words made her afraid too. It's just a cart, isn't it? Yang's eldest daughter, Qin Miao, is 14 and loves beauty. She slowly finished her makeup, picked up a small broken mirror, looked at herself, and nodded with satisfaction. Then she turned around, looked at Yang, and said disdainfully, "Cousin told someone to pass the message that mother should go to town tomorrow. When she goes, my cousin will buy us a carriage." The cousin she mentioned is Xiao Xian. Hearing this, whose eyes lit up, and she happily patted her thigh. "Yes, Miao Miao is so clever. I knew our family is most like your second aunt. I was right, wasn't I?" Hu and old Qin had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Their eldest daughter, Qindia, was sold to the mountains for 2 taels of silver. The second daughter, Qin Arya, used some tricks and became the concubine of Uncle Qiao Wan's second husband, Qiao Eryi, giving birth to a daughter named Xiao Xian. The third son, Qin Lao San, was the result of their desire for a son, but after 10 years of trying, they could no longer conceive naturally and had to buy a child from outside. When they bought him, Qin Lao San was just a newborn baby. However, not long after Qin Lao San was brought home, Hushur discovered she was pregnant. She was pregnant with Qin Lao Si, who was only a few months younger than Qin Lao San. 8 years later, she gave birth to Qin Lao Wu. Qiao Wan and Xiao Xian are cousins. If it weren't for Xiao Xian's scheme that forced her into marriage with Qin Lao San, she might have been called Qin Lao San's sister-in-law, considering their family relationship. Qin Miao's small eyes twinkled, and she suddenly affectionately linked her arm with Hushur's, smiling and asking, "Can I go to town with you tomorrow?" Hushur's face immediately darkened, as if she wasn't the one praising Qin Miao just now. She scolded angrily, "You're just a girl. What are you going to do in town? If you go, who'll do the chores at home? When I marry into a wealthy family someday, I'll make sure you regret it." Qin Miao clenched her fists tightly, holding back her anger, and looked at Yang Shi. Yang Shi immediately understood and approached Hushur with a pleasing smile, saying, "Miao Miao and Xian Air are good friends. Last time Xian Air came back, she said she wanted Miao Miao to visit her in town when she had time. Since the sisters are so close, they should see each other more. Just let Miao Miao go."
And mother.
Hushur was about to speak when Yang Shi gave Qin Miao a meaningful look, then lowered her voice and whispered in Hushur's ear, "You're not thinking of sending Miao Miao to town too, so she can enjoy a better life, right? Miao Miao is almost 14. After the new year, it will be time for her to start matchmaking. It's good to let her get out more and meet people." Hushur thought about it and agreed. But if she and Yang Shi both left and took Qin Miao with them, what about the family? Isn't there still Xiao Chao? She's 8 years old now. She can handle cooking, feeding the pigs, and fetching firewood, Hushur said. Yang Shi has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Their eldest daughter, Qin Miao, is 14. She usually doesn't get her hands dirty and looks delicate and pretty, trained by her second aunt. The Qin family hopes to marry her off to a wealthy family in town, making her a young mistress. Eldest son Qin Ming has been studying in town for many years and rarely comes home. Third daughter Qin Xiaochao has an ordinary appearance, speaks little, and has a quiet personality. Yang Shi finds her very dull and likes her the least among the children. As for the 5-year-old youngest son Qin Hui, he is the family's little treasure. Hushur looked at Qin Miao and then at the silent Qin Xiaochao. Under Yang Shi's persuasion, they decided to go to town tomorrow to find Xiao Xian. Xiao, one still doesn't know about the Qin family's affairs. Right now, she is busy at home preparing marinated pig's head and pig offal. Big spices are put into the pot, and Qin Lao San helps watch the fire. It's getting cold, so the children haven't gone outside. 2 days ago, she bought 2 big bags of sweet potatoes and potatoes from the town. Now, the children are sitting in the kitchen, roasting sweet potatoes and potatoes while playing with a little fur ball. Big Sister Wan. Suddenly, they hear an excited shout, and then see Zhou Huai rushing in with 2 wild chickens loudly saying, "I really caught wild chickens. Look, I caught 2 of them. Wow, they are really wild chickens. Uncle Zhou Huai is so amazing. Although the family only keeps 3 wild chickens, the triplets are very supportive." They all stand up and gather around Zhou Huai, praising and marveling. "No, it's not me who is amazing." Zhou Huai blushes a little from the praise and quickly waves his hand. "It's all thanks to Big Sister Wan. I caught these wild chickens with the bait you gave me that day." "That's still very impressive." Qin Erbao looks envious. "Look at me and Debao. Even if Mother gives us bait, we can't catch anything. That's because you're still young." Shyly, Zhou Huai hands one of the wild chickens to Qiao Wan. "Big Sister Wan, this is for you. This big rooster is so fat. It's just right for tonight to make soup for Debao, Erbao, and Bibi." Seeing his eager face, Qiao Wan doesn't want the children to feel burdened, so she naturally accepts it. "Xiao Huai, I won't be polite. Thank you so much." No need to thank me. I should be thanking Big Sister Wan." Seeing her accept it, Zhou Huai breathes a sigh of relief. He sits by the fire pit, plays with the triplets for a while, and then carries the remaining wild chicken home. Since Zhou Huai left, Qiao Wan noticed that Qin Laosan had been feeling very sad. This mood lasted until mealtime. "What's wrong?" Seeing him look distracted, Qiao Wan raised an eyebrow and asked on purpose, "Did I cook a bad meal today?" No. Qin Laosan hurriedly shook his head. To prove he wasn't lying, he even took 2 big bites. Qiao Wan was amused by his silly look. "Then, why are you so sad?" Qin Laosan looked at Qiao Wan with a sad expression, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "It's nothing. I just feel like my wife doesn't love me." Qiao Wan had just taken a sip of chicken soup and almost spat it out when she heard this. Qin Laosan was actually talking about love. Qiao Wan looked at Qin Laosan with suspicion. If his eyes weren't still pure, she might think she was being teased. "Why do you say that?" Seeing the 3 children all looking at her curiously, Qiao Wan realized she had overreacted. She quickly wiped her mouth and asked casually, "Because Uncle Zhou Huai brought wild chickens, and my mother only said she gave them to me and my brothers, not mentioning Dad's name." Little Qin Bebe answered quickly. "Besides, what's wrong with that?" Qiao Wan looked confused. "And Mother often touches our heads but never touches Dad's. You don't sleep with Dad. You don't hug Dad. You don't kiss Dad. Mother said that kissing is a way to show love. You often kiss us, but you never kiss Dad. So, Mother, do you really not like Dad?" Listening to the triplets complain one after another, Qiao Wan felt overwhelmed. What is all this about? She felt very tired. But the 3 children looked at her very seriously, waiting for her answer. Qiao Wan closed her eyes helplessly. "You are children. When I kiss you, it's a way to show love. But Dad is an adult. If he kisses or hugs randomly, people might laugh at him. Do you understand?" "Oh," Qin Debo nodded. "So, Mother doesn't dislike Dad." Qin Erbao also understood. They turned to Qin Laosan, who sat there looking sad, and said gloomily, "Then, can I not be an adult?" The 3 children all shook their heads. "Growing up is really sad. I've decided I don't want to grow up anymore." Qin Bebe looked kindly at Qin San San and loudly announced,
Kim Gia Bao and Kim E Giờ Bao.
"Can they really not want this silly sister anymore? She's so foolish. Even more foolish than their father." The next day, at dawn, the Qiao family arrived again at the vegetable market street. As usual, they set up their stall, and people started coming one after another. Tasting samples, weighing, packing, calculating, and collecting money, they all worked smoothly to sell their marinated meat today. Meanwhile, Hu's family, with Yang's mother and daughter, rode in Li Songzi's ox cart and slowly arrived in town, knocking on the Qiao residence's door. When the gatekeeper saw they were from the old Qin family, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. But Duan, who was with the young lady, had already greeted them yesterday, so he didn't dare offend her. He quickly politely went to inform Duan. Duan didn't like the old Qin family either. But thinking about today's plan, She forced a smile and cheerfully led the three people to Qiao Xian's courtyard. Old Madam, fourth Madam, Miss Meow, the young lady just woke up and might have just started breakfast. Please wait here a moment. I'll go report right away. Why wait? You servant girl, don't you have any sense? Can't you see we haven't eaten either? Whose family glared at Duwan and headed toward Qiao Xian's small dining hall. Yang's mother and Miao hurried to follow. But Duwan hesitated, walking a few steps behind them. Just then, she bumped into Qiao Xian's personal maid, Yin Xing. Elder sister Yin Xing. Seeing Yin Xing, Duwan wanted to take the initiative and distance herself from the situation. Enough, go down now. Yin Xing cut her off before she could explain. Then she turned around, bowed to Hu's family, and said, Old Madam, fourth Madam, Miss Meow, you've come a long way. You must be hungry. Miss has already arranged some food. Please come inside. She greeted them with a bright smile and led them in. Inside the small dining hall, Qiao Xian finally stood up slowly. After greeting the three, she instructed Yin Xing, serve the food from the kitchen. Yes, miss. Yin Xing bowed respectfully and excused herself. Our Xiner is so thoughtful. Who sat casually on the chair, constantly complaining, it's so cold today, and we got up so early. No wonder we're hungry. That little maid just doesn't understand. Tell them to do more. Grandmother, don't worry. Whatever you want to eat, we'll get enough. Qiao Xian said with a smile, but her happiness didn't reach her eyes. Still, our older cousin is kind to us. Qin Miao couldn't tell it all and smiled politely at Qiao Xian. Unlike some people who spend all day making their mother angry. Cousin, you probably don't know yet. Jiao Wan and we are no longer related, and she even took a big sum of money from our family. Now she runs to the town every day to enjoy herself. Yes, Xiner, you don't know. Yesterday, her family bought a cart. Hearing this, Yang nodded in agreement. They bought it, and since they split from us, no one can say anything. But there's no need for her to show off around the village like that. After showing off, she even said our old Qin family can't afford it in a lifetime. That made your grandmother so angry she argued with her right then and there, saying she was too rude. Our Qin family may not be rich, but we have you and your mother. She even said that today when we go to town, we should buy a carriage to take home. Yang gave Hu a meaningful look as she spoke. Hu nodded and naturally looked at Qiao Xian. Xian or later, just have someone buy a carriage for Grandma. Qiao Xian frowned but said nothing.
Why?
You don't want to, do you? Whose face suddenly turned cold, and she glared angrily at her. Xianer, I am your grandmother. You manage the big Qiao family business, so can't you even buy a carriage for me? What about your mother? By the way, I haven't seen her. I've been here so long, and she hasn't shown up. Is she used to being a wealthy lady and looking down on me, a country girl? Qiao Xian's eyes grew cold. She took a few deep breaths to calm her rising anger. She smiled warmly and linked her arm with Hu's. Grandmother, what are you saying? My mother cares about you the most in this world. You know that. That's why she asked someone to send a message. Please come to town with us today, right? Who liked to hear this? Her anger instantly faded, but she still pretended to look around suspiciously and asked, and where is she? Qiao Xian lowered her eyes, hiding her dislike inside. She sighed softly and said, the weather has been changing quickly. Last night I caught a cold, and I was worried about passing it to you, so I didn't dare come over. But Mother asked me to tell you to take a good walk around the town. You wanted to buy a carriage, right? I will ask Do want to go with you to buy it later, okay? Hearing about buying a carriage, Hu and Yang were very happy. Big cousin, aren't you coming with us? Qin Miao asked, noticing this detail. I have an urgent matter to discuss with an official later, so I can't leave now. Qiao Xian replied apologetically. But don't worry, after I finish, I will come find you right away, she added. All right then. Qin Miao wasn't interested in buying a carriage. She only came today to use Qiao Xian's identity to meet more people. If it had been something else, she might have asked Qiao Xian to come along. But for business matters, that wouldn't work. She felt a little disappointed but quickly thought there would be more chances later and calmed down. Do Wan, I give you this opportunity. If you can't succeed this time, don't blame me for being harsh, Chow Xian said impatiently to Duwon while Hu and the others were eating. Duwon was so scared she knelt on the ground and promised confidently, "Miss, don't worry. This time, I will definitely succeed. Then I will wait for good news from you." After Hu and the others finished eating, Duwon took them out. "Duwon, you're a girl. Do you know how to buy a horse-drawn carriage? Maybe we should find someone else to go with us," Hu said, thinking as she saw only Duwon accompanying them in the carriage. She thought, these country folks only know how to talk big and they want to learn how to buy a carriage. Do they even know if they're capable? Duwon rolled her eyes inwardly but kept a respectful smile and said, "Old madam, you can rest assured. The Chow family cooperates with the horse market and they wouldn't cheat us." Seeing who still wanted to say more, she added, "And besides, we have a coachman. He will help us watch over it later." Yang suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Mother, we were so busy buying the carriage that we forgot. We don't have a coachman. We don't know how to drive, so what will we do if we buy the carriage?" Hu sure hesitated and said, "Maybe we should go back and ask Xiner again. Old madam, since we're already out, let's just take a walk first." These three people, Duwon still had important things to do today, so she refused to let them go back. She quickly said, "Mrs. Busy now. If you go back, you won't see her. Why not look around first? If you see something you like, buy it. As for the coachman, you've already bought the carriage, so finding a coachman is just a matter of time." Hu sure and the others agreed after hearing this. They took a carriage and headed lively towards the East Market. "Hey, what are they selling over there? Why are there so many people?" When they reached the vegetable street, they suddenly saw a small stall ahead. The stall was crowded with people, and a strong smell wafted over from afar. The smell was very tempting. Although they had just eaten, Husher's craving was stirred up, and she couldn't help but look a little longer. When she looked, she saw Xiao Wan's family standing in front of the stall. "Equals, isn't that Xiao Wan?" she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. Yang sure hated that name so much that she instinctively looked over when she heard it, and indeed, she saw Xiao Wan's family selling things there. From the busy crowd, business seemed to be good. No wonder, in just a few days, they had bought a cart. Yang sure gritted her teeth, jealousy burning in her eyes. She wished she could go over and smash Xiao Wan's stall right now. Duwon sat nearby, a cold smile flashing in her eyes when she saw this. But her face showed a look of surprise as she asked deliberately, "Old madam, fourth madam, do you know them?" "She is my third aunt," Qin Miao replied. "No way." Duwon pretended to be surprised, opening her mouth wide in suspicion. "She looks no more than 20, not much older than you. My third uncle is the same age as my father. As for my third aunt, she is much younger, probably about 10 years younger," Qin Miao said casually, knowing that everyone in the village knew this was not a secret. After speaking, she paused for a moment, then looked at Duwon with some doubt. "Aren't you a servant in the Qiao family? Don't you know Qiao Wan?" "Haha." Duwon forced a laugh. "I've only been in the Qiao family for a few years. I've heard of that name, but I don't remember it very well. When you mentioned it, I suddenly remembered, so she was the young lady from before. Since you are relatives, should we go down and say hello?" "No, thank you."
Yang firmly refused.
She really didn't want to see Qiao Wan right now. "All right then."
Duwon didn't insist.
Instead, she seemed to suddenly think of something and curiously moved closer to Yang. She asked, "By the way, Madam Fourth, everyone is saying that her secret recipe for marinated meat is passed down in her family. Is that true?"
Yang churlet her lip.
Old Qin's family doesn't have any secrets. "What did you just say?" Yang hadn't finished speaking when Hu suddenly grabbed her. She turned her eyes sharply and stepped in front of the two women, looking at Duwon. She asked, "What's secret recipe?"
"Tell us more about it." Duwon smiled sweetly.
"Madam, you don't know. The third madam has been selling her marinated meat for several days now. Her flavor is amazing and has attracted many customers. I heard she now makes about 2 silver coins a day. See, because her sales are so good, many others started copying her and want to make their own marinated meat. But no matter how they try, they can't match her taste. Some people even guess that such delicious marinated meat might be made using a family secret recipe. Madam, Is her recipe something she developed herself, or is it passed down in your family? Seeing who lost in thought, Du-won smiled nonchalantly. It's no big deal. If the madam doesn't want to say, that's fine. I'm just curious. Let's go, let's buy a carriage. Why buy a carriage? Who? And Yang exchanged a look, then suddenly slapped the carriage beam hard. I say, how come our family's marinated meat recipe is missing? It must have been stolen by that little troublemaker. Let's go find her and settle this. Seeing they were hooked, Du-won's lips curled slightly and a glint flashed in her eyes. But she still pretended to stop them with a fake smile. Madam, maybe there's some misunderstanding with the fourth madam? Misunderstanding? Yang snorted coldly, ignoring her. She ran straight to Chao Wan's marinated meat stall and shouted angrily, You, Chao Wan. I wondered how you could so easily agree to end the relationship. Turns out, you stole my old Chin's recipe and are secretly selling meat here. An older woman had just bought over 10 jin of marinated meat, and Chao Wan was counting her earnings. Suddenly, I heard Yang's angry shouting. She looked up. Chao Wan, you little thief. You deliberately cut ties with us just to steal our family's secret recipe. Everyone, come see. My daughter-in-law is causing trouble and has stolen our family's special dish recipe after cheating us out of 100 silver coins. This is unfair. Come see, everyone. There were already many people around. When Hu shouted, the small stall in front of Chao Wan was quickly surrounded. Du-won had already arranged for people to be in the crowd. I knew her recipe was suspicious. You all didn't believe me. She's so young. How could she have such good cooking skills? I even thought her family gave her the secret recipe, but it turns out she stole it. Didn't you hear? Not only did she steal her in-law's secret recipe, but she also cheated them out of 100 silver coins. That's enough for a normal family to live on for years. Yes, her character isn't good. I don't want this meat anymore. Refund the money. Yes, refund the money. Refund it. Seeing this, everyone started causing trouble. Some even pushed Chao Wan's table and began smashing their small stall. The scene quickly became very chaotic. It all happened so fast that Chao Wan had no time to react or handle the situation. She hurriedly hugged her child and stepped back. Old Qin protected them, but this time Du-won was prepared. She had brought capable people, and some villagers, driven by anger for unknown reasons, joined in. Old Qin couldn't fight back. The family was surrounded tightly by the crowd. Chao Wan held her child tightly. Not noticing behind her, a small, thin man took advantage of the chaos. He picked up a brick and aimed it at Chao Wan's head, ready to throw. Be careful, wife. Old Qin was fighting two people nearby, a little distance from Chao Wan. He saw what was happening and quickly kicked away the two men beside him, trying to save her. But it was too late. The brick was about to hit Chao Wan's head. Without hesitation, Old Qin lunged forward and took the himself.
Bang!
His forehead was struck, and blood immediately burst out, flowing down his face and cheeks. Chao Wan and the children were stunned. They were filled with horror and let out a sharp, desperate scream. They quickly turned around and held Old Qin. The troublemakers were also stunned. They were just here to cause trouble and didn't want to cause any serious harm. Everyone was panicking. You look at me, I look at you, and suddenly the scene became quiet. What's going on? Who's causing trouble here? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Wu Yong swaggered into the crowd and saw old Third Qin lying on the ground, covered in blood, barely breathing. He was so frightened that his eyes widened. He quickly shouted, Hurry, hurry, take him to the medical clinic. Why are you all just standing there? He waved his hand, and the young troublemakers who followed him hurried forward to help lift the unconscious old Third Qin and took him to the nearest Isho hall. The chief doctor at Isho hall looked serious. After carefully examining old Third Qin, he shook his head and stroked his beard, sighing, Young lady, I am powerless. You should find someone more skilled. Find someone more skilled. A young troublemaker looked stunned. You're already the best doctor here. Who else can we ask? It was clear that the doctor really couldn't do anything. Chao Wan clenched her teeth. Go to the county town. It's useless. His injuries are too serious. He won't last more than 15 minutes, the doctor said with another sigh. Equals Qiao Wan's heart jolted, and her mind went blank with a buzzing sound.
No.
I don't believe it. Her face turned as pale as paper, but she still managed to stay calm. She took out 2 taels of silver from her space and handed it to Wu Yong. Big brother Wu, please help me rent a carriage. We need to go to the county town. Xiao Chu, you go, Wu Yong said, handing the silver to the young troublemaker who had just spoken. The young troublemaker looked pale and a bit weak. If it weren't for following Wu Yong, he looked more like a scholar. Qiao Wan remembered him. He was the one who could read when they were robbed last time. Yes, boss, Xiao Chu said without hesitation. He took the money and ran out quickly. Doctor, can you give us a bowl of hot water? Qiao Wan asked the doctor again. The doctor looked at the medicine boy, who immediately ran to the backyard. Soon, he returned with a cup of hot water and handed it to Qiao Wan. She didn't hide anything. Under everyone's curious gazes, she took out a small medicine bottle, dissolved some powder inside, then quietly added 2 drops of spiritual spring water and fed it to old Third Qin. After finishing, Xiao Chu also returned with the carriage. With everyone's help, they managed to get old Qin onto the carriage. Just as they were about to leave, Wu Yong struggled for a long time and finally climbed aboard. He quietly said to Qiao Wan, Actually, I know a doctor. He might be able to treat Third Master's injury. Where is he? Qiao Wan suddenly looked up and asked. Hidden Passage Alley, but this person has a bad reputation. People say he has caused deaths. However, I know he was falsely accused. Take us there. It would take over an hour to reach the county town, and Qiao Wan wasn't sure how long old Qin could hold on after drinking the spiritual spring water. Going to the county town was too risky. Since someone here could treat him, she definitely wanted to try.
But,
Madam, I must tell you the truth. Since he was falsely accused, his temper has become very bad. I'm not sure if he's willing to treat Third Master, Wu Yong sighed. This was the reason he hesitated and didn't speak earlier. Either way, we will go and see. Qiao Wan didn't know much about medicine, but she could clearly feel that old Qin's breath was getting weaker. She made a quick decision and looked at Wu Yong. Please, Brother Wu, lead the way. All right. Okay then. Wu Yong hesitantly sat next to Xiao Chu, who was driving the carriage. Brother, are you really taking them there? Xiao Chu looked worried and secretly glanced at Qiao Wan, whispering, Are you sure? Yes. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. If you go, you probably won't come back. Otherwise, Jungo will be furious. Xiao Chu worried. I don't care. If they need help, I'll go. We can't just stand by and do nothing, Wu Yong said firmly. As they spoke, the carriage kept moving. Soon, they arrived at Hidden Passage Alley and stopped in front of a house. Madam, wait here. I'll go call the door, Wu Yong said without waiting for Qiao Wan's response. He jumped down and went straight to push open the big door. In the yard, a boy about 8 or 9 years old was writing. When he heard the door open, he looked up and saw Wu Yong coming in. His eyes lit up and he hurried over, excitedly shouting, Dad. Little uncle is back.
Dad. Dad.
Then he hugged Wu Yong tightly, as if afraid he might run away again. Wu Yong picked him up, weighed him in his hands, and a warm smile appeared in his eyes. He laughed loudly and said, Good boy, you've gained weight. It's been a few months and you've grown a lot. After saying that, he saw a thin figure holding a book appear at the corner of the eaves. Wu Yong's laughter paused. He quickly put the child down and weakly called out, Brother, you still remember to come back. The thin figure looked serious, glanced at him, and said in a tone without emotion, Tell me, have you caused trouble outside again? No, no, Wu Yong hurriedly waved his hands. Would you come back if you didn't cause trouble? The thin man clearly didn't believe him. Brother, actually, I came back this time because I need your help. The thin man looked as if he already knew, silent and waiting for him to continue. It's just, I have a friend who was hurt badly. The doctor at Isho Hall said he won't last more than 15 minutes. I want you to help check on him. Anyway, hiding or not hiding, it was all the same. Plus, the injuries of Third Master couldn't be delayed any longer. Wu Yong took a breath and quickly explained. After finishing, he closed his eyes, his whole body tense. Sure enough, the thin man suddenly became furious. He threw the book in his hand directly at Wu Yong's face. Wu Yong, get out of here. I don't have a brother like you. Brother? You didn't used to say that. You used to say that doctors have a kind heart. Third master is almost dead. Isn't it your duty as a doctor to save him? The thin man started hitting and kicking Wu Yong. How many times have I told you not to bring everyone home? Did you forget the lesson from last time? Your so-called friends, I won't treat them. Get out of here. Brother, this time is different. I swear, really, Third Master's family are good people. Don't hit me anymore, brother. It hurts, it hurts. Wu Yong didn't dare to fight back and was chased around, running in all directions. For a moment, the Wu family yard was in chaos. At that moment, a cold female voice was heard. Wu Yong and the thin man both froze. Xiaowan had already stepped between them. She bowed to the thin man and said, Big brother, hello. I am Xiaowan, a friend of Wu Dege. The thin man's pupils shrank. He looked carefully at Xiaowan several times and suddenly asked, Who is your father? Xiaowan was surprised and suddenly remembered that her father was once a famous doctor in this area. She thought, could he be her rival? But she answered calmly, My father's name is Qiao Yulin. The thin man's face suddenly became very excited. With teary eyes, he looked at Xiaowan and said, Little sister, is that really you? Little sister, don't you remember me? I am Wu Jun, your senior brother. Xiaowan looked at him in surprise and examined him carefully. She knew Wu Jun was only in his 20s, right? But this man in front of her looked at least 30 or 40 years old. Is he really Wu Jun? Is he not lying? Cough, cough. It seemed Wu Jun noticed what Xiaowan was thinking. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Little sister, I really am Wu Jun, honest and true. Are you here for a checkup? What's wrong? Let me see. He then kicked Wu Yong on the backside and scolded, You brat, little sister is here for a checkup. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wu Yong looked like he wanted to cry. Is this still my brother? Xiaowan shook her head. It's not me who's sick, it's my husband. He was hit on the head. Dr. Lee from Isho Hall said he can't help him. Can you take a look? That's no problem, Wu Jun said and headed toward the door. That old man Lee's medical skills are average. He's fine for headaches or fevers, but anything complicated, he can't handle. You came to the right person. While speaking, he looked at Qin Laosan's condition, then ordered someone to help carry Qin Laosan into his house. He carefully examined the injury, checked his pulse, and looked at him for a long time, his brow furrowing more and more. Who gave him medicine just now? After a while, he looked up and asked Xiaowan. It was
Me, Wu.
Senior brother. Is there something wrong? Xiaowan's face turned pale, thinking she had used the wrong medicine. No, everything is fine. Wu Jun shook his head. You did very well. If it weren't for that medicine, he might have died already. Little sister, can I see the medicine you used? Xiaowan spread her hands. I only have that one bottle. I used it all on my husband. That medicine was given to her by a very skilled doctor friend when she was in the modern world. The material was hard to find and very difficult to make. There was only a small bottle, and since the situation was urgent, she used it all on Qin Laosan. Is that so? Wu Jun felt a bit disappointed but understood. Rare medicines are hard to come by, and it seems the gap between him and his master is quite large. He thought that Xiaowan's medicine was given by Qiao Yelin. Is he going to be okay? Xiaowan relaxed a little when she heard this, but she still asked carefully. He said, He has blood clots in his brain. If it was before the injury, I'd be 90% sure I could cure him. But now, after what happened, his life isn't in danger, but here. Wu Jun pointed to Qin Laosan's head. I really can't do anything about that. Of course, if my junior sister asks, I can help him with acupuncture, but the brain is very complex. If I make a mistake, I'm afraid he might lose his life. It would be great if our master were here.
He sighed at the end.
Actually, just saving his life was enough for Xiaowan to be satisfied. She sincerely bowed to Wu Jun. Senior brother, please save his life first. I'll think of other ways later. Thank you so much, senior brother. We're all family, no need to thank me. Wu Jun waved his hand and started treating Qin Lao-san. Meanwhile, on the other side, Du-won's cheeks were red and swollen, trembling as she knelt on the ground. Next to her was a man dressed in torn clothes, covered in blood and dirt. Upon closer look, it was the dog boy who had stolen Qin Bei's dog during the last robbery of Qiao Wan's family. Xiao Xian's face was fierce as she stood in front with a whip. I told you to find a chance to kill Qiao Wan, not Qin. Lao-san, how could you do this? How dare you hurt him? You deserve to die. Every time she thought of Qin Lao-san lying on the ground covered in blood, Xiao Xian felt heartbroken. She raised her whip fiercely and lashed it mercilessly at the dog boy. And you worthless servant. Didn't you say everything would be fine this time? If it's not a problem, why is it Qiao Wan who got hurt? If you can't handle such a small task, what are you good for? She shouted angrily. Du-won also received several lashes. Both Du-won and the dog boy knew Xiao Xian's temper. Pleading for mercy now would only make her hit them even harder. Although they were already covered in wounds from the beating, they only dared to grunt softly when they couldn't bear it anymore, and they didn't dare to beg for mercy. Xiao Xian's anger boiled over, and she continued to whip them for a long time. Until she was exhausted, she finally put down the whip and stopped. Seeing that both of them were barely breathing and running out of energy, she didn't care at all. She took a towel from the maid to wipe her hands and coldly ordered, "Elder Ma, handle this." Then she walked away without looking back. "Xiao Xian, you fool. What have you done while I was gone?" As soon as Xiao Xian returned to her room, she heard a furious female voice coming from inside. "Didn't I tell you that in the end, Qiao Wan would die on her own? I told you not to act rashly. Why don't you listen to me? Yes, you said Qiao Wan would die. But look around, Qin Shirmu has been back for a week. Has Qiao Wan died? I tell you, she hasn't died. Not only is she alive, but she's also doing well. She doesn't look like she's about to die at all." Xiao Xian was also very angry and shouted loudly, "I was just worried something might go wrong, so I wanted to get rid of her early. I just can't understand why, no matter how carefully I plan, she always manages to escape. She's still alive. This can't be." During Emperor Bo Han's 32nd year, Qin Shirmu returned from the army, and his first wife passed away from illness the very next day. This can't be. The voice inside Xiao Xian sounded panicked and incredulous again. Xiao Xian sneered coldly. "I don't know who was so confident back then, claiming they could see the future. Now it seems not much has changed. They should be the ones blaming me." The voice inside her was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly calmed down. She thought for a long time before speaking softly. "Maybe from the moment I was reborn into your body, many things changed, things that are different from the previous life." Xiao Xian was stunned. "Then what should we do? Do you mean your arrival has changed everything? Will Qiao Wan not die anymore? If Qiao Wan doesn't die, what about our plan? I don't know either." The voice was silent for several seconds before saying seriously, "Anyway, some of what I said has come true. We have the advantage now. Why should we fear Qiao Wan?" "Xiao Xian, I want to warn you one last time. If you want to live a life above others, you'd better stop these foolish little actions. The situation is still unclear. Instead of hurting her, it's better to get close to her first. Gain her trust, and then act when the time is right." Xiao Xian was very upset and wanted to argue, but suddenly her inner spirit fell silent again. She had fallen asleep once more. Xiao Xian was momentarily stunned and suddenly remembered 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Qiao Wan's parents suddenly disappeared, and her brother went out to find them but never returned. On the last night before Qin Lao-san went on a campaign, she teamed up with her mother to trick Qiao Wan into going to Lao Qin's house and secretly gave them both medicine. Then, claiming they'd slept together and lost their innocence, she married Qiao Wan off and took the opportunity to seize her family's assets. Everything was going smoothly, and her life was getting better and better. But unexpectedly, at this time, her stepmother became pregnant. She secretly caused her stepmother to have a miscarriage. Although there was no solid evidence, she was still locked in the barn and nearly died from a high fever. One night, during a feverish haze, she suddenly discovered an extra soul inside her body that didn't belong to her. This scared Chow Xian very much. At first, this soul seemed confused too. After understanding her situation, she told Chow Xian that she came from Kyoto and was a true noble daughter of the capital. She said she had actually died before, and she didn't know why she was reborn here. She had experienced many things from her past life and could help her escape her troubles and get what she wanted. After entering her body, she mostly slept and only appeared briefly when Chow Xian faced danger. Over the past 4 years, she had saved Chow Xian many times and taught her a lot. Under her guidance, Chow Xian had completely transformed. But recently, for some reason, this soul had been waking up more often. She also started telling Chow Xian about things that happened in her past life. She told her that Qin Laosan's real name was Qin Shirmu, and his identity was not as simple as it seemed. She urged her to find a way to get close to him, preferably win his heart, and she would surely rise to great heights. At first, Chow Xian was skeptical, but after many of her predictions started coming true, she believed her. She began observing Qin Laosan. Although Qin Laosan was sent back home and had become simple-minded, like a child, his handsome appearance was unaffected. Thinking about his potential future status, in just a few days, Chow Xian found herself falling in love with him. Recently, there have been a few chance encounters and attempts to trap her. Although Chow Xian was not willing to admit it, she could still listen to the words of the soul living inside her. At this moment, the soul was sleeping, and she began to reflect. She wondered if her recent actions had really been wrong. Should she, like the soul suggested, first approach Chow Wan and gain her trust? Late at night, Qin Laosan started to have a high fever. According to Wu Jun's instructions, Chow Wan gave him a bowl of medicine. 15 minutes later, the fever subsided. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. In less than half an hour, Qin Laosan's temperature began to rise again. The medicine was ineffective. Reluctantly, Chow Wan knocked on Wu Jun's door again, asked for some ice cubes, wrapped them in cloth, and placed them on Qin Laosan's forehead. She also brought a basin of warm water to wipe his body. Finally, she used alcohol to clean his armpits. Gradually, his fever started to go down. But not long after, he began to shiver violently, his whole body cold as if frozen. Chow Wan took out 2 blankets from her space and covered him, but it didn't help much. Seeing Qin Laosan's face turn purple from the cold, with cracked lips and a blue hue spreading across his face, Chow Wan became anxious. She quickly took a cup of spiritual spring water from her space, hoping he would drink it. However, Qin Laosan, overwhelmed by the fever, was in a daze and completely lost consciousness, refusing to open his mouth. "Hey, Qin Laosan, just drink it. It'll make you better. If you don't drink, I won't help you anymore. I'm begging you, just take a sip, okay?" Chow Wan pleaded softly and insistently, but Qin Laosan still showed no response. This couldn't go on. "Forget it, I'll try first." Chow Wan gritted her teeth and pinched his mouth open. She then took a sip of the spiritual spring water, leaned down, and fed it to him. In his daze, Qin Laosan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and surprisingly, he drank it. Chow Wan was overjoyed, not noticing anything unusual about him. She continued to feed him several more sips of the spring water in the same way. After finishing, seeing his face gradually improve, she finally felt relieved. I sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his slightly thin and pale face. Suddenly, I remembered him rushing over, hugging me, and taking a hit for me. "Really, I owe you so much." She was very tired and let out a sigh. She looked at old third Qin and, without knowing when, she had fallen asleep on the bed, feeling drowsy. "Big brother, why isn't mother awake yet?" Last night, the triplets slept with Wu Jun's wife. Maybe they weren't used to it, so early in the morning, they got up and ran into the room where their parents were. They waited quietly for a long time, but Chow Wan still hadn't woken up. Qin Bebe rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly at Chow Wan. Bored? She asked. Sure. Little sister, don't talk. Uncle Woo Jun said mother was tired from taking care of dad last night and needs more rest. Seeing Chiao Wan frown, Chin Debeo quickly lowered his voice and said, If you're bored, maybe Airbao can take you out to play, okay? I won't go. I want to stay with mother. Chin Bebe shook her head and turned to see the unhappy Chin Airbao nearby. Curious, she asked, Little brother, what's wrong today? Why aren't you talking? Chin Airbao also shook his head, looking very upset. After a while, he said gloomily, Debeo, I feel so useless. Do you have any way to make us grow up quickly? Then we can help if someone bullies mother. Thinking about yesterday's scene, Chin Debeo couldn't help but tear up and said sadly, If I had a way, wouldn't I tell you? Chin Airbao sighed, tears welling up in his eyes, but he held back and didn't let them fall. It's my fault for not working hard enough. If I had trained my martial skills better, even if I was small, I could help mother. Hearing their brothers, Chin Bebe couldn't hold back anymore and started crying loudly. While crying, she wiped her tears with her hand. I can't cry. I can't wake mother. But brother, I feel so useless. I can't help it, boo-hoo. In her hazy state, Chiao Wan heard the children talking. When she opened her eyes, she saw the triplets crouched in the corner, crying like injured little animals. Thinking about their recent conversation, her heart ached. Her throat tightened, tears welled up, but she forced them back. After sleeping on the ground all night, she ignored the pain in her waist and neck. She quickly got up, ran over, and hugged the 3 children tightly. What's wrong? Why are you crying, little ones? Do you miss Mom? Don't cry, Mom is here. Mom will always be here to stay with you. Be good, stop crying. Seeing you cry hurts my heart. The 3 children, being only 3 or 4 years old, were still very young. They were truly frightened yesterday, but seeing their mother busy and working hard, they didn't dare to cry or make trouble. They could only hold back their feelings. Until now, when they snuggled close in Jiangwan's arms, their worried hearts finally eased, and they started to cry softly. Be good, my little ones. It's okay now. Mom is here. Everything is fine. Jiangwan knew they needed to let out their feelings, or they might get sick from holding it in. She didn't stop them, just quietly held them and comforted them again and again until their emotions gradually calmed down. On the morning of the 4th day after Wu Jun gave the injection, Qin Lao San woke up. He was able to stand and walk around that same day. Wu Jun was very surprised. According to his calculations, Qin Lao San would need at least a week to wake up. Little sister, did you secretly give him something good again? Wu Jun carefully checked Qin Lao San again and saw that he was recovering very well, completely fine now. He looked at Jiangwan with suspicion and asked, There's no such thing as that. Jiangwan fed Qin Lao San's spiritual spring water from the space every day. Hearing Wu Jun's question, she felt a bit guilty but kept her composure and said, Maybe it was the effect of the medicinal powder I gave him when he was first injured. That's possible. Wu Jun nodded in agreement. Senior brother, since the husband is fine now, we should prepare to leave, Jiangwan suggested. Wu Jun was stunned. Huh? You're leaving so soon? Yes. Before she could finish, Wu Jun's face darkened, and he said coldly, Leaving? No way. Since you came here, just stay with us from now on. But, what do you mean, but? If I say you can stay, then stay. I am your senior brother. As the saying goes, the elder brother is like a father. A senior brother is almost like a father too. You must listen to me. After being interrupted repeatedly, Chiao Wan finally lost her patience. She could only think to herself, You're only a few years older than me. How did you become a father? Our family may not be as wealthy as the Chiao estate, but it's enough for your family to live in. Just so you know, the 3rd child is getting better now, and since you're here, I can also help take care of his illness. After speaking, seeing that Chiao Wan didn't respond, Wu Junhu's eyes widened in anger.
What?
Are you still attached to that leaky little rented hut? Chiao Wan was speechless. All this nagging. Did you ever give me a chance to speak? Suddenly Wu Jun's wife, standing nearby, saw Chiao Wan's frustrated expression and couldn't hold back her laughter. All right, dear, listen to what Sister Wanner has to say, okay? When her husband glared at her, Wu Jun's wife was not afraid at all. She playfully glared back and then took Xiao Wan's hand. Wanner, don't mind him. He's got a hot temper and often offends people without realizing it. But he's right. There's really nothing to miss about Flower Creek Village. If you want to keep doing business in town, it's better to stay here. Daba, Erbao, and Bebe can stay here, and Xiaoxing will have a companion. Plus, when you're busy, your husband is at home and can help take care of the children. Coincidentally, Wu Jun's wife was actually the owner of Jin Xiu Pavilion, the same person Xiao Wan bought cotton clothes and quilts from last time, Mrs.
Feng.
Wu Xiaoxing is 9 years old this year and is the only son of Wu Jun and Mrs. Feng. Miss Feng, if you had said this 2 weeks ago, I would have definitely stayed. But now I've bought over 20 acres of land in Flower Creek Village and plan to buy more in the future, so I really have to go back, Xiaowan said with a smile. Oh? You bought land too? Mrs. Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you plan to plant? Cotton, Xiaowan replied with a gentle smile. Cotton is not easy to grow, Mrs. Feng frowned. Although cotton prices are high, the yield isn't good, and it's prone to disease. Many people think it's not worth planting compared to grains. Why suddenly want to grow cotton? Have you really thought it through? I have thought it through. Zhou nodded and smiled at Lady Feng. I not only want to grow cotton, but I also have a good technique for spinning cotton. I was looking for a partner, and it seems that Sister Feng is a good fit. I just don't know if you're interested. Lady Feng frowned and thought for a moment before smiling. Girl, friendship and business are separate. I trust you, but growing cotton is not easy, and I've never heard of this spinning technique. As for partnership, I need to check things out in person before making a decision. Of course, Zhou was quite pleased with Lady Feng's response. If she had agreed to the partnership just because of her father, Zhou would have to reconsider whether Lady Feng was suitable. Lady Feng, there are still 3 or 4 months before planting cotton. I'll go back and prepare a plan in the next few days. When I come to town next time, I'll show it to you. If you think it's good, we can discuss the partnership then. Lady Feng didn't know what Zhou had been through, but she could see that she had changed and become more confident. Knowing she couldn't keep Zhou, she cheerfully said, Go back and prepare your plan. When you have time, my husband and I can also visit Huaxi village to see you. By the way, the matter of the third brother's injury has been investigated by the officials, but, Lady Feng, please don't worry. It's okay. Seeing Lady Feng's expression, Zhou guessed that things were not so simple. Sure enough, after reporting to the officials, Hu's and Yang's families were taken to jail. They said they came to town at the invitation of Xiao Xian, hoping to buy a carriage before the new year. But Xiao Xian's maid, Duan, was bad. She deliberately took them to your meat stall and tricked them into thinking it was an old Qin family recipe. They saw your good business and, blinded by greed, were fooled into causing trouble. When the county magistrate questioned Duan, she was already badly beaten and barely alive. She admitted everything was her plan, including hiding the dog in the crowd to harm you. Also, by the time they questioned Duan, the dog had already been killed. Duan said it was because the dog was not doing its job, and she lost her temper and ordered someone to hurt it. After Duan confessed, she died. The magistrate ordered her parents to pay 100 taels of silver as compensation for the third brother. Hu's and Yang's families were detained for 3 days and then released. They have now been sent back home by Xiao Xian. After Lady Feng finished speaking and saw that Xiao was not angry, she finally relaxed. But she couldn't help but advise, Wanner, as long as the Green Mountains remain, you won't run out of firewood. There will be plenty of chances to deal with them later. You must not act impulsively when you go back. I understand, Sister Feng. Xiao nodded calmly and left with old Qin San and the children from the Wu family. Village Chief, Xiao borrows your ox cart every day. I don't believe you don't know that their family sells marinated meat in town. Exactly, Xiao is really shameless. She only knows a few words and secretly took our old Qin family's recipe to study. Once she figured it out, she tried everything to cut ties with us. Now, she's getting her comeuppance. Old Sand offended someone in town, and his head was badly injured. I heard that the doctor from Isho Hall said he wouldn't last more than a quarter of an hour. That little brat Xiao Wan, after old San died, ran off with the family property. She probably won't come back. Village chief, old San was originally my son. Now that he's dead and the Qiao family has run away, shouldn't their property and land belong to our old Qin family? If you block us again, don't blame us for being rude. Equals, who are you talking about? Who do you think is dead? And who do you want to be rude to? When Xiao Wan's family returned to the foot of Huaxi Mountain, they saw a crowd gathered in front of the small cottage from afar. As they got closer, they realized it was people from old Qin's family, surrounding the village chief, trying to break into their house and even seize their property and land. This greedy family made Xiao Wan furious. She jumped down from the cart, rushed to Yang's side, raised her hand, and with a loud slap, slapped her across the face. Seeing Xiao Wan, Yang was first stunned, then angrily shouted, "Xiao Wan, how dare you hit me?" She lunged forward, trying to tear Xiao Wan's face. Xiao Wan didn't move at all. She gently caught her hand. Then she raised her hand again, giving several loud slaps on Yang's other cheek. Yang's face instantly swelled up. Old Qin Si and Qin Miao saw this and hurried forward, trying to pull Yang back. But Xiao Wan's cold glance made them all shiver in fear. They stopped, standing awkwardly, unsure whether to step forward or back. "Why would I be afraid to hit you?" Xiao Wan finished beating her, but still felt unsatisfied. She kicked Yang hard, knocking her to the ground. "Today, I'm only hitting you. Yang, I've tolerated you for a long time. Before, because of my husband, I didn't bother with you as long as you didn't go too far. But this time, you really crossed the line. Are you accusing me of stealing your old Qin family's recipe? Fine, let's go to the county office and have the magistrate investigate what's really going on." She grabbed Yang's collar and pulled her outside.
I
won't go. Let me go. Let me go." Yang struggled and shouted loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. When they heard about going to the county office, the Qin family members got worried. They all gathered around. "Mrs. Qiao, you've gone too far. Quickly let go of your sister-in-law." What kind of sister-in-law is she? Would she falsely accuse her own sister-in-law of stealing? Would she lead people to smash her stall? Would she let others throw bricks at her brother and sister-in-law? Such a heartless person. Just looking at her makes my eyes feel dirty. Remember this. If anyone from the old Qin family dares to say I'm related to them again, I'll slap their face. Qiao Wan's sharp gaze made all the Qin family members retreat in fear. She continued, pulling Yang outside. You. Qiao Wan. The Qin family members were so angry they couldn't speak. But they couldn't just watch her take Yang away. 5 days ago, they had already admitted in front of the magistrate that they falsely accused her. If they caused trouble at the county office again, it would show they refused to learn and were causing a riot. Disrespecting the court officials was a serious crime. Even if Qiao Xian and the magistrate's family were close, it would be hard to save her now. Most importantly, Hu and Yang had already been in jail once and were afraid. They didn't want to go back again. Third sister-in-law, I was wrong. Qiao Wan. Qiao Wan's cold gaze made Yang hurriedly change her tune and cry out, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have falsely accused you. I said you stole from the old Qin family, but they don't even have secret recipes. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't take me to see the officials. I beg you. Qiao Wan sneered coldly and pushed Yang onto the ox cart. Every time you mess up, you say the same thing. I don't believe you anymore. Husband, let's go. Seeing old Qin Third driving the ox cart, they were about to head to the county. Old Mr. Qin, who had been hiding behind the crowd, had to step forward. Your mother-in-law and your younger brother-in-law. Before he could finish, Qiao Wan slapped Yang's face and coldly looked at him. You. This was a clear provocation. Old Mr. Qin's face turned pale with anger, but he felt helpless. He quickly changed his tone. It's my poor discipline that caused Hu and Yang to be so upset that they did such wrong things. Considering my past kindness to your family, please forgive them this time. Think of it as me begging you. Are you just saying you didn't discipline them well? Qiao Wan sneered and looked at old Mr. Qin with mockery. Are you really not in control? If you truly wanted to manage the family, no one would dare disobey you. It's so funny. You claim to be good to us, but you're just turning a blind eye and allowing them to bully us. Old Mr. Chin, you're just pretending to be good while actually being the worst. Old Mr. Chin was the head of the household, and everyone was afraid of him, even who. The onlookers weren't fools either. After hearing Xiao Wan, they understood what was happening. They all burst into laughter and pointed at the Chin family. Old Mr. Chin's face turned from green to purple with anger.
You.
He pointed at Xiao Wan but couldn't say a word. What do you want? After a while, he calmed down and looked at Xiao Wan like a venomous snake, asking. Apologize. Xiao Wan replied. I already apologized, didn't I? Then let me go, Yang shouted as she struggled to free her wrist, which Xiao Wan was holding. You, and you, Xiao Wan said, pointing at Mr. Chin, his wife, and Mr. Chin's younger brother. When children do wrong, it's because adults didn't teach them well. I won't argue with them. But you all must, in front of everyone, tell the truth about how you wronged our family before and apologize. I will ask the village chief and the clan leader to witness and record your crimes. If you dare to bother us again, these records will be proof. Also, because you caused trouble, our stall was smashed and my husband was hurt on the head, almost losing his life. You must compensate us. Cover the medical expenses and mental suffering, 100 taels of silver. Zhou Wan thought it over. Since this family had just been released from the county office, if she caused trouble and went to the county magistrate again, she might not get a good outcome. Old Chin's family cares about reputation, right? And they like money too. So, she decided to take control of their future and also teach them a harsh lesson. That way, if they wanted to cause trouble again, they would think twice, instead of acting recklessly like now. You think you can just do as you please. We don't have that much money. Zhou family. What did I do to deserve this? We shouldn't have taken in that old man. If I knew he'd turn into an enemy, I'd rather have let him die. Old Chin's family naturally disagreed, crying and throwing tantrums. But Zhou didn't back down this time. In the end, seeing her unyielding attitude, they had no choice but to admit how they had mistreated Zhou Wan's family over the past few years. Old Chin was somewhat better. When his family mistreated Zhou Wan's mother and child, he just watched silently and didn't get involved. But the others weren't so lucky. With Zhou Wan helping them recall, all their bad deeds were exposed to everyone. The villagers finally saw the truth clearly. They sighed, realizing that people can seem kind but be different inside. They never knew that Zhou Wan's family had lived such a miserable life in secret. Some who had just thought Zhou Wan was too cold and ruthless couldn't help but curse them angrily after hearing about their wrongdoings. Serves them right. Since that day, Old Chin's family became much more obedient. They heard that after going to the city and returning, they paid back 100 taels of silver to Zhou Wan, and then they never appeared again. Zhou Wan suddenly had 200 taels of silver, plus the money she earned from selling marinated meat recently, and her resources became much more comfortable. She thought about it. The weather was getting colder, and it was inconvenient to go out selling food with the children. After the new year, she needed to farm and plant crops, so she wouldn't have much free time. Maybe she should stop selling marinated meat for now and focus on building a house at home. That day, after selling her marinated meat, she went to visit the Wu family to give them her plan for planting cotton with Madame Feng. Then she drove the ox cart to the nearby market to look around. She roughly checked the prices of bricks and tiles. Based on what she had heard before, she estimated that building the house she wanted would cost at least 100 taels of silver. That's too expensive. She had thought she was quite wealthy already. But after calculating, she realized that after building the house, she wouldn't have enough silver left to buy land and start farming. She also didn't dare spend all her silver at once. She needed to save some for future opportunities, especially to pay for old man Chin's medical treatment if needed. Why am I still so poor after working so hard? Xiao Wan sighed quietly. She thought to herself, I need to find other ways to make money. But besides selling marinated meat, what else can I do? She kept walking and thinking, not paying attention to her steps. If old man Qin, who was pulling the ox cart, hadn't quickly pulled her back, she might have bumped into someone walking by. Madam Qin. Before she could apologize, the person recognized her and greeted her with a big smile. Xiaowan looked closely and saw it was a chubby middle-aged man who often bought marinated meat from their shop. What a coincidence, Uncle Qian. She also smiled and greeted him. She remembered Uncle Qian because she heard he lived in the county and owned a restaurant. Once he happened to pass through Qingyan town, smelled the aroma, and bought a lot of her marinated meat. Unexpectedly, he fell in love with it and often sent people to buy more, sometimes even pre-ordering. Such bad luck, such bad luck. Uncle Qian waved his hand and said, I was actually coming to see you. I didn't expect your business to be so good. When I came to your stall, you had already closed. Luckily, I met you here. This trip wasn't a waste. Xiaowan raised her eyebrows slightly, giving him a meaningful look, and said with a smile, I wonder what brings Uncle Qian all this way to see me? Enough. Don't pretend with me, girl. You know very well why I came to see you. Recently, many restaurant owners had come to buy her marinated meat. She was so clever that Uncle Qian didn't believe she hadn't guessed. The reason everyone was buying so often was probably to study her marinated meat recipe. At first, he was confused why the girl knew, but didn't seem worried at all. Later, their family studied it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Only then did he realize that the other side was confident, knowing that no one could figure out their secret recipe. Uncle Qian glared at Xiao, one with a bit of annoyance. There's a restaurant over there. Let's go and sit down to talk. Xiaowan looked up and saw the 4 characters, Xinfu Restaurant. It was said to be owned by Qiao Xian. No way. She immediately refused. Are you mad at this restaurant? Uncle Qian was clever. Seeing her expression, he guessed she was upset. He smiled casually. All right, then let's find another place. How about Guangzhou Pavilion across the street? Uncle Qian took their family, along with a fluffy white cat, and went to Guangzhou Pavilion. They handed the ox cart over to the restaurant's waiter and then went upstairs. Madam Qin, lately many outsiders have come to buy your marinated meat. I believe you've noticed. And I think you also understand that your secret recipe is being watched. To be honest, I want to ask if you're willing to sell your marinated meat recipe. As the dishes arrived, Uncle Qian spoke straightforwardly. Xiaowan showed a look of agreement. She lowered her eyes and saw Qin Bebe staring eagerly at the meatballs on the left side of the table, but she couldn't reach them and drooled with longing. She smiled gently and served each of the 3 children and the little fluffy cat a meatball. Then she looked at Uncle Qian calmly. Yes, I've noticed. I also know that many people are secretly asking about my recipe, and some have even taken action against our family to steal it. Uncle Qian, since you're so direct, I'll be honest. With my skills, I can protect this recipe, but I don't want to work so hard, nor do I want my family to be in danger. I won't sell the recipe, and even if I did, you might not be able to make it. But Uncle Qian, I heard you run a restaurant. Maybe we can work together in a different way. What do you think? She was very clear and straightforward. Uncle Qian raised an eyebrow and said seriously, How do you suggest we cooperate? Honestly, I have some other cooking methods for different dishes that taste just as good as this marinated meat. But as you can see, I don't have enough money, and I need to take care of my children, so I don't have much time. I was thinking if I provide the recipes and you supply the funds, we could work together to open a restaurant. Do you think this idea is good? Xiaowan asked with a smile. Uncle Qian's eyes lit up. He owns a restaurant and understands how valuable a signature recipe can be for a restaurant. Although Xiaowan's marinated dishes currently earn only a few silver coins each day, if she used high-quality ingredients and served them in a hotel, she could make a lot of money daily. Does she really have other recipes that can rival her marinated dishes? Uncle Qian was both surprised and happy. He looked at Xiaowan carefully to confirm again. Do you really have other recipes? Yes, but I should warn you. These recipes all use a special seasoning. That seasoning requires a special mixing method, and even if I teach you, you might not learn it. If we partner up, I will need to prepare this seasoning for the restaurant, Xiaowan explained, referring to the space spiritual spring water. Of course. Actually, Uncle Qian had recently asked people to study Xiao Wan's marinated dish recipes many times. He found that her ingredients weren't complicated and were similar to what they usually used. But no matter how they tried, they couldn't replicate her flavor. He thought maybe the problem wasn't the ingredients, but some secret technique she used. And it turned out he was right. Uncle Qian believed her. He stroked his beard and thought for a long time before nodding. This idea is good. But where do you plan to open the restaurant? And how do you want to split the profits? As for the restaurant, isn't there already one available? Xiao Wan looked at Uncle Qian, who seemed very cunning, and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. If I'm not mistaken, this Guangju pavilion is also yours, right? Uncle Qian talking about cooperation like this isn't very interesting. Ha ha ha. Seeing Xiao Wan so honest, Uncle Qian didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. You saw through me. Your eyes are really sharp. Yes, Guangju Pavilion is mine. To be honest, I also have 5 other Guangju pavilions in the county and the city. Girl, how about this? You invest with your recipes providing the ingredients and I will pay you for the ingredients. As for your recipes, after deducting costs, we split the profits 3-7. How does that sound? Do I get 7 and you get 3? Xiao Wan asked. Of course, I get 70% and you only get 30, Uncle Qian confidently replied. You just provide the recipes and ingredients. I handle everything else. Uncle Qian, that's not fair. Xiao Wan smiled and looked at him. Let's not talk about how good my recipes are or how many new customers they might bring to your restaurant. Even just considering the value of these recipes, excluding costs, they're worth more than 30%, right? Uncle Qian looked a bit guilty and hesitated. He said with a caring tone, How about 46? What do you think? Xiao Wan nodded. I get 60 and you get 40. That's not right, Uncle Qian exclaimed. He loved making money more than anything. When he heard Xiao Wan wanted so much, he got a bit upset and raised his voice. Girl, I still need to hire chefs, managers, and waiters. Managing a restaurant isn't easy. You're only giving me a small share. Doesn't that bother your conscience? Let's do 50-50. A clear smile appeared in Xiao Wan's eyes. All right, it's settled then. 50-50. Uncle Qian, you're a straightforward person. Cheers to you. Only then did Uncle Qian realize he had been played by Xiao Wan. Actually, she had wanted 50-50 from the start. You really are tricky, he said with a sigh, then took a sip of the wine Xiao Wan offered. He called the waiter to bring paper, ink, and a seal, and they signed the contract together, each putting their mark. Xiao Wan used the kitchen at Guangju Xian to prepare 2 more delicious new dishes. After tasting them, Uncle Qian's eyes lit up, and he praised. Delicious, he then said happily. No wonder the ancients said that good food and money can heal everything. After eating, he stroked his beard contentedly, feeling much better after being tricked by Xiao Wan. Did the ancients really say that? Xiao Wan's lips twitched slightly, and she looked at him with a smile. She wrote down the recipes and handed them to him, also taking an advance of 500 taels for the costs. They agreed to go to Huaxi village in 2 days to get the exclusive ingredients. She stood up, and with her family, already full, she left Guangju Xian with the little one and the small furry ball. As they stepped out, a cold wind blew in their faces. Even though they all wore thick cotton clothes, they couldn't help but shiver. This snowy day was really not suitable for going out. Quick, get in the car, my dear ones. Because the weather is getting colder and it has started snowing recently over the past few days, Xiao Wan and Qin Laosan built a simple shelter on the ox cart when they had free time. The children obediently climbed onto the cart. The cold wind was blocked by the shelter, but it was still very cold that day, and the children shivered and curled up. Going home like this, they would definitely catch a cold. Xiao Wan sighed and then said to Qin Laosan, who was driving the cart, Husband, let's buy some charcoal. Qin Laosan responded and turned the cart toward the charcoal cellar. Qin Beibei was so cold that he kept crawling into Xiao Wan's arms. She was busy comforting the children and didn't notice his small change. She also didn't think about how Qin Laosan suddenly knew the way. The family playfully arrived at the charcoal cellar. After asking, they learned that the price of charcoal was quite high, 280 coins for 100 jin. This charcoal isn't good. It produces a lot of smoke, and it costs about 3 coins per gene. There are so many trees on the mountain. I should have burned my own, Xiaowan said as she lit a small fire on the cart on the way home, and it felt much warmer. The only problem was that the charcoal was of poor quality. It not only produced a lot of smoke but also didn't burn well. She couldn't help but complain. "Mom, do you know how to burn charcoal?" Qin Debao asked, surprised, looking up at Xiaowan. Qin Laosan, who was driving the cart, paused and raised an eyebrow. Xiaowan thought Qin Debao's question was a bit strange, but replied casually, "Burning charcoal isn't that hard." "Not at all." Qin Erbao furrowed his delicate little eyebrows and said in a cute voice, "Brother Zhou Huai said that burning charcoal is a skill. Only 1 or 2 people in Qingyan town can do it. Not long ago, we even planned to burn and sell charcoal with Brother Zhou Huai, but it failed. No wonder the triplets often went into the mountains with Qin Laosen and little Mao Bal recently." She initially thought they were curious about how Zhou Huai hunted, following him to catch wild chickens and rabbits. But she didn't expect they also wanted to burn charcoal. These 3 children, though young, had quite a lot of worries. Xiaowan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Then she had an idea. Since winter had just begun, the weather was cold, and they weren't selling braised meat anymore, maybe she could take some free time to burn and sell charcoal after building the house. Xiaowan was always someone who acted on her ideas immediately. On that day, Zhou Huai came to their house to deliver wild chickens. She asked for his opinion, and when he said he was willing to join, she nodded and said, "All right, come over tomorrow morning. It takes about a week to burn a kiln of charcoal, so we need to finish before winter ends and make as much as possible. By the way, I forgot to tell you, both our families lack strong workers and charcoal burning is hard work. I plan to ask the village chief or the clan elder's family to join. Do you have any opinions?" Wan Jia would be very grateful if he could bring along his teenage son. How could he have any objections? That's good if you have no objections. Zhouwan was worried that this kid might be stubborn and tempted by big profits, making him hard to understand. Seeing him so honest now, she felt relieved and promised, "Don't worry. Once the charcoal makes money, we'll give you 20%. That's too much." Zhou Huai didn't know exactly how much 20% was, but he quickly waved his hand and said, Jiawan, I am just one person, still a kid, I can't take so much. Initially you suggested burning charcoal, and later we need to build a house. The main work of burning charcoal still depends on you. I think 20% is too little for you. Zhouwan comforted him. Besides, the charcoal isn't even burned yet, so it's too early to talk about money.
Let's not think about that now.
Just focus on doing a good job, okay? Yes, Zhou Huai nodded. After everything was settled, Zhouwan took a wild rabbit and a pack of osmanthus cakes and went to the village chief's house. When they heard she was going to burn charcoal, the village chief's family was very interested. But upon thinking carefully, they realized their family was only a few people, 2 sons, one of whom occasionally helped with carts and took people to town, and another who worked as a clerk in the city. Although burning charcoal could make money, it wasn't a long-term business. Calling them back didn't seem very appropriate. The eldest daughter-in-law was weak and needed to take care of the family, so she definitely couldn't do this work. Little Chow, thank you, Uncle Li. Li Wenshan sighed and firmly refused, but as you can see, only I and your aunt can work for Uncle Li's family. As for the charcoal burning, I'm afraid I won't be able to join in. Uncle Li, it's not that you're unlucky. It's just that your family is too fortunate. Your sons are capable, so you don't need to worry. Actually, Li Wenshan's attitude was something Zhouwan had expected when she came. One reason is that their family truly has no suitable person to assign. The other is because he is the village chief, and they're worried that if the 2 families get too close or do business together, others might gossip. But since Xiaowan has come, no matter the outcome, she must mention this first. This is to prevent the village chief from knowing she arrived first at their house, but ended up going to someone else, which might make her feel uncomfortable. By the way, Uncle Li, I plan to start building the house before the new year. As a woman, I don't know much about this, and I'm not familiar with the villagers. I wanted to ask if you have any recommended people. This was the main reason Xiaowan came today. Li Wenshan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I do have some people in mind, but I don't know what kind of house you want to build. I haven't decided exactly what kind yet, but I should be able to finalize it in the next couple of days. Xiao Wan took out a silver coin and handed it to Li Wenshan. Uncle Li, if you have time, please help me find some reliable workers. Just so you know, our family doesn't have many laborers, and now we're also making charcoal, so we don't have time to cook. We don't provide meals, but the wages are 30 coins a day. Xiao Wan had checked, and the going rate for building a house in the village, including clearing the land and not providing meals, was usually about 25 coins a day. The price she offered was quite good. Finding people at this rate wouldn't be difficult. Li Wenshan nodded. All right, I'll find some people tomorrow and bring them over the day after tomorrow for you to see. Then we can plan the schedule and start construction. He said this, but didn't reach out to take the silver coin from her. Then I'll thank Uncle Li in advance. Xiao Wan placed the coin on the table. Uncle Li, you can keep this money. Consider it my payment for helping me find workers. Li Wenshan's expression immediately darkened, and he looked at her seriously. Xiao, you're being too formal. A small matter like this, and you're giving me a fee? Do you still see me as your uncle? If you want me to keep calling you that, then take this money back, or I'll be upset. Exactly, Xiao. If you keep doing this, your aunt will be angry too. I agree with what my husband said. He won't help you anymore in the future. Mrs. Village Chief, Wan, took the coin and put it back in Xiao Wan's hand. They had only recently received 2 coins from Xiao Wan. Recently, Xiao Wan had been renting a bullock cart, often bringing some wild game. Today, she also brought a large wild rabbit and a pack of osmanthus cakes. It's just helping to find a few people. If I take money from Xiao Wan again, they will really feel guilty. All right then. Xiao Wan understood this too. Seeing that the village chief and his wife both insisted they didn't want it, she didn't force it. She took back the money naturally. She smiled and sat at the village chief's house for a while before getting up to leave. After leaving, she found a quiet place and took out a wild chicken and 2 packs of cakes from her space. She then followed the small path to Old Leader Chin's house. Old Leader Chin has 2 sons and 2 daughters, all grown up. They had already separated into their own homes. Old Leader Chin and his eldest son, Qin Yansheng, who is also Xiao Wan's great-uncle, live together. Qin Yansheng and his wife, Shun, have 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is successful, married to the daughter of the prefect, and works as a county magistrate in the city. The second daughter also married in the city. The youngest son passed the imperial exam, married, had children, and returned to the county to teach. With such successful siblings, even the third son, Qin Qianheng, who is not very talented, should be doing well with their support. But Qin Qianheng is very honest. He also studied for a few years, but disliked the deceitful life outside. After passing the lowest exam, he returned to Huaxi village. He farmed a few acres of land at home, refused to go out again, no matter what others said. Later, he married a girl from the village, Sun, and had 2 children. They lived a simple life, working from sunrise to sunset. Old Leader Qin, who also didn't like noisy places, quietly came back and lived with his 3rd grandson. Qin Yansheng and his wife Shen saw this and also returned. Now, they all live together with Qin Qianheng's family. Qin Qianheng and his wife have a son and a daughter. Their son studies in the county, and their daughter is very obedient. The family lives in harmony, 4 generations under one roof. Third uncle, little sister Qin, are you at home? Now, Xiao Wan is quite a regular visitor at Old Leader Qin's house, often bringing some game. Little Xiao, you're here, and you brought something again. Shen, Qin Yansheng's wife, was picking beans in the yard. Seeing Xiao Wan, she quickly stood up and welcomed her inside. Great uncle's wife. Xiao Wan greeted her with a smile. These are all from the mountain hunting. They're easy to get and not expensive. Since the weather is getting cooler, I thought I'd bring some for everyone to try. Are you home today? Are the others not here? Brother Qin Qianxi came back yesterday. He said it was too cold on the mountain, and since the temperature in the county was a bit higher, he had to take your grandfather, the clan leader, away. Qin Qianxi is the youngest son of the Shin family who teaches in the county. Xiao Qin went to pick vegetables in the field. Your eldest cousin and 3rd cousin are at home. Since it's cold today, they are probably by the stove warming up. If you need to see them, I'll go call them over. Shin said this, then turned to head toward the kitchen, but saw her husband and third son coming in from outside. After greeting everyone, Qin Yanqing looked at Xiao Wan and said directly, "Little Xiao, are you facing some trouble? Just tell us if you need anything. We're all relatives, and we will help if we can." Recently, their family's impression of Xiao Wan has been quite good. "Yes, cousin-in-law, if you need help with anything, just say so," Qin Qianheng added. Seeing their worried but caring expressions made Xiao Wan feel happy. She smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, don't worry. I just noticed it's getting cold, so I thought about burning some charcoal to sell in town. But my husband and I are busy, so I wanted to ask if your family would be willing to help." "I came to ask first." "Equals what? Making charcoal?" After Xiao Wan finished speaking, Qin Yanqing's family all froze in surprise. They took a while to react, and Shun hurriedly asked Xiao Wan, "Little Xiao, do you know how to make charcoal? When did you learn?" Xiao Wan had already prepared an excuse for her sudden skill. She wasn't nervous at all and smiled as she replied, "I heard my father mention it at home before, so I remembered." "Eldest uncle, and are you all planning to do it together?" Qin Yanqing and his wife looked at each other for a second, then glanced at Qin Qianheng. They didn't lack money, of course. But their third son was still living in the countryside, and they often had to think more for him. "All right, since you trust us, then," Qin Yanqing nodded. "We'll help with the work, and you can teach us. We'll make the charcoal together. You can keep 3/10 of the profit." Making charcoal was first suggested by Uncle Zhou from the foot of Huaxi Mountain. "I promised him that after we produce the charcoal, he will get 2/10 of the profit. 80% of the remaining share will be split equally between our two families." Xiao Wan didn't want to take so much. One reason is that her family doesn't have many workers, and most of the chores still rely on Qin Yan's family. The other reason is that she also wanted to repay kindness. Taking Qin Qianheng along would be a way to thank Elder Qin for his help. The next morning, as soon as Xiao Wan opened her door, she saw Zhou Huai waiting outside. With him were his mother, Aunt Zhou, and his sister, Zhou Ying. "Auntie, why didn't you knock when you came? It's so cold outside. Standing here, you'll catch a cold." Xiao Wan hurriedly invited them in, leading them to the kitchen. She lit a fire in the stove, and the room warmed up quickly. Aunt Zhou's lips turned purple from the cold, but she shook her head and said shyly, "Little Xiao, I heard from Zhou Huai yesterday that you're planning to go charcoal burning today. Is that true?" "Yes. I also invited Elder Qin's family. They will come over soon," Xiao Wan replied. Aunt Zhou whispered, "Can I go too?" Worried that Xiao Wan might misunderstand, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I don't want to steal your techniques. I just think Zhou Huai is still a kid and can't do much. I can do more things. And we don't want the 2/10 profit. You giving Zhou Huai such a good bait to catch prey already makes us very grateful." After she finished, Xiao Wan finally understood that Zhou Huai's honest nature was just like his. She smiled and said, "Auntie, don't say that. Going hunting in the mountains has little to do with me. Zhou Huai is just hardworking and diligent." She wasn't being polite. Now Zhou Huai's chances of catching wild pheasants and rabbits far exceeded the bait she provided. "I'll only take Zhou Huai up the mountain today. But there's something I really need your help with." Xiao Wan paused and then continued. Aunt Zhou's eyes, which had darkened, brightened with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Wan. Seeing her so honest, Xiao Wan felt a bit speechless. But she kept going, "Auntie Zhou, I have a business partnership with a restaurant in town that needs ingredients. I've been busy with charcoal burning and building a house lately, so I can't find the time. I have a lot of ingredients here. Could you help me wash and organize them as I tell you? I'll pay you 100 won a day. Would that be okay? This is a long-term business for me, so in the future, I might need Aunt Zhou's help every day. You can't help me for free every day, right?" When Aunt Zhou was about to refuse, Xiao Wan spoke first. Aunt Zhou was surprised for a moment and then lowered her head. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and said, 100 coins is too much." Xiao Wan smiled and looked at Zhou Ying, who was quietly adding firewood nearby. "When we're busy, I also want to ask Little Ying to help take care of the children. So 100 coins is actually quite a small amount. Big sister one, please don't say that, Zhou Ying said shyly with a smile. Debao, Erbao, and Bebe are all very well behaved. Taking care of them isn't hard, so there's no need to count coins. I say what I mean, Qiaowan replied firmly. She liked Zhou Ying very much. She was pretty and gentle, and at only 8 years old, she could focus seriously on embroidery, which was rare. Qiaowan gently patted her head. Today, when we go up the mountain, I will leave Debao, Erbao, and Bebe in your care. Take good care of them. When I have free time next, I will teach you double-sided embroidery, okay? Zhou Ying's bright eyes lit up, and she nodded happily. At this moment, Qin Yanqing's family also arrived. Originally, Qin Qianheng's 9-year-old daughter, Qin Xiaorong, was at home alone but decided to go up the mountain after seeing her good friend Zhou Ying. She said she would help take care of the children at home. The Qin family was used to her lively personality. Since it was cold on the mountain, she didn't want to go, and they were happy to let her stay. So she went along. Qiaowan handed out 2 steamed buns to each person, then took Qin Laos and Zhou Huai, Qin Yansheng and his wife, and Qin Qianheng and his wife, carrying tools like knives, hoes, and baskets. 7 people headed up the mountain together. Once there, they found a spot close to the water source and started digging on the spot. In one day, they dug 3 clay kilns, each about 6 meters long and about 1.5 meters high. The kilns had 2 layers. The top stored charcoal and wood, and the bottom was used for firing. Let's stop here for today, Qiaowan said after checking the kiln beds, doors, walls, chimneys, and air inlets. Seeing everything was fine, she nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Tomorrow, we'll come early and try to dig 2 more new ones. As it got dark, worried that the children at home might be worried, everyone nodded and began to count their tools. Old Third Qin silently packed up the checked tools and placed them into the clay kiln. Surprisingly, Old Third doesn't look as strong as Qianheng, but he is much stronger than him. If it weren't for Old Third today, I think we wouldn't be able to finish digging both kilns, said Qin Yansheng, watching Old Third's back. That's right. Mrs. Shun had spent the past few years in the city with her sons and hadn't interacted much with Old Third Qin. Today, she got to know him again. Everyone says Second Bao inherited little Qiao's strength, but I think that's not entirely true. In my opinion, Second Bao is more like Old Third. After putting away the tools, everyone chatted and laughed as they went down the mountain. The next day, they woke up early and continued to go up the mountain to dig the kiln. The triplets were used to following Qiaowan around and didn't like staying at home. At their strong request, Zhou Ying and Qin Xiaorong also went up the mountain with them. When they arrived, seeing the adults busy working, Zhou Ying and Qin Xiaorong didn't want to be idle either. They kindly offered to help. The triplets watched for a while, feeling a bit bored, then took Little Furball and ran to play elsewhere. Maybe because they hadn't been in the forest for a long time, Little Furball was especially excited. They played and wandered along the way, gradually moving away from the crowd. Qiaowan and the others didn't notice. They kept digging the kiln, and when they finally remembered the children, the triplets and Little Furball were nowhere to be seen. Qiaowan's brows furrowed tightly, a wave of panic rising in her heart. She called out a few times around her, but the forest echoed back without any response from the children. She became even more anxious, quickly dropped her, and followed the footprints in the snow, rushing out to find the children. Seeing this, the others also dropped their work and prepared to follow. After the heavy snow just now, the mountain path is slippery, and it's winter. The wild animals on the mountain are very hungry, and encountering them could be very dangerous. You all shouldn't go. I'll go, Old Third Qin said. Without waiting for others to reply, he immediately followed the direction Qiaowan went. Old Third, is he okay? The remaining few were stunned, wide-eyed, and took a long time to react. Meanwhile, Old Third Qin quickly caught up with Qiaowan along the trail of footprints. Seeing her crouched on the ground, carefully examining something and seeming to think, he hurried over and asked, "What's wrong?" "The footsteps are gone." Qiaowan recognized Qin Laosan's voice and replied without looking up, "That shouldn't be. Today there's no snow, So how could the children's footsteps suddenly disappear? Suddenly, she paused. She raised her eyes in disbelief and looked at Qin Laosan. You're okay now. Qin Laosan nodded awkwardly and squatted beside Xiaowan. While checking the marks on the ground, he said, "By the way, I should thank Dogwa for that brick. The moment he hit it, I felt my memories start to loosen." "When did you fully recover?" he asked. "During the days he was sick, she fed him spiritual spring water every day." He probably didn't know that, right? Xiaowan secretly glanced at Qin Laosan. Her expression was obvious on her face. Qin Laosan saw it and felt a little amused inside, but he didn't show it. His voice remained cold. "On the night Dr. Wu gave me the injection, my memory was completely restored. But for some reason, I couldn't wake up." He was annoyed and glared at Qin Laosan, but he didn't know what to say because it wasn't his fault. Thinking more carefully, after he woke up, many things seemed different from before, but she hadn't noticed. Xiaowan sighed and squatted down, watching Qin Laosan walking in circles near where the children had disappeared, as if searching for something. "Big brother, we've been walking in circles here for a long time. Why can't we get out? The baby is so tired. Maybe we should sit for a while." Qin Bebe took off her small cotton coat and hung the handmade hat on her chest, holding her knees and panting heavily. Qin Debeo looked serious. He turned to look at her, then glanced at the spring-like forest in front of them and nodded. The three of them and the cat all took off their coats and sat down somewhere clean. "This forest is too strange. We can't get out. Big brother, are we going to meet ghosts?" Qin Erbao, tired from walking in circles and helping his sister with her clothes, collapsed and lay down after sitting. "Stop talking nonsense." Seeing Qin Bebe scared and leaning close to him, Qin Debeo glared at his brother. "Mom said there are no ghosts in this world." Qin Erbao was very careless and didn't realize he had scared his sister. He asked, "How should we explain the situation we're in now?" "I don't know." Even though Qin Debeo usually read many books quietly, he had never heard of a situation like this before. He looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's not leave for now. We should stay here and wait for our mother to come and rescue us. If she comes and we leave, we might miss her."
Yes.
"Anyway, we can't go anywhere," Qin Erbao agreed. He was so tired that he didn't want to move anymore. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the little fluffy ball suddenly jump into the air and run into the woods. "Inzi, come back," Qin Debeo shouted. "Inzi, there's no path over there, it's dangerous." Qin Erbao and Bibi quickly scrambled to their feet. Seeing Inzi disappear at the edge of the forest, the children were very worried. They forgot about their clothes and gloves on the ground and rushed after him. As soon as they entered the woods, they saw a huge, white tiger rushing toward them. Someone set a trap here. Outside, where the children's footprints disappeared, old Qin circled around carefully, looking at the ground several times, and said very confidently, "Are there still formations in this world?" Xiaowan didn't understand this at all. She looked anxiously at old Qin and asked, "Do you know how to break it?" Old Qin drew a circle on the ground, tapped twice in the middle, and suddenly took Xiaowan's hand. Surprised, Xiaowan looked at him. He simply nodded calmly and said seriously, "This formation is complicated. I will hold your hand, and you must follow my steps closely, or you'll get lost." He then led Xiaowan into the formation, and they disappeared from sight. Xiaowan quickly calmed her mind and focused entirely on following old Qin. It took them about 15 minutes to get inside the formation. As soon as they entered, Xiaowan was stunned by the scenery inside. She blurted out, "What kind of formation is this? It's so amazing." Outside, it's freezing and snowy, but inside, it's warm like spring. It's called the Lock Spring Formation, also known as the Soul Lock Formation. Old Qin's face was serious. He looked around and said, "The so-called spring all year round is just an illusion, meant to confuse and trap those who accidentally enter. This place is not safe to stay in for long. Staying too long can cause you to lose your mind and become part of the trap." Dabin, Erbao, and Bebe are all well-behaved children and probably won't run off. "Let's go this way and look around first." The two of them walk and observe as they go. Soon, they arrive at the place where the triplets just rested. Seeing the scattered clothes on the ground, Xiao Wan's eyes instantly turn red. Dabin Erbao, Bei. She looks around and calls out loudly several times. Where are you? Come out quickly. Mother is here to find you and take you home. But there is no response. Old Qin comforts her by gently squeezing her hand. The children should be nearby. Let's look around. They split up to search. Husband, over here. Come quickly. Xiaowen walks a little further in the direction where the children disappeared. She suddenly sees a large, white tiger lying on the ground and quickly calls for Old Qin. Old Qin quickly runs over to her side. When he sees the white tiger lying there, no longer breathing, his eyes narrow sharply. But he shows no emotion. He just takes Xiaowen's hand and says, "Let's go and see what's ahead." They continue walking forward. They walk another 200 or 300 meters and see a small wooden house ahead. As they approach, they see a huge golden dog lying in front of the house. It has long fur, but upon closer look, it resembles a wolf. At this moment, a small fluffy ball is quietly lying on its back. The triplets are also resting their heads on it, as if they are sleeping. Xiaowan is stunned. What's going on? The golden wolf dog seems to have noticed the approaching couple but only lifts its head to look at them briefly before squinting again. Babies, Xiaowan gently calls. The 3 children seem to sense their mother's call. They gradually open their eyes. When they see Xiaowan and Old Qin, they are both surprised and happy. They rush over and hug Xiaowan tightly. Babe cries loudly, voice trembling, "Mother, you finally came." The baby kept spinning around and couldn't get out. The baby was so scared. The baby even saw the white tiger and almost got eaten by it. The baby thought, "I would never see you again." Wah wah wah. Seeing the children like this, Xiaowan was initially very worried. But after hearing Qin Bebe call everyone baby several times, she looked very annoyed. This little girl, she didn't know when she started calling everyone baby. Mommy, this is gold. Children's emotions come and go quickly. After crying for a while, Qin Bebe suddenly became full of energy again. She happily pulled Xiaowan in front of the big golden wolf dog and gently patted its head, saying, "I told you, Goldie is amazing. It can even fight a white tiger." When the white tiger wanted to eat us, Goldie appeared. "Now, it's my and my brother's hero. We already have silver, so I named it Goldie. Isn't that a nice name, Mommy?" Xiaowan nodded. "As long as you're happy." Maybe because they had just fought the white tiger to save Qin Bebe and her friends, when she saw Goldie's paw was hurt, Xiaowan casually took out a small bottle of healing ointment from her space, pretending she just pulled it out of her pocket, and applied it to Goldie. She also dropped 2 drops of spiritual spring water on its wound. But unexpectedly, as soon as the big wolf dog smelled the water, it became very excited. It happily rubbed against Xiaowan, who was giggling from being scratched by its long fur, almost falling over. What kind of creature is this? How can it be so smart? Xiaowan helplessly found a container, pretending to scoop some water and place it in front of Goldie, adding a few drops of spiritual spring water. "If you're thirsty, just say so." "Why are you licking me?" Seeing this, the little fluff ball suddenly darted down from the golden wolf dog and gracefully started snatching the spiritual spring water. Like a child, Xiaowan chuckled softly, too lazy to bother with them. "Are we leaving now?" She stood up and smiled at Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin nodded and led the children outside. The little fluff ball and the golden wolf dog had finished drinking the spiritual spring water and were now following the family of 5 closely. "Hey, what are you doing? We agreed you'd see us off, but you can't come with us." Xiaowan looked back and said to the golden wolf dog, "Such a big creature, it would scare people if taken out. Plus, it could easily bite a white tiger to death. Who knows when it might go crazy? What should I do if I hurt the child?" Xiaowan had no intention of taking the dog away. The golden wolf dog looked as if it understood and pitifully gazed at Qin Bebe. "You see, she's no good either. I am the head of this family. If I say no, then it's no," Xiaowan said sternly. Seeing the golden wolf dog look at her with longing, Qin Bebe's heart softened completely. She reached out her small hand and tugged at Xiao Wan's sleeve. Jinzi is very obedient and won't bite. It also saved my brother and me. It's our hero. Can we take it with us? I will help watch over it. Qin Erbao hesitated and said. Compared to the little fluff ball, he liked the majestic golden wolf dog more. Take it with you, mother. Even Qin de Bao spoke up. Actually, Qin de Bao's idea was simple. They were still young and couldn't protect their mother, but Jinzi could. So he also asked for it.
This.
Xiao Wan was helpless against the innocent, watery eyes of the children. But this was a trap set by humans. If they took Jinzi away, would the other party really not come after them? Xiao Wan looked at Qin Laosan. This wolf dog probably also wandered in by mistake. If it had been living here all along, the white tiger would have been dead many times over, Qin Laosan said calmly, seeming to understand her worries. Qin Bebe nodded heavily. Jinzi said it just came in recently and has nothing to do with the white tiger. You knew that too. Xiao Wan gently tapped Qin Bebe's forehead. All right, if you like it, take it. But remember, you have to take responsibility for it. If it bites someone or damages something, don't blame me for being harsh. Got it, Jinzi. You're now part of our family, Qin Bebe said happily, hugging the big golden wolf dog's head and giggling. Xiao Wan saw this and was worried she might accidentally suffocate the big dog. But the dog didn't seem to mind and even licked Qin Bebe's face affectionately. Xiao Wan felt relieved. It seemed that although it looked fierce, it had a good temper. Qin Laosan finished cleaning up their traces and led the family down the mountain in a grand procession. Qin Qianheng's wife, Sun Shaoqin, just brought out a handful of mud when she saw Jinzi run up to her. She was so scared she screamed loudly and threw the scoop of mud away. What's wrong, wife? Hearing this, Qin Qianheng quickly ran out. When he saw Jinzi, he was also very surprised. Where did this dog come from? It's so frightening. He hurriedly picked up from beside the kiln and made a defensive stance. Jinzi, come back. At this moment, Qin Bebe hurried over from behind, panting heavily. She slapped Jinzi and said, I told you not to be scared. Why don't you listen? Look, you scared Uncle Hung and Aunt Sunday apologize. Jinzi whimpered twice and squatted down. Honestly, it looked like she was apologizing for her mistake. Qin Qianheng and Sun Shaoqin couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Hung, Aunt Sun, this is Jinzi, our new family member. Don't be afraid, she won't bite. Seeing Jinzi lying down, Qin Bebe spoke softly to Qin Qianheng and his wife. While they were talking, others heard Sun's surprised cry. They all came out running. Now, seeing Qin Bebe appear and calmly handle a majestic golden wolf dog, everyone thought it was unbelievable. They all rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe it, staring blankly at Qin Bebe. Next, they spent 2 more days. They carefully selected good quality birch wood to make charcoal. Then they cut many sturdy dry logs and placed them at the bottom of the kiln. As Qiao Wan said, light the fire. All 5 kilns were ignited at the same time. The fierce flames roared, and blue smoke billowed out. Everyone watched excitedly, with big smiles and a sense of anticipation. Xiao Wan had previously participated in charcoal making when she went to the countryside to introduce local customs and history. She was not worried about whether it would succeed. Seeing everyone staring eagerly, she smiled and said, the fire needs to burn for at least 2 more days and nights. Whether it succeeds depends on what happens next. Starting today, we will take turns watching over it. When it's about halfway done, we can close the kiln door. Xiao Qiao, you've been busy building the house these past 2 days. As for watching the fire, my cousin and I can handle it, Shun said first. Child, you and your father are both getting old. You this naughty kid, I'm only in my 50s. How can you say I'm old? Before Qin Qianheng finished speaking, Shinshur slapped his head and said, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. That's settled. This old kiln, it's just me and my husband watching over it. Qiao Wan knew this was Shinshur's good intention, but as Qin Qianheng said, it's not right for the oldest elder to stay here all the time. Recently it snowed, and the temperature at night is low. You two can't stay up all night. Seeing Qin Qianheng look at her for help, Qiao Wan smiled softly and suggested, "Here's the plan. During the day, Uncle Tang and Auntie will watch over it. At night, my husband and I will take the first shift. Tomorrow, third uncle and Zhou Huai will take over. What do you think? What about me?" asked son Xiaoqin, who was the first to speak up because she wasn't assigned a shift. "Since Uncle Tang and Auntie are not home, you alone will be busy taking care of everything. There's no way we can let you stay up all night." Qiao Wan smiled at her and said, "Besides, your family has already sent out 3 workers. If we do nothing, how can we be sure to share the firewood and get our fair share?" Everyone was amused by her words.
All right.
"We'll follow Xiao Qiao's plan." That afternoon, Qiao Wan and Qin Laosan went back home. They drove the ox cart to the edge of the kiln and set up a temporary tent under the shed. At night, they spread out the quilts, lit a big fire that roared loudly, and a dog and a cat lay on either side, not feeling cold at all. "Mother, is Daddy really okay now?" Although 2 days had passed since Qin Laosan recovered, Qin Bebe still found it hard to believe. At night, she hid in Qiao Wan's arms, watching Qin Laosan's back as he stoked the fire, and whispered softly. Yes, not only Qin Bebe but even Qiao Wan had been feeling a bit strange these past days. So she deliberately kept busy, trying to avoid being alone with Qin Laosan. "Does Bebe like this kind of daddy?" Qiao Wan asked. Qin Bebe frowned and looked at Qin Laosan for a long time, then gently nodded.
Like,
"Although Daddy can't play with me every day now that he's grown up, he can help Mother do many things. Mother doesn't have to work as hard as before, so Bebe still likes him very much." Old Qin finished adding firewood and came back, just hearing this remark. "So, you like your father because he can help your mother with chores?" He twitched his lips and looked at the mother and daughter cuddling together. His gaze unconsciously softened a lot. "Dad." At this moment, Qin Debao and Qin Erbao also came over. Especially Qin Erbao, who looked at him with eager eyes, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. "What's wrong?" He instinctively rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys. Compared to Qin Bebe, Qin Debao and Qin Erbao actually liked this kind of dad more because he was good at everything. It felt like as long as he was around, they didn't need to be afraid of anything. "Dad, can we learn martial arts from you?" Qin Debao asked. "Of course," Qin Old Third replied with a smile. Qin Erbao cheered happily and ran to Qiao Wan, saying, Mom, Dad agreed to teach us martial arts." Qiao Wan looked up at Qin Old Third, then reached out to remove a from Qin Erbao's hair. "Mom knows you like practicing martial arts, Erbao, but practicing martial arts is very hard. It's not something you can do overnight. It takes a long time and persistent effort. Are you sure you can do it?" "I can," Qin Erbao answered loudly. "I can too," Qin Debao also promised when he saw his mother looking at him. Qiao Wan had no reason to refuse. She smiled and said, "All right. Then you follow Dad, and learn well. When you become skilled in the future, your mother and sister will rely on you to protect them." The 2 brothers nodded in unison, engraving this promise in their hearts. When Qin Bebe heard her brothers practicing martial arts, she also cheered and said she wanted to learn too. Qiao Wan didn't stop them. The children happily ran to Qin Old Third, pestering him to tell stories about practicing martial arts. Qin Old Third patiently told them stories for a long time, until late at night. The children finally couldn't hold on and fell into deep sleep. "Let's talk," Qin Old Third suddenly said to Qiao Wan. Qiao Wan's eyelids twitched, and she couldn't pretend anymore. She got up, feeling annoyed, and asked, "Talk about what?" "Why have you been avoiding me these past 2 days?" Qin Old Third asked. "I haven't," Qiao Wan insisted, but when she looked into Qin Old Third's serious eyes, she couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. She quickly turned her head to the side. Old Man Qin sighed and said, "I know what happened back then was something we all had no choice about. But since we are now a family and have children, we all have a responsibility to this family. I understand that these years, you have been at home raising the children alone and dealing with the wolves and tigers from the Qin family. It hasn't been easy. And even in such hard times, you managed to raise the children so well. That is truly impressive. I'm sorry and thank you," He then handed a cloth bag to Xiaowan. She instinctively took it and looked inside, surprised to see it was full of silver coins. Such a big bag, at least 1,000 taels. She paused for a moment, suspiciously looked at Old Man Qin, and thought to herself, maybe he found out she wasn't the original owner and wants to drive her away? What are you thinking? Her face showed her doubt. Old Man Qin chuckled tiredly. This is the silver I saved from the battlefield over the years. That's all I have now. You said you want to build a house, so take it and use it. So, he wasn't trying to drive her away. Xiaowan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she suddenly froze. She realized that, without realizing it, she had already poured all her feelings into this family and started to care about it. Over the past few days, she had been avoiding Old Man Qin. She didn't know how to get along with him, but mostly she was afraid. She was afraid Old Man Qin would drive her away. Afraid of being separated from the children. But Old Man Qin's actions now clearly didn't mean that. Staring blankly at the money in her hand, she still couldn't understand. If Old Man Qin didn't want to drive her away, then what did he really mean? She blinked her big eyes in confusion and looked at Old Man Qin. So, what exactly do you want to talk about? Old Man Qin. Wasn't she usually very smart? He had given her all his belongings, and she still didn't understand what he wanted to say? Cough, cough. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, I want to say that I will try my best to make up for you and the children in the future. Our family should be happy and healthy. Xiaowan nodded and mumbled softly. Isn't that what should happen? The alarm that was most important to her finally stopped, and she suddenly felt sleepy. She yawned and, holding Qin Beibei, quickly fell asleep. Qin Laosen shook his head helplessly, but with a smile. Looking at the 4 family members squeezed together, he felt warm inside and much more at peace. Having a wife and children, he had never imagined such days before. But now, it seemed quite something to look forward to. Watching them, Qin Laosen's eyes gradually softened, as if something was filling his heart. While Qin Laosen watched the fire, Xiaowan slept very well. It was dawn, and she vaguely heard Qin Laosen instructing the triplets to practice their stances. She turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. If Qin Yan and his wife hadn't come with breakfast to change shifts, Xiaowan wouldn't have wanted to get up. Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang, I'll leave it to you here, she said after finishing breakfast, feeling relaxed. She packed up the empty vegetable basket, held Qin Beibei's hand, and waved to Qin Yansheng and his wife. We're going back now. Take care of the fire, don't let it go out. I'll come back to check later. Go ahead, go ahead. Shun Shi smiled and urged. I've remembered everything you just said. Don't worry. We also have a meeting with Master Lin later. He should arrive soon. You should head back now. Master Lin was the builder introduced to Xiaowan by the village chief. They had met a few days ago and discussed the house plans she drew. At that time, Master Lin suggested a few changes, which Xiaowan thought were quite reasonable. They decided to make the adjustments today, then meet again to finalize everything. Once they pick a good date, they can start building. It takes about 2/4 hours to go from the clay kiln to the foot of the mountain. When Xiaowan and her family returned home, washed up and tidied up, village chief Li Wenshan really arrived with Master Lin. Xiao, your drawings are really good. Uncle Lin has built houses for most of his life, but this is the first time I've seen such a design, he said. Master Lin looked at Xiaowan's drawings with delight and kept praising. Very good, very good. I've made the suggested changes from last time, and they turned out great. Don't worry, I've remembered everything you said. I'll make sure the house is built beautifully. I just came over earlier. Old Li, and I checked the site. Tomorrow's weather looks good, so construction can start. There is more than a month before the new year. If we have enough workers, we can finish building the house before then. What do you think? If we can really move into the new house before the new year, that would be perfect. Xiaowan smiled as she looked at Master Lin and the village chief. How many people do you need? You decide. It would be best to finish before the new year. If not, that's okay. I just want good quality. Of course. Master Lin confirmed the details about the foundation and materials with Xiaowan before leaving. Little Chow, yesterday afternoon, Lu from Guangzhou Xian came again. Seeing you're not home, he asked me to tell you that Boss Qian said your ingredients from the day before yesterday weren't enough. He wants you to make a bit more in the next couple of days, and they'll come to pick it up the day after tomorrow. Soon after the village chief and Master Lin left, Aunt Zhou came over and told Xiaowan. Oh, I see. Xiaowan's ingredients are not special. She mainly mixes in some herbs that grow in the space and adds a bit of spiritual spring water at the end. She can't let Qian's people do this, or else the special techniques might be exposed. She thought for a moment. Aunt Zhou, it's okay. Keep working on it. I'll bring someone to help you later. Xiaowan thought of the village chief's wife. She asked at their house, and surprisingly she agreed. From that day on, Xiaowan fully entrusted the ingredient making to these two people. The next day, Xiaowan took Master Lin to her own land. She explained the general area and requested to build a 2-meter-high wall around the 8 acres of land. Master Lin was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He knew Xiaowan was wealthy, but he never imagined she would be so extravagant. Most people building a house spend only 10 or 20 taels. Wealthy ones build a small wall with earth to enclose a yard. Those with little money use bamboo fences. She wanted to build a wall around 8 acres of land, over 2 meters high, with bricks. The cost of bricks alone would be enough to build a big house. Having money doesn't mean building like this. Master Lin looked at Old Qin and gave him a look that said, "You also don't interfere." Old Qin looked like he didn't understand anything and only listened to his wife's expression. Master Lin was also surprised. He carefully looked at Xiaowan and asked, "Little Xiao, are you joking?" Xiaowan shrugged. "Does Uncle think I look like I'm joking?" Actually, when Xiaowan bought the land, she had already decided. She planned to farm there in the future. The space was small, so breeding animals wasn't possible. Even if it was, it would be hard to explain if someone asked. So, she decided to enclose the 8 acres of land, build a big yard in front, a small vegetable garden at the back, and use the rest for breeding. This year, she planned to grow cotton first. But she was worried about troublemakers, so she thought it would be better to build a wall all around at once. Anyway, with over 1,000 taels from Qin Lao San, she wasn't short of money. Master Lin really wanted to say, "You're joking," but when he saw Xiaowan's serious look, he couldn't say it. "I understand," he finally replied numbly in 4 words, then started directing more than 30 workers to begin work. Seeing everyone busy and lively, Xiaowan nodded with satisfaction. She went home, cooked a big pot of sugar water, and asked Qin Lao San to deliver it. After that, she didn't worry about it anymore. That noon, Little Six came again to pick up ingredients. He told Xiaowan that the business at Guangzhou Xian was booming, and the 3 dishes she provided were in high demand. Qianyi planned to expand 2 more Guangzhou Xian restaurants in the neighboring prefecture, so Xiaowan should be prepared. The supply of seasonings might increase in the future. Qianyi has been busy in the capital city lately. He just sent someone to mention it, saying he will discuss the details when he returns. He just wanted you to be prepared, Little Six added. Business was so good, which Xiaowan had expected. She already had some ideas about making seasonings. She nodded calmly and replied, "I understand." Then she saw Little Six out. "Husband, let's go up the mountain." After seeing Little Six off, Xiaowan checked the time and thought it was about time to seal the kiln. She said to Qin Lao San, "Go see how the charcoal is doing." "It's about time to go too." Qin Lao San nodded. "If you don't go now, Uncle Tang and the others might get worried, thinking you've forgotten about this." Over the past few days, Xiaowan has been very busy and truly forgot about the charcoal making. When she heard old Third Qin mention it, she felt a bit guilty. Her tone unconsciously became a little playful and teasing. "How could I forget? That's a job that makes money. Besides, even if I did forget, isn't it you who reminded me?" Old Third Qin looked at her with a smile and nodded slightly. "Mother, we're going too." As soon as the 2 of them reached the door, 3 little children ran over. Behind them followed elegant Jinzi and Inzi. "Then let's go." Xiaowan didn't refuse. She thought it was good for the children to be active. So, the whole family of 5, along with a cat and a dog, went up the mountain. Little Xiao is here. Come quickly and see if the charcoal is ready, Mrs. Shin said happily when she saw her. Standing up quickly. The couple had been guarding the place these past few days. The more they watched, the more uncertain they felt. Seeing Xiao Wan, they seemed to see their main support, and they pulled her over to the earthen kiln. Xiao Wan examined it carefully and nodded. We can seal the kiln now. Then, everyone mix some mud and, using the stones Qin Yan and his wife had found over the past few days, sealed the kiln according to Xiao Wan's instructions. Let's come back in 3 days to check, Xiao Wan said after sealing the kiln. No one is guarding it. Won't that be a problem? Mrs. Shin asked worriedly. Right now, no one knows that our families are making charcoal here. It should be fine, Xiao Wan replied. She thought for a moment and added, but next time, I'm not so sure. Most villagers in Huaxi village are honest and kind, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that some might be jealous if they saw them making money. So, what should we do? Mrs. Shin looked worried. It's freezing cold now. Without the kiln fire, relying only on the cow shed and blankets, it can't keep out the cold at night, she said. Xiao Wan was at a loss for a moment. She could only say, anyway, there shouldn't be any problems this time. And it will be more than 10 days before we seal the kiln again. We'll think of other ways when we go back. As they spoke, they picked up their things from the ground, pulled the ox cart, and headed down the mountain together. As soon as they reached home, Qin Bebe came over and whispered in Xiao Wan's ear. Don't worry. Jinzi said she just found a group of helpers to watch over the kiln for us. Xiao Wan looked at Qin Bebe with a puzzled expression. Qin Bebe blinked her eyes, speaking softly and mysteriously. Jinzi found a group of wolves and told them to guard the clay kiln. That way, no one would dare to bother our kiln. Xiao Wan frowned and looked at Qin Bebe with a hint of suspicion. This wasn't the first time she heard that her daughter could understand animals. Before, Qin Debao and Qin Erbao also said that as soon as Silver arrived home, she could understand what Qin Bebe was saying. Xiao Wan thought carefully and realized she had seen Qin Bebe talking to wild chickens, rabbits, and other small animals. At first, she thought it was just a child's innocent words. Could she be wrong? Xiao Wan had to face this question. She gently picked up Qin Bebe and sat on a stool in the kitchen, looking serious. Bebe, tell me honestly, can you really understand what Jinzi and Inzi are saying? Qin Bebe nodded and thought for a moment. And wild chickens, rabbits, little birds, and the big white tiger. Fierce humans, how dare you lock up our king here? I will eat you all. She said this while imitating the big white tiger's actions, baring her teeth and growling. Then she looked sad and said, the big white tiger is so fierce. I told my brothers, but they didn't believe me. Xiao Wan was very surprised. But then she thought, since she could travel through time, it didn't seem impossible for her daughter to understand animals. She exchanged a look with Qin Laosan, who had been following them, and noticed her daughter's eyes showing hidden nervousness. Then she heard Qin Bebe sigh softly and whisper, Mommy, I really like small animals. I like listening to their stories and playing with them. But I'm a little scared. What if one day I wake up and suddenly turn into a monster? How could that happen? Xiao Wan gently kissed her soft, fair face and smiled. Bebe is so cute. When the fairy sister sent you to Mommy, she was probably worried you'd be bored without anyone to talk to. So she secretly gave you a gift. That gift is the ability to understand small animals. Recently, Xiao Wan told the triplets bedtime stories every day. Qin Bebe knew what a fairy sister was. She blinked her big, adorable eyes happily. Is this really a gift from the fairy sister? Then why don't my brothers have it? Big brothers also have their own talents. Xiao Wan thought for a moment and said, look at Debo. He's very good at studying, almost able to remember everything after just a glance. Then there's Erbao, who is naturally very strong. Dad says his bones and muscles are very healthy, perfect for practicing martial arts. These might be things you don't have, but they're gifts from the fairy sister just for you. Really? Qin Bebe was convinced. She happily jumped up and spun around on the ground, her previous worries gone. It's true, of course. Xiao Wan nodded firmly. But, sweetheart, the fairy sister doesn't give gifts to everyone. Many children don't receive her gifts. So, we must not tell others about your gift. If other children also want one, the fairy sister might feel uncomfortable and take your gift back, understand? I understand. Chin Bebe nodded seriously. I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between me and my mother. She looked at Chin Laosen beside her and continued, and my daddy's secret too. Equals, yes, it's our secret. Xiaowen gently patted her little head. Go quietly tell Jinzi to tell his little brother not to hurt anyone. Just scare off anyone who comes close to the kiln, okay? Okay. Chin Bebe happily ran off. Did the fairy sister give you a gift, dear? Chin Laosen suddenly asked. Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her secret about the space was discovered? She quickly turned her head to look at Chin Laosen. Just joking, he said with a smile, and shook his head. How come I never noticed before that you're so good at making up stories? Were we that close before? Why would I tell you if I could make up stories? Xiaowen let out a sigh of relief, but then she remembered that Chin Bebe could understand animal language, which made her worried. Husband, what if someone finds out about Bebe? Will they think she's a monster and catch her? She was an adult and often had to be very careful when taking things from her space. But Chin Bebe was still a child under 4 years old. She was afraid that one day she might accidentally reveal her secret. Don't worry, you have me too. Chin Laosan's eyes flashed with a cold light. My daughter, no matter what she becomes, no one will dare to hurt her. Older cousin, third uncle, are you at home? As soon as Chin the Third spoke, a clear and pleasant female voice came from the door. Is this never-ending? Zhaowen's eyes showed a hint of impatience. If you don't like it, just send her away, Chin the Third said coldly when he saw her. Anyway, it's no big deal. Go take a look. Like a sticky plaster, she keeps coming back after being sent away. There must be some hidden purpose, Zhaowen said, then stepped out first. Big brother, second brother. This is candy your aunt bought for you. Eat it quickly. Where's sister? I don't see Bebe. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Qiao Xian kneeling in front of Chin Debao and Chin Erbao, handing them a bag of candies. Mother said, showing kindness without reason is either a trick or a theft. Chin Debao didn't reach out to take the candy and looked wary, pulling Chin Erbao back a step, with a serious face. We won't eat it. Chin Erbao, however, directly moved and knocked the candy bag onto the ground. I recognize you. You're the maid who bullies mother. You're a bad person. Qiao Xian looked embarrassed, with a faint anger in her eyes. Older cousin, I came here kindly to see you. Look at Erbao. Suddenly, she saw Zhaowen and Chin the Third come out. She stood up feeling wronged. Sorry, I really didn't know my maid would do such a thing. I came to apologize today. Older cousin, I understand you're upset with me, but the children, they don't understand anything. You can't say things to them. Third uncle, cousin, teaching children like this. This young. Isn't that too much? Is she saying she can't teach children? And that she has spoiled the children? She even tried to turn Chin the Third against her. This kind of manipulation isn't very clever at all. Zhaowen shrugged and looked at Chin the Third with a teasing smile. Chin the Third frowned slightly and turned to Chin Erbao. Erbao, you don't want to eat. That's fine, but don't waste food. Do you know how many soldiers sometimes can't even get a full meal and have to eat grass roots? Hearing this, Qiao Xian's face lit up with joy. Third uncle really cares for her. For her. He even scolded his own son. Great generals are brave and clever, not just strong. When facing enemies, losing control and getting angry easily is a big mistake in battle. As punishment, you will stand in horse stance for 15 minutes and run 2 kilometers, Chin the Third continued. Chin Erbao felt wronged, saying, but, hold a horse stance for 15 minutes, run 3 kilometers, Chin Laosen said expressionlessly. Third uncle, Erbao is still a child. She has a misunderstanding about me, so she acts like this. Your treatment of her is a bit too much. Qiao Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, but her face looked troubled and she reluctantly pleaded for Chin Erbao. Don't pretend to be kind. I accept the punishment. Chin Erbao angrily glared at Qiao Xian, then ran forward, not forgetting to bump into her as she left. Xiao Xian was hit hard and screamed sharply, crouching down. But when she saw Qin Laosen nearby, her eyes flickered, and she leaned slightly, then fell toward Qin Laosan. Could this be Xiao Xian's real goal?
Her target was Qin Laosan.
But even if Xiao Xian isn't his biological aunt, they aren't from the same generation, right? Moreover, Xiao Xian used to really dislike Qin Laosan. She disliked him so much that she didn't like herself, which is why she set up to be with him in the first place. But now, Xiao Xian's sneaky move. Xiao Wan really can't understand it. She just watched helplessly as Xiao Xian fell toward Qin Laosan. Seeing Xiao Xian fall, Qin Laosan didn't catch her. Instead, he moved slightly to the left, avoiding her. Xiao Xian lost her balance and fell to the ground. The scene was so funny that Xiao Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Third uncle. Xiao Xian looked at Qin Laosan with tears in her eyes, her face full of grievance. This time, she was truly not pretending. She was genuinely hurt. However, Qin Laosan ignored her and turned around to leave. And left. Xiao Xian was stunned for a moment. Ignoring her pain, she quickly got up, called out, "Third uncle," and chased after him. "I'm not your uncle." Qin Laosan frowned and said coldly, "We are no longer related to the Qin family. Get lost." Then he bypassed her, intending to see Qin Erbao. "Fine, since we really have no blood relation, I'll call you third brother from now on." Xiao Xian had long wanted to stop calling him third uncle. Now, she took the opportunity to change her tone naturally. At this point, Xiao Wan was sure Xiao Xian's real goal was Qin Laosan. She still couldn't understand why Xiao Xian, who used to dislike Qin Laosan very much, suddenly changed her mind and started to like him. Seeing Xiao Wan watching the show without helping, Qin Laosan felt very frustrated and suddenly didn't want to see Qin Erbao anymore. He ignored Xiao Xian, went to the main hall, and brought out a large wooden tub. He placed it in front of Xiao Wan and asked, "Didn't you say the big bowl for mixing ingredients wasn't enough? I went to the neighboring village and brought back 2. Is this okay?" "Yes, that works." Xiao Wan casually glanced at it and nodded. "Since you'll need it tonight, just wash it out and let it dry. Senior sister, how can you order third brother to do things? Where have you learned all these proper manners at home?" Before Qin Laosan could speak, Xiao Xian suddenly shouted loudly. Xiao Wan looked at her, but said nothing. Qin Laosan also didn't bother with her. He directly carried out a second large wooden tub, added a small bucket of water, and prepared to clean them. "Third brother, I'll help you." Xiao Xian quickly moved closer when she saw this. Qin Laosan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was about to scold her. "All right, husband, since she wants to help, just let her do it," Xiao Wan said with a gentle smile, holding a string of loofah pulp from a wash basin and handing it to Xiao Xian. "Wash it. I need this bucket tonight. Please clean it well." Xiao Xian was stunned for a moment, then stomped her foot and muttered, looking at Qin Laosan, "Third brother, look at senior sister." But Qin Laosan ignored her and turned to Qin Erbao, who was practicing horse stance. The father and son whispered something, and soon, Qin Erbao's gloomy face broke into a big smile. Xiao Xian stood there, holding the loofah pulp, and saw the scene. Cold light flickered in her eyes. She really wanted to throw away the loofah pulp and kick over the big bucket. But Qin Laosan was busy coaxing Qin Erbao over there. If she lost her temper, he would definitely notice. Was it really so hard to clean 2 wooden tubs? What's the big deal? This was a perfect chance to show Qin Laosan how vicious Xiao Wan could be. Fuming, Xiao Xian started scrubbing the wooden tubs hard. Originally, Xiao Wan had a big pot of hot water boiling, ready to wash the tubs. Now, seeing Xiao Xian holding the loofah pulp, bending over in the cold winter, carefully washing the big tubs with icy water, she felt extremely satisfied. I wouldn't be so kind as to give it to her. She smiled, walked up to Xiao Xian and spoke very gently. "Xian, your third brother is watching. I'll leave these 2 big buckets to you. Take your time washing them and make sure to clean them well." After saying that, Xiao Wan left the house, planning to check on the construction of the house at the homestead. Old third Qin wanted to follow, but was stopped by Qiaowan. If he went, how could Xiao Xian stay behind to wash the wooden buckets? So she left alone, leaving old third Qin with the children at home. There was also a girl who was washing a big bucket while trembling and glancing nervously at old third Qin. Third brother, seeing Qiaowan leave, Xiao Xian felt happy and dropped the zucchini pulp, ready to find old third Qin. But unexpectedly, a small head appeared behind her. Qin Debao stood straight and called out seriously, "Annie, Dad is watching you. You can't slack off." Xiao Xian looked up and saw old third Qin also looking over. Her heart lifted and she forced a small smile. "Debao, I haven't been slacking. My back has been hurting from bending over for a long time. I'll stand for a while and then come back to continue washing." She was about to run to find old third Qin. Qin Debao looked at her and said innocently, "Huh? Washing the big bucket makes your back hurt? Mom used to wash it often, but I never heard her say anything." "Auntie, come on, let's go ask Dad what's going on." "No, there's no need." When she heard that Xiaowan's back wasn't hurting and that Qin Debao wanted to compare the two in front of old third Qin, Xiao Xian's smile froze instantly. She quickly resumed washing the big wooden bucket, saying as she washed, "Actually, my back isn't that painful. Debao, you don't need to watch me. Go play. I'll finish washing soon." "All right. Auntie, you're amazing. Keep it up." Qin Debao happily walked away. Xiao Xian glared fiercely at his back, wanting to shout loudly, "I'm done with this." In fact, her back was hurting badly, and her hands were frozen stiff, causing her excruciating pain. But she didn't want to lose to Qiaowan, so she gritted her teeth and finished scrubbing the big bucket. When she finally finished and looked up, she found that old third Qin and the triplets had already disappeared from the yard. She angrily took a few steps inside and heard sounds coming from the kitchen area. She tiptoed closer and heard a young voice from inside say, "See, Bao, this is how we deal with enemies, using brains, not just strength. Look at Mom, she's so clever." She just said a few words and that auntie obediently sat there washing the wooden bucket. "Mom is amazing and Bao is also great. If it weren't for you, that auntie might have run away." Qin Bao nodded. "Yes, yes. Mom and Bao are the strongest people in the world. Of course, there's also Dad, Bao, and Baby," Qin Bebe said. She didn't understand what her brothers were talking about, but she took the chance to praise herself. Qin Bao ignored Bebe's voice and said to Qin Bao, "Actually, I learned all this from Mom." "I want to learn more from Mom too," Qin Bao said. "Learn how to make that big Annie outside angry." Qin Bebe tilted her head and asked sweetly. Outside, Xiao Xian listened and looked very upset. "You little brats, how dare you talk badly about me behind my back? You're asking for trouble," she said tiredly and sadly, then stormed inside with a fierce look. Before she could reach the triplets, a large golden-haired dog suddenly rushed into the kitchen and scared her into fainting. "What's going on?" The triplets looked at each other and then all looked at the golden-haired dog. "Jinzi, you scared her again." Jinzi looked innocent and aggrieved. "I didn't do anything. I just went up the mountain to tell the wolf pack not to bite people randomly." "How would I know there was still a big Annie at home?" Qin Debao nodded. "That's right, Jinzi. You're a grown dog now.
You do your job well.
Since you scared her into fainting, you're responsible for dragging her out." Woof woof. It didn't like the smell on that ugly woman. Jinzi looked at Xiao Xian on the ground with disdain and whined a little, feeling wronged. "But if you don't drag her out, Dad will have to do it. Dad is a man. As the saying goes, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Jinzi, you don't want that ugly woman to take advantage of us, do you?" Qin Bao looked at Jinzi innocently. Jinzi whined twice, thought for a moment, then reluctantly bit onto Xiao Xian's collar. As soon as Xiao Xian opened her eyes, she saw the big golden dog biting her neck. She was so scared that she widened her eyes and fainted again, in a very dramatic way. "Goldie, are you polite?" It angrily grabbed her collar and dragged her to the door. If Aunt Shou hadn't come by with something and seen this scene, she would have gone to find the Qin family to carry Xiao Xian back. By the time Xiao Wan returned, Xiao Xian might have already frozen outside their house. After this incident, I heard Xiao Xian got sick. A doctor was called, and he said she was frightened and caught a cold, so she needed a long time to recover. The Qin family didn't dare to trouble Xiao Wan, so they quietly sent her back to the town. 3 days later, it was time to open the kiln. Xiao Wan asked old Qin to bring a cart, and she took Zhou Huai and Qin Yanqing's family back up the mountain. At first, Xiao Wan wasn't nervous, but when she saw everyone holding their breath and staring at old Qin, who was opening the kiln, she started to feel a little nervous too. It's done, it's done. Little Xiao, it's really done. Look, is that charcoal? When the hot air hit her face and she saw the dark charcoal, even the usually calm Mrs. Shen couldn't help but smile and excitedly grabbed Xiao Wan's hand, shouting, Yes, yes, it's charcoal. All dark and full of charcoal. Qin Qianheng also opened a kiln. When he saw the neatly stacked black charcoal with a layer of white frost on top, he was stunned.
This.
He couldn't even finish his sentence. Third son, are you silly? Mrs. Shen, excited, couldn't help but slap him. Look at you, so useless. You're supposed to be a scholar. No, mother. Even if I say it, you wouldn't understand. Qin Qianheng rubbed his head and looked at Mrs. Shen sadly. Then he called old Qin and Xiao Wan. Take a closer look. Is this silver thread charcoal? Silver thread charcoal? Although Mrs. Shen was just the daughter of a scholar, she had some knowledge. Now she was the one with wide eyes, mouth open, unable to speak for a moment. Actually, Xiao Wan had already prepared to make silver thread charcoal from the start. When she opened the kiln, she saw it clearly. Now, being pulled over again and seeing everyone's surprised looks, she could only pretend to be stunned for a moment before saying, It seems so. Old man Qin looked deeply at Xiao Wan and nodded, saying, Yes, it's silver wire charcoal. Is silver wire charcoal expensive? Only Zhou Huai and son Xiaoqin didn't know its value. They touched their heads and asked, Then can we make a lot of money? Silver wire charcoal is smoke-free, hard to ignite, and not easy to extinguish. It is a special item used by officials. Do you think it's expensive? Qin Qianheng looked at them calmly and said. Zhou Huai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed, Wow, we have at least 4,000 or 5,000 jin of charcoal. That means we will be rich. Yes, we will be rich. Old man Qin nodded. But it also brings trouble. Ordinary people can't afford this charcoal, so it's hard to sell. Wealthy families might buy it, but with our status, if we take it out, it could cause problems. Then maybe I should write separate letters to Qianhe and Qianxi to ask them, Qin Yanqing suggested. His eldest son, Qin Qianhe, was a county magistrate in the city, and his father-in-law was a government official. His younger son, Qin Qianxi, was a teacher, but his father-in-law was the head of a school. Both were knowledgeable and well-connected. No need to disturb brother Qianhe. Just tell Qianxi about it. Qin Qianxi was the same age as old man Qin. Before the Qin family moved to the city, the two were very close. Qin old man trusted Qin Qianxi's ability. That day, Qin Yanqing sent a letter to Qin Qianxi. Then, they all took a cart and quietly transported over 4,000 jin of charcoal back to Qin Yanqing's home. The next day, they didn't receive a reply from Qin Qianxi, but instead, an unexpected visitor arrived. 18-year-old Qin Qinghao, Qin Qianhe's eldest son. Qinghao, why are you back? You didn't stay in the city. Seeing him, Qin Yanqing and his wife were both surprised and happy, but also a little worried. Did you come alone? Where are your parents? How are they? Qin Qinghao smiled sweetly and politely. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom are fine. They're doing well. I missed you, so I came back to see you. I just arrived at the county yesterday and heard from my little uncle that you made silver wire charcoal. Where is it? Let me see. You little kid. Mrs. Shen looked at him kindly and smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Qin Qinghao had visited his hometown several times before. Especially in recent years, after the head of the Qin family moved back to Huaxi village, he returned every year during the new year. I am very familiar with this household. He entered the wood storage room and, upon opening the door, saw a whole room full of silver thread charcoal. Even though he was born into a wealthy family, he was still surprised. Silver thread charcoal is rare because few people know how to make it and the production rate is very low. He had never seen so much silver thread charcoal in one place. Grandma, how did you make this charcoal? He asked. Oh, just build a clay kiln and burn firewood inside, Shenshu replied. He hesitated, thinking if it were that easy, silver thread charcoal wouldn't be so expensive. Qin Yanqing looked at his expression and almost smiled, knowing that his grandson didn't like studying but was good at doing business. He said, "We only cut trees and burn firewood. The rest is done by your third uncle and third aunt. You should ask them how they make it." Just as he finished speaking, Qin Lao San and Xiao Wan came in. Qin Qinghao used to go hunting in the mountains with Qin Lao San when he visited home, so they knew each other well. He greeted them with a smile, raised his hands in a bow, and said, "Third uncle, third aunt." Qin Lao San nodded expressionlessly. Xiao Wan was not very familiar with him and only offered a slight smile without speaking. "Third uncle, I heard from Grandpa and Grandma that you made this silver thread charcoal? Did you?" "It wasn't me, it was your third aunt," Qin Lao San interrupted before he finished. Qin Qinghao paused, then smiled happily and turned to Xiao Wan. "I heard your third and also developed marinated flavors and new dishes, and she's working with Guangji Pavilion. So this silver thread charcoal was also developed by her? Impressive. Third aunt, are you willing to sell the method for making this charcoal?" Xiao Wan looked at Qin Lao San. Qin Lao San lowered his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "We won't sell the method, but we can sell you the charcoal we produce. Also, you must keep the origin of the silver thread charcoal a secret. No, third uncle, even if you don't sell the recipe, we can find other ways to work together. For example, you provide the technique, and I provide the labor. Collaborations like that. If you keep the recipe to yourselves, relying only on a few people, you probably won't produce much charcoal in a year. Besides, news about your charcoal sales will spread quickly in the village. Even if I keep your secret, it won't help," Qin Qinghao said. "We don't plan to produce large quantities of silver thread charcoal. Items are more valuable when rare. High-quality birch wood is also hard to find. There will come a day when it's all used up. We will also burn some regular charcoal to sell in town, so no one will suspect anything." Qin Qinghao listened, feeling a bit disappointed, but not insisting. He asked, "And what about this silver wire charcoal? Once we finish these, you can take all of it for 1 silver coin per gene. We will supply you with 2,000 gene every 10 days until winter ends," Xiao Wan said. Since they are like family, Xiao Wan offered a fair price. Qin Qinghao didn't argue and sent people to take the charcoal away that same day. Equals over 4,000 gene of charcoal, sold for a total of 4,600 taels. According to the previous agreement, Zhou Huai should get 920 taels, and the remaining 1,840 taels each for Qiao Wan's family and Qin Yanqing's family. But after receiving the money, both families refused to take so much, especially Zhou Huai. If it was ordinary charcoal, he would only get 3 or 4 taels. Now that he's getting so much more, he didn't dare accept it. "Sister Wan, I really can't take this money. I'm just a kid, I didn't do much. Giving me so much makes me uneasy." "Yes, Xiao Qiao. I thought it was just regular charcoal, and each family would get a few taels. Now, even with 30%, we don't dare take it, let alone 40%, Shenshu said. Exactly. Third sister-in-law, we agreed before that you would handle the technique, and we would do the labor. But look at third brother, he did the work of several of us. If you give us this money, we won't feel at ease," Qin Qianheng added. "Xiao Qiao, I know you want to do good for our family, and my great-uncle appreciates your kindness," Qin Yanqing said after some thought. He sighed and continued, "But I really can't accept this money. How about this? You can just hire us to do the work. My great-uncle is thick-skinned. We can each take 1 or 2 taels a day. 1 or 2 taels per person adds up to only a few dozen taels. How can that work?" Xiao Wan disagreed. "Then I'll say a word too," Qin Lao Sin spoke up when everyone was arguing. "The way the money was divided was agreed upon before we started burning the charcoal. Let's stick to that plan. Zhou Huai gets 20%, and the rest is split equally between us and my great-uncle's family. We have other things to do, but next time we burn charcoal, Juana will teach you the techniques. From now on, we won't participate anymore. You two can handle it yourselves, but we still want our share of the profit. Maybe we should just. Since you insist, let's do it like before. Qin Qianheng spoke first. You still get 40%. That's too much. We haven't done anything, Jingwan frowned. Not too much, not too much. Qin Qianheng is right. Then it's settled. Qin Qianheng's words were agreed upon by the Qin family and Zhou Huai. Seeing that Jingwan wanted to say something, Qin Laosen quietly tugged at her sleeve and nodded. Okay. All right then, from now on, we will rely on everyone. Jingwan also knew that only like this could they feel at ease accepting the money. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. That day, Jingwan went to check the progress of the house construction on the village land. When she returned to the yard, she saw Qin Debao sitting by the fire pit, resting his chin on his hands, looking very lonely. Jingwan raised an eyebrow in surprise and walked behind him. Big brother, why hasn't Brother Shirdu come to play with us these days? She heard Qin Erbao say boredly. Li Shirtu is the grandson of the village chief, about a year older than the triplets. I heard there's a new school in town. They only take students who are 5 years old. Brother Shirtu has been sent to school by Grandpa the village chief, Qin Debao said with envy. Really? That's so unfortunate for Shirtu. Qin Erbao doesn't like studying much. Instead of studying, he prefers staying at home, learning martial arts with his father. Knowing the fish's happiness without being a fish, Qin Debao finished speaking, noticing his brother didn't seem to understand. He sighed and added, whether it's good or bad depends on the person. Then he looked down sadly, holding a piece of charcoal, and continued to write on the ground. After finishing, he erased it and started again, writing carefully over and over. Jingwan watched him and felt a little sad. This child has always loved studying. Recently, their family has been better off, and she bought him many books, brushes, and paper. But he's afraid of wasting, so he still prefers practicing on the ground. Since the town school takes students at 5 years old, even though Debao is not yet 5, he's very smart and well-behaved. Maybe he could try to go too? Jingwan quietly stepped back and went to talk to Qin Laosan about this. Old man Qin frowned upon hearing this and then said, I just heard from Qinghao the other day that Grand Tutor Jiang has retired and is now in our county. Because Qianqi's father-in-law is related to his nephew, he is currently staying at Qianqi school. He has already taken Qianqi's son as a student. I was thinking once I get more news, I will tell you, then we can take the children to visit the county. Grand Tutor Jiang is well-read, knowing both astronomy and geography. He is one of the most respected elders of South Li Kingdom. Legend says he could read at 3 and fight at 4. He was once a famous genius boy, and at 15, Emperor Gao personally appointed him as the top scholar, making him famous across the land. He was not only a companion to the founding emperor but also his teacher, and he has also taught the current emperor. He has many students all over the world. If Qin Debao could study under him, it would help him greatly whether he chooses to study or pursue a career in government. Then let's go. No matter what, let's go see first, said Xiaowan excitedly, her eyes bright with anticipation. By the way, did Qin Qinghao say what he liked? Old man Qin shook his head. I heard he disappeared the day after he arrived in the county. No one has seen him except Qianqi's father-in-law. That's why I haven't told you earlier. Xiaowan's shoulders sank, feeling her enthusiasm was suddenly cooled. What should we do? We can't just wait forever. What if he doesn't come back? Debao is not even 4 years old yet. We can wait. And didn't he promise to take Qianqi's son as a student? He will show up eventually. Old man Qin gently tapped Xiaowan's forehead and said, You're too impatient. Xiaowan felt a bit embarrassed but still insisted, It's because your son looks so lonely. Old man Qin smiled and said, Yes, it's Debao's fault. Just behind them, Qin Debao looked confused. What did I do wrong? Doesn't my dad feel guilty about saying that? In front of his mother, his father is too unreasonable. He decided to walk away quietly. Qin Debao came over and then slipped away quietly. Xiaowan didn't notice, just nodded in agreement. To find a good teacher for Debeo, we should wait a little longer. If there's a good teacher, she definitely doesn't want to miss out. In a while, I need to go into the mountains. Do you want to come? After discussing the children's studies, Qin old man looked at Xiaowan and invited her proactively. What are you going to do? Go hunting, Xiaowan casually asked. Hearing this, old Qin's eyes darkened. Remember the last time we went into the mountains and accidentally saw that formation? I suspect there's something wrong with it. I want to go check again. What's wrong with it? Xiaowan didn't understand much. You might not know, but in Namli Kingdom, the white tiger is a symbol of good luck. Forget where that white tiger came from. Do you think making a formation that can contain good luck is easy? Old Qin explained to her. So, the two of them went back home, told the children they were going to town tomorrow to see Uncle Wu and Aunt Feng. They planned to go up the mountain to hunt some wild game. After sending the children to play with Zhou Ying next door, they headed up the mountain together. Once on the mountain, Xiaowan initially planned to find a few hidden spots and set small traps to catch some wild chickens or rabbits. But unexpectedly, she didn't need to do anything. Old Qin, with just one hand, casually threw a few small stones and managed to hunt all the game they would need for tomorrow's trip to the city. Xiaowan sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Can you teach me? I'm not talking about hunting. I'm talking about martial arts. Over the past few days, Xiaowan had been watching the children and old Qin practice martial arts. Seeing the second child now able to do simple jumps, she was very interested but hadn't had a chance to ask. Hee. Old Qin chuckled softly, clearly understanding her intentions. The things the three kids are learning need to be practiced from a young age. At your age, it might be hard to master. But I see you've learned some boxing and fighting skills before. I have a set of martial arts that would suit you. It can also be used with a whip. Seeing Xiaowan look disappointed, as if she was a bit let down, old Qin added, don't underestimate this set of martial arts. If you learn it completely, you could take down strong men like Wu Yong, 20 or 30 of them, without any problem. Xiaowan immediately became interested and unconsciously grabbed old Qin's sleeve. Then teach me. Old Qin's heart fluttered. He looked down at her slender, fair fingers. Xiaowan understood and quickly tried to let go. But unexpectedly, old Qin grabbed her right hand, holding it tightly in his palm. You. Old Qin, let go of me. What if someone sees us? Xiaowan's ear tips turned slightly red, and she struggled a little. It's a cold day, and there's no one on this road. Besides, you're my husband. What difference does it make if someone sees? Old Qin confidently pulled Xiaowan forward. This man usually let her take charge, but when he's bossy, he's really overbearing. Xiaowan walked slightly behind him, watching their intertwined hands, feeling happy inside. Soon, they reached the formation where the child had disappeared last time. But Qin didn't stop. He kept walking with Xiaowan, saying, My wife, let's go see that side again. If we can't find any other clues, we'll head back. Xiaowan frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. Although she didn't know what was happening, she nodded softly and replied, Okay, boss, what should we do? Should we go check it out? After they left, 4 men in armor with big swords jumped down from a large tree. One of the smaller men looked in the direction where the couple disappeared and asked a bearded man. No need. The bearded man shook his head. Second Master only told us to destroy this formation and check if there are any suspicious people. Those two are clearly villagers from the mountain. The man is probably a hunter. Did you see the wild chickens in his basket? No need to cause trouble. Let's go. What about that old man over there? Should we deal with him? The small man asked again. Just a corpse. There are signs of wolf activity nearby. He'll probably be bitten to the bone by tomorrow. Let's go, and don't keep Second Master waiting. The bearded man finished speaking and quickly disappeared with his men. After they were gone, and sure they wouldn't come back, Qin pulled Xiaowan back to the place they had just been. Because they were worried about being seen, the couple kept a distance from the 4 men and didn't hear their conversation. Qin carefully checked the area and found the formation has been broken. I should have come a few days ago, Xiaowan said, feeling a bit regretful now that all clues were gone. Qin also felt a little regretful. He responded with a sound and looked around. Let's search around and see if there are any other clues. Xiaowan nodded. When she saw him walk to the left, she went to the right. Don't go too far. If you encounter danger, remember to call me, Old Qin said, glancing at her with concern. I know, Xiaowan replied with a smile. Don't forget, I can also fight. Okay, Old Qin nodded and disappeared into the woods. Xiaowan walked down the mountain for about 200 meters. She saw no signs anyone had been there. Just as she was about to turn back, she noticed a person lying in a snow pit nearby. Hubby, she called out and hurried over. What's wrong? At that moment, Old Qin also arrived. He looked at Xiaowan first, saw she was fine, and then approached the person in the snow pit. He turned him over with one hand. Is it him? As soon as she saw the person clearly, Xiaowan gasped in surprise. Old Qin's eyes widened as he recognized him. He was the grandfather of the little boy Qin Bebe had saved last time, when she was captured. Why is he out here alone on such a cold day? Xiaowan came over, squatted beside him, and boldly checked his breath with her hand. He's been frozen for so long. I wonder if he's still alive. When Old Qin turned him over, he noticed, but he has a serious internal injury on his left chest. He probably won't live much longer. Xiaowan hesitated, her hand pausing. Do you have any way to save him? She asked. Old Qin shook his head. I have some medicine for internal injuries, given by my senior brother last time. There's also a bottle of spiritual liquid, left by my father before he passed away. You should give it all to him. Xiaowan hesitated again, thinking of the little boy Qin Bebe saved. Her heart softened. She took out a bottle of medicine and a bottle of spiritual spring water, handing them to Old Qin. I can't guarantee it will work, but let's try. After all, his grandson saved Bebe's life. Old Qin didn't hesitate. He took the medicine and fed it to the man. Then, he carried the old man on his back. Let's leave quickly to avoid those people coming back. We're in danger. He wasn't afraid of fighting them, but worried that if those people investigated later, his family might be in danger. Okay, Xiaowan said, taking the backpack and putting it on her back. Old Third Qin thought for a moment, then put the elderly man down. He took a wild chicken from Xiaowan's back basket, drew blood with a small knife, and threw a few pieces of meat on the ground, making it look like the beast had just gnawed on him. Only then did he carry the old man down the mountain. Sure enough, not long after they left, the armored men returned to the same spot. Fortunately, Xiaowan and her husband were lucky. When those men went to check the old man's body, a group of wolves happened to pass by, eating the leftover meat from the chicken. Seeing this, the men didn't bother to examine further and simply went back to report. Equals at the foot of Huaxi Mountain, inside a small thatched cottage. Old Third Qin carefully laid the little old man on a straw mat in the main room. How is he now? Xiaowan came back inside, found a quilt to cover him, and asked. His injuries are much more stable, but he still needs a doctor to check him. Qin Old Third replied. There's a doctor in the neighboring village, but his skills aren't very good, so he probably can't cure him. Also, we found him in the mountains, so we can't let this be known. Husband, why don't you go to the town and ask your senior brother to come and see him? Xiaowan suggested. That's all we can do. Qin Old Third nodded and went out. Xiaowan wanted to help him get the ox cart, but he said it was too slow and worried the old man might not hold up. He decided to walk faster. She put on a cotton coat and went outside. Watching Qin Old Third's figure disappear outside the yard, Xiaowan sighed inwardly, thinking, the ox cart is indeed slow. Looks like I need to find a chance to buy a carriage. More than an hour later, Qin Old Third and Wu Jun entered the village. Although it was almost evening and getting dark, the large carriage was still seen by many people. Old Third, who is this? Someone asked curiously. Thinking that the patient at home needed a reason and an excuse, Qin Old Third's eyes darkened slightly and he replied, Wanner's senior brother, here to see Wanner. The carriage hurriedly arrived at the foot of Huaxi Mountain. After Wu Jun got off, he carefully checked the old man's pulse, pricking him with more than 20 needles. He then let out a long breath and stopped. This injury is quite serious. The heart's pulse is broken, but luckily, He was rescued in time. Proper treatment and prompt arrival saved him. Otherwise, if we had been half an hour later, he wouldn't have made it. I don't know who it was, but they hit such a weak old man so hard. He said this with a sad look at Xiaowan. Little junior sister, didn't you say there was nothing left? Why did you give him some again? Xiaowan awkwardly touched her nose and smiled nervously. There really isn't much left. After saying that, she saw Wu Jun still looking at her with the same expression. She felt speechless and thought for a moment before waving her hand. All right, senior brother. Just consider me afraid of you. I'll give you a little later. It's just 2 drops of spiritual spring water. She would give it to him. She wondered what he could figure out from it. That's more like it. Wu Jun finally looked satisfied. He picked out a few prepared medicines from his medical box and handed them to Qin Laosan. Soak in cold water for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, then start cooking. When it swells, you can eat it. Qin Laosan took the herbs and left. Wu Jun then quickly wrote down 2 prescriptions and handed them to Xiaowan. There are some medicines I don't have here, so you'll need to buy them at the pharmacy. These are 2 recipes. I marked the order. Change 1 every 2 days. After 4 days, his wounds should be mostly healed. But since he's older and the injuries are serious, the recovery will take at least half a year. I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Xiaowan nodded and took out a small bottle of spiritual spring water, handing it to him. This is all I have left. My father left it for me, so use it sparingly. All right. Wu Jun's eyes lit up with excitement. Carefully, he took the small bottle, opened it, sniffed, and then sighed. No wonder this is something our master researched. Just smelling this scent makes me feel refreshed. Xiaowan's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. All right, since there's nothing else here, I'll go now. I don't want to get back late, and the road is difficult. Wu Jun was very happy to get the spiritual spring water. He couldn't wait to go back and study it. He packed up his medical box, stepped out the door, then paused and looked back at Qin Laosan. The prescriptions I gave you are clearly for treating internal injuries. If you don't want to attract suspicion, it's best if different people buy from different pharmacies. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Qin Laosan clasped his hands in thanks and watched Wu Jun leave. In the following days, except for the first day when Qin Laosan went to town to buy medicine, he stayed at home taking care of the old man and didn't go out again. Old sir, where are you from? The old man woke up the next day. Over the past few days, Xiaowan had tried many times to ask about his background and to send him home, but he remained silent. Could he have amnesia? Or perhaps he has dementia. Do you remember where your home is? Who are the people there? Xiaowan continued to ask. But the old man only looked at her without saying a word. Feeling helpless, Xiaowan handed him the prepared medicine and then left the house. Today, she planned to go to the town to talk with Lady Feng about cotton planting. The discussion about cotton planting went smoothly. After they finished, Xiaowan saw Wu Xiaoxing at home and asked curiously, Sister Feng, does Xiaoxing not need to go to school today? Mentioning this, Lady Feng felt tired. You know, in the past, there was only one Shuren school in town. They only accepted children over 7 years old, and each month, they paid 2 taels of silver for tuition. Xiaoxing has been studying there. But recently, a new school called Yuyuan School opened next to Shuren School. They accept children from 5 years old, and the monthly fee is only 1.5 taels. I heard many students from Shuren School have transferred to Yuyuan School. Does Xiaoxing also want to transfer? Xiaowan asked. Coincidentally, she also wanted to learn about both schools, just in case, in the future, if she couldn't get Master Jiang, the children would still need to go to school. Not exactly. Lady Feng shook her head. It's because Xiaoxing's teacher recently fell ill and took a 2-day break. Wanmei, let me tell you secretly, I suspect that the teacher is probably sick from being upset. It's because of Yuyuan School. What's there to be upset about? Xiaowan looked at Lady Feng with confusion. They have good conditions and the fees are low. If he doesn't lower the prices, isn't it normal for students to leave? By the way, Sister Feng, why don't you transfer Xiaoxing to that school? You might not know this, but although Shuren School charges higher tuition, their teachers are very dedicated, and Xiaoxing likes it there. As for Yuyuan School, Even though 5-year-olds can attend, I heard they mainly just play there. As someone from modern times, Xiaowon really wanted to say that 5-year-olds in kindergarten are just at the age for playing. Lady Foam continued, "You see, nowadays, it's not easy for a family to pay 1.5 taels of silver each month. If you send your child there but don't let them learn, isn't that just wasting money? Moreover, among those teachers, 2 are young scholars and 1 is a talented student, but I hear their knowledge isn't very good. Oh, and I also heard that one of the teachers is from your Huaxi village. When it comes to the children's studies, Madame Feng is also worried. Forget it, forget it. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work out, we can send Little Star to the county to study." Xiaowen also thought about it and agreed that it might be a waste of money. She had initially wanted to take the triplets to the town school to see, but after hearing Madame Feng's words, she lost interest. Since Jiang Taifu has not sent any news and Daba wants to study, Xiaowen feels worried. "Mother, I won't go to Yuan school," said Qin Daba suddenly one evening as the family sat around the fire, warming themselves. "I won't go either," Qin Erbao also said. "No, I won't go." Qin Bebe nodded in agreement. Xiaowen never kept secrets from her children about their education. A few days ago, she had intentionally mentioned sending the triplets to Yuan school so they knew about it. "Why not?" Xiaowen asked, surprised. "I heard from Brother Shirtu about Yuan school. Today, Little Star took us secretly to see it in town. The atmosphere there isn't good," Daba replied. "They don't listen carefully in class. During class hours, several children under 10 are wandering around. They don't study and just laugh and play, disturbing the good students," Erbao said with a frown. "Yes, they even fight. They're very fierce," Bebe nodded. "Does the teacher not control them?" Xiaowen asked. "The teacher does, but his methods are wrong. The students aren't afraid of him," Daba said. "The school is messy, like a market," Erbao added. "That's not true. Markets have good food. Their school doesn't. I saw their cabbage and meat soup, full of fat, and it even stinks," Bebe said, wrinkling her nose. "Mother, I don't want to go to school," she added. Xiaowen wanted to say, "If you want to go, others won't let you," but she only nodded and said, "All right, I understand. If you don't want to go, then don't. We'll see how things go later. Do you want to send the children to study? Why go so far? Just ask me. I am very knowledgeable," he said. The daughters were talking when suddenly an old man's face appeared close to theirs, startling Xiaowan. When she saw that the visitor was the old man they had rescued a few days ago, who usually didn't speak much, Xiaowan looked at him suspiciously and asked hesitantly, "Is that you? What kind of look is that?" The old man got angry and glared at Xiaowan. "I am well-educated and knowledgeable. Teaching to Bao and the others is a blessing for them. I am offering to teach them for free as a way to thank you for saving me. You wish." Xiaowan didn't trust him from the start, and hearing this, she trusted him even less. She thought he only wanted to avoid paying for medical care. She stared at the old man and said, "Listen, even if you don't tell me where your home is, I will find out eventually. You can't avoid paying for your treatment. I." The old man was so angry he couldn't speak. Instead, Qin de Bao's eyes lit up when he heard the old man was willing to take them as students. He quickly grabbed Xiaowan, who was arguing with the old man like 2 roosters fighting, and said, "Grandpa Kong, please don't argue. I want to learn from you." Xiaowan frowned and looked at her son. "Are you serious?" Qin de Bao nodded heavily. "Mom, Grandpa Kong isn't lying. He's really very capable." Xiaowan knew her son never lied. It seemed that in the past few days, the old man had done something while she was away that made Qin de Bao respect him so much. That's why he was now so eager to learn from him. Could the old man really be some kind of wise outsider? Xiaowan looked at him suspiciously. He puffed out his chest, looking proud and impressive, just like a little ball of fluff. She closed her eyes and immediately dismissed her earlier thoughts. Still, she couldn't help but doubt whether it was really safe to leave the children with him. Meanwhile, Qin Lao-san, who had been silent, spoke up at this moment. "Starting tomorrow, you 2 will wake up early and practice martial arts with me. After that, you can start reading." Do we have to learn too?
Qin Erbao and Qin Baibai looked confused.
They didn't want to study. This time it was Qiao Wan who spoke. She looked serious and said to the children, "Don't feel pressured. I want you to read, but not so you all have to become top scholars. Instead, I want you to teach them literacy, understanding, and wisdom to broaden their minds, develop independent characters, and understand these things, okay? Women from the mountains also know these things." Old Master Kong squinted his eyes, looked at Qiao Wan, and there was surprise, doubt, and a hint of unhidden admiration in his eyes. Qiao Wan was quite doubtful about Old Master Kong's abilities, but since everything was settled and the children were happy, she still carefully held a ceremony to honor their master the next day. "Now, you are officially my students. From now on, you will be scholars, so you can no longer use your old names." Old Master Kong sat at the main seat, finished the tea the children offered, and nodded. He stroked his long beard and pointed at Qin Debao with his eyes, saying, "From now on, your name will be Qin Xijin, with the courtesy name Mingjin." "Thank you, sir, for the new name." Qin Debao hurriedly bowed and paid his respects. Old Master Kong nodded and looked at Qin Erbao, saying, "Your name will be Qin Xiu, with the courtesy name Xiu." Qin Erbao also bowed in the same way as his brother, showing he understood. Girls don't need courtesy names, but their names should still be changed. Old Master Kong thought for a moment and then said to Qin Beibai, "You will be Qin Xiue." Beibai was very happy to have a new name. "You know, this old man usually looks a bit crazy and unreliable, but I didn't expect that when he sits like that. He actually looks quite proper," Qiao Wan whispered to Qin Lao San beside her. Seeing Old Master Kong sit up proudly, Qin Lao San's lips curled slightly, and he nodded. But Old Master Kong's pride only lasted 3 seconds before Qiao Wan added, "He acts so convincingly. Maybe he's a habitual troublemaker?" He almost dropped his teacup in shock. It probably won't happen. After hearing Qin Lao San say that, he finally relaxed. "You don't need to worry too much. Whether he's a troublemaker or not, as long as he doesn't have real skills, we can find another teacher for the children after some time," Qin Lao San said next, which made him almost spit blood. Old Master Kong was so angry, he was almost speechless. He thought these two couples were really annoying. Did they really think that because he's old, he can't hear anything anymore? Get lost. He stood up and, claiming he wanted to teach the children, drove both the husband and wife out. From that day on, the triplets officially had their own names. Every morning, after practicing martial arts with Old Man Qin, they began studying with Mr. Kong. They could no longer run around with Qiao Wan like before. Meanwhile, since Qiao Wan finalized the cotton planting plans with Lady Foam, she started to get busy. "Husband, later you go to the village chief's house and ask if he can help find a few more people. We need to clear the few acres of unused land for the new spring planting." Qiao Wan was too busy and could only instruct Old Man Qin. "The wages are the same as for building the house. 30 coins a day, no meals included." Old Man Qin responded and suddenly asked, "Uncle Qian mentioned a workshop. Do you have any plans for that?" Yesterday, the couple went to the town and happened to meet Uncle Qian returning from the county seat. Uncle Qian told them that the ingredients Qiao Wan provided made the dishes taste very good, and Guangzhou Pavilion's business was booming. He had already expanded 2 more branches of Guangzhou Pavilion in the neighboring county and city. He wanted to grow the business and promote it across the country. This way, the ingredients Qiao Wan supplied would increase, and he suggested she set up a workshop. "I'm still thinking about the workshop," Qiao Wan said. "Mainly, if we use the over 20 acres of wasteland for the workshop, what should we do about the cotton fields?" Qiao Wan hadn't decided yet. Seeing her worried, Old Man Qin offered a suggestion. "Actually, when it comes to cotton, I think it doesn't have to be grown in Huaxi village." Qiao Wan's eyes lit up, and she looked at him eagerly. "You mean we can buy land elsewhere? There are many farms nearby, all large plots. If we want to grow on a big scale, I think it's better to buy those lands." Old Man Qin thought for a moment and analyzed logically, "And after the new year, you might also want to build a cotton spinning workshop. My advice is to buy the land on the back mountain too, so no one can anticipate your plans and take advantage." Qiao Wan listened carefully. She smiled and nodded. "That makes sense. When you go, Ask the village chief how much silver it would cost to buy the land on the back mountain. There's also that small hill. Xiaowan pointed to a gentle at the back of the mountain and said brightly, if the price is right, let's buy it all together. We can use it to plant fruit trees or something. When we have more money, we can develop it into a farm. Okay? Old Qin smiled as he left the house. Soon after, he returned and told Xiaowan that the people had been arranged. Really so fast? Xiaowan was surprised.
Yes.
During winter, everyone has little work in the fields. I heard that our family is hiring workers to build the house, paying 30 coins a day. Many people are eager to do it. Those who didn't get the work a few days ago often ask the village chief if we are hiring. When they heard we want workers for land clearing, many signed up to come. After speaking, Old Qin added, by the way, the village chief said the land at the foot of the back mountain is about 40 acres. 2 years ago, our ancestor bought 7 acres of it. A few other families in the village also bought some. Now only about 20 acres remain, and it's not all in one piece. If we want to buy it, we need to negotiate with those families. As for the small hill behind, it's connected to the 7 ridge mountains. To buy it, we need to ask the county. It probably won't be cheap, at least several thousand taels. That's so expensive. Xiaowan was shocked. The 7 ridge mountains stretch a long way and cover a large area. If it only costs a few thousand taels to buy, that's actually quite cheap, Old Qin said, and since we're far from the city, if we were closer, it might cost even more, maybe not even a few thousand taels. All right then. Xiaowan sighed softly, pouting, and whispered, why is it that every time I feel rich, reality hits me hard and tells me I am actually very poor? It seemed that having a few thousand or even 10,000 taels of silver wasn't enough. She needed to work harder to earn more. Xiaowan thought to herself and continued, since that's the case, dear, we can temporarily forget about that hill. First, let's find out who owns the land at the foot of the mountain. If possible, we can pay a higher price and buy it all. If that doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. Old Qin nodded, I agree. Before returning, I already told the village chief to help gather information and see if he could find out anything. If possible, I asked him to help buy the land at 2 taels of silver per acre. The wasteland costs only 500 won per acre. If everything goes smoothly, buying all of it shouldn't be a problem. Xiaowan also thought so and nodded. Next, we need to buy the land. Tomorrow, let's go to the town and find a land broker to ask if there are any suitable lands for sale. The next day, after Qin Lao Sen finished training the children and had a quick breakfast, he handed them over to Mr. Kong and went out with Xiaowan. As soon as they left, Xiaowan said, husband, today let's go to the village chief's ox cart. If we finish buying the land early, we can go to the livestock market in the afternoon. If we find something good, we can buy a horse-drawn cart. We will often go out in the future, and riding in an ox cart is too slow. Sounds good, Qin Lao Sen agreed. He nodded and led Xiaowan toward the village entrance. Then, riding in Li Songzi's ox cart, they went to the town and directly visited Wang Wu, the land broker in Qingyun town. Wang Wu was in his yard playing dice with a few rough-looking men. When he saw Xiaowan and Qin Lao Sen enter, he squinted his eyes, knowing it was a business visit. He quickly put down the dice, stood up, and walked over smiling. Good morning, you two. Coming so early. I guess you're here to buy land? Please come inside. Yes. Qin Lao Sen nodded and followed him into the living room. Wang Wu ordered 2 cups of hot tea and asked with a smile, may I ask your surname, sir? And what kind of land are you interested in buying? Qin Lao Sen replied simply, then looked at Xiaowan. Xiaowan said, we want loose, fertile mountain land, preferably at the foot of the mountain or on the hillside, with good drainage. Wang Wu looked at Qin Lao Sen in surprise, then at Xiaowan and smiled. This is Madam Qin, right? The land you're talking about, we do have some. But I wonder, how much do you need? About 3,000 acres, Xiaowan said with a smile. 3,000 acres. Wang Wu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Xiaowan. He originally thought today's business was small, but now he realized these were 2 big fat sheep. Madam Qin, are you sure? Do you really want 3,000 acres? Wang Wu looked towards old man Qin and then glanced in his direction. Seeing that old man Qin nodded, he became more certain that he was not imagining things. These two people really wanted to buy the 3,000 acres of land. His smile grew warmer, his eyes shining. He looked at Xiao Wan and said, "The land you want is a bit much. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go get the records to look at." He quickly ran back to his house and took out a book that recorded land transactions in different areas. He looked at it carefully. After examining it closely, he said, "There is no single piece of land that is exactly 3,000 acres and connected. But there are several areas with soil quality that meet your needs. Would you like to see them?" "Where are they?" Xiaowan asked, standing beside him. "Here, here, and here." Wang Wu pointed to several spots in the book and explained, "And these areas have good drainage, dry land, and thick soil layers, which match your requirements. What about this one?" Xiaowan glanced at the book, which looked like a map. Suddenly, she pointed to a spot not far from Huaxi village and asked, "This looks pretty big. How large is it, and what's the soil like?" Wang Wu hesitated for a moment before replying, "That area is quite large, about 4,000 acres. You know Lu Leoi from the town, right? The one who had an incident not long ago. This is his biggest piece of land. He needs money quickly and wants to sell it. But the price is high, and since not many people can afford such a large amount at once, it's been on hold. Of the land, only about 2,000 acres meet your requirements. The rest are either rice paddies or sandy land. Do you want to consider this?" Wang Wu asked. Xiao Wan and Old Man Qin exchanged glances. They knew Lu Leoi's family. The 20 acres of wasteland Xiao Wan bought earlier was from their family after the incident.
But
Is the reason this land isn't selling really just because of the high price? Xiao Wan was a bit suspicious, but nodded calmly. "The land looks good. We can consider it. Madam Qin, I must tell you one thing first. Lu Leoi's land is being sold as a whole. They don't plan to split it up. And these lands are about 1,000 acres more than you expected. Since they genuinely wanted to buy the land, Wang Wu kindly reminded them, by the way, the Qiao family is also interested in these lands, but because of the price, negotiations haven't gone through. If you're interested, you'd better act quickly." "What a coincidence." Xiao Wan smirked playfully and looked at Wang Wu. "Do you know how much money old Lu is asking for this land?" 9,000 taels. Wang Wu made a gesture with his hand to show the number 9 and said, "Dry land is 2 taels per mu, water fields are 3 taels per mu, and sandy land is 2.5 taels per mu. Overall, it adds up to about 9,000 taels. Can you tell us how much the Qiao family is asking for?" Qin Laosen suddenly asked. Wang Wu smiled awkwardly. "Sir Qin, that wouldn't be proper." "What's improper about it?" "Wang Wu, you're being unfair," Qin Laosen replied. Just then, a strong man with a big sword and 7 or 8 followers entered, shouting loudly, "There's no rule about that. Third Master Qin is my brother-in-law. Don't beat around the bush, just tell the truth." The man was Wu Yong. Xiao Wan was her older brother's junior sister, and younger than her, so she was his junior sister, right? Her brother's wife, called sister-in-law, was fine too. Xiao Wan's lips twitched in surprise. "Brother Yong, why are you here?" "I just visited my sister-in-law's shop. She said you came to buy land from Wang Wu, so I followed." Wu Yong casually sat on a chair opposite them, placing his big sword aside. The servant from Wang Wu's household immediately brought him a cup of tea. "Little sister-in-law, don't be fooled by Wang Wu's friendly smile. He looks like a happy Buddha, but he's quite cunning inside. Many clever people have been tricked by him without realizing it. But don't worry, I'll watch out for you. He won't dare to play tricks. You can continue your negotiations," Wu Yong said, taking a sip of tea and sitting confidently, like a steady anchor. Seeing this, Wang Wu's smile immediately faded. The big fat sheep was flying away. He looked sadly at Xiao Wan, his smile worse than crying. "So, Lady Qin is Brother Yong's junior sister. Sorry, I didn't realize at first. My apologies." Xiao Wan waved her hand. "Wang Ge, don't be so polite. Brother Yong is a rough guy and doesn't speak nicely. Don't mind him. Just proceed as you normally would." When Wang Wu heard this, his tense heart finally relaxed. He smiled and said, "No need to be polite. Since you are Brother Yong's junior sister, I'll be honest with you. Lu's family is offering 4,000 taels for that land, 9,000 taels for land, and they only offer 4,000? That's too low, Xiaowan exclaimed. Exactly, Wang Wu nodded. When a tiger falls to the level of a dog, it gets bullied. But there's nothing we can do about it. The Qiao family is doing very well in Qingyan town. I heard that Miss Qiao recently made some connections in the capital city. Many local gentry and rich men who wanted that land have stopped trying to buy it, just to save face for the Qiao family. If this keeps up, Lu's assets will just fall into the Qiao family's hands. Good grief, Wang Wu. Since that's the case, why are you pushing my junior sister to buy that land? I always said you're a scoundrel. This is just too much. Wu Yong suddenly got angry and clenched his fists, ready to fight. Madam Qin, help me. Wang Wu quickly ran behind Xiao Wan, panicked. At first, I didn't know Madam Qin was your junior sister. If I had known, I wouldn't dare to do this. And I didn't plan to introduce that land to Madam Qin either. She saw it herself. I thought she understood the situation and wouldn't be afraid of the Qiao family. If she dares to buy that land now, she wouldn't be losing out. Enough, enough, stop causing trouble, Xiao Wan said, realizing that Wu Yong didn't really want to hit Wang Wu, just scare him a little. She reached out to stop both of them. What Qiao family? We're not afraid. But we don't really know how good that land is. Wang Ge, can you take us to see it first? Of course. Wang Wu hurriedly ordered a servant to prepare the carriage. I can take you now. If you really like it, I can also help you contact Lu Lao. Thank you, Brother Wang, they said, getting into the carriage. They slowly left the town. After walking 2 kilometers out of town, Qiaowan looked at the farmland outside the window and politely asked, Brother Wang, based on your experience, do you have any idea what the lowest price for this land might be? If Lu's family wasn't in a hurry for money, such a large piece of land would have cost at least 10,000 taels in the past, but now they are asking for 9,400 taels. Based on the market price, buying it would not cost less than 9,000 taels. However, they probably didn't expect the Qiao family to push the price so low. Now, the Lu family is under heavy pressure from the Qiao family and is nearly breaking down mentally. They hate the Qiao family very much, and the price is now 7,000 taels. The local officials' commission is calculated at 3%. Originally, Wang Wu wanted to settle for 7,000 taels, but when Wu Yonghu glared at him, he quickly backed down and honestly said, No, I think we can get it for a little over 6,000 taels. Equals Qiaowan nodded. The group rode in a carriage and soon arrived at Lu's land. The land was very flat, backed by a small hill. From the roadside, you could see it was divided into 5 farms, each growing large fields of wheat. The roads between the fields were well maintained, and the water channels had all been dug through. As Wang Wu said, this area was very well managed. From the overall layout, it was clear that the owner was someone who knew a lot about farming. They sat in the carriage and traveled along, with Wang Wu explaining as they went. Xiao Wan listened carefully, occasionally getting off to examine the soil quality. Soon, they reached the top of the small hill, the best vantage point. Lu's family had built a small house here. From this spot, they could see the entire land. Xiao Wan was very pleased with this place. She stood on the porch of the house, looked around, and smiled as she glanced at old Qin in front. Seeing him nod, she smiled and said to Wang Wu, Brother Wang, this place is really good. As for old Lu, we don't plan to meet him in person. After all, we can't let you make the trip for nothing. If they went to negotiate in person, Wang Wu's commission would be lost. We trust you, so we want you to handle the negotiations. I'll give you 2 options. One is the usual way where you talk to old Lu, tell us how much you agree on, and we pay old Lu. You just take your commission according to the rules. The only condition is that the lowest price can't be more than 6,400 taels. The other option is that I give you a lump sum of 6,300 taels, and you handle the negotiations with old Lu. No matter what final price you buy it for, the remaining money is yours. Of course, the second method is more challenging. How much can be negotiated depends on your skill. Which method do you think is better? Wang Wu thought for a moment. With the first method, he could earn over 190 taels safely. The second method is indeed quite difficult. But if he can find a way, He is confident he can acquire the land for around 6,000 taels. Taking a gamble might earn him dozens or even hundreds of taels more, and he is willing to try. Madam Qin, you're impressive. Wang Wu couldn't help but sigh and laughed. As you saw when you entered, I am a gambler, so I prefer to take a chance. I choose the second method. This is a win-win situation. It saves the cost of buying a house. Xiao Wan smiled brightly. Then we'll wait for good news from Brother Wang. By the way, until everything is settled, I don't want any word about my buying the land to get out. That's easy. Having been in this line of work for a long time, Wang Wu understood the risks and quickly said, I won't spread it. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I suggest we go to Old Lu today and settle this matter. Sounds good. Xiaowen took out a stack of silver notes and handed it to Wang Wu. This is 6,300 taels. Check it over. If there's no problem, you can go to Old Lu to discuss it later. Wang Wu took it, counted carefully twice, and seeing everything was in order, he took out a set of writing tools from his carriage. He carefully wrote a receipt and handed it to Xiaowan. This is proof. It states the reason for the payment. Once the land deal is done in a few days, you can bring this receipt and I will go with you to handle the formalities. Xiaowan glanced at it, confirmed there was no issue, then nodded and stored it away. The group rode in Wang Wu's carriage back to the town. Since Wang Wu and Wu Yong had other matters to attend to, they parted ways. The land deal is basically settled. Although his wallet was now empty, he had completed a big task. Xiao Wan let out a long breath. Let's go, husband. Let's buy a carriage. Oh, and buy some fish to take home. Bebe kept talking about wanting to eat braised fish last night. If we don't buy some, that little glutton might be unhappy. Walking slowly, the two headed to the East Market. They went straight to the same pawn shop where they bought the ox cart last time and found pawn shop owner Xiaoqi. Little Seven still remembered them clearly. When they came in, he quickly went to greet them with a smile and ran over to Xiaowan. Madam Qin, you're here. Do you know what you'd like to see today? I want to buy a horse and also rent a cart. Do you have any suitable ones lately? Xiaowan asked. Little Seven nodded quickly. Our horse shop offers fair prices and many people come to buy horses here. We get new horses every day. I'll take you to see them. Xiaowan didn't know much about horses. But old Third Qin had been on the battlefield and knew a lot about horses. He looked around the market but didn't see anything he liked and shook his head at Xiaowan. Little Seven watched and was surprised to see that old Third Qin's strange illness seemed to have gotten better. He secretly wondered about it but kept a calm face. He just smiled and said, Sir Qin, didn't find what you liked? These horses are all new arrivals and the best we have. Can I see others? Old Third Qin asked casually, noticing the stables nearby. Of course. But the other horses are leftovers from other buyers. If you don't like these, the others might be hard to sell. Although Little Seven said this, he still led Xiao Wan and her husband to the other side of the stables. You can look first. If you find one you like, I can help you negotiate a better price. Old Third Qin nodded and took a few steps forward. His eyes immediately caught a small black horse standing in the corner. This horse is not very old, has a good size, and a beautiful color. Our master bought it personally from someone outside the city. We thought we could sell it for a good price. But right after we bought it, it got sick. Its front hoof started to rot, and its fur became dull and rough. We called many vets, but no one could cure it. Now it's getting worse, looking skinny and almost like a donkey, which is a bit scary, Little Seven explained to old Third Qin. He continued, there are actually some more over there. Would you like to go see them? No need. Old Third Qin shook his head. He stepped closer to the black little horse and looked at it carefully. After a long moment, he looked up and asked, How much is this horse? If you're really interested, you can take it for 7 taels of silver, Little Seven said. Old Man Qin never thought about bargaining. He simply picked a tall, strong brown horse nearby. And this one fitted with a cart. It doesn't need to be fancy, just sturdy. Let's buy both. Okay, Master Qin, please wait a moment. Little Seven didn't expect Old Man Qin to buy 2 horses. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickly led the horses out of the stable. Master Qin, I bought 2 horses. The smaller one costs 7 taels, and the larger one, including the cart, is 18 taels. The cart adds 4 taels, so the total is 29 taels of silver. Xiao Wan and her husband paid the money, prepared the cart, and were about to leave when a woman in a yellow dress with bird and flower pattern stopped them. "I want this horse." Xiao Wan raised an eyebrow and looked up. The yellow-dressed girl had already come in front of them, holding her head high and looking at her proudly. Xiao Wan was surprised and wondered, "Do I know her?" But when she saw Qiao Xian, who was following the girl, she understood everything. According to Wang Wu today, Qiao Xian had recently met some people from the city. Judging by her clothes and jewelry, she was probably one of them. Xiao Wan smiled politely and said, "Sorry, we just bought this horse and don't plan to sell it. Did I ask you?" The girl snapped back arrogantly. She pointed at Little Seven. "I asked him." Little Seven was caught off guard. He looked at the girl with a troubled expression. Miss, this horse was chosen by Madame Qin first. If you want it, you can. I want this one." "Whatever they paid, I'll pay 10 times that," the girl interrupted before he finished. "No, miss, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, Madame Qin already paid. Sell it to her." Little Qi wanted to say they had already paid, but before he could finish, Qiaowan had already led the brown horse over. She smiled at the girl and said, "This horse costs 18 taels. Since you're willing to pay 10 times the price, that's 180 taels. Hand over the silver, and this horse is yours." The girl initially just wanted to humiliate Qiaowan, but she didn't expect her to be so bold. As soon as she spoke, she handed over the horse. Since she grew up in the city, she has never seen such a horse. How could she like this poor-quality horse that only pulls carts? And it costs 180 taels, which is several months' worth of her allowance. The girl stared at Qiaowan, bit her lip, and suddenly felt unsure of what to say. "Miss, you just said 180 taels, didn't you? Do you not want it any more?" Qiaowan asked with a cold look in her eyes, smiling as she questioned. The girl felt wronged and looked at Qiao Xian helplessly. Seeing this, Qiao Xian had to step forward, hold the girl in yellow, and gently bow to Qiaowan, sweetly saying, "This is Ryu from my older brother's family. She just returned from the city. We are all family. She was joking with you just now. Look, why did you take it seriously? Qin Qinghao's sister, who is also Qin Qianhe's daughter. Isn't she in the city? Why did she come here?" Xiaowan looked at her and suddenly remembered Qin Qinghao's recent silver thread charcoal business, and she understood a bit more. But what about the Qin family? Qiao Xian's joke was not taken lightly, and she was the one in the wrong. Xiao Wan's eyes shifted, and a sarcastic smile appeared on her lips. She looked at Qiao Xian and said, "Whether it's a joke or not, everyone here can see clearly. Miss Qiao, your ability to twist facts and confuse right and wrong is getting better." Qiao Xian forced a laugh and said with a sad face, "I didn't mean that, I just..." But before she finished, Qiaowan interrupted her. "Stop talking nonsense. It's strange, Qiao Xian. Everyone in Qingyan town knows we don't get along, right? But why do you always come close to me when you see me? And Miss Qin, we haven't even met before, right? First time seeing each other. Not a word spoken, so why do you hold such resentment towards me? Has someone been saying bad things about me in front of you?" Qiaowan said this with a pointed look at Qiao Xian. Seeing the crowd whispering and gossiping, all doubting her, Qiao Xian's face turned pale and white, feeling like a lump of air was stuck in her throat, almost spitting blood out of anger. At this moment, she wished she could rush forward and slap Qiaowan's delicate, fair face. But she couldn't lose her temper. She had to swallow her anger and tearfully said, "You know very well, I'm not that kind of person. I've explained before, it was really a misunderstanding. About the things with your family, I've always been on your side. Recently, I often told Grandma that everything is in the past and we shouldn't argue about it. We are family after all, and it's better to keep peace. But why is it that every time you see me, you always look at me with a bad face? And you always think I want to harm you? Big sister Xiner, don't cry. It's not worth it for someone like that." Seeing this, Qin Ryu quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped Xiao Xian's tears. Then she turned angrily to Jiao Wan and shouted, "Don't be too much." "Big sister Xian, Miss Qin, I am busy and don't have time to listen to your chatter." But Jiao Wan was impatient and interrupted her first. 180 taels. Do you still want this horse? If not, we will leave. You, Qin Ruoyu was once again silenced, glaring at her. A young lady who is naive and spoiled by her family. Jiao Wan looked at her with no interest left. She turned around, led the horse, and said to Qin Lao-san, "Let's go, husband. We're going home." Qin Ruoyu felt ignored. She angrily stepped forward, grabbed the reins of the carriage, and said, "It's just 180 taels. I have plenty of money." "Xiao Qiu, give her the money." Xiao Qiu, her maid, looked hesitant and glanced at her. She really wanted to tell her that this horse was not worth 180 taels at all. But in front of so many people, she couldn't embarrass her own lady. "Oh, who is this? Such a big mouth. Still talking about money, 180 taels? Looks like she's after something good." Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Xiao Qiu's eyes lit up as she looked at the visitor, who was Qin Qinghao. "Young master." She hurriedly bowed and paid her respects. Qin Qinghao nodded slightly and gently waved his fan. He didn't think there was anything strange about this cold winter day. He finished speaking, then turned around and just happened to meet Qin Laosan's cold gaze. He was startled and quickly put away his fan. He hurried over to Qin Laosan and Xiao Wan, trying to flatter them. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, are you the one selling the horses? This horse is a good one. Third uncle, are you sure you want to sell it to us for 180 taels? As he spoke, he looked eagerly at the thin, scruffy little horse. "Equals, yes, 180 taels, plus 5 taels for the cart, total 185 taels. You siblings should pay quickly and take it away," Qin Laosan said softly, handing the brown horse's reins to him. "No, I'm not talking about this horse. I want—" "Sorry, your sister wants to buy this one," he interrupted before he could finish. "Really? Is that so?" Qin Qinghao tiptoed, gazing eagerly at the ugly little horse several more times, then looked at the big brown horse. "Is it really this one?" Qin Ruoyu nodded from beside him. She grabbed Qin Qinghao's arm and pouted. "Brother, they're bullying me. I want this big horse. Please buy it for me." Brother. Little sister." Qin Qinghao was speechless for a moment. "Did you hear that?" Qin Laosan looked at him with a teasing expression. Qin Qinghao really wanted to say, "I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at all." But faced with Qin Laosan's stern look, he didn't dare say more. He had been spoiled since he was young. He wasn't afraid of his father, but sometimes he was a little afraid of Uncle San. If he had known his sister was involved with their couple, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Qin Qinghao sighed bitterly, resigned, and took out 185 taels of silver, handing it to Xiao Wan. "All right. Fine then." Xiao Wan took the money, weighed it, then counted out 18 taels, and handed it to Xiao Qi. "Rearrange a cart exactly the same. As for the horse, just get the red date horse that's kept in the same stable as this big brown horse," Qin Laosan said when he saw Xiao Wan hesitating, seeming unsure. "Okay. Lord Qin, just a moment." In less than an hour, 3 horses and 2 carts were sold. This had never happened before. Xiao Qi grinned so widely that his teeth showed, happily going to lead the horses out and prepare the cart for Xiao Wan. "Thank you, my dear nephew." Xiao Wan deliberately showed the silver in front of Qin Ruoyu again. With Qin Laosan's help, she climbed onto the carriage, waved the whip, and left. Qin Qingyu was left standing there, feeling like a fool. "Brother," she angrily stomped her foot. "How do your parents usually teach you? Do you think that once you return to Qingyan town, no one will control you, and you can do whatever you want?" Qin Qinghao looked at her calmly, then glanced at Xiao Xian nearby. His eyes narrowed as he opened his fan with a flick, finally resting his gaze on Xiao Qiu. "Send the young lady back to her family. Without my permission, she is not allowed to go out in the future. I don't want to." Qin Ruoyu exploded. "Brother, I didn't do anything wrong. You can't treat me like this." Still daring to be stubborn at this point, Qin Xinghao also got a bit angry. He looked at her sternly. If you won't go back, I will have someone send you to the county town. Qin Ryu felt very wronged, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared at Qin Xinghao. Seeing that he was not going to change his mind, she stomped her foot again and shouted, I hate my brother the most. Then she climbed onto the carriage and was taken back to the county, to Qin Qianqi's home. Cousin, Xiao Xian stepped forward, wanting to greet Qin Xinghao. But Qin Xinghao ignored her and swaggered away, swinging his fan. Xiao Xian glared at his back with resentment, clenched her teeth, and said, Let's go. She took her maid and left as well. After the couple left the East Market, they went to the vegetable market for a walk. They bought 3 big Christian carp, 5 jean of fresh pork ribs, and some white radishes and Chinese cabbage. Then they hurried back home in the carriage. When they arrived, smoke was rising from every household, just in time for lunch. The children had finished their lessons for the day and were in the yard, happily racing with Jeanzi. Seeing their return, the children ran over to greet them. When they saw the carriage, they were very happy and climbed onto it, jumping and bouncing. At first, the 2 horses seemed a little afraid of Jeanzi, but once they saw Jeanzi and the children jumping around without any threat, they relaxed. Xiao Wan and Qin Laosan unloaded the carriage, each leading a horse to the side and temporarily tying them in the makeshift cattle shed. Mother, is the little horse hurt? The triplets followed closely behind them. Qin Bebe looked at the thin, bony little black horse with concern and asked softly. Xiao Wan nodded and tied the horse to a pear tree. It's sick. But here, Grandma has medicine from Grandpa and Uncle Wu that can cure it. Once it gets better, it can play with you. Did you hear that, little black? Qin Bebe raised her soft little hand and gently stroked the black horse's head, speaking softly. Mommy said you'll be fine, so don't be sad. Xiao Wan looked very annoyed. She really couldn't understand why Qin Bebe was so bad at naming. But it seemed the little black horse understood her, as it affectionately rubbed against Qin Bebe's hand. It looked quite happy with its name, which left her speechless. Sure enough, people who understand animal language are always right in what they do. Xiao Wan silently walked away to start cooking. Qin Erbao moved over to Qin Laosan, who was feeding the horse some grass. Did you find Little Black and send it to me? The morning before, their father said they had been training very seriously and making good progress. As a reward, each of them could wish for something, and he promised to help fulfill it. Qin Erbao had asked for a horse. When Dad bought it, that was his idea. Qin Laosan paused his work and looked at him seriously. But Erbao, horses are intelligent animals. Dad can give it to you, but whether you can tame it and make it loyal and brave depends on your skill. I understand. Qin Erbao clenched his small fist, a look of determination crossing his face. Dad, I will find a way to tame it. Qin Laosan nodded and added the last bit of grass to the feed trough. But there's no need to rush. It's still sick, and in the future, Dad will teach you how to tame it better. Your mother is making your favorite braised fish today. Come on, go help. He led the children into the kitchen. Strong and healthy, with sturdy limbs, a straight back, and visible joints. Its tendons and ligaments are well developed. Although it looks a bit emaciated and its coat has become rough due to illness, its proud eyes haven't changed. Such a fine horse is rare in all of Nanli Kingdom. Where did they buy it from? After the children went back inside, Mr. Kong came out from the backyard. When he saw Little Black, his eyes fixed on it eagerly, and his face lit up. After carefully examining and judging it, he ran back to the kitchen and asked excitedly, Did you buy a horse? Where did that little horse come from? How much did it cost? Bought it at the town's pawn shop. Xiao Wan looked at him calmly. Because it was sick, I only spent 7 taels of silver. What do you think? A good deal, right? Yes, a good deal, a good deal. Mr. Kong quickly nodded. I'll pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price, 700 taels. Can you sell it to me? 700 taels? That's a high offer. Although Xiao Wan didn't know much about horses, she always thought the things Qin Laosan liked wouldn't be bad. Now, thinking about how Qin Xinghao and Mr. Kong looked excited after seeing Little Black, she probably understood that Little Black was really a good horse. Suddenly, Xiao Wan's eyes sparkled. She pretended to think, looked at Mr. Kong from head to toe, and said with a look of dislike, "But, do you have that money?" "Of course." Mr. Kong puffed out his chest proudly. The little fluff ball beside him also mimicked his action, standing on its hind legs and tapping itself with its front paws. But its paws were too short, making it look like it was fanning itself, which was very funny. Mr. Kong slapped it in annoyance, but it dodged skillfully, though he kept his hand on his chest. This was so hilarious. Xiao Wan barely held back her laughter, looking at Mr. Kong with a puzzled expression.
What are you? Keep talking.
Little Black, do you still want it? Humph. You sneaky girl. Mr. Kong was annoyed because he couldn't catch the fluff ball. He paused, then turned around and glared at Xiao Wan. You're trying to trick me again? No way. How am I? Xiao Wan not only denied it but also looked at him confidently. You clearly said you wanted to buy Little Black first, right? Asking if you have the money is normal. You can't be sure if I don't ask clearly, especially since you can't even pay for medicine. How can I trust you want my horse? Go away, stop trying to trap me with that. I won't be fooled. Hey, old man, you clearly said that taking children as apprentices was to repay your life-saving kindness. Why are you now refusing to pay your debt? Since you woke up, you've been drinking medicine to recover, and you've spent quite a bit. I've been keeping track in my little notebook. Don't think you can get away with it, said Xiao Wan firmly. You, old Mr. Kong choked. You, girl. So sharp-tongued, you've turned black into white. I don't want to bother with you. He couldn't argue with her, so he turned around and left with his arms crossed. Recently, the triplets have gotten used to going to school. Jeanzi and Inzi have been quietly waiting nearby. I don't know why, but recently, little Fluffy Ball has suddenly become obsessed with the old man. Whenever he moves, it starts copying his actions. Look, when the old man left with his hands behind his back, it found it funny. It stood up straight, with its tiny short arms behind its back, and swayed as it followed him out. Haha, seeing the man and cat disappear from view, Xiao Wan couldn't hold back her laughter. Old Qin, adding a stick of firewood to the stove, smiled affectionately and shook his head. He just wants him to go out more and move around. Why not just tell him directly? Why get him upset? Would he listen if I told him directly? Xiao Wan snorted, finishing the fish sauce, pouring it over the fish, then sprinkling a little chili and cilantro. As the saying goes, old children, old children. This person, when he's old, is really just like a child. Look how many times I told him yesterday, did he move or not? The day before yesterday, Wu Jun came again at noon. Xiao Wan had specially invited him to see old Mr. Kong. After the consultation, he saw that Mr. Kong had been squatting by the fire all day. He suggested that he shouldn't stay inside all the time and should go out more. But Mr. Kong is very afraid of the cold. When giving lessons to the children, he always has a few pots of charcoal nearby. Yesterday, no matter what Xiao Wan said, he refused to go outside. Today, Xiao Wan decided to try a different approach. The next 2 days were quiet. Xiao Wan and old Qin didn't go to town again. They stayed at home to keep company with the children and also took some time to plan the condiment workshop that Uncle Shun mentioned. One morning, after breakfast, old Qin was tidying up the table and washing dishes, while Xiao Wan was drawing plans for the workshop by the fire pit. Suddenly, they heard someone calling them. Xiao Wan stood up and saw it was Master Lin. She hurried out to greet him, smiling. Uncle Lin, you're here. Come inside and sit. I won't sit now. The house over there is still being built, Master Lin said with a smile, waving his hand. I just finished eating. Since everyone hasn't finished yet, and it's a break, I came to tell you that your house is almost done. If you have time, go take a look. The day after tomorrow, the beams can be put in. Really so soon? Xiao Wan was surprised. She then patted her forehead and smiled awkwardly. Oh, I've been so busy lately that I haven't been to the construction site for several days. So, the house is almost ready? Come on, husband, let's go see. Excited, Xiao Wan pulled Qin Lao San and, together with Master Lin, headed toward the construction site. As they approached, looking at the 2-story house made of blue bricks and big tiles, Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. After greeting the workers, she stepped into the main hall. The hall was very spacious, with a wooden floor already laid. To the left was the bedroom, and to the right was the study. Each bedroom had a bathroom and a shower room designed by Xiao Wan. Since there were no glass windows, she used a creative design for the windows, which were different from floor-to-ceiling windows, but still very transparent and bright. Xiao Wan walked around upstairs and downstairs, feeling very satisfied. Master Lin followed behind her, amazed each time he saw it. After the house was built, he realized it looked much better than he had imagined. Having built such a special house in his life, he felt it was already very worthwhile. When Xiao Wan came out of the house, he explained, "After the beams are put in the day after tomorrow, we'll do some finishing touches and clean up well. Then you can move in your furniture. The magnolia in the yard can be planted tomorrow, and then we can add the fake mountain and fish tank. As for the osmanthus tree at the gate you wanted, it will take 3 more days to bring it here." A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Wan's face. She nodded and said, "Take your time. My furniture hasn't been ordered yet anyway." Jo Wan went to the backyard again. As she said, she dug a well there, and next to it, there were 2 large cellars. "Equals, Uncle Lin, you're doing great," she praised enthusiastically and gave him a thumbs up. "Everything looks good. Once the house is built, you can leave a big open space here for planting vegetables." Jo Wan roughly pointed to a spot about 70 or 80% of the land. "All the other areas should be built with blue bricks and enclosed outside. Then, make a back door here, so it's easier to go out later. Also, once the house is finished before the new year, you can take a break. As for the remaining 6 acres behind, the fencing can be done after the new year. No rush. Then I'll thank you on behalf of everyone here." After the house was built and the finishing touches were done, the new year was about a week away. He had worked hard all year, and during these days before the new year, he just wanted to rest properly. But if urgent work or clients came up that required quick completion, he wouldn't complain, even if it meant working overtime to earn more money. Master Lin saw Jo Wan and her husband off the property. He hesitated for a long time before asking carefully, "I overheard you say that your furniture hasn't been ordered yet. Have you been to the town or county to look around? Did you find anything you like?" Jo Wan raised her eyebrows slightly, stopped walking, and smiled as she looked at him. "Does Uncle Lin have someone in mind to recommend? You're really clever. I just mentioned it and you guessed what I was going to say." Master Lin chuckled. "Actually, I do have someone I want to introduce to you. You've met him before, Master Zhang, who makes your doors and windows. He just finished his work and has gone back. If you think his work is good, I can ask him to come over tomorrow for a chat. You can discuss everything then. Of course, if you're not satisfied after talking, you can look for someone else." Jo Wan remembered Master Zhang, the door and window maker. He was very meticulous. If she designed the furniture and handed it over to him, it would definitely be fine. But she wondered, could he handle all the work alone? "Uncle Lin, you know what kind of place we live in now. Honestly, once the house is finished, we plan to move before the new year. Last time I saw Master Zhang working alone. Do you think, with so much furniture to make, he could finish everything in about 10 days? She asked thoughtfully. "Ha ha ha." Uncle Lin laughed happily and looked at Xiao Wan. "You probably don't know this, but old Zhang's family has 5 sons, all of whom inherited his good skills. They also have several apprentices. In the past, their family was quite well known in the city. If they hadn't offended someone, they wouldn't have come back to such a small place like Qingyan Town. Don't worry, as long as you plan ahead on what to make, he can definitely do it." Xiao Wan nodded. "The day after tomorrow, my family is going to hold a celebration. Tomorrow morning, my husband and I will go to the town. Uncle Lin, you can ask him to come over in the afternoon." After settling the furniture arrangements on the way home, Xiao Wan discussed with old Third Qin about the celebration banquet. They both agreed that they didn't need to invite everyone in the village, just the village chief's family, Qin Yanqing's family, the Zhou family next door, and a few others who had helped recently. Plus, Master Lin and the other young workers he brought along, which would total about 7 or 8 tables. "Your older brother's family, aren't you going to invite them?" Seeing that Xiao Wan hadn't thought about this, old Third Qin reminded her. Xiao Wan slapped her forehead. "Of course I'll invite my older brother's family. And Uncle Qian and Qin Qinghao, I should mention it to them too, so they don't find out later and feel bad. Counting everyone, there will probably be around 10 tables. When I get back, I'll ask Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wan what they need to buy, and also see who can help with cooking the day after tomorrow. It's almost New Year, and yet things are so busy. At the end, Qiao Wan couldn't help but sigh. It's true, there's quite a lot to do. Also, if everything goes smoothly with Wang Wu's side, you'll need to think about how to take over Lu's 4,000 acres of land before the new year. So, I suggest you delay building the workshop and breeding projects until after the new year, Qin Old Third said. Qiaowan thought about it and agreed. Once Lu's family withdraws, she will definitely need to find a way to manage those 4,000 acres of land. She really couldn't spare the time before the new year to work on the workshop, so she could only put that plan on hold for now. After discussing with Qin Old Third again, they decided that with more than 10 days before the new year, they would first buy land and move houses. Everything else could wait until after the holiday. Moreover, after the new year, once the money from Guangzhou Pavilion and the charcoal business is settled, she will have several thousand taels of silver. Many things will become easier to handle. The next morning, Qiao Wan and Old Qin went to the town. They first visited the market, bought all the vegetables that Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wan mentioned. Then they went to the general store, bought some rice, flour, oil, salt, and also picked up peanuts, longan, and candies. On the way past the moneylender shop, Qiao Wan exchanged 1,000 copper coins. After that, they rode a carriage to Wang Wu's house. Wang Wu had been waiting since early morning, knowing they would come today. When he saw their carriage arrive, he quickly stood up and warmly welcomed them into his home, smiling as he handed over the land deed for Lu's 4,000 acres of land to Old Qin. Old Qin looked it over briefly and found no issues, then casually handed the deed to Qiao Wan. Although Qiao Wan didn't say anything, he had recently noticed that she seemed to have a treasure chest inside her, always able to produce strange things from it. So, he felt very confident leaving the deed with her. Qiao Wan didn't notice this detail. She happily took the deed, smiling at the large official seal on it. She didn't ask how much Wang Wu paid for it, but from his joyful expression, she could guess that he probably didn't get less than in their first deal. By the way, after selling these lands, Lu's family hurriedly left. They said they needed to get to Shu before the new year to visit relatives. All the land was planted with winter wheat, as you saw last time. They hope you can arrange for someone to take over soon. They said the wheat was given free of charge as a thank you for helping Lu's family, and next year, there should still be a good harvest, Wang Wu reminded her. She almost forgot about this, if he hadn't mentioned it. 4,000 acres of land. If managed well, it could yield a lot. Plus, she used to work at the Agricultural Research Institute, and with her resources, she could harvest the wheat as early as April. After the wheat harvest, they could plant cotton. But right now, she didn't have anyone to assign, and she hadn't decided who would be the best to take over. That day when I went out, old Lu asked me to see if you needed help. If you do, he can leave all his people here for you. As for the price, we can discuss it later. Before he left a housekeeper here to handle things until after the new year when he goes over there. Wang Wu said. Qiao Wan didn't think much and shook her head. I don't usually need that many people. When I have work on my land, I plan to find some temporary workers in town. Qiao Wan had already made up her mind about that. But as for managing people, she hadn't really thought it through. Also, she believed that soon, news about her buying that land would spread around, and that might cause some trouble. What should she do? She kept thinking about this problem even after leaving Wang Wu's house. When Qin Laosen saw her frowning and looking troubled, he smiled softly and said, If you're worried, you can hire Wu Yong to help for a while. He knows everyone in Qingyan town, and with him around, most people won't dare cause trouble. After a few days, once we finish the house, we can go to the county. It's also time to add some people to the family, or your business will keep growing, and you'll need your own staff. Qiao Wan's eyes lit up. She looked up and smiled at Qin Laosan. I just thought of that. Actually, I can also go to the pawn shop to buy people. Qin Laosan nodded, looking at her thoughtfully. I find it strange. Aren't you usually very clever? Why is it that you couldn't think of such a simple solution this time? Xiao Wan stiffened. She thought to herself, this isn't modern times. Buying and selling people is illegal. Coming from another world, many of my ideas are deeply rooted, and I'm still adjusting. But she kept her expression calm and forced a smile. I haven't used servants in many years. I just forgot about it. You're right. After the beam is installed in 2 days, we'll go to the county to buy people and also buy some New Year supplies. The children haven't been to the county since they were born. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This time, I'll take them out to see the world, Xiao Wan said, changing the subject. Qin Lao Sen nodded. Oh, and when we go to the county, we can also ask around about Jiang Taifu's whereabouts. Maybe. No, I think the triplets like old Kong. Maybe I should forget about Jiang Taifu. Xiaowan thought for a moment and then dismissed her own idea. Old Master Kong has been at our house for several days now. Husband, do you know what his purpose is for staying here? Before Qin Lao San could speak, Xiaowan continued. I don't know how long he will stay. The triplets really like him. If he leaves someday, the children will be very sad. Where there's a will, there's a way. Qin Lao San gently squeezed her hand to comfort her. Anyway, the old man may seem unreliable, but he seems serious about accepting disciples. Don't worry. If any problems come up later, we can deal with them then. Yes, nodded Xiaowan. The two of them drove the carriage to the nearest Guangzhou pavilion. Uncle Qian wasn't there, so Xiaowan didn't go inside. She just asked Xiaoyuzi to pass on a message and then left. Originally, they planned to go to Wu's house, but unexpectedly, they met Wu Yong on the road. Xiaowan was worried Wu Yong might not want to see her, so she simply mentioned that she bought the land west of Lu's town. Before she could finish speaking, Wu Yong patted his chest and said, If you need someone, just ask me. With Wu Yi here, no one will dare cause trouble at your place. Big brother Yong, thank you so much. Xiaowan sincerely thanked him. But don't worry, it will only take a few days. After I finish the work on my house's roof tomorrow, I'll go to the county town to buy some people. Then you won't need to trouble yourself, she added. Wu Yong waved his hand. Little sister, we're family. No need to worry about trouble. I'm happy to keep watch for you. By the way, you're putting on the roof tomorrow? Why didn't you tell me? Little sister, you're looking down on brother Yong. You're mistaken, Xiaowan said with a faint smile. We were planning to talk to Wu's family about this anyway. Since we met you here, we thought it was the same to tell you too, so we came over. That's more like it. Wu Yong was satisfied and smiled again. Don't worry, we'll definitely be there tomorrow. As for the land in Jinshi, I know about it. When I go back, I'll send some of my men to guard it. No one will dare cause trouble. Good. We'll be leaving now. Thanks for taking care of the land, brother Yong. Xiaowan nodded politely and got into the carriage. Old man Qin said nothing, suddenly took out a book from the carriage and threw it to Wu Yong. This is for you.
Practice well.
If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Wu Yong caught it with his hand. When he saw the book, he was very excited. Thank you, brother-in-law, third master. I will practice hard. Thanks a lot. Xiaowan's eyes moved slightly, as if she knew what it was. But she didn't ask anything. She just nodded with a smile to Wu Yong and left with Old Man Qin. On the way back, Old Man Qin suddenly took out a big, delicate box and handed it to Xiaowan. What is this? Xiaowan suspiciously opened it. Inside, she saw a fluffy, pure white cloak with fiery red edges, decorated with many shiny pearls. It was so beautiful. Where did you get this? Xiaowan looked at it in surprise, a little stunned. This is the fur from the white tiger we met in the last formation. I thought its fur was nice, so I took the chance to bring it back, Old Man Qin said, opening the cloak and draping it over Xiaowan. He said softly, Recently I saw you often go to the town. It was quite cold that day, so I took it to Jinxiu Pavilion and asked Lady Feng to help make a cloak for you. How is it? Warm enough. Xiaowan was staring blankly at him, fastening the cloak's tie. Hearing this, she finally came back to herself. She nodded and pulled up her hat. The fluffy feeling wrapped around her, making her feel soft and warm. Thank you, husband. Xiaowen felt happy inside. Suddenly, she turned to the side and gave a quick kiss on Qin Lao San's face. Equals old man Qin, who was driving the cart, trembled and instantly froze. His ears turned red. Xiaowen's face was slightly red. She was a bit shy at first, but seeing Qin Lao San like that, she suddenly found it a little funny. She heard he was already 28. He had a 3-year-old child, and he was still so innocent. She chuckled softly as she watched his ears turn redder and redder. "Stop laughing," Qin Lao San said sternly, staring at her with a handsome face. But he didn't look fierce at all. Okay, I won't laugh. Husband, don't be angry. I really wasn't laughing at you. I promise I won't laugh anymore. Is that okay?" Xiaowen covered her small face with a hat, speaking without smiling, but her voice still carried a smile. Old Qin III helplessly glared at her, sighed softly, and looked at her cheerful face, with a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Early in the morning, just before dawn, the triplets finished their basic training, and people started arriving one after another. After washing up, Xiaowen found 3 new padded jackets in her room and changed each of the triplets into them. All 3 jackets were red, but the 2 older brothers had black front closures, while the sisters was white, making a small difference. After dressing them, Xiaowen styled their hair into pretty buns. Qin Beibei even proudly asked Xiaowen to tie 2 pink bows on her adorable pigtails. When they stepped outside, they looked like tiny, well-dressed children bringing good luck, catching everyone's eye. Although little Furball and Goldie weren't cold, today, the triplets still changed into the clothes Auntie Zhou had just made for them. Little Furball was pink, and Goldie was blue-black. After changing, they took their cat and dog to play with their friends. Xiaowen carried the fruits and vegetables for today's event to the farmstead and found it already crowded with people. Many who hadn't been invited had come too, especially the children, who rarely gathered together, and there were plenty of candies and sunflower seeds to share during the event. Xiaowen walked over and saw that the main beam decorated with red silk had already been placed in front of the main hall. Uncle Lin was arranging whole chickens, fish, and geese, ready for the ceremony. In front of the altar, there were 3 bowls of rice, 3 pairs of chopsticks, and 3 cups of wine. In the middle was an incense burner, and on the right, a cup of tea. "Little Xiao, you're here." Seeing Xiaowen, Uncle Lin smiled and came over to greet her, saying, "We're just waiting for the pig to be ready. The 3rd brothers are still handling it. It should be done soon." As he finished speaking, 3 men carried in a whole slaughtered pig and placed it on the long table. Seeing that the time was almost right, Uncle Lin went over, lit the incense, and recited words softly. On the beam, Lu Ban is present. The thick one is the pillar, the straight one is the beam. Use all the wood, each has its purpose." Then, master carpenters and bricklayers stepped forward, each performing their part, reciting and singing a long chant. After the ceremony to raise the beam, the craftsmen worked together to lift the main beam onto the roof. Old Man Qin took out 2 long firecrackers, lit them, and soon the crackling sound of firecrackers filled the air. Smoke and small pieces of firecrackers flew everywhere, turning the sky and ground red. Everyone's faces were full of smiles, looking very happy. Suddenly, Uncle Lin shouted, "The beam is up," and the beam was lifted into place. Then, snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, longans, candies, and cakes were thrown down from the roof. At the same time, the 1,000 copper coins that Xiaowen had prepared the day before were scattered. Everyone there, both adults and children, rushed to grab the coins, shouting excitedly when they got one. The triplets, along with a cat, a dog, and some villagers including Shirtu from the village chief's family, also joined the crowd. Mommy, I found a coin too." Seeing everyone like the coins, Qin Beibei mimicked them. She happily ran to Xiaowen with her coin, shouting joyfully. "Beibei is so clever." Xiaowen smiled and pinched the little girl's cheek. "Mommy needs to go cook now. You and your brothers have a day off today, so you can keep playing here. But be careful, okay?" Unfortunately, before she finished speaking, Qin Beibei had already run off happily. "That girl." Xiaowen chuckled and shook her head, then headed to the backyard. Aunt Jo, Aunt Ruan, and several other women from the village, who had agreed to help earlier, were already gathered there. They were busy washing vegetables, chopping, mincing meat, and lighting the fire, all working smoothly and efficiently. "Xiao Qiao, leave the back to us. You just go and greet the guests," said a cheerful, friendly woman with a smile. Seeing it was her first time going to the market and helping on the ox cart, and recalling that Wang auntie had helped her before, Qiao Wen smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble Auntie Wang today." Aunt Wang smiled happily and waved her hand. "No trouble at all, no trouble." The other women and wives also smiled and talked to Qiao Wen, who responded politely to each. Soon, Qiao Wen heard someone calling her outside. She quickly said, "I'll go see who it is. Please take care of things here, everyone." Then she went out. Besides the villagers, the first person to arrive today for the beam raising was Wu Yong. He had come early and even helped with the pig slaughter just now. "Where are your brothers? I remember 2 of them can read, and 2 are good at martial arts. Why are they all missing lately?" When he arrived alone, Qiao Wen asked a question. Hearing this, Wu Yong seemed a bit guilty and hesitated before walking away. Qiao Wen was busy today and didn't pay much attention to him. When Wang Wu arrived, Qiao Wen was a little surprised but quickly asked Wu Yong to greet him. Wu Jun and Mrs. Feng arrived quite early. Qiao Wen spent a little time with them, then handed the men over to Old Man Qin and asked Madame Shen, the hall matron, to help entertain the female guests. Uncle Qian couldn't find time, so he asked Little Six to prepare a big gift. The last to arrive was Qin Qinghao. Surprisingly, he came with Qin Ruoyu and Qiao Xian. This spoiled young man, when did he start hanging out with Qiao Xian? Qiao Wen was stunned for a moment and looked at him with confusion. "Auntie, I'm sorry," Qin Qinghao said. He misunderstood her look as a warning and hurriedly approached, looking sad. "I didn't want to bring them here. But I don't know what's wrong. Since I woke up this morning, Ruoyu has been following me everywhere. I can't get rid of her. I only arrived now, and she's still with me, even meeting up with someone else. People you bring yourself should be watched over by you." Qiao Wen looked at him calmly and said, "But if anyone causes trouble today, don't blame me for being rude." "Of course. Auntie, don't worry. I will watch over them carefully," Qin Qinghao promised. Qiao Wen smiled, just then noticing Qiao Xian walking toward Old Man Qin. She coldly curled her lips. "I hope you can really keep control." She softly said these words before turning and walking away. "Third brother, why didn't you tell me in advance about the wedding?" Now I didn't have time to prepare a gift. Qiao Xian hurried over, sweetly speaking when she saw Old Man Qin alone. Old Man Qin was facing away from her. When he heard her voice, his brow furrowed impatiently. Then, as if he hadn't heard her, he stepped forward to leave.
Hey!
"Third brother, wait for me. I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" Qiao Xian thought he didn't hear her, raised her voice slightly, and followed after him. Old Man Qin remained silent, walking forward with his head down. "Third brother," Qiao Xian called out softly, feeling upset, and quickened her steps. She finally reached him first and stopped him by reaching out her hand. "Why are you avoiding me? I don't mean anything bad. Just because our older cousin refuses to talk to me, I had no choice but to come find you. Please talk to her about Duan. I really didn't mean for things to happen that way. That day, I was going to punish her, but her parents are servants of the Qiao family. With their plea and assurance, I softened my heart and decided to give her another chance. Third brother, believe me, if I had known she would accidentally hurt you that day, I wouldn't have let her go." She sincerely said all this hoping for a response from Qin Lao San, even just a little. But he only coldly told her to get lost, and then kept walking away. For her future happiness, Qiao Xian clenched her teeth and still wanted to follow. But suddenly, she felt something hit her knee. Her lower leg went numb, and she lost control, falling sideways.
"Ah!
Third brother, help me!" She cried out softly, reaching out to grab Qin Lao San. But he was faster and disappeared in an instant. Qiao Xian fell hard to the ground. Her dress was torn by a nearby branch, and she was covered in dust. She clenched her fists tightly, crouched on the ground, looking messy and upset. She was angry and frustrated, with tears welling up in her eyes. After a long while, her emotions calmed down. Third brother belongs to me. I won't give up, she whispered softly, as if making a firm decision. She got up from the ground, avoided the crowd, and headed toward the old Qin family. Everyone was gathered around the fire pit, angrily talking about the construction of Qiao Wan's house. They didn't even invite us to the housewarming. Qiao Wan really doesn't care about our parents. Qiao Wan is one thing, but how come third brother has been sober for so long and still hasn't come back to see our parents? Maybe he was tricked by that charming woman from the Qiao family. Parents, I think you shouldn't wait anymore. Just go find third brother. Exactly.
Dad, Mom, look.
They didn't even come to invite us to the housewarming. If we keep waiting, third brother's inheritance might be all gone because of that little troublemaker, Qiao Wan. Old Mr. Qin and his wife kept talking quickly, all with the same goal, to persuade old man Qin and Mrs. Hu to visit Qiao Wan's house. They didn't say much, but just looking at that big blue brick house, which looked more impressive than their own, made them jealous. If their parents could live there, they would eventually become part of it too. Dad, Mom, should we go now? They asked. Seeing Mrs. Hu tempted, old Mr. Qin kept stirring the pot. Today is their house's celebration. Qiao Wan probably won't kick us out in front of everyone. Did you hear? They even went up the mountain to hunt a wild boar for the celebration, and they have chickens, ducks, fish, and geese. There will be a lot to eat today, added Yang, old Mr. Qin's daughter-in-law, supporting the idea. Enough. Why are you making noise? Our family still has plenty to eat without you, old Mr. Qin scolded sharply, feeling uncomfortable inside. Since learning that Qin Lao San was awake, he hadn't left the house, waiting at home. He always thought Qin Lao San, being so filial, would come to apologize on his own. But he had waited so long, and all he heard was that the celebration was happening, and they didn't even invite him. They didn't call us, so why should we rush over? Besides, Qiao Wan said clearly that anyone who comes to visit her again will be beaten. Haven't we learned our lesson yet? Just shut up, he said. Thinking about the last time he was beaten, Yang felt a bit scared. But they still had other things to do today. She carefully looked at old Mr. Qin. Old Mr. Qin tried to flatter him. It was in the past. It was because third brother was so naive that Qiao Wan dared to be so bold. Anyway, third brother must have some feelings about cutting ties. If he doesn't want to come to us, we'll go to him and explain everything. Isn't that better? That's true, old Mr. Qin agreed. Just as he was about to speak, Mrs. Hu looked up and saw Qiao Xian coming in from outside. She quickly stood up, gently took Qiao Xian's hand, and asked kindly, Xian, why are you back so suddenly? Hey, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? When she saw Qiao Xian's dress with a big tear and her whole body covered in dust, she immediately got angry and shouted loudly, Who the heck dares to bully my Xianer? I won't let this go. Come on, Xianer, Grandma will help you get revenge. Grandma, no one is bullying me. Qiao Xian quickly held her hand. Xianer, where are you hurt? Does it hurt? At this moment, Yang also pushed forward, looking at Qiao Xian with concern. Don't be afraid. Who bullied you? Tell me, and your aunt will help you teach him a lesson. Yes, yes, the Qin family members who grew up in the town loved their granddaughter very much. They all surrounded her like stars around the moon, asking about her health and showing great care. A proud look flashed in Qiao Xian's eyes. She gently pressed her lips, smiled sweetly, and politely greeted everyone. Then she said, I'm fine. I just had a small fall on the way here. I'll change my clothes later, and it'll be fine. You fell? Whose brow furrowed, finally noticing something was wrong. She looked up and glanced around outside the door, but saw no one else, not even the carriage. She became anxious and quickly held Qiao Xian's hand, asking, Where are your maidservants? Where did they go? Why are you the only one back? And your mother? Why didn't she come? Did something happen to her? Did the Qin family kick you out? Hearing this, the old Qin family members looked at each other and all took a step back unconsciously. Their enthusiasm faded quite a bit. equals Chow Xian sneered inwardly, but kept a sweet smile on her face. She affectionately linked her arm with Hu's and softly explained, "Grandma, mother is fine. My maid just went to get my clothes. Today, I didn't ride our carriage because I came back with Ruoyu from the eldest uncle's house. They are also returning to attend the third uncle's house's roof-raising banquet." She didn't dare reveal her true purpose in front of the Qin family, so she still called the third uncle Qin Lao-san, who paused, then suspiciously looked at Xiao Xian. "What roof-raising banquet? Did they invite Qin Yan's family? Or did they invite you too?" Hearing that Xiao Wan's family invited everyone except old Qin's family, Hushur immediately became furious. She sneered, feeling very angry and disdainful, and cursed, "What do you mean by the way? I think they just look down on us, the old Qin family, and are greedy for wealth. Enough. Stop talking so much." In front of her granddaughter, Hushur's words made old Qin feel ashamed, and his face quickly turned very grim. "Grandmother." Chow Xian gently shook Hushur's arm and sat obediently beside her. "Please don't say that. Uncle San and my cousin are not like that. Our old Qin family's big brick house is the best in the village, and we even have 2 students studying. I think our family is quite wealthy, but we don't look down on others. In the past, our family was really rich. Now, if you want to talk about money, it would be Uncle San. Look at his grand brick house. That's truly the best in the village." When she mentioned this, Hushur was both angry and jealous. Xiao Xian understood and smiled innocently, looking at Hushur with a sweet expression. "Grandmother, no matter what, Uncle San is still your son. Even if your daughter and you are no longer close, Uncle San is still part of the family. Your son is also yours, right?" Hushur's eyes lit up at her words. But then, thinking of Xiao Wan's fiery personality, she felt a bit discouraged. "That's true, but you know your cousin's personality. I don't think she would see it that way. Cousin was spoiled growing up because of her good background. Sometimes her temper isn't great." Xiao Xian nodded in agreement, acting like a gentle and kind mediator. "But, grandmother, they say a woman should follow her husband after marriage." Three uncle used to be a bit confused, but he's better now. Their family will listen to him. When the time comes, you should talk to Uncle San first. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, if Uncle San supports you, then your cousin won't have much say. Besides, we're all family. If things get so messy, others will laugh at us. They won't care if others laugh or not," Hushur sneered. "Exactly." As soon as she finished speaking, Yangshur quickly chimed in. If they were worried about others laughing, they should have come to apologize to Dad and Mom long ago. Cousin is always proud and won't easily bow to others. Thinking about the upcoming plans, Chow Xian's eyes lit up and she softly continued to persuade. "But if she doesn't come over, you can go find her. In my opinion, today is a great opportunity. Your older cousin's house is having a celebration, so if you take the initiative to help out, she will surely be touched. Maybe all the past issues will be forgotten. If you keep visiting and staying in touch, the relationship will gradually improve, right? Why should we take the initiative?" Mrs. Hu still seemed a bit unwilling. Seeing this, old Qin was anxious and quickly advised, "If you don't take the lead, their grand house with its beautiful bricks and tiles won't have anything to do with you. Miss, I also heard recently that third young master bought several thousand acres of land. If he can buy so much land, he must have quite a few businesses now," said Ginkgo, Qiao Xinwan's maid, casually mentioning this.
"What?
Several thousand acres," the Qin family members exclaimed in surprise. Ginkgo blinked in confusion. "Don't you know? With so many businesses, didn't third young master ask you to help manage them? Manage them? Ridiculous. Third young master is just unreasonable." Hearing this, old Qin also became a bit upset. He angrily cursed and asked in a deep voice, "He bought so much land. Why didn't he tell us?" "Exactly. Father, mother, we really can't wait any longer. If we don't go today, what if all these benefits end up in others' hands? What should we do then?" Yangshur thought about this possibility and felt both heartbroken and anxious. Third young master definitely has no objections, but this Qiaowan. "I need to think more." Old Qin paced anxiously, walking several rounds. "Getting married, means following your husband. As long as third young master agrees, even third madam can't go against him. She probably doesn't want to be dismissed either, Ginkgo said passionately, then quickly knelt down. Sorry, miss, I shouldn't have said so much, but seeing third madam like that, I just can't stand it. Is it really your place to speak about the master's affairs? Chao Xian frowned, looking at Ginkgo with a serious gaze. After you go back, I will punish you to kneel in the yard for an hour. Then, you should learn manners properly from Aunt Yu. Oh, Xian. Ginkgo didn't say anything wrong. Why are you punishing her? Mrs. Hu felt that sometimes Chao Xian was too strict with her servants. Grandmother, as a servant girl, Ginkgo really shouldn't have spoken out. Besides, third uncle and cousin are very close. Whether she is dismissed or not, isn't she just causing trouble for them? She should be punished. Zhou Xian looked seriously at Ginkgo and said, Yes, miss. The servant girl knew she was wrong. Seeing Ginkgo kneeling on the ground and not daring to get up, Mrs. Hu was awkward and didn't know how to respond. I also think Ginkgo is right. That little troublemaker Zhou, one always gives her parents a hard time. Let's go and comfort third brother first. If that doesn't work, we can have her dismiss Zhou Wan. Let her see how proud she can be then. Yang's eyes lit up as she listened to Ginkgo's words. She clapped her hands and thought this plan was very good. Especially when she thought about how miserable Zhou Wan would be after being dismissed, she felt very satisfied. Marrying a good wife is right. Once I win back third brother's heart, I will make him dismiss the Zhou family. Mrs. Hu also felt excited. She patted her thigh, stood up, and said, Let's go. Change clothes. All of us are going to the third brother's house for a feast. Watching the Qin family members leave in a grand procession, Zhou Xian smiled happily. Dismissing Zhou Wan is indeed a good idea. Ginkgo, if this works out, there will be a big reward. Thank you, miss. Ginkgo quickly stood up from the ground, saluted Zhou Xian and said, Don't worry, Mississippi. As long as today's plan succeeds, we won't need to wait for the Qin family to win back third master's heart. Third master will dismiss Zhou Wan today. Equals Zhou Xian nodded. Go now. Be careful, and don't let anyone see you. Don't worry, miss. Ginkgo bowed again, saluted, and left the Qin family. She took a small path out of the village, reached a carriage at the edge of the woods, and whispered, The Qin family is all at the feast now. Whether this succeeds depends on you. Then she quietly returned to the Qin family, found Zhou Xian, who was slowly changing her clothes, helped her fix her hair and outfit, and the two of them went together to Zhou Wan's new house. Where did you go? As soon as the master and servant appeared, Qin Ruyu ran over, grabbed Zhou Xian's hand, and asked, Why can't I find you everywhere? Zhou Xian smiled gently. I just accidentally fell, and my clothes are all muddy. I went home to change. Qin Ruyu looked down and saw that her clothes had indeed been changed. She casually muttered, Why are you so careless? This place is so boring. Come on, let's go somewhere else to play. Then she took Chao Xian's hand and headed into the village. While busy greeting guests, someone suddenly ran over to tell her that the Qin family had arrived. On a happy day like this, some uninvited people also came to the village. As long as they didn't cause trouble, Xiao Wan didn't mind them. The Qin family members also behaved the same. Xiao Wan took a quick look at them, saw they seemed honest, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, over at the Qin side, when they saw Xiao Wan come out, they didn't chase her away. They all relaxed and felt more confident that Yin Xing was right, that old Qin was attached to them. Xiao Wan's actions showed she was probably afraid of old Qin. Seeing that most villagers were busy, they quietly found a place to sit down. Hey, Wang, you're putting too much meat in there, someone said. Hey, Zhou, you don't need to use so much oil to stir-fry. That's wasteful, another added. Hey, Lu's young wife, do you think sugar is free? Putting so much in, do you really think it's not your own money? Don't you know to be careful? Who sure sat for a little while but soon couldn't sit still. She stood up, walking back and forth, and then headed to the backyard. She saw several aunts and wives busy cooking. When Hu Shi saw so much meat and vegetables, her face suddenly darkened. She silently cursed in her heart. That little brat Xiao, she really doesn't know how to live properly. She hurried over and started scolding the people cooking. Everyone in the village knew Hu Shi and Xiaowan didn't get along. They looked at each other for a moment, then chose to ignore Hu Shi and do their own work. Hu Shi was very annoyed when no one paid attention to her. Hey, you guys. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I'm telling you to be careful. Can't you hear me? She shouted angrily, hands on her hips. Listen, Qin Erga's family, who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Wang Ant was straightforward and couldn't stand Hu Shi pretending to be important. She glared at her and muttered under her breath, "We're all related by blood now. What are you showing off for? Wang, what do you mean? Did you just look down on me? If you have the ability, say that again." Disowning the two relatives was like stepping on the Hu family's tail. She angrily jumped up, ready to grab Aunt Wang's hair. Aunt Wang raised a large spatula, waved it, and scared Hu family to stand still, not daring to move forward. But she still stomped her feet and loudly shouted, "I tell you, the third son is my son. This is my son's family. If you dare to provoke me again, I will have the third son kick you out. Do you believe it? Do you want to kick out?" As soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. Hu was startled, paused, and almost fell. Instinctively, she turned around and saw Xiaowan standing there with a calm face, looking at her with a cold and emotionless gaze. That third son's family. Hu immediately became more obedient, trying to flatter Xiaowan and forced a smile. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just came to see if I could help. I saw they made a lot of meat dishes and used a lot of oil. I thought it was wasteful, so I said a few words." Who knew Wang's family was so fierce? "I just said a few words, and she got angry and argued with me. Third son's family, I'm telling you, you're not good at managing life. Why did you make so many things just for a beam?" "No, Aunt Hu." Xiaowan glanced at Hu and asked coldly, "Whether I manage life well, or how much I make has nothing to do with you. I don't care about my own things. Why are you so worried?" Xiaowan's aura suddenly rose sharply, pressing Hu so hard she couldn't breathe. She stammered, feeling guilty. As her eyes darted around nervously, she suddenly saw Qin Laosen walking over from the side. Thinking of what Yin Xing said today, she suddenly felt more confident. She straightened her face and looked seriously at Xiaowan, saying, "Xiao, as a mother-in-law, I kindly teach you how to behave. Why are you so stubborn? Do you really think Laosan's money came from nowhere? That you can just waste it? Third son, you should control your wife. Look at her, daring to speak like that in front of you about your mother. You don't know how hard life has been for our Qin family all these years when you weren't around." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at Qin Laosan with a mix of grievance and helplessness. The women nearby saw what was happening and looked at Qin Laosan. They opened their mouths to say something, worried he might misunderstand Xiaowan. But he looked calm, as if nothing had happened, and quietly closed his mouth. Xiaowan raised an eyebrow but said nothing, just watched Qin Laosan quietly. "How do you want me to handle this?" Qin Laosan asked coldly, looking at Hu Shi without any emotion. Of course, she wanted to say she should beat her up and then divorce her.
But she was too smart to say that out loud.
She hesitated, pretended to sigh, and said, "We are all family. She's unkind, but we shouldn't be unfaithful. We can just talk to her nicely. But Laosen, your wife doesn't know how to live well. I think we should all live together in the future. This house should be mine." Hu Shi spoke slowly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "By the way, after the new year, Wu will be 21. Your father, and I think it's time for him to get married. Starting today, you can move back home and live with us. Once the new house is finished, we'll leave it empty for Wu Wu's wedding." She wanted to keep the new house for Qin Wu Wu's marriage. That was a strange idea. Was she out of her mind? Xiaowan looked at her with a complicated expression. "Also, I heard you bought several thousand acres of land on the west side of the town. You should give that land to your fourth brother to manage," Hu Shi said excitedly, not noticing Xiaowan's expression. She looked proud, as if she had everything under control, and continued, and the secret recipe for your wife's marinated meat. 2. In our Qin family, the new wife can't hide anything. Who Auntie? Xiaowen couldn't take it anymore and interrupted her. So, you're just trying to take everything for nothing. What do you mean, take everything for nothing? Why are you talking so badly? I'm just trying to help. I'm worried Lao San is too tired, so I want to help you manage things. You little troublemaker, how can you accuse me like that? Hu Shi argued. Qiao family, you're too bossy and you're so narrow-minded. You better not blame me for not warning you. If you keep acting like this, you're not afraid that someday the third brother will be fed up and divorce you, she said, her eyes shining with intensity as she looked at Qin Lao San. Is she hinting that Qin Lao San might take over and divorce her? If Qin Lao San had a slightly more traditional mind, like most men in ancient times, her plan might really work. When did the Hu family also learn such clever tricks? Xiaowen raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a mocking smile. Aunt Hu, I think you'll be disappointed. What do you mean? Hu asked, confused. It means that the house, land, and the secret recipe for marinated meat you want are all mine. They are all in my name, and my husband has nothing. Also, I mentioned something last time, and maybe you forgot. Since you forgot, I don't mind helping you remember. After speaking, Xiaowen pulled Qin Lao Si out from behind the crowd, grabbed his collar, and dragged him in front of her. Then she kicked him in the stomach. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Let me go. Ouch! Qin Lao Si cried out as he was kicked away. I told you last time, anyone who dares to come to my house to visit relatives, I will beat them every time. Since I beat your daughter-in-law, and you can't remember, I can only beat your precious son. When it comes to hurting feelings, Xiaowen is also good at it. Hearing her words, Yang Shi, who was about to step in to help, hesitated and then stepped back. Today, my house is having a celebration. If you sit quietly and don't cause trouble, I won't bother with you. It's just a meal. I, Xiaowen, can afford to be generous. But if you insist on provoking me, don't blame me for being rude. Xiaowen took a step forward, raised her foot, and kicked Qin Lao Si several more times. Qin Lao Si wanted to dodge but couldn't escape. He cried out in pain. Stop hitting him, Xiaowen, you're crazy. Stop it. Who was heartbroken and hurried to stop her, but she couldn't hold back Xiaowen. Third brother, you cowardly fool. Are you just going to watch your wife beat your brother? Why don't you step in and stop her? Seeing she couldn't stop her, she had to get up and call Qin Lao San for help. Qin Lao San stood still and didn't move. But hearing this, Xiaowen kicked even harder. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Lao Si was kicked several more times, with 2 kicks hitting his face, causing his mouth to bleed and his lips to be cut. Third brother, mother. No, Aunt Hu knows she was wrong. Please, I beg you, go and save fourth brother. Seeing this, Hu no longer dared to scold and looked worried. She hurriedly went to ask Qin third brother. Now you realize you were wrong. Why didn't you say so earlier? No matter what, in the eyes of outsiders, Qin third brother was raised by the Qin family. Xiaowen knew that Qin third brother probably wouldn't care, but she didn't want him to be seen as ungrateful. She paused and pretended to be angry as she shouted, Yes, your husband was raised by the Qin family, and that's true. But everyone in the village knows what kind of life he had as a child. He was hungry and cold, and when the family was in a bad mood, anyone could step on him. If it weren't for my eldest sister, your husband would have been tortured to death by you all. Growing up a bit, he started going to the mountains alone to hunt just to fill his stomach when he was 5 or 6 years old. He still has several scars from wild animals biting him. But your Qin family, after finding out he could hunt, started to enslave him. They made him do all the chores at home, and when they wanted meat at night, they forced him to go up the mountain. If it weren't for my eldest sister asking villagers for help, your husband would have fallen into a trap, injured his right leg, and frozen to death on the mountain. Yes, we all remember that. The villagers of Huaxi village nodded, seeming to recall something, then shook their heads. Looking back, third brother was so thin and pale, lying in the snow. It was really pitiful. Speaking of which, third brother was quite lucky. After that fall, he still went hunting the next day despite being seriously injured. His leg didn't leave any lasting problems, someone said. How could it not? Now, in winter, his leg still hurts, but he just endures it. Xiaowan said, you only know that he's strong and skilled in martial arts, but you don't realize that all of that came from fighting wild animals in the forest over and over again. Aunt Hu, if I remember correctly, 5 years ago, when the army was recruiting, the person who was supposed to go was fourth brother. But what happened? You used your gratitude for raising him to force your husband to go to war for fourth brother. Before he left, you kept saying that as long as he went, he would be repaying your kindness. But after he left, you still came to us asking for money in the name of gratitude for raising him. Xiaowen originally just wanted to state the facts and reason with everyone to prevent misunderstandings about old third Qin. But as she spoke, she became more and more emotional and angry. She kicked old fourth Qin hard again and said, and when he was injured during the expedition and sent back home, how did your old Qin family treat him? On the day of the separation, everyone in the village saw it clearly. I tell you, we are no longer connected to your old Qin family. From now on, if anyone mentions the kindness of raising him, I won't care anymore. All right, my wife. Everything is in the past. Now I have you and the children. Qin Old Third said softly, feeling touched by her support, and gently patted her shoulder. Then he turned to Aunt Hu and said, Aunt Hu, please go back now. What? Old Third. Are you trying to drive me away? Aunt Hu was stunned and looked at Qin Old Third in disbelief. Please go, Qin Old Third repeated with a gesture. Aunt Hu, you are so cruel. I am your... Before Aunt Hu could finish saying mother, Xiaowan's cold and sharp gaze swept over her. She immediately dared not speak and shut her mouth awkwardly. But seeing all the delicious dishes in the backyard and smelling their aroma, her feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move. Uncle Qin, Aunt Hu seems to be unable to move. Do you want to help her? Xiaowan smiled slightly and looked at old Qin, who had been hiding behind the crowd and silent. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, old Qin gasped, almost unable to breathe with anger. Shameful thing. Can't you make a fuss and then die? Hurry up and go home. But he cared about his reputation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stood with a grim face, roughly grabbing Aunt Hu's sleeve and pulling her out of Xiaowan's house. Xiaowan originally thought that after a good beating, old fourth Qin would feel bad and leave. But unexpectedly, he and Yang Shi acted as if nothing had happened. Not only did they not leave with old Qin and Aunt Hu, but they also found a table and sat down on a nearby bench, as if nothing was wrong. This shamelessness is incredible. Xiaowan's lips twitched slightly as she glanced at the two of them. If you don't like it, just drive everyone away, Qin Old Third said indifferently, showing no emotion. Old Mr. Qin and his wife also heard this and became very nervous. They sat stiffly, carefully glancing at Xiaowan, then quickly lowering their heads. Seeing that they sat there like frightened quails, shrinking their necks and not making any noise, Xiaowan thought they just wanted to stay and enjoy a good meal. She shook her head and said, "Forget it." Then she shrugged and walked outside, ignoring the couple. Head of the household, what should we do? Unexpectedly, after she left, Mrs. Yang approached old Mr. Qin quietly and asked, Old Mr. Qin's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he whispered to Mrs. Yang for a while. Did you remember? He asked in a low voice after. Yes, I remember, Mrs. Yang nodded. Then go now, he said. Old Mr. Qin waved his hand. Before Mrs. Yang stood up, he lowered his voice again, worried, and said, Be careful, don't mess up. I understand, she replied. Mrs. Yang stood up and saw Xiaowan leave the door and walk toward a small path nearby. She was happy and hurried to follow, quietly catching up. But after only a few steps, Xiaowan noticed her keenly. Why are you following me? Xiaowan suddenly turned around and asked coldly.
Hee.
Mrs. Yang forced a smile, her eyes flickering with guilt. She said with a smile, Xiao, I have something to talk to you about. Where are you going? Come on, let's go over there and talk, okay? She pointed to a small grove not far away. No need. Xiaowan looked at her suspiciously, feeling her attitude was strange today. She said, Just say what you want here. I don't have much time to listen to your nonsense. I have many things to do. The ingredients for cooking over there were running out, and she was about to go back to the small hut to get more. Since this small path was the closest way to the small hut, she came this way. Mrs. Yang's smile froze on her face. She cursed Xiao Wan silently in her heart, but still kept smiling and said, "It's nothing serious. We can talk while walking. It won't take up much of your time." Xiao Wan looked up and saw old Mr. Qin sneaking ahead on the small path, hiding at a spot where she would pass. Her eyes narrowed as she wanted to see what this couple was up to. She nodded in agreement and stepped forward. Yang ran behind her, apologizing as she hurried along. When they reached the place where old Qin was hiding earlier, she suddenly grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and swung it at Xiao Wan's back. Xiao Wan was prepared and easily dodged. She turned around and kicked Yang in the side, knocking her away. To her surprise, old Qin did not appear. "Who sent you here?" Xiao Wan asked, catching the stick Yang threw at her and standing over her. She looked down and said, "You better tell the truth or this stick won't show mercy." "I don't know what you're talking about." Yang shook her head, scared. She sat on the ground and moved back several steps, swallowing hard. "Not talking, huh?" Xiao Wan raised the stick, ready to strike. At that moment, Yang suddenly shouted behind Xiao Wan, "Master, help me." Xiao Wan sensed someone behind her. So, old Qin was planning to attack her. She smiled calmly and turned around. She saw old Qin also holding a stick, raised high, ready to hit her. Xiao Wan sneered and swung her stick. But she didn't expect that two more people were hiding near Yang, both skilled fighters. As she turned, they quickly threw several small glass bead-sized hidden weapons, hitting her head before she could dodge. It turned out Yang's earlier nervousness was fake. Old Qin also deliberately let her see it. Their goal was to distract her, so she wouldn't notice others behind them. Xiao Wan realized this and quickly shot Yang a fierce glare. Then she suddenly felt weak and fainted. "That little brat. Trying to kick me. Today she'll power," Yang said, raising her foot to kick Xiao Wan as she fainted. The two people who had just attacked, one man and one woman, were nearby. The man was dressed as a servant, and the woman looked like a maid. "This is the woman the young master ordered. How dare you move her? Do you want to lose your job?" The man, dressed as a servant, hurried over and stopped Yang, shouting angrily, "Anyway, we're going to change her clothes later." "What are you afraid of?" The masked maid scoffed disdainfully and suspiciously looked at the young man. Suddenly, her face turned fierce and she asked coldly, "Are you perhaps enchanted because she looks pretty?" "What are you talking about?" The young man glared at the masked maid angrily. "You know the young master's temper. Look at her delicate skin. How could she withstand a kick from that shrew? If the young master finds out later that she has a bruise, can we escape punishment?" Yang, called the shrew, felt frustrated but dared not speak out. She held back her anger. "Why are you just standing there?" Although the masked maid was convinced, she was in a bad mood. She looked up and glared at Yang impatiently, growling, "Are you a block of wood? Hurry up and come help. Move faster, or someone might see us." Yang had seen the masked maid before and knew she had a bad temper. She dared not argue and quickly stepped forward to help support Xiao Wan. The two of them quietly took Xiao Wan to the small hut nearby. When they arrived, the masked maid handed 2 silver coins to Qin Laosi and his wife, then said with dislike, "In 15 minutes, you're responsible for bringing the villagers here. Why only 2 coins? Wasn't it supposed to be 5? Yang immediately protested when she saw the money was short. "It was agreed that you would be responsible for catching her, but are you the ones who caught her?" The masked maid asked coldly. "Even if we didn't catch her, we came up with the plan." Tempted by the money, Yang became bolder. She argued, "Without us, you wouldn't have caught her. Also, I was kicked hard by Xiao. You need to compensate me for my medical expenses." The masked maid was about to get angry, but the young man stopped her. He took out 3 more silver coins and threw them to Yang. "Let's go. From now on, you're not needed here. We'll handle everything ourselves." Seeing how quickly he agreed, Yang wanted to ask for more money, but Qin Laosi pulled her back. He shook his head at her, pocketed the coins, and hurriedly pulled her away. Seeing old Qin's couple disappear from sight, the masked maid glared at the young servant and shouted, "You sent them away. When everything is settled, how will we bring people here? And those 2 or 3 silver coins. I have my own way to bring people." The young servant, dressed as a man, casually wiped his face, which surprisingly became swollen. Old Qin's couple probably never expected that the people who approached them voluntarily and secretly planned to catch Qiao Wan for so long had never even revealed their true identities in front of them. And the young master is still waiting on our side. It's just a few silver coins. You're not short of that money. Just give it to them, and don't let this delay the young master's important matter. Since no one was around here, and his face was swollen, he didn't mind much. He signaled the masked maid to move Qiao Wan into the inner room. The masked maid obeyed, but still felt uneasy and said angrily, "That cunning woman, I just don't want to let her have the advantage." All right. The young master is coming. I'll go greet him. You move quickly." The young servant saw a dark blue figure approaching from the road. Afraid of being exposed, he hurried to meet him and quickly led the young master, who was in his mouth, to the small thatched house in front of Qiao Wan's home. Old Qin and his wife came out of the small thatched house, not daring to go to Qiao Wan's new house, but instead went straight home. "What happened? Did that Qiao brat beat you again?" Who sure sat in the yard, annoyed. Seeing Qin's couple walk in disheveled, she cast a sidelong glance with sharp eyes and looked at Yang with a slightly sinister look, asking, "Mother." Yang felt guilty, clearly lacking confidence, and weakly called her, "Pfft, useless thing." Seeing her like this, Hu sure was furious. "I told you to follow me home, but you didn't. Now look at you, beaten up like this." Yang wanted to explain, but she was misunderstood. Old Qin shook his head at her and smiled, then said to Hu Sure, "Mother, we know we were wrong. Please say a few less words. It's so cold in winter. Look at us, beaten like this. It's really uncomfortable. Mother, let us go inside and change our clothes first." After speaking, he turned and went back to the west room. Yang lowered her head and followed behind her. "Master, today's look in your eyes was so scary. When she looked at me just now, I thought maybe I did something wrong or revealed a secret." Back in the house, after closing the door, Mrs. Yang finally relaxed and patted her chest happily. "Someone like you, always so jumpy. Without me, what big achievements could you have?" Old Qin For said proudly.
"Yes.
"You're right." Mrs. Yang was very happy after receiving 5 taels of silver. She cheerfully said, "Hurry, husband, take out the silver so I can see it." 5 taels. If it weren't for Qiao Wan, we wouldn't have gotten it so easily. We should actually thank her. Stop talking nonsense. Old Qin For took out the silver and handed it to her, giving her a warning look. "Remember, no matter what happens in the end, this has nothing to do with us. Just forget about it. Got it, Mrs." Yang took the silver, her heart full of joy as she looked at it. She casually said, "Actually, young Master Lu looks pretty good, and his family is rich. At first, I thought about trying to match him with our Miao Miao, but I didn't expect him to fall for married Qiao Wan, even to the point of kidnapping her. You think, by now, they probably have already gone all the way. I really want to see how old Qin 3 would react if he found out his wife was in a small hut, wearing a green hat. You want to see that? Then go ahead." No one knew that old Qin 4 had secretly envied old Qin 3 since they were young. He envied how he looked better, was more capable, and even married a wife more attractive than his own. If he could see old Qin 3 being humiliated with a green hat in front of the whole village, he would probably feel very satisfied. The couple quickly agreed, changed their clothes slowly, washed up, and then went out together. They didn't notice 2 figures at the door and under the windowsill, who had run out as soon as they heard about young Master Lu and Qiao Wan. "Third uncle, you must go save Auntie." One of them was Qin Xiaoqiao, old Qin 4's quiet daughter. She had just finished cutting pig grass and was resting under the windowsill when she heard this shocking news. Knowing that Qiao Wan's family was going to the main beam today, she didn't think much and hurried over to the new house to find old Qin 3, telling him what she had just heard. Of course, she didn't dare to mention her parents' involvement. On Qin Laosan's side, When Qin Xiaoqiao finished speaking, his eyes sharpened. He quickly dropped his work and ran outside. Third brother, you're in such a hurry. Where are you going? An old man who was chatting casually asked. Qin Laosan didn't want to answer, but considering Xiao Wan's reputation, he replied, Waner went home to get some. She can't carry it alone, so I'm going to help. Little Xiao can even carry a wild boar, let alone a basket of, the man said with a teasing smile. But before he finished, Qin Laosan had already run far away. Third brother really cares about his wife, a young wife watching his back sighed with envy. He's so anxious, but it's not because he cares. He probably found out his wife was cheating and plans to catch her, someone in the crowd whispered. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone looked at each other, unsure who had just spoken. That can't be. Lil Xiao and third brother are so close. How could she cheat on him? An auntie said first. Exactly. Little Xiao is so polite and well-educated. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Maybe not. You never really know someone. Third brother went to war for over 4 years. If something had happened between Xiao and someone else, who would know, right? When third brother returned, he was a bit slow. Xiao, a woman with 3 children and a simple-minded person, was driven out. It's been only a short time, and they already built a big house with blue bricks. Also, didn't Hu's family say they bought thousands of acres of land in Jinshi? If she hadn't done something shady, where did she get so much money so quickly? Supporters and opponents argued back and forth. Soon, many people gathered in front of Xiao Wan's new house, discussing loudly. Wu Jun and his wife, along with Qin Yansheng and his wife, were resting in the backyard. After a while, they also heard the rumors. They exchanged glances. Brother Qin, sister Shen, you know the villagers well. Please go and check. As for Wan or my husband, and I will look for her. We must make sure nothing happens, Lady Feng said first. As expected of the well-known female shopkeeper in town, she remains calm and composed in difficult situations. Her demeanor truly is admirable. Shen Shi did not hide her admiration for Lady Feng and nodded at her, saying, Be careful, everyone. Me too. I want to go. Wu Yong also hurried over upon hearing the news. Then, the 3 of them quietly left the backyard and headed toward the small thatched hut. All right, what's going on?
Let's all go and see.
It'll be clear then. Yes, let's go and take a look. Hurry up, if we delay, the crowd will disperse. Meanwhile, over at the new house, Qin Yansheng and his wife hadn't yet reached the front when some eager people started making noise. Soon after, everyone present stood up quickly and rushed toward the small thatched hut as if racing. Back to Qin Laosan. After receiving the message from Qin Xiaoqiao, he was anxious and restless. He quickly used all his strength, activated his light skills, and flew toward the small hut. When he arrived, he noticed 2 chaotic auras inside the hut. His eyes darkened, and his face suddenly changed. His internal energy surged wildly. Without hesitation, he jumped in through the window. Inside, he saw 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was clearly unconscious and hadn't woken up. Just as he turned around to find Xiao Wan, he heard faint footsteps behind him. He immediately sensed something was coming at his back. Instinctively, he reached out and struck with his palm. When he saw who was coming, his heart tightened. He quickly withdrew his hand, but his palm strike missed and hit the wooden stick that Xiao Wan was holding high. Phew, that was close. Xiao Wan let out a breath of relief and secretly rejoiced that the strike hadn't hit her head. Otherwise, her pretty little head would have been badly hurt. While feeling grateful, Qin Laosan carefully examined her from head to toe. Seeing she didn't seem injured, he finally relaxed. Why are you here? Xiao Wan asked unexpectedly. Xiao came to find me, saying you had an accident here and needed help. Qin Laosan explained openly, recounting everything Qin Xiaoqiao told him, then asked, What exactly happened? It's not a big deal, just on the way back. As Xiao Wan was about to speak, she heard a commotion outside. The 2 looked at each other, but before they could say anything, someone shouted from outside, Xiao Wan, come out. Why are you shouting like that? This isn't a kidnapping. Just open the door. As soon as the words left her mouth, the door of Xiao Wan's house was pushed open from outside. The person pushing the door was Yang Lizi, a well-known lazy man in the village. What did I just hear? A kidnapping? Xiao Wan looked at him coldly and asked in a serious tone, Uncle Lizi, what are you trying to catch? Yang Lizi didn't expect that Xiao Wan and old Qin were right behind the door. He was startled and stammered. It's not just me. There are many people here. Everyone's here to catch a thief. He was just in a hurry, rushing to the front, thinking that even if he couldn't get the meat, he could at least have some soup. Seeing Xiao's messy clothes was also enough reason to come out. Hearing this, Xiao Wan looked up and saw that, somehow, a crowd had gathered in front of the small hut. Almost everyone from the new house had come over, along with some villagers who heard the news and came to see the fun. Xiao Wan snorted coldly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. There's no thief here for you to catch. Seeing that Xiao Wan was dressed neatly and spoke confidently, everyone looked at each other awkwardly, especially those who had just been about to eat at her new house.
I knew Xiao wasn't like that.
You just wouldn't believe it. And Annie forced a laugh and stepped forward. Now you see, this is just slander. Besides, that person doesn't even dare to show his face. He's probably afraid. Come on, everyone, disperse. Go do what you need to. Yes, yes, yes. Many nodded and turned to leave. There's someone inside, but Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed behind Xiao Wan and shouted, There's a man in there, I saw him. Clatter. The crowd, which was about to disperse, gathered again. Xiao Wan calmly walked into the yard, looked at Yang with a cold expression, nodded, and said, That's right. There is someone inside. Not only a man, but also a woman. Brother Yong, bring the people out. Wu Yong and the others arrived a few steps ahead of those people. Like old third Qin, once they reached the place, they slipped in through the window directly. At this moment, they were just caught by Xiao Wan to be used as laborers. Before Xiao Wan finished speaking, Wu Yong had already grabbed one person with one hand and carried him out. He threw them roughly onto the ground. These two were the servants and maids who had just been knocked out by Xiao Wan. Now, they had been caught, and by Xiao Wan. Just then, for some reason, Qin Miao suddenly ran over. To prevent them from making noise, she quickly covered their mouths as well. Little Xiao, what's going on? Someone asked, confused. I'm not really sure. Xiao Wan shook her head. I was just returning home to get. When I was in the kitchen, I heard noises inside the house. I thought it was a thief, so I caught them. You say they are thieves just because you think so? Do you have proof? If you have proof, why did you cover their mouths? Could it be they found out some secret of yours? The speaker was Sun Shazi, a boy about 2 years old. His parents died early, and he grew up with his grandmother. 5 years ago, his grandmother also died of illness. Now, he was the only one left at home. He often wandered around, doing petty thefts and sneaky tricks. Villagers found him very annoying. Suddenly, he stepped forward, eyes sneaky and lecherous as he looked at Xiao Wan. I've seen these two before in town. They're notorious troublemakers, and I also know they used to work for him. Sun Shazi pointed at Wu Yong, his eyes rolling around. Then he suddenly raised his voice loudly. I know. Xiao family, your lover must be him, and these two people you are here to keep watch. Because things didn't go well, and they were discovered, you want to silence them to hide your crimes. Is he talking about himself? What does this have to do with him? Are you looking for death, kid? Spouting nonsense. Wu Yong was initially stunned, then his face turned pale with anger. He drew his knife, ready to attack Sun Shazi. But Xiao Wan burst out laughing, reached out to stop him, and softly ordered, Go get the cloth from their mouths. Those two people, Wu Yong actually knew them. They used to work under him, but 2 years ago, they had a disagreement and left the organization. Later, it was said that because of some issues, they were involved in a serious crime and fled from Qingyan town. So, they never really left? Little sister, do you really want to take this? These two people. Wu Yong hesitated, worried that things might get out of control, and he was unsure. At this moment, old third Qin stepped forward, removed the cloth from their mouths, and also untied the ropes. Brother Yong, we were wrong. Please forgive us. You came to see Madam Qin, and I was told to watch the door with Brother Zheng, which we did. But we really didn't know where these people came from, said the masked maid, whose veil had fallen off, revealing a deep scar on her face. Now that she was free, she immediately knelt before Wu Yong, continuously kowtowing. Yes, Brother Yong, little Mei and I did our best. We even warned you this morning that there would be many people today and advised you not to come, but you didn't listen. Now that we've been discovered, it's not our fault, the man called Brother Zheng also cried out. The crowd was again in an uproar. Many started to believe them. Sir, we did nothing but help Brother Yong keep watch. Please, I beg you, spare us. Just then, old Third Qin had seen little Mei's skills firsthand. Seeing the situation change, she immediately crawled in front of Qin Lao San, kept kowtowing, hoping that Qin Lao San and Brother Yong would fight, giving them a chance to escape. Wu Yong was about to cry. What a sudden disaster. Seeing Qin Lao San's face turn dark out of jealousy, he hurriedly ran to him and, looking pitiful, grabbed his arm. Brother, you know my character. I swear to the heavens, I have no inappropriate thoughts about little sister. Brother Yong, it's gotten to this point. Just admit it, Qin Lao San said coldly. A strange glint flashed in little Mei's eyes, but her face looked miserable as she said, We all know you truly love Madam Qin. As long as you. Before she finished, Qin Lao San raised his right foot and kicked her away. Xiao Mei lay on the ground, looking at him in disbelief. She asked blankly, What do you mean? Don't insult her. Qin Lao San said coldly. Xiao Mei reacted for a second before realizing he was talking about Xiao Wan. Even now, he still defends her. Xiao Mei was stunned. Then she felt a twinge of jealousy. Li Nanzheng had never protected her like this before. When they first got together, he was often impatient with her. After she was hurt and disfigured for him, he became even worse, going out to find other women. Why could others get what she couldn't? Xiao Mei felt her chest tighten with anger. She glared at Qin Lao San and shouted hoarsely, She betrayed you. She was with Yonggo when she was living in your house. And you're still protecting her? Are you crazy? Hee hee, Xiao Wan sneered on the side. What are you laughing at? Xiao Mei's eyes flashed with fury. She stared fiercely at Xiao Wan. Just laughing at you. Xiao Wan gently brushed her hair back and said calmly, You know the truth, but you're pretending. It's okay to pretend, but others haven't believed yet and you're already convinced. What do you call that? Self-deception. Do you understand? Xiao Mei choked, her eyes becoming even more frantic. I didn't do it. The truth is, you and Yonggo were having an affair. You can't deny it. Are you even a man? If you are, you should kill both of them. You're a coward, she said finally, speaking directly to Qin Lao San. Oh, I see. Qin Lao San said nothing, but Xiao Wan clicked her tongue twice, stroked her chin, and looked at Xiao Mei with firm eyes. 2 years ago, the girl murder case in Qingyan town, was that you? Was it because you suspected Li Nanjing was involved with that girl? A flash of shock appeared in Xiao Mei's eyes, then she shouted, I didn't do it. That girl murder case, it's not me. Stop spreading lies. Xiao Wan scoffed indifferently. Save your words for the authorities and tell the magistrate. Did you report it? Xiao Mei looked at her in disbelief.
No, Yao Wan replied.
Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Wan added, We were just about to send you away. Senior brother, is the carriage ready? She finished speaking and turned around to ask. Seeing Wu Jun nod, he looked at Wu Yong. Brother Yong, I'm leaving these two to you. Make sure to take them to the county and hand them over to the magistrate. Judging by their appearance, it's not just about killing a young girl. Be careful on the way. Don't worry, little junior sister. As soon as Wu Yong finished speaking, Li Nan and Xiao Mei suddenly got up, pushed away the people on the left, and ran toward the woods. Equals, where are you running to? Seeing this, Wu Yong immediately stepped forward to chase, but Qin Lao San tripped him, causing him to fall behind a few steps. What do you mean? He turned around, angry, and glared at Qin Lao San. Qin Lao San didn't answer. Instead, he said, They're heading toward a carriage. You can chase after them, but you must wait until everyone reaches the carriage before you can catch them. After speaking, Qin Lao San took the lead and ran after them. What's going on? Wu Yong didn't understand, but He rubbed the back of his head and followed. Deep in the woods near the small hut, as Chin Laosan said, there was a luxurious carriage parked. On the carriage, a man and a woman were doing something inappropriate. Suddenly, two people burst in, startling them into immediate awareness. They shouted, quickly sat up, and frantically looked for their clothes. The two intruders said nothing, giving them no chance to react. They simply lifted the carriage, waved their whips, and sped away. But after just a few steps, a large golden dog charged out and blocked the front of the carriage. The horse was frightened, let out a long neigh, reared up, and stopped. Li Nan, who was driving the carriage, whipped the horse hard, but it not only refused to move forward, but started to back up. With a loud bang, the carriage crashed into a big tree and got stuck there. The horse panicked, shook its head, and the carriage split open on one side. Li Nan and Xiao Mei, who knew martial arts, kicked their legs, jumped down, rolled once, and managed to steady themselves. But the man and woman on the carriage weren't so lucky. They were thrown out by the horse, screamed, and fell to the ground. At that moment, the villagers happened to arrive and saw two bodies flying out. Seeing so many people, the two froze for a second. The man, panicking, grabbed a coat, regardless of whether it was his, and quickly put it on himself. The woman also wanted to grab the coat, but seeing the situation, she gave up and casually pulled a tablecloth from nearby, covering her body, then hid behind the man. The villagers running over were all stunned by this scene. A shy young wife quickly turned away, afraid of being seen in a compromising situation. Meanwhile, troublemakers like young Lizzie wished the two would be even less dressed. They tiptoed, trying to look. Both of the two people, shy and scared, covered their faces. No one could recognize who they were at that moment. Who are they? In broad daylight, doing such shameful things. It's so disgraceful, Yang shouted angrily as he stepped forward, blushing and cursing. Yeah, hiding in the woods during the day to do this. It's really immoral, someone echoed. With their faces covered, we don't even know who they are, some curious villagers said. Hey, you two, lift your faces so I can see, young Lizzie said loudly, drooling and grinning. Enough, you rascal, an older man frowned and slapped young Lizzie. Then he turned to the village chief, Li Wenshan, and asked awkwardly, Village chief, what should we do about this? What to do? People like this should be punished. Yang's wife, who liked to join the crowd, said morally high, wanting to shame the others. Exactly, they should be punished, nodded an old woman with traditional ideas. These days, they don't use pig cages anymore. Haven't you heard that the government has been strict about private punishments in recent years? Stop making trouble and listen to what the village chief says, said an older man with annoyance. Yes, let's listen to the village chief. Most people didn't know what to do. Seeing the village chief, Li Wenshan, among them, they looked to him for advice. As the head of the village, Li Wenshan was also very angry. But seeing how the two of them are acting, we can't just keep arguing like this. He thought for a moment and said to his wife, Mrs. Ruan, you find a few people to help tidy up the clothes on the ground. I'll handle the man and you handle the woman. First, let's get them dressed. Mrs. Ruan nodded upon hearing this and called some close friends to help. While tidying up, they found blankets and quilts on the carriage. Since they were good friends, everyone took the blankets and quilts, closed their eyes, and threw them all over the two people. This made the scene less awkward. What's next? Village chief, someone asked, noticing that the two were hiding their faces under the blankets and refused to show themselves. The village chief hesitated and sighed. Let's take them back first. When we get home, I'll see who they are and discuss with the elders of the families about what to do. Village chief, you're kind-hearted. I think people like this should be punished publicly so everyone can see how shameless they are, Yang said, curious about who they were. She rolled her eyes and spat at the covered figures, shouting, Yes, village chief, these people are shameless. Why are you still giving them face? Others agreed. Exactly. Let me see who you are, young Lizzie was also curious. When no one was paying attention, he suddenly reached out and pulled off the blanket covering the woman's head. Immediately, a fair, pretty face appeared before everyone. Meow meow. Yang saw her face and almost fainted. She steadied herself and barely kept her composure. Suddenly, she screamed and knelt down, hugging Qin Miao and crying, "You little brat. How can it be you? Weren't you out playing with Xianer and the others? How did you end up here? Did he bully you? Did he set you up? You little troublemaker. I'll beat you to death." Yang, suddenly full of strength, rushed forward and started hitting and kicking the man hiding under the blanket. The man, who was already cold and quiet, couldn't take it anymore. He finally pulled back the blanket, revealing a fair face. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating they didn't recognize him. "Young Master Lu," Yang screamed, "how come it's you? Aren't you supposed to be with Qiaowan? Why are you here now? How could this happen? Qiaowan, did you cause my daughter to get hurt?" As she spoke, she suddenly saw Qiaowan walking over from behind the crowd. She screamed again and rushed toward Qiaowan. Qiaowan frowned slightly. She gently raised her hand to stop her, pushed her back, and took a step or two away. "Yang, sure, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't say anything carelessly. What did I do to harm your daughter?" Just now, Lao Sanqin and Wu Yong had already teamed up to catch Li Nanjing and Xiao Mei. She asked Wu Yong to send them away before rushing over herself, not knowing what had happened here. "Stop pretending. Young Master Lu clearly came to see you. Why is he with Meow Meow now? It must be because of you. You want to use this to get back at me and Lao Sanqin, right?" Yang Shi glared at Qiaowan with red eyes. Although she loved to save small amounts of money and was very selfish, she truly cared about her daughter Qin Miao. Qiaowan's brow tightened as she looked at Lu Fong wrapped in a quilt and Qin Miao in the distance. Her pupils shrank, and suddenly she understood. "It's not me." Qiaowan calmly withdrew her gaze and looked at Yang Shi. "Why is your daughter with that Lu young master? Shouldn't you ask them? And what exactly did you and Lao Sanqin do to wrong me that I need to seek revenge?" Yang Shi choked. She couldn't possibly tell everyone that she and Lao Sanqin kidnapped Qiaowan today. Village Chief Li Wenshan saw this and angrily scolded Yang Shi, his face stern. "Yang Shi, the matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. Don't go around accusing others. Can't you see your daughter is almost freezing? Take her home quickly." "No. Village Chief, you can't be so biased. This matter can't just be brushed off," Yang Shi said with red eyes, glaring at Qiaowan as if she was certain Qiaowan was responsible. Qiaowan clenched her fist around Lao Sanqin's hand and quietly asked with her eyes, "Did you do it?" Lao Sanqin silently shook his head. Qiaowan felt innocent and respectful. She bowed slightly to Village Chief Li Wenshan and said coldly, "Village Chief, since Yang Shi is so insistent, it's better to ask clearly in front of everyone. I don't want to be falsely accused of such a serious matter." She had knocked out Lu Fong after giving him some medicine. When he was brought over, she only took off his shirt and hung him upside down on a willow tree with a rope. She didn't do anything else. By the way, when she went back, she noticed Qin Miao had secretly visited her home.
So,
maybe Qin Miao came on her own? Qiaowan really guessed right. Qin Miao was supposed to be playing with Xiao Xian and the others today. But, whether intentionally or not, Xiao Xian kept saying things she didn't understand when talking to Qin Ryu, so she couldn't join the conversation. She could feel that they really didn't like her. Feeling upset, she decided to leave early. Unexpectedly, she overheard her parents talking at the door. She had met Lu Fong a few times before. She knew he was the young master of the Fong family in town. They had exchanged glances a few times. She always thought she could marry into the Fong family and become a young mistress. But then, by a strange coincidence, she heard some shocking news. Lu Fong liked Qiaowan and had even kidnapped her. The position of young mistress of the Lu family was meant for her. Panicking, Qin Miao hurried over and saw Qiaowan returning from the woods, seemingly unharmed. She suspiciously circled behind the woods and saw Lu Fong with his shirt torn off, hanging upside down from a willow tree. Although she usually didn't do much work, she was from the countryside. She climbed the willow tree with great effort and managed to rescue Lu Fong. Just then, Lu Fong suddenly woke up. A drugged, crazy man, combined with a woman eager to join a wealthy family as a young mistress. Things just spiraled into this chaos. Mom, stop talking. Qin Miao, though a bit scheming, was still a young girl. She was so frightened just now that she was stunned. Now that she had regained her senses, she couldn't help but blame Yang Shi. During the commotion, she was the loudest. If she hadn't started the trouble first, the village chief wouldn't have taken them back to settle things privately, and the scene wouldn't have been so awkward. I and Fong Ge, we did it voluntarily. No one forced us. Now that everything was out in the open and embarrassing, she thought it was better to seize the moment and secure her place as the young mistress of the Fong family. Qin Miao made up her mind and said, "Don't worry, Fong Ge said he would marry me. When did I say I would marry you?" Before Yang could speak, Lu Fong angrily glared at Qin Miao and shouted, "Today, you came to me willingly. Do you think I will take responsibility? Qin Miao, you're dreaming. Who do you think you are? Look at yourself in the mirror. Are you from a wealthy family or a noble background? Even if you're pretty, that's not enough. You have nothing, yet you dare to think about becoming my wife. Do you even deserve it?" Qin Miao's face turned pale. She didn't expect things to turn out this way and refused to admit it. "Good for you, Lu Fong. You ruined my daughter, and if you don't apologize, I'll do it myself. And you dare to deny it? Today, I will beat you to death." Yang's face twisted with anger as she lunged at Lu Fong, grabbing and hitting him. "You shameless woman! How dare you hit my young master? Stop it, stop now." Lu Fong was a spoiled brat with no strength, so he was busy pulling the blanket and couldn't fight back, only dodging left and right. Soon, his face and neck were covered with cuts and bruises, all caused by Yang. "Village chief, you have to stand up for us. Miao Miao is too cruel. Lu Fong is lying and taking advantage of us. This is just bullying." Yang cried and ran to the village chief, sobbing and pleading. Li Wenshan looked very upset. "Stand up for you?" Miao Miao said she did it voluntarily. "How can I decide?" he asked irritably.
But
"If things get worse and you don't do anything, Miao Miao will have no way out. Village chief, please, be kind and help Miao Miao," Yang begged, tears streaming down her face. She sat on the ground, clutching the village chief's leg. "Get up first. What are you doing?" Li Wenshan was so angry his beard twitched. He glared at his wife, Ruan, who quickly stepped forward and pulled Yang away. "This young Master Lu is from our Huaxi village, right? You come here and do such things, then want to leave without responsibility? That's impossible. No matter what, you have to give an explanation." Li Wenshan didn't want to get involved in this. But since it affected the reputation of Huaxi village, he had to step in. An explanation? What explanation? Lu Fong's face and body hurt badly. He glared at the village chief, furious. "I don't need to give any explanation. If you have the guts, just beat me to death. Equals this person is really arrogant, but I can't really beat him to death." The village chief looked at him speechlessly for a while, then suddenly looked at Qiaowan for help. "Do you want to die?" "That's easy to fix." Qiaowan stepped forward, her gaze sharp as she looked at Lu Fong, who seemed fearless. "Husband, if he really wants to die, maybe you should help him." Hearing this, Qin Laosan didn't hesitate and started to hit him. "Don't come any closer. My father is Lu Ilyang, a well-known rich merchant in town. If you dare hit me, he won't let you go."
Ah.
"You're risking your life, daring to hit me. Stop hitting me. It hurts, it hurts. Help. Stop hitting me. I won't do it again, I swear. Please stop hitting me." Lu Fong was someone who was afraid of the weak and bullied the strong. After Qin Laosan punched him, he quickly became obedient. "She's just a farm girl. It's impossible for her to marry into my Lu family." After Qin Laosan stepped back, Lu Fong hurriedly pulled the quilt and tremblingly said, I can take her as a concubine if she agrees. I'll send someone to pick her up tomorrow." He had already made up his mind. Once he returned, he would get her injured and report to the government to have Qin Laosan arrested. Then his beautiful little wife. He secretly glanced at Qiaowan. She was still his, wasn't she? A dog can't change its habit. Do you think you still have this chance? Xiao Wan sneered inwardly.
What?
My daughter is fine, and you want her to be a concubine? Before Lu Fong finished speaking, Yang's family started causing trouble. No, I don't agree. How can you do this? Where will our Qin family's reputation go? What's wrong with being a concubine? Being a concubine has nothing to do with your Qin family. She has an aunt in the Qiao family who is also a concubine. If you don't agree, fine. I don't want her anyway. Lu Fong also got angry and impatiently shouted at Yang. Naively, Yang turned to Qin Laosan for help. Third brother, look at this. This is your family's matter. Why are you asking me? Qin Laosan's expression was cold, and he spoke indifferently. His only goal was to get Qin Miao into the Lu family, to stir up trouble there. How she got in, what she did after, and what it had to do with him. None of his concern. Lu Fong heaved a sigh of relief, but Yang was furious. She glared angrily at Qin Laosan and scolded, Qin Laosan, are you still human? No matter what, Miao Miao is your niece. How can you watch her being pushed into danger without helping? Qiao Wan raised her hand and slapped Yang, coldly saying, who said she is your husband's niece? I told you before, our families are no longer connected. Can't you understand? What do you mean by watching her being pushed into danger? Wasn't it her own choice to jump willingly? Who pushed her? Was it us? Or everyone here? That's funny to say. And her father is right there, silent. Why should we help? Is her father dead? Everyone looked in the direction Qiao Wan pointed and saw Qin Lao Si standing there silently from start to finish. Exactly. His father doesn't care, so why should others? Didn't Lao Sen just help a moment ago? Yang is really ungrateful. It's better not to help easily, or else if you stop helping, she might call you the villain who pushed her daughter into danger. That would be trouble. People talked among themselves and stepped back several steps. I'm willing. Seeing the situation, Qin Miao realized it was impossible to marry into the Lu family as a young mistress. She clenched her teeth, suppressed her anger, and said, a concubine is a concubine.
I'm willing.
Lu Fong, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. If you dare to play tricks, I'll tell everything you've done recently. After speaking, Qin Miao looked deeply at Lu Fong, as if she had grown up suddenly. Her face was dark, and she stood up, walking step by step out of the woods. Meow meow. Yang was stunned for a second, then hurriedly chased after her. Qin Lao Si lowered his head and followed behind. Everyone who wanted to watch the show had seen enough. They gradually started to leave. Whatever needed to be done, they went back to do it. After all, this was someone else's business and didn't affect them. What's going on? On the way back, Qiao Wan walked on Qin Lao San's left side. Seeing most people had dispersed, she asked softly. What do you mean? Qin Lao San asked. Qin Miao, Qiao Wan replied. No one forced her. It was truly her own choice. Old Qin Sen came to find Qiao Wan and saw something unusual in the woods. Worried something might happen, he quickly ran over to check. He just happened to see Qin Miao rescuing Lu Fong. Of course, he didn't tell Qiao Wan that during this time, he used a small stone to wake Lu Fong and secretly help Qin Miao, even stirring things up a bit. That's good, Qiao Wan said, relieved. Although she didn't like the Qin family and had no good feelings toward Qin Miao, as long as they didn't bother her, she wouldn't joke about a girl's innocence out of revenge. How about you over there? After Qin San finished explaining how Qin Miao saved Lu Fong, he saw her nerves relax and her body loosen. He sighed silently. Even though his little wife often acts fierce, deep down she's kind. It seems that in the future, when trouble arises, he will have to be the one to handle the bad guys. Qin San thought to himself and casually asked Qiao Wan, what exactly happened today? Actually, it's quite simple. Just after catching Li Nanjing and Xiao Mei, she used a little trick to find out everything. She explained, when we were selling marinated meat, Lu Fong saw us from afar one day. He originally wanted to steal our recipe, but was too scared when he saw how close we were to Yongge. Recently, he got some information that I not only have the marinated meat recipe but also secretly deliver goods to Guangzhou Xian. Thinking there was profit to be made, he sent Li Nanjing and Xiao Mei to investigate in Huaxi village. On their first day in the village, they met Qin Laosi and his wife. They hit it off and became friends. They hired Qin Laosi and his wife to help gather information about my family, paying them 500 coins each time. This went on for about 10 days. Yesterday, Lu Fong received an anonymous message saying we took over Lu's land. If he dared, he could start with me. As long as I became his, everything I owned would be his too. When Xiao Wan finished, she saw Qin San's eyes darken and his face turn pale. She pulled him gently and whispered, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Qin San shook his head with frustration. "No, I just think I should have hit that beast more earlier." The beast he referred to as naturally Lu Fong. Equals is serious. Jealous look was actually quite adorable. Xiao Wan couldn't help but smile and continued. Today, he personally brought Li Nanjing and Xiao Mei here. They teamed up with old Qin's wife and husband, took advantage of my unawareness, caught me, and brought me to a small hut. Fortunately, I usually keep in good shape. Xiao Wan initially wanted to say she drank spiritual spring water, but she changed her mind and continued. Actually, I woke up after entering the small hut. I first knocked out Xiao Mei, tied her up, and left her aside. Then, I disguised myself as her and successfully ambushed Li Nanjing. As for Lu Fong, he couldn't withstand even a single. He fainted after being hit. I hung him upside down on a willow tree, planning to freeze him a bit and make him embarrassed. But I didn't expect Qin Miao to appear there too. By the way, when I was chasing Li Nanjing and Xiao Mei, I felt you didn't show your full strength. Husband, were you doing it on purpose? Xiao Wan realized this later. Old Qin didn't deny it. None of these people are innocent. This is the price they have to pay. Although we can't deal with the Lu family for now, just wait and see. Qin Miao's marriage won't go smoothly. Those who plan to trap my wife let these two families fight first, and then involve the Qiao family. That will be enough for them to tear apart. Husband, I just realized you're really mean. Xiao Wan initially felt a bit regretful because she couldn't deal with Lu Fong and old Qin's wife and husband for now. Hearing this, she suddenly understood. So, old Qin is really a master at playing with people's hearts. From the moment he saw Lu Fong and Qin Miao, he had already started planning step by step. It's truly frightening. Sure enough, the day after the Qiao Wan family finished their roof repairs, they heard that Lu Fong didn't send anyone to pick up Qin Miao at old Qin's house. Old Qin's family was in chaos. Finally, they all went to the town, hoping to find help from Qiao Xian and her daughter. Unfortunately, the reply was that they had gone to the county. Old Qin's family cursed and returned to the village, feeling helpless. Qin Miao was really out of options. She wanted to ask Xiao Wan and her husband for help, but she waited at Xiao Wan's door for 2 days and didn't see them. She also didn't meet Jinzi and Yinzi, who usually loved to run around. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan's family happily arrived in the county, shopping and eating as they bought many things. Is that the toothbrush shop over there? Let's go take a look. Originally, they went to the city to buy people. When they happened to pass by the pawn shop, Xiao Wan suggested they take a look. Third Master Qin, Madam Qin. At that moment, Xiao Wan heard someone greeting them. She turned around and saw it was Qin Pingan, the young servant of Qin Qinghao. Why are Third Master and Madam in the county town? Do you need any help? Qin Pingan, who had met Xiao Wan and her husband several times before, now knew them well and asked proactively. Xiao Wan thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know which pawn shop in the county is the best?" Madam Qin, are you planning to buy people? I've been around here often, even though I usually stay at the mansion. I've helped the young master buy some people before, so I know a bit. If you go straight along this street for about 200 meters and turn right, there's a government pawn shop. Inside, there's a broker named Wan. His wife, Granny Mei, is very good at training servants. The people they sell are very clear about their background and status, and they're all quite good. The price is a bit higher than private pawn shops, but if you're interested, you can go take a look. All right. I understand. Thank you. You go ahead and busy yourself. We'll go there ourselves. Seeing that Qin Pingan had something to attend to, Xiao Wan didn't want to delay him. After parting with him, Xiao Wan discussed with old Qin. They decided to skip the pawn shop they saw earlier and go directly to the Wan family pawn shop that Qin Ping'an mentioned, where they found Granny Mei. Granny Mei, in her 50s, looked very serious, but was very straightforward in her work. Before Qiaowan could speak, she called all the people in her care to come out and show them to Qiaowan. This time, Qiaowan mainly wanted to find a few people and sign a binding contract with them to train them for management roles in the future. She looked around and found that, as Qin Ping'an said, these people had been well trained. She nodded and focused on 2 households, asking, Granny Mei, do you know how many of these people can read and write? One household is surnamed Cui and the other is surnamed Du. There are 13 people in total, and 8 of them can read and write. I heard a few children are also literate, but I don't know exactly how many, Granny Mei replied. Oh, Qiaowan's eyes showed surprise. In this era, not many people could read and write. It seemed these 2 families had some background. Sure enough, Granny Mei continued. This old lady is surnamed Cui, known as Granny Cui. I heard she used to serve noble people in the palace. His 2 sons used to work in the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Household Affairs. Although they were only assistant officials and not full officials, they still had some skills. They hadn't committed any crimes, but they were sold because a noble woman served by Cui Mama got into trouble. The whole family was involved. Normally, with their background, many people should want to buy them. Why are they still here? Qiaowan asked directly. Grandma Mei smiled bitterly and said, yes, many people do want them. But Cui Mama has another woman, 2 grandsons, and a granddaughter. They all want to be sold together. But her grandchildren are only 5 or 6 years old, so they can't do anything after being bought. Many people start to hesitate when they see this. Also, her daughter looks like. Well, you can see for yourself. After speaking, Grandma Mei saw a thin, shy girl being pushed forward. Lift your head, Grandma Mei said seriously. The girl looked very scared. She hesitated for a long time before slowly lifting her head. Xiaowan's heart skipped a beat. Wow, sister, you're so pretty. At this moment, Qin Beibei, who had been quietly holding a small plush toy, couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, this girl wasn't unwanted because she was ugly. It was because she was too beautiful. Many families were afraid that buying her might cause trouble for their masters, so they didn't dare to buy her. Hearing this compliment, the girl didn't feel happy. Instead, she looked down in disappointment. She knew her face was a troublemaker, a burden to her family. If her mother hadn't found out last time and threatened her with death, she would have already torn this face off and given her up. The girl clenched her fists, feeling a wave of sadness and helplessness again.
Fine.
I'll take their family too. I want all of them. At that moment, she suddenly heard a voice like a heavenly melody in her ear. She looked up in disbelief and saw Qiao, one looking at her with a smile and nodding.
Rimeku Jonas zerte herblenkli.
At that moment, she thought Qiao Wan's smile was the most beautiful thing in the world. It was a smile she would remember deep in her heart for a lifetime. And the others? Qiao Wan pointed to another family with the surname Du and asked. Seeing the family that was the hardest to sell being sold, Grandma Mei was very happy. She smiled and said, this family's last name is Du. There are only 4 people. They used to work for Lord Lu in Qingyan Town. Recently, Lu's family had problems and moved away, but they couldn't take all their workers, so most of them were sold. The Du family is among them. Lu family from Qingyan Town? Isn't that the Lu family who sold her land? Joan raised an eyebrow and asked, what did they do before? Yes, madam. I used to be the manager of the farm, and my wife cooked. Our son is 16 and has learned a bit about managing the farm and land. Our daughter is 17 and used to work as a maid in Lu's house, respectfully replied the head of the family, Du Xing. This family is good at farming. The land west of Qingyan Town was once managed by them. If they weren't so many to take away, they probably wouldn't have been left behind. If Madame Qin needs people like them, they are a good choice, Grandma Mei added. Joan and old third Qin looked at each other and nodded. Then they will do. Please, Grandma Mei, calculate the total price. One strong worker costs 12 taels, so for all of them, it's 120 taels. Since you're so kind and want the whole family, I'll charge 5 taels for each of the 3 children. That makes a total of 135 taels, Grandma May said. Her price was a bit higher than usual, but not unreasonable. Thank you, Grandma May, Joan said, taking 135 taels of silver from her sleeve and handing it over. Madam Chin, please wait. Grandma May took the silver and went to get the contract. Joan nodded and looked at the 13 people in the line, her brow slightly furrowing. What's wrong? Old Third Chin looked at her and asked, Are we out of money again? Yes. This money really doesn't last, Joan sighed. After we leave here, go see Qin Qinghao. The money for the last 2 times for making charcoal should be settled. Old Third Chin thought for a moment. And for Guangju Xian, we can settle part of it before the new year. After the new year, when we plant and build workshops, we can settle the rest. If it's really necessary, I'll go to the mountain to see if there are any deer or tigers. If I can hunt some, I should be able to sell them for money. Hearing this, Joan immediately shook her head. It's winter now, let's forget it. It's cold and dangerous. I can tell you that without my permission, you are not allowed to go there anymore. A few days ago, Qin Laosan went to the mountains quietly and brought back several wild boars to sell. When she received the money, Qiaowen only then learned about this matter. Her face darkened, and she scolded him for a long time. All right, I promise. Qin Laosan replied with a slight smile. After receiving the contract, Qiaowen and the 2 families stayed at the pawnshop to pack their belongings. Then she and Qin Laosan took the children to Qin Qianqi's house. Qin Qianqi wasn't home, so they just happened to meet Qin Qinghao. Because it was arranged in advance, Qin Qinghao had already prepared the money from the last 2 charcoal sales. They had 5 clay kilns, 4 for silver thread charcoal and 1 for regular charcoal. Each kiln produced about 1,000 jin, totaling over 7,800 taels this time. Finally, we have money again. When the silver was in her hands, Qiaowen smiled happily, very pleased. TSK, third aunt, but only over 7,000 taels. If you split 6 parts, that's only about 4,700 taels. If you work with me, it would be much more, Qin Qinghao persistently tempted her. He couldn't be blamed for always saying this whenever he saw Qiaowen. The truth is, Zhou Huai and Qin Yan's family had no talent for making charcoal. Despite Qiaowen teaching them several times, they still couldn't learn. Every time, the key steps still needed Qiaowen to do, so the profit sharing changed from the original 2:2:4 split to the current 1:3:6. That's sustainable development. You don't understand. Qiaowen glanced at him, put the money away, and said, If you really like doing business, I have other things we can cooperate on, but we'll talk about it after the new year. Qin Qinghao's eyes lit up. What things? Later, I'll tell you. In this era, grain production was very low. Qiaowen wanted to breed crops and sell seeds. But this could be a big issue that might shake the court, so she hadn't decided how to proceed yet. Third aunt, just tell me now. I promise not to tell anyone else. Qin Qinghao pressed, more curious the less she said. It's not the right time now. Qiaowen firmly refused. But just then, a male voice suddenly interrupted as her older brother unexpectedly came home at this moment. Sorry, you have guests. I didn't know. I'll come back later, said the boy who barged in. He casually glanced at everyone present and prepared to leave. At this moment, Qiaowen recognized him and blurted out, Do you know him? After Qin Qinghao finished speaking, he suddenly tapped his forehead with the fan in his hand. What am I saying? Xiao Chu doesn't come home often, but he's still from Huaxi village. It's strange if you don't know him. Xiao Chu, come over quickly and meet Uncle San and Aunt San. Qin Qingchu felt nervous and hesitated for a while before stepping forward. He bowed to Qiaowen and her husband and said, Hello, Uncle San and Aunt San. Little brother, I remember you. Since Qin Qingchu entered, Qin Beibei had been staring at him. Now she finally remembered and happily ran to Qin Qingchu. Last time when Dad was hurt, it was you who drove the carriage to take him to see the doctor. I had candies to thank you, but unfortunately, after Dad woke up, I never saw you again. Little brother, where have you been recently? Xiao Chu, Qin Qing Chu, yes, where have you been lately? Xiao Wan only then realized that this troublemaker, who often followed Wu Yong, was actually Qin Qianhing's son studying in the county town. He wasn't studying properly, but instead became a troublemaker and even learned to rob. No wonder he could read. Xiao Wan was furious and looked at him sharply, asking, I... Qin Qingchu hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a word. Xiao Chu has been studying at the school recently. Yesterday, my younger uncle even praised him for doing well and making great progress, said Qin Qinghao suspiciously, not understanding why the atmosphere suddenly changed. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly glared sharply at Qin Qingchu. Kid, are you sneaking out to do bad things again? Xiao Wan looked at him deeply and said, Come home for the New Year this year? Give me a satisfactory answer before the holiday. Otherwise, secrets can't stay hidden forever, and you know the consequences. After leaving Qin Qianqi's house, Xiao Wan returned to the pawnshop, spent 2 taels of silver, and rented 2 carriages. She was about to leave with the Cui family and the Du family. Wait! At this moment, a young girl stopped in front of them. When she saw Xiao Wan clearly, she widened her eyes in surprise and looked at her in disbelief. Is it really you? Did you buy these servants? Xiao Wan frowned and looked at the girl in front of her, who was Qin Qinghao's sister, Qin Ruoyu. She was too lazy to bother with her, and turned to leave. But Qin Ruoyu ran a few steps ahead again, opened her arms to block her, and pointed at Granny Cui. Keep her. Why? What did she do wrong? Xiao Wan asked. Nothing. Qin Ruoyu shook her head. Then what did she do to offend Miss Qin? Xiao Wan asked again. Qin Ruoyu shook her head again. If she did nothing wrong, why should I keep the servant I bought? Xiao Wan looked calm and asked coldly. When she met Qin Ruoyu's gaze, for some reason, Qin Ruoyu felt a little scared. But when she saw the gentle and fragile Xiao Xian beside her, she couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. This is Sister Xian's first choice. Why are you so mean? Every time Sister Xian likes something, you have to take it. She liked it. Xiao Wan glanced at Xiao Xian. Did she pay for it? She thought it was too expensive and was going to wait a bit. Miss Qin, when you go shopping and think something is too expensive, you don't buy it and someone else buys it instead. Does that mean they are against you? What kind of logic is that? Xiao Wan was speechless at this unreasonable young lady. I don't care. Sister Xian liked it first, so you have to give it to her. Qin Ruoyu choked and pouted. I'm not that unreasonable. I checked, and you paid 12 taels of silver. How about I give you 15? Would that be okay? The Cui family members were very nervous, worried that Xiao Wan would suddenly sell Granny Cui. No way, Xiao Wan said, and they all let out a long breath of relief. 20 taels, Qin Ruoyu continued. Do I need your 20 taels of silver? Xiao Wan snorted softly and rolled her eyes at Qin Ruoyu, then told everyone to get on the carriage. Xiao Wan, you're going too far. Today, I'm just trying to talk to you nicely. Why are you so stubborn? Qin Ruoyu looked at Xiao Wan angrily, as if she wanted to rush forward and tear her apart. I'm so stubborn. What can you do to me? Xiao Wan sat in the carriage, supported by Qin San, and looked at Qin Ruoyu coldly. By the way, I just came from the Qin family. Your brother seems to be looking for you everywhere. Qin Ruoyu's foot paused as she tried to stop Xiao Wan's carriage, feeling guilty and stopping in place. Recently, she had been confined, and today she sneaked out because Xiao Xian came to the county to deliver a message. Thinking of her brother, she felt overwhelmed. Xianer, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll go back first. When you have time next, come find me. We can go shopping and eat together. After saying that, she hurried back home. As she reached her door, she just happened to meet Qin Qinghao leaving. Aren't you told not to go out? Why did you run out again? Ping and find someone to bring her back. And for Xiao Xian, keep an eye on her. Don't let her use Xianer to do anything inappropriate. She didn't even have time to say a word before she was sent back to her courtyard. She never expected that Qin Ruoyu, with such weak fighting ability, would let Xiao Wan leave so easily. And this Qin Ruoyu, wasn't she supposed to accompany her shopping? Why did she suddenly run away too? She stood there stunned, watching Qin Ryu run off before she finally came to her senses. Her eyes turned cold as she sat helplessly in her own carriage. Useless. Now the opportunity is gone. As soon as she got on the carriage, her inner spirit angrily scolded, "Do you know how important the Chui family will be in the future? Are you just after a few silver coins? If you had acted earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Now everything is lost. Your poor strategy has completely messed things up. How was I supposed to know this would happen?" Chao Xian was also annoyed and said impatiently, "Since I woke up last time, I've been in a deep sleep. When I finally woke up, I only told you to go to the Wan family's pharmacy to buy Grandma Chui. I didn't say anything else, then I went back to sleep. I didn't know she was so important. What should we do now?" Her soul inside her body managed to say one word before falling silent again. Seeing her fall asleep once more, Chao Xian clenched her teeth in anger and scolded, "You always mess up at critical moments. Why do you still dare to blame me?" Without Mammy Chui, she lost her interest in shopping. She ordered the coachman to drive back to Qingyan town. After leaving the jewelry shop, she took Mammy Chui and the families from the Chui and Wan households, with 3 carriages, directly to Huaxi village. They stopped in front of a small thatched house. Even though they had prepared mentally for the journey, Mammy Chui couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Is this house really so old and broken? Why did they buy so many servants then? It looks like they don't even have a proper place to stay. It seemed as if she heard everyone's thoughts. Xiao Wan pointed to the house next door, belonging to Aunt Zhou, and said, "Our house is built, but we haven't moved in the furniture yet. We can't live there for now. You can stay next door with Aunt Zhou for these days. Once the new house is ready, we'll move in together." Before going out to buy people, Xiao Wan had already discussed this plan with Aunt Zhou. At this moment, hearing the noise, Aunt Zhou hurried out. After everyone introduced themselves, she arranged for the 2 families Xiao Wan had bought to stay at her house. Because there were too many people, Chui Yuner and her young niece Chui Xiuxiu ended up sharing a room with Zhouing. "Auntie, I'm really sorry. This is such a trouble for you," Xiao Wan said, feeling a bit guilty. "What's the trouble?" Aunt Zhou quickly waved her hand and said with a serious face, "Xiao Qiao, you've taken care of our family so much. This small matter and you still say that? Are you trying to make Annie feel guilty?" Xiao Wan chuckled. All right, I won't say more. "Thank you, Auntie. Let's have dinner together tonight and make it lively."
Sure.
Since more people were staying, Aunt Zhou didn't refuse. Xiao Wan went back to cook, and the Chui and Du families, being considerate, followed her. Everyone helped chop firewood, boil water, and cook. Even Chui Yuner's 3 youngest children helped watch the fire. There was no room for Xiao Wan to show her skills at all. Equals after dinner, everyone gathered around the fire pit, looking at each other nervously, unsure of what to do next. Seeing the situation, Xiao Wan sat in front of them and calmly looked over each person. She said, "Please introduce yourselves. Tell me your names and what you are good at." Old servant Chuiying, 62 years old. "I used to serve noble families as a nanny and teach manners. This is my eldest son, Chui Gaoyuan. He worked in the agricultural department and studied crops. He is good at farming and silkworm raising. His wife is Zhang Yingxian, who is good at cooking and knows a little about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They have 2 sons, Chui Lishuan, who is 7, and Chui Lighting, who is 5. This is my second son, Chui Gaoji. He used to work in the Ministry of Justice and is good at observing and quite clever. His wife is Lu Shuang, who is skilled at embroidery. Their daughter is Chui Xiuxiu, who just turned 5. This is my youngest daughter, Chui Yuner. She has been with me since she was little and knows basic manners. She also knows some music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My name is Du Xing." After Chui Maomao finished introducing, the oldest in the Du family, Du Xing, said, "I am 46 years old. I used to work in Lu village, managing farm work and agriculture. My wife is Wang Wan, who can do cleaning and cooking. My eldest daughter is Du Landao. She used to be a maid but is straightforward and strong, so she now helps with farming at home. My second son is Du Xiaoda. He has a bit of a stubborn temper but is strong and can do many things." When they finished, Xiao Wan looked at Lu Shuang Cui Gaoji's wife, and asked, "Can you do double-sided embroidery?" "Yes, I can, madam," Lu Shuang replied quickly with a bow. "Good, I understand." Qiao Wen didn't say much more. She arranged. "All right, Cui Mao Mao, Cui Yuner and Du Landao will stay with me to learn basic manners and how to treat others. After the new year, I plan to plant cotton. Cui Gaoyuan, since you worked in the agricultural department, I will leave the breeding work to you. I will assign 2 assistants to you later. Cui Gaoji, you will be the housekeeper from now on. You will handle all the household affairs. The land west of Lu Village was bought by me. Du Xing, you will be responsible for managing that land. When you have time, take Du Xiaoda to visit and get familiar with it. Wang Wan will handle cleaning first. Zhang Yingxian and Lu Shuang, you 2 sisters-in-law, will start with cooking. A few days ago, there was nothing much at home. I saw that when you came back, you only brought clothes and nothing else. I will give you 2 months' allowance first. After you move, please buy the daily necessities you need. We can adjust other matters later as needed." After speaking, Qiao Wen looked around at everyone. Seeing no objections, she said, "That's enough for today. Go back and get ready to rest." "Madam, what about us?" Cui Lishuan asked softly, noticing everyone else had tasks but he and his siblings. "You." Qiao Wen was surprised. "They are just children." As someone who traveled from modern times, she wasn't used to child labor. But seeing the worried faces of the 3 children, she felt a bit sad. She sighed and said, "You 3 will take care of Daba, Bao, and Bebe. Li Xuan is a bit older and more steady. Daba likes quiet, so you can stay with him. Lighting will look after Bao, and Xiao, you'll be responsible for playing with Bebe." Finally assigned tasks, the 3 children were very happy. The Cui family also relaxed, knowing their children could stay close to the young master and young lady. That kind of bond is rare and hard to find. The plans were made for now, and both families went to Aunt Zhou's house to tidy up. Aunt Zhou didn't go home but approached Qiao Wen quietly and said, "Qin Miao married into the Lu family yesterday." Qiao Wen was surprised and asked, "Lu Fang actually agreed?" "He's willing to marry her." "No, listen to me first. She didn't marry Lu Fang but a young servant from the Lu family." Aunt Zhou continued, "I heard that the old Qin family couldn't find Xiao Xian, so they went to Qin Area, her mother. But Qin Area is also unkind and refused to see them. The Qin family then caused a scene at the Qiao residence, even disturbing Second Master Qiao. To save face for both families, Second Master Qiao personally came out. But Lu Fang is stubborn and refused to marry Qin Miao, not even willing to take her as a concubine. In the end, old Lu had no choice but to find a young servant and marry Qin Miao. Qin Miao agreed. Qiao Wan found it hard to believe. That girl was eager to rise and become a phoenix, yet she married so easily? Aunt Zhou sighed softly and spoke with some sympathy, saying, "Things have gotten so complicated now. If she doesn't marry, our village can't accept her. In the future, her life will only be harder." Qiao Wan nodded casually and agreed a little, then pushed the topic aside. The next day, she and old Qin went to Qingyin town again to find Lady Foam. Lady Foam told her that she had almost bought enough cotton seeds. She needed to plant over 2,200 acres, with about 2.5 gene of seed per acre, totaling roughly 5,500 gene of cotton seeds. This year, cotton prices are high, so the seeds are more expensive too. Each gene of seed costs about 80 coins. Calculating this, Qiao Wan spent about 450 taels of silver on seeds. Your house isn't fully built yet, and these things can't be stored there. You can leave them at my house first. When needed after the new year, you can send someone to pick them up, Lady Foam kindly added at the end. That's necessary. Qiao Wan agreed without hesitation, smiling. My small place still has so many workers now, I really can't store everything. It looks like after the new year, I need to build a few more rooms behind to make a wall. Otherwise, it will be hard to handle visitors in the future. After leaving Lady Feng's house, Qiao Wan took a walk around the street to prepare for moving. Finally, on the 4th day before the new year, they officially moved into their new home. Since they had a feast for the roof beam, Qiao Wan didn't invite others during the move. She only asked a few close families and her household servants, and they finished moving everything in one day. On the first night in the new house, everyone was very excited, especially the children, who chattered nonstop and didn't want to sleep. All right, it's so late today. It's time to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow to practice martial arts with Dad. Go to bed quickly, Chaowon said with a smile after seeing the helpers leave and noticing the children still playing. The children obediently got up and ran off to wash up. Just as Chaowon was about to turn around, Chin Bebe ran back, looking sad and pouting at her. Mother, I don't want to sleep alone. According to Chaowon's plan, she and old man Chin live in the main house upstairs. Inside the main house, there is a bathroom, a toilet, and a small study. The small study has a tiny partition where they can take naps during the day. On each side of the main house, there are 2 small rooms. The 2 rooms on the right are for Chin Debeo and Chin Erbao. They have the same layout as the main house, but are a little smaller. On the left side, one room is for Chin Bebe, and the other has been turned into a large wardrobe and dressing room by Chaowon. Downstairs, there is a big reception room. To the right of it, there is a small sitting room and a dining area. To the left, there is a large study. Chaowon plans to buy many books there, so the children can read in the future. The West Wing is for the Chui family and the Du family. Old Mr. Kong prefers quiet and lives alone in the East Wing. Why doesn't she want to sleep alone? Chaowon thought this arrangement was very reasonable and asked Chin Bebe curiously, "Are you afraid, Bebe?" Chin Bebe happily hugged Chaowon, rubbing her head against her chest and pouting. "Anyway, I will sleep with my mommy." Chaowon thought for a moment. In the past, 5 family members sharing one bed was normal. But if she suddenly had to sleep alone with old man Chin at night, she would feel uneasy. She smiled and said, "Okay, Bebe will sleep with Dad and Mommy tonight. But remember, when you turn 4, you have to sleep alone." Chin Bebe nodded happily and ran to her parents' room, climbing onto the bed first. When old man Chin finished his chores and came back after washing up, he saw mother and daughter already sleeping with their heads close together. He was surprised for a moment, then shook his head with a helpless smile, got into bed, gently held the mother and daughter, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, when Chaowon got up, Wang Wan had already finished cleaning the house. Zhang Yingxian and Lu Shuya, the 2 sisters-in-law, had prepared breakfast according to Chaowon's instructions. Because they had moved into the new house yesterday, they specially made sesame and brown sugar-filled glutinous rice balls today. At this time, the triplets and the 3 brothers from the Chui family had finished their training tasks assigned by old man Chin. The 6 little ones ran back from the backyard together. "Wow, there are rice balls." Chin Erbao loved sweets. Seeing the rice balls, he almost drooled and reached out casually, grabbing chopsticks to eat. Jo-won glared at him, grabbed her chopsticks, and tapped his outstretched hand. "Got it. Mother, don't be angry. If you're angry, you won't look pretty," he said. Not only did he not cry, but he also made a funny face at Jo-won and then went upstairs to wash up. In the next 2 days, Jo-won and Chin Lao-san went to town twice. They bought some New Year gifts and, on the 29th, sent some to the Chui and Du families. Then they told them to give gifts to the village chief's family, Chin Zuzhong's family, Aunt Zhou's house, and other well-off families in the village, like Wang aunties. Of course, they also sent gifts to Madame Feng's family, Uncle Qian's family, Qin Qianqi, and Qin Qinghao. After finishing these, it was New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, the whole village was lively. Firecrackers crackled non-stop, and the air was filled with festive joy. "Set off firecrackers, Dad." Set off firecrackers. The triplets played wildly, happily carrying a cat and a dog, excitedly following Chin Lao-san, playing until midnight, wanting to set off firecrackers. Seeing the bright, happy faces of the children, Jo-won smiled and said, "Be careful, don't hurt yourselves." "We won't. Baby is very brave." Big brother gave baby a firecracker, and it won't hurt, Chin Bebe said happily, waving the incense stick he held to show Jo-won. "Bebe is so good." Jo-won smiled. "Later, Dad will hang up the firecrackers." "Bebe, do you want to light one?" "Yes." "Yes," the little girl cheered and nodded eagerly. After hanging the firecrackers, Chin Bebe ran over excitedly, closed her eyes, and poked the incense forward. Then she didn't dare to look and quickly ran back, covering her ears and hiding in Jo-won's arms. However, after a while, there was no sound. Ha ha. Qin Erbao mockingly laughed. Sister is so timid. Then he ran excitedly to light the firecrackers.
Humph.
Little brother is so mean. Qin Beibei ran over and stomped on Qin Erbao angrily. Qin Erbao didn't get angry. As the firecrackers went off, the three children whispered something to each other.
Jo-won didn't hear what they said,
but she heard Qin Lao-san whisper in her ear, "Madam, you've worked hard." Jo-won smiled gently, her eyes shining as she looked at him. "You too, Qin Lao-san. Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Old Qin smiled slightly and took out a delicate, transparent jade bracelet, placing it on Xiaowon's wrist. He then gently held her soft hand and said, "From now on, we will celebrate New Year together every year." Xiaowon held his large hand in return, feeling happy inside. She smiled and nodded. This was a promise. She looked up and smiled at the children playing happily on the ground, as well as Jinzi and Inzi. She felt peaceful and secure. On the first day of the new year, Xiaowon woke up early. She changed the triplets into new clothes and also gave Jinzi and Inzi new outfits. She gave red envelopes to the children and Mr. Kong, and saw them happily go out to play with friends. Then she also gave red envelopes to the Chui family and the Du family. After handing out the red envelopes and having breakfast, villagers started coming to pay New Year visits one after another. First, Anzhou's family, who lived nearby, then the village chief's family, and old Qin's family. Later, some other villagers who got along well also came. Grandma Chui and others warmly received them with prepared sunflower seeds and candies.
Why Grandma Cui?
Because when they arrived, Xiaowon was not at home. She had taken old Qin's third son out to visit neighbors. All morning, even with help from the Chui and Du families, Xiaowon still felt quite tired. Finally, when no one was around and she wanted to rest, Qin's third son came over and handed her a big red envelope. "Is this for me?" Xiaowon looked at him in surprise.
"Yes.
"I saw you preparing for everyone but not for yourself, so I wanted to give you one," Qin's third son said calmly. "Thank you, my husband." This was the first red envelope Xiaowon received in her 2 lives. She felt touched and happy inside. She leaned in and kissed his face, smiling as she opened the envelope. But inside, there was no silver. Instead, there were 5 neatly stacked silver notes. She glanced quickly and saw there was a total of 5,000 taels. Equals, where did you get so much silver? Xiaowon asked in surprise. "I saved it from the battles before. I didn't have a chance to spend it. There are also some spoils of war which have been managed and recently exchanged. I just got them a few days ago. I bought you a bracelet with part of it, and the rest is for you. Keep it for now," Qin's third son explained. Is it really so profitable to go to war? Xiaowon suddenly realized she might have underestimated her husband.
Be honest with me.
"What is your rank in the army, and why do you have so much money?" "I'm a General Ding Yuan, ranked 5th, Qin Lao-san answered honestly.
"What?
"You're a general, and ranked 5th. Why didn't you tell me before?" Xiaowon was surprised and then thought, "Wait, is Qin Lao-san lying to me? If he's a general, how could he have been sent back injured? And they even said he was just an ordinary soldier, right? Qin Lao-san is an ordinary soldier, but Qin Shermu is not." Qin Lao-san explained, "I didn't serve long in the army. During a battle, we were ambushed and many people died. General Shui was badly hurt. I accidentally saved his army and he promoted me. I went from a deputy officer to a captain and then to a general, all under the name Qin Shermu. In the last battle, to confuse the enemy, I disguised myself as a common soldier, Qin Lao-san. When the mission was almost done, we returned, but there was a traitor in the army. We were ambushed again, with heavy casualties. I was hit on the head and lost my memory, becoming simple-minded, and was sent back." She was speechless for a moment. "So, is the war over now? Do you still want to go back?" "Wait, you're telling me this now? Are you planning to leave again?" Seeing her suddenly become nervous, Qin Lao-san quickly grabbed her hand, pulled her close, and gently comforted her. "After I woke up, I secretly contacted the general. He said the traitor hasn't been caught yet. Since it was a mistake, we'll just go along with it for now. Don't go back yet. Let me stay at home and wait for his orders. So, whenever there's trouble, you still have to leave, right? A strange feeling rose in Xiao Wan's heart. I'm sorry, Wanner. Seeing her upset, Qin Laosen felt bad too, but he had responsibilities he couldn't ignore. He could only hold her and say 5 words of apology. Actually, Xiao Wan wasn't usually a delicate person. She didn't understand why she had become so sensitive after meeting Qin Laosan. She adjusted her mood and said softly, Actually, I think I've gained something. My husband is a general. Who would have thought? It's really surprising. Old Third Qin, you want to protect your family and serve the country. You have your dreams, and I won't stop you. But I only have one request. No matter what, you must live well. Old Third Qin looked at her seriously and promised, I, Qin Shermu, vow to protect myself at all costs and not let my wife worry. Joan was amused by his serious expression. She pushed him away gently and teased, Who's worried about you? Clearly, the little ones need their daddy. Old Third Qin chuckled softly, his eyes full of affection. I understand. My wife needs me very much. Old Third Qin. Joan blushed and whispered shyly. He laughed happily at her reaction. After playing around for a while, they were too tired and decided to rest. On the second day of the new year, they went to visit relatives and family. Joan's parents had passed away, and her only older brother had been missing for years with no news. There were no relatives she needed to visit. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take Old Third Qin and the children to wish Wu Jun a happy new year. Since he was her senior brother and good to her, not going might mean hearing about it next time they met. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days of the new year, Joan stayed at home. Master Lin, Carpenter Zhang, and others helping to build the house came to visit and wish her well. On the 6th day, 3 unexpected people arrived at her home. A scholarly-looking Qin Qingchu, along with a clever young boy and a tall, strong, dark-skinned man, probably a boy too, came to their house. Joan recognized all 3. They had appeared during the robbery when she first traveled here. I thought you wouldn't come, she greeted them as they sat down. She took a sip of the hot tea Qin Third Qin handed her and looked at the 3 calmly. Qin Qingchu, looking gentle and handsome, hurriedly shook his head and explained, We wanted to come before the new year, but Shunzi had some issues and couldn't leave. Also, Tiezhuang's family was busy, so we had to delay. We only just found time today and decided to come together. Joan responded vaguely and coldly, Fine, I'll believe you for now. But what's your explanation? Say it. Qin Chengchu opened his mouth but hesitated. Seeing the low mood of Old Third Qin beside him, he couldn't speak. At this moment, the tall, strong boy with dark skin suddenly knelt in front of Old Man Qin and Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan frowned. Let me speak, Xiao Chu, she said. Seeing Qin Chengchu also stand up, he raised his right hand to stop him, then turned to Xiao Wan and Old Man Qin. He bowed 3 times and said, Third uncle, third aunt, I am Yin Tiezhuang. Xiao Wan was momentarily stunned and couldn't think straight. He's the youngest son of the older sister, Old Man Qin explained softly. Is he the Qin Daya who was tricked by second sister and married into the mountains, and hasn't returned home in over 10 years? Xiao Wan looked at Old Man Qin innocently. When he nodded, she felt a bit speechless. She couldn't help but think to herself about the original owner. What kind of people are these? Usually, they don't care about outside matters, and although Qin Daya hadn't come home for over 10 years, she was still the best older sister to Old Man Qin. Yet, she didn't even recognize her own son. All right, Yin Tiezhuang, is it? Xiao Wan glared at Yin Tiezhuang with annoyance, then looked at another slightly dark and slender boy and asked, And you? Should you introduce yourself too? I'm Li Shunzi, the boy stammered, feeling nervous under her gaze. Could he be the Li Shunzi who works for the village chief in the county? Xiao Wan asked, confused. Yes, that's him. Old Man Qin confirmed confidently, clearly knowing who these people were. Xiao Wan was completely speechless now. She kept criticizing the original owner in her mind. Nothing at all. They all come from the same village. Two of them are relatives, and yet they don't recognize each other. She searched her memory, but found no impression of them at all. Xiaowan was truly convinced. She wanted to roll her eyes at the original owner, but with others present, she held back. She took a deep breath, calming her complicated and awkward feelings. Then she looked coldly at the three nervous boys and asked in a serious voice, "Tell me, what's going on?" "This story starts 3 years ago," In Tiezhuang said nervously, shrinking his shoulders. 3 years ago, when I was 13, I was shopping and met a peddler who often came to our village. The peddler often traveled through the streets and alleys, visiting many places. When I had free time, I liked to find her and listen to her talk about the outside world. After hearing so much, I felt curious and started thinking about exploring outside. But my family didn't allow it, warning me that the outside world was chaotic and I might be tricked. One morning, just as dawn was breaking, I quietly left home. Following what the peddler told me, I blindly ran to the town. To fill my stomach, I worked as an assistant at a restaurant. The owner told me that if I did well, I would earn 100 coins each month. At first, I was very happy because I had never seen 100 coins before. It seemed like a lot to me. I worked very hard at the restaurant, doing almost 3 people's work, cleaning, carrying, and working hard. But after a month, I asked the boss for my pay. He said the restaurant was doing well, but actually many parts of the business were losing money. He told me to keep working and that he would settle the account with me next month. I believed him foolishly and waited for over half a year. When I said this, In Tiezhuang looked a bit angry and said, "I finally realized something was wrong." I went back to ask the boss for my money again. Maybe he was pushed to the limit. He didn't want to use me anymore, but he also didn't want to pay me. So he and the other workers in the shop conspired to accuse me of stealing money from the restaurant. They beat me badly and even wanted to report me to the authorities. I thought I was doomed that day, but I was saved by Brother Yong. Seeing how pitiful I looked, he rescued me. Later, when I recovered, Brother Yong was facing some difficulties. To repay his kindness, I helped him out. That's how we became close, and I started following him. How about the other two? Xiaowan pointed at Qin Qingqiu and Li Shunzi and asked. Shunzi's story is similar to mine, Li Shunzi replied. But he's a bit better off. His father is the village chief of Huaxi village. He wasn't beaten or reported, but he was driven out of the village. I knew Tiezhuang before, he added. This time it was In Tiezhuang speaking. After I left, I felt unhappy and didn't want to go back to the village. I was afraid of being laughed at, so I lied and said I was working in the county. I also followed Brother Yong, learned some fighting skills, and helped him with his work. Have no villagers recognized you all these years? Xiaowan looked at him suspiciously. Li Shunzi felt a bit embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. My main job is to handle organizational matters and entertain guests. I rarely go out, and when I do, I disguise myself. No one has ever recognized me all these years. Jiaowan's lips twitched slightly as she looked at Qin Qingqiu. Qin Qingqiu understood and forced a light laugh, hesitating before saying, I do this just for fun. Jiaowan didn't doubt him. The boy was about 13 or 14 at the rebellious age. Seeing that there was an organization and that they could earn money doing tasks, he was curious. Jiaowan understood that.
So, what now?
You've said so much. Are you just telling me the truth because I found out? Jiaowan's eyes flickered with sharpness. Yes and no. Qin Qingqiu smiled and moved closer to Jiaowan and Qin Lao-san, trying to please them. Auntie-san, Uncle-san, we came today because we need help. Clap. In Tiezhuang knelt down again. Jiaowan. Has he become addicted to kneeling? Third uncle, I want to learn from you, he said firmly, looking at Qin Lao-san. Qin Lao-san looked at him quietly, without speaking.
What?
Do you also want to learn martial arts? Jiaowan asked Qin Qingqiu and Li Shunzi. Li Shunzi shook his head first. I think I don't have the talent like Tiezhuang. Learning a few moves for self-defense is fine, but going further might be hard. Third sister-in-law, I heard Brother Yong bought a lot of land to grow cotton for business. I want to follow you and see if I can do something under your guidance. You just leave like that? Would Brother Yong agree? Jiawan asked. We discussed it with Brother Yong before coming. Qin Qingchu hurriedly replied, actually, after Brother Yong took over the organization these years, the atmosphere changed a lot. Most of the time, people no longer rob casually. But for their livelihood, they might take on some jobs. Recently, Brother Yong also wants to change things, but he's just a man who only knows fighting. He originally wanted to bring all the brothers to join you, but we persuaded him otherwise. We said we should ask for your opinion first. Join me? Jiawan's muscles twitched uncontrollably, showing disbelief. She said with disdain, I don't want to be a gang leader. I don't want to. Before Qin Qingchu arrived, he had already expected that Jiawan would refuse, but he didn't think she would resist so strongly. That third aunt, you misunderstood. He's not a troublemaker, boss. Working under you means you call the shots. Of course, you decide what he should do. He tried to persuade Jiawan. But Jiawan refused to agree no matter what. Third aunt, actually, Brother Yong has had this idea for a while. He was afraid to tell you, so he sent us instead.
Don't worry.
Since Brother Yong took over the organization, those dishonest and evil people have left. The ones who stayed are pretty good. Why don't you meet them first and then decide? Qin Qingchu was still eager and kept persuading Jiawan. Maybe you should think about it. Qin Laosen suddenly leaned closer to Jiawan and said, Huh. Jiawan turned her head, confused, and looked at him. Your future business will grow bigger, and you will need more people. Seeing she didn't respond, Qin Laosen looked at him seriously and continued, and you know what I do. In the future, you'll need more helpers. Wu Yong's men have some martial skills. If you train them well, they can be useful. So, are you planning to take apprentices? Jiawan narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously. Equals anyway. Teaching one is the same as teaching a group. Qin Laosen shrugged casually. Today, I met that kid from the Zhou family. He said he wanted to learn martial arts from me. I saw he has good potential and is willing to work hard, so I agreed. But I won't teach everyone. I'll focus on training Wu Yong. We'll see who's suitable for martial arts. Those who are, Wu Yong can continue training. Those who aren't can do farm work. All right, then you can arrange these people. Jiawan trusted Qin Laosen's judgment. How many people do you have now? Qin Laosen asked Qin Qingchu. Qin Qingchu looked at Li Shunzi. Add Brother Yong and Xiao Chu, and there are 23 in total. They are between 14 and 30 years old. Under Brother Yong's guidance, everyone has learned at least a basic move. Most of these people, besides us, are homeless orphans. At first, we gathered just to survive, Li Shunzi quickly replied. Okay, I understand. Go back and tell Wu Yong that we will take all these people. They can all come to work as laborers, but the condition was that he had to ensure the people coming were willing and not causing trouble. Old Qin Sen nodded. Okay, thank you, third brother and sister-in-law. I will pass on the message when I go back, Li Shunzi said happily. His main goal was simply to work under Jiawan. Whether he was a long-term worker or not didn't matter. In Tiezhuang, you can stay and learn martial arts with me, said old Qin San, pleased because the young man was strong and had better bones and muscles than Zhou Huai. He was very satisfied with him. But he was still too naive. There was more to teach. As for you, old Qin San looked at Qin Qingchu. Third uncle, I think I should continue studying at the academy, Qin Qingchu said. Although he liked to play, he was quick-witted, so his grades were good. But practicing martial arts was too hard for him. He really couldn't handle it. Qin Qingchu was the most studious among the current generation of the Qin clan leader's descendants. He was said to have better talent than Qin Qianqisan. Everyone had high hopes for him. Old Qin San naturally wouldn't let him give up studying for martial arts. He nodded in response. After finishing their talk, Qin Qingchu and the others were about to leave when they saw Mr. Kong walking back from outside with his hands behind his back. Behind him followed a small, lively ball of fur, also with hands behind his back, walking in a funny way. An old man and a cat, instantly catching everyone's attention, making the scene quite amusing. Little thing, I told you not to learn from me. Can't understand human words. Thinking about how the little furball had just mimicked him stealing snacks in front of so many people, Mr. Kong was furious and reached out to chase the little furball away. The little furball was very agile. It twisted its body, kept its hands off the ground, still with its hands behind its back, jumped 2 meters away, and looked at Mr. Kong with an innocent expression. "Don't follow me anymore, or I will roast you and eat cat meat," Mr. Kong threatened angrily before continuing to walk forward. The little furball followed again. Mr. Kong tried several times to chase it away, but couldn't. He even failed to catch a single hair from it. Frustrated, he used his hands and feet to try to catch it.
Jiang.
"You are." Student Qin Qingchu. "I have seen the teacher." Qin Qingchu was stunned for a long time. When he confirmed that this was the famous, usually serious Jiang Taifu, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed politely. Mr. Kong, also known as the legendary Jiang Taifu, stiffened, turned around, and stood up casually, tidying his clothes. With a serious expression, he stroked his long beard as if he wasn't the one who had just caught a cat. He shot Qin Qingchu a stern look. That look carried great authority, making Qin Qingchu's legs shake and almost causing him to fall. So, the gentleman has such a side to him. Right now, he really wants to die and hide away. If he says he hasn't seen Minister Jiang, will it still be possible to avoid trouble? Seeing that the young man was frightened again, Old Master Jiang nodded gently and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" "Qin, are you related to Old Third Qin?" "Yes, sir. My father and Uncle Third are cousins, so we are indeed relatives," Qin Qinghao answered respectfully, not daring to be cheeky in front of Old Master Jiang. He hadn't been caught by that young man. It seems that young man still doesn't know he's here. Old Master Jiang, with a serious face, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, "Go now. Do what you need to do, and don't tell anyone that I am here." "Yes, sir." After bidding farewell to Old Master Jiang, Qin Chengchu left in a flurry, his mind a mess, heading away from Qiaowan's house. Once everyone had left, she suddenly looked at Old Man Kong with a sneaky expression and said, "Tiesk, Old Master Jiang? You're actually that famous Old Master Jiang? Oh, I remember now. Your grandson said his name was Jiang Yuni. Why didn't I think of that before? All that talk about Old Master Kong was fake. So, the story about taking disciples was also false? Tell me, what is your real purpose for hiding in my house? What purpose could I have?" Old Man Kong, no, Old Master Jiang, looked very guilty, taking a few steps back and saying, "You can't accuse good people falsely. My family name is Kong, and in the capital, many call me Mr. Kong. I've never lied to you. Also, I truly took to Bao and Air Bao as my students. Bei Bei is the first girl student I've ever had. I stayed here just to keep things peaceful, not for any hidden purpose. You can't falsely accuse me." Really? Qiaowan didn't believe him. "People should have basic trust in each other," Old Master Jiang said irritably. "Besides, what benefit would I get from lying to you? I heard you wanted to send your children to study under me before. Isn't it good now that it's happening? Why do you still doubt me?" That's true. During their time at her house, the old man hadn't done much. Just, why were you on the mountain and being chased, then left in the snow? She really wanted to find a strong teacher for the children, but only if it wouldn't threaten their safety. I was bored and went up the mountain for a walk. I didn't expect to meet those people. They all looked fierce and didn't seem to have a good purpose. When they saw me, they tried to attack. I was innocent, you know. Jiang Taifu's eyes flickered, and he looked innocent as he spoke. "You better tell the truth, or I won't forgive you." When Aunt Zhou and village chief's wife, Aunt Wan, came over, probably to ask about building a workshop after the new year, Qiaowan didn't have time to argue further. She gave Jiang Taifu a cold look and turned to leave. "Tell me, what is your real purpose?" Jiang Taifu hadn't caught his breath yet when he saw Qin Lao Sen standing beside him, asking coldly. Well, alright, isn't it enough if I tell you?" Faced with Qin Lao San's cold, sharp eyes like obsidian, Jiang Taifu felt a lot of pressure. He straightened his expression and looked seriously at Qin Lao San, asking, "How much did you find out about the Qiling mountain range?" Qin Lao San's eyebrows moved slightly, but he said nothing, just looked at him quietly. Seeing that he had no intention of answering, Jiang Taifu was annoyed and waved his hand impatiently. You. Fine, fine, if you don't want to say, then forget it. If you don't tell me, I won't get involved. I was really bored that day and went hunting on the mountain. I didn't expect to accidentally enter a formation. It's not a common formation and I thought something was strange, so I wanted to investigate. Who knew I would meet a group of armored S who immediately attacked me? Old people aren't useful anymore, so I got cut and left in the snow. The reason I stayed here is 1, I really like the 3 children, and 2, I found out you seem to be hiding some secrets. Isn't that curiosity? Young people, you just think too much. Better if that's the case. Qin Lao Sin looked at him, feeling that what he said was similar to what he had found out, so he didn't say much. Oh, I heard you're not a true member of the Qin family. Have you looked into who your parents are? Qin Lao Sin stopped arguing, but Jiang Taifu started gossiping. And he is now doing well, though I don't really want to know the details. The day after Qin Lao Sin agreed to take over Wu Yang's people, he brought them over. A total of 19 people came this time, including Qin Qingchu, Li Shunzi, and Yin Tieshuang. 4 brothers said they don't want to be long-term workers and want to be independent, to do their own thing in the future. I didn't stop them. The rest are here, Wu Yong said. Qin Lao Sin looked at everyone and saw that, as Li Shunzi said, most of them were young, and importantly, they all had good physical strength. It seems Wu Yong only appeared rough on the outside. In fact, he is quite detailed, especially when choosing people. He definitely didn't take just anyone back then. Qin Lao Sin was somewhat satisfied with these people. He told Wu Yong to take them to the farmstead first to manage the 4,000 acres of wheat fields. The rest of the arrangements would be made later. Then he went to find Xiaowan. How is it? Are they all okay? Xiaowan was drawing plans for the workshop when he entered. She asked casually. All are fine. Qin Lao Sin nodded and spoke in a friendly tone to Xiaowan. My wife, when we build the workshop, let's also build a courtyard over there. It would be best to include a training ground like a martial arts practice area. I want to use it to train the people Wu Yong brought. Sounds good. Xiaowan agreed immediately, without much thought. On the 9th day of the lunar month, Master Lin and his workers came again. This time, Xiaowan asked him to build the wall around the nursery base in the backyard and the spice processing workshop. After finishing these 2, she also planned to have Master Lin work on the cotton spinning factory. Hearing that he could keep working on these projects, Master Lin was very happy. After discussing with Xiaowan, he started building the wall around the 6 acres of the backyard. Meanwhile, Xiaowan took Du Xing and Du Xiaoda to the new land she bought in the western part of the town to meet up with Wu Yang's people. Spring arrived early this year. The day before yesterday was the beginning of spring. She needed to lead these people to water and fertilize the 4,000 acres of wheat first, making sure to harvest all the wheat before planting cotton. 4,000 acres is quite a lot, but not too big or too small. To finish the task quickly, Xiaowan divided the land into 4 small farms. She handed over the spring water from Linghuan to Wu Yong, telling him it was a new fertilizer she bought, very effective. Each drop could be diluted with water to help grow wheat in one of the farms. He, Cui Gaoyuan, Cui Gaoji, and Du Xing, along with the people they brought and the temporary workers hired from the town, must finish digging the water channels around the wheat field and fully irrigate the field within 5 days. Cui Gaoyuan and Du Xing are both good at farming. After seeing the overall layout of the farm, they thought 5 days might not be enough. But when they saw the water channel redesign plan made by Xiaowan, they couldn't help but feel excited and gained confidence. Xiaowan's water channel plan was based on the previous design by the Liu family, with some changes to the water flow and the addition of new ditches. The whole irrigation system became better and more efficient. Once the channels are dug, watering any crop will be very easy. It seems the lady's idea of planting cotton is not just a whim. She really has some skill. Cui Gaoyuan and Du Xing, both interested in farming, became very excited. Okay. The 4 of them accepted the task, each taking their own people to their assigned fields to start working. Xiaowan and Old Qin wandered around the edge of the land. With these 4 people helping, they felt quite reassured. So they sat in a horse-drawn cart and returned to Huaxi village. After returning, old Qin reminded Xiaowan that she still needed to see the village chief. So, the two went to the village chief's house. They told him about building a spice workshop. They also mentioned that once the workshop was finished, they would need a lot of spices like xiu, a type of herb, and garlic. They asked him to promote this in the village. If anyone was willing to grow these, she would teach them for free. After harvest, she would buy the produce at market price. The village chief was surprised and immediately called a meeting with the villagers to discuss this. He said, "Little Qiao, these garlic and xiu don't produce much. Why should we grow them? If we do, we need a contract first. When we buy, you have to pay us twice the market price." Xiaowan looked up and saw that the speaker was a young woman. They didn't know each other well, only that she was from the east side of the village from the Zhao family and used to have a good relationship with Yang. She smiled and said to her this, "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to look so plain but have such big ideas." Everyone in the village burst out laughing. The woman pointed at Xiaowan and tried to make a scene. Xiaowan ignored her and turned directly to the crowd, saying, "The village chief also said just now that planting is voluntary. I, Xiaowan, will never force anyone. If you want to plant, go to the village chief today to sign up. Come to my house tomorrow morning to sign the agreement. If you don't want to plant, then forget it. As for your family..." Xiaowan finished speaking and turned to the woman from the Zhao family, who had just stepped forward. She spoke calmly, "Since you think it's too cheap, then you don't have to plant. You, Xiao family, you're being too unreasonable. We're all from the same village. You're so rich. Why not give everyone a little more? You don't want me to plant? Bah, if you give it to me, I will. What are and garlic worth anyway?" The Zhao woman was so angry she jumped up and started shouting. Village chief Li Wenshan's face turned pale with anger. "If you don't want to plant, then don't. No one is forcing you. What's wrong with giving everyone a little more, because you have more money? Sun family, how can you say such things? There are many richer people in town and the county than the third family. Why don't you go ask them? Little Qiao is rich and kindly wants to help everyone improve their lives. Yet you all want to extort her. Have your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Some people who had wanted to join in the shouting now felt uneasy and restless. Someone hesitated and said, "Look at what you're saying. We haven't said anything wrong, have we? But you should first talk about the garlic planting." Exactly. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Little Qiao, you just said that the garlic need to meet your purchase standards. What are those standards?" Someone directly asked Xiaowan. "Very simple, at least no bad ones. When you sell to me, you must ensure I can use them," Xiaowan replied. "This year's market price for garlic is 2 coins per gene. I wonder how many gene each mu can produce? We haven't planted before. Village chief, please tell everyone." 2 villagers calculated for a while but couldn't figure out if it was worth planting. "If you plant according to Little Qiao's method and take good care of it, each mu can produce about 2,000 gene. At this year's market price, 2 coins per gene, each mu could sell for about 4 taels of silver," the village chief said. That much. Many people were stunned. They hadn't paid much attention before, but now they all became eager. 1 mu of good water rice patties can only sell 3 taels of silver per harvest. Can and garlic sell for 4 taels? Recently, Xiao Qiao also said that planting garlic doesn't require good water fields. The village chief, "I have 2 acres. I'll try planting it first. If it works, we can continue next year," someone said. "Village chief, I have 4 acres, and I have a piece of dry land at the foot of the mountain about 10 acres. Let's plant all of it," another added. "Old Wang, that's so much. Aren't you afraid of losing money?" someone asked. "I believe in Xiao Qiao," Old Wang replied. "All right, then I'll plant 10 acres too," said another villager. The villagers all signed up to plant. Seeing this, Xiao Wan and Old Qin stepped back.
Xiao Kia,
"Sorry about earlier. Your sister-in-law was a bit rude today. That bad-tempered woman can't keep her mouth shut. I'll teach her a good lesson at home." About planting garlic. When everyone started signing up, Zhao's mother-in-law, who was just watching, also got interested. She glared at her daughter-in-law and hurried over to ask for help. "Haha." Qiao Wan sneered. "Aunt Zhao, it's not that I don't want to agree, but your daughter-in-law said she wouldn't plant even if you gave her to her. You shouldn't come to me. You should talk to her. If Aunt Xiao really wanted to, she should have stopped her daughter-in-law from planting from the start. She was just watching and trying to get some benefit. Now she's pretending to be pitiful. Who is she trying to impress? By the way, I see everyone has some Chinese dates and Sichuan pepper. Some even grow a lot on the mountain. After harvest, if the quality is good, I'll buy them at market price, Xiaowan said. After that, she ignored the Zhao family and went back home. The next day, when the village chief brought everyone to sign contracts, Xiaowan learned that the entire Huaxi village had planted over 120 acres of and more than 90 acres of garlic. This yield. Xiaowan had planned to plant a little herself, but now she thought it was better to forget it. She decided to plant a few acres using seeds from her space, mainly for medicinal purposes, just to put them in. As for her newly built factory, with Uncle Yu's help, she could still buy the basic ingredients. After settling the ingredients, the wall around the 5 or 6 acres of land in her backyard was also finished. Xiaowan originally wanted to do seed breeding with nutrient bags, but considering that there were no plastic bags in this era, it would be too costly to do so, so she gave up. She ordered Du Xing to lead everyone in plowing the backyard garden again. I also went to the town to buy some quicklime and insecticidal chrysanthemums to make insect repellent. I mixed them with ashes from the clearing fire, and after tidying up the land, it looked very flat and fertile. Then, they spent a whole day going to Madame Feng's house in town to bring back nearly 6,000 jin of cotton seeds. They spread the seeds in the backyard to dry. This drying process took 4 or 5 days. During this time, Aunt Zhou and Mrs. Wan came to see the seeds twice. When they saw the ground full of cotton seeds, they were very surprised. Little Qiao, so many cotton seeds. How much land do you need to plant? The villagers knew that not many people in the village grew cotton. About 2,000 acres, maybe less than 3,000. I plan to plant all of it with cotton, Qiao once said honestly. Once she started, it wouldn't be easy to hide. That's a lot. Mrs. Wan looked excited and asked casually, Little Qiao, can cotton really make money? I heard that the yield outside is very low. Will it be a loss? I have a planting method, but I'm not sure if it will work, Qiao Wan replied, glancing at Mrs. Wan. She thought that since the village chief had helped her so much, she didn't mind sharing some knowledge. She continued, if Aunt Wan is interested, you can plant a little. I'll teach you the method. When the cotton grows, I plan to build a cotton spinning factory. I will buy the cotton at market price. That's great. I'll go home and discuss with my husband. We'll plant some too, Mrs. Wan said happily, and left. Uncle Zhou, do you want to plant some?
Qiao Wan asked.
No, I'll pass, Zhou said, shaking his head. Our land isn't much, and all of it is used for growing food. Otherwise, we might not have enough to eat next year. Plus, Dad Zhou is still in bed, and Zhou Huai is practicing martial arts with a third brother. My little sister and I are probably too busy. After the last kiln-fired charcoal was finished after the new year, the charcoal kiln on the back mountain stopped operating. The Zhou family earned a few thousand taels of silver, and their life improved a lot. But Dad Zhou still lay in bed, and each time he needed medicine, it cost a lot of silver. After the new year, Mrs. Zhou also planned to repair the house and find someone to treat Dad Zhou properly. She also had to help at Xiaowan's spice shop, so she was really too busy. Xiaowan thought about it and didn't say much. However, what she didn't expect was that her good intention of helping the Li family in the village led to a small but serious argument at village chief Li Wenshan's house. The reason was that Li Wenshan became very angry when he heard Wanshi say she wanted to grow cotton. He scolded her loudly. Why is Xiao Qiao growing cotton? She has the skills. Why are you interfering? You can't just rely on your status and act arrogantly, trying to take advantage of her skills. How am I interfering? Wanshi also got angry when she heard this. She glared at her husband. Don't you know what kind of person I am? After marrying you for so many years, have I ever bullied anyone because of my status? Li Wenshan, you better make this clear. Seeing his wife like this, Li Wenshan felt a bit guilty. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. There's nothing wrong. Why are you so angry? Look, even Stone is scared. Wansher glanced at Li Shirtu hiding behind the door. She rolled her eyes at Li Wenshan and sneered. It's all your fault. Yes, it's my fault, Li Wenshan said, then called his two sons and explained the cotton planting plan to them. Then just plant it. Li Shunzi was now a big fan of Qiao Wan. After hearing this, he immediately said, we already planted 10 acres of and garlic. Let's plant cotton on all the remaining land. Plant all cotton? What if we lose money? We might not have enough to eat next year. Li Wenshan raised his pipe and tapped him on the head. Water fields are not suitable. We still need to grow grains. As for the other land, we can plant cotton there. Shunzi, isn't Xiao helping with this? Even if we lose, we won't go hungry. Okay, I'll go talk to Xiao and see if we can buy her cotton seeds directly. Wansher went to talk to Qiao Wan about the seeds. Qiao Wan had some extra seeds herself. Seeing that she didn't have many, she agreed to sell some. Later, a few other families in the village heard about it and wanted to plant cotton too. Since they were fellow villagers, Qiao Wan agreed to sell them seeds and even teach them the techniques. In the busy days that followed, 4 or 5 days passed quickly. Qiao Wan's cotton seeds were dried and ready. Now, the most important step was to soak the seeds. The water used to soak the seeds was mixed with spiritual spring water by Qiao Wan. Most people couldn't tell the difference, but only Qiao Wan knew that seeds soaked in this water not only grew faster, but also resisted pests and drought better. After soaking the seeds, she planted them. Because there wasn't much land, Qiao Wan didn't hire temporary workers this time. Instead, she arranged for Wu Yang's team, some digging, some planting, and covering the soil. After planting, they covered the surface with dry pine needles brought back from the back mountain. About 20 people worked busy for 5 or 6 days, and the breeding work was finally finished. Seeing the neat cotton breeding base, all covered with pine needles, Qiao Wan smiled. Did you find out everything? What exactly does Qiao Wan plan to do with that piece of land? Qiao Xian sat in the main seat and asked a small-built man kneeling in front of her. Miss, I contacted a man named Li Si. He used to work under Wu Yong and was hiding among the crowd. He went to work as a laborer at Qiao Wan's house. Today, he replied and said they are planting cotton. The small man answered.
Cô Tông, kêu xin sợ ai bờ đào phù đào.
Yes, I heard they have started breeding it, the small man added. I see. You may go now. Qiao Xian waved her hand to dismiss him, then looked at Aunt Yu beside her. What do you think? Aunt Yu hesitated for a moment. Please feel free to speak, Qiao Xian encouraged. Well, I dare to share my thoughts. Miss, everyone says cotton is hard to grow, with low yields and little profit. But since Qiao Wan is planting on such a large scale, she must have thought of something. I suspect she has a special method of planting, Aunt Yu whispered. Qiao Xian thought for a moment, then told Ginkgo beside her. Go tell Zhongshan to find out how they're planting cotton. Miss, what is this about? Aunt Yu guessed but couldn't believe it, looking at Qiao Xian in surprise. Planting cotton. Qiao Xian answered casually. We also have over 1,000 acres of land outside the city, all used for cotton planting. But these seeds and techniques, money can do anything.
What's so hard about it? Kêu xin giúp lít in đài phơn.
Aunt Yu leave buying the seeds to you, begonia, and the ginkgo trees. Please help her a little. Within 3 days, she must learn Qiao Wan's breeding method. Yes, miss. Mammy Yu and the others parted ways and went to do their own tasks. Qiao Wan, let's see what happens. Qiao Xian took a sip of tea, shook the porcelain cup in her hand, and her eyes showed strong hostility. Qiao Wan didn't realize she was being watched. Recently, Uncle Qian expanded a few more branches of Guangju Xian. She was busy studying new dishes and also worried about the final tools for making seasonings, especially the sealed jars. Uncle Qian's business is growing bigger. Different dishes need different seasonings. To avoid mistakes, we need to prepare different jars. Qiao Wan thought for a while, then looked up at old Qin San. Is there a place in town that makes porcelain? I wonder how good their craftsmanship is. As far as I know, the biggest porcelain shop in town is Run Ci Xian, a branch of the county's Run Ci Xian. If you're interested, we can go take a look, old Qin San said. Since there was nothing else to do, they decided to go. Half an hour later, Qiao Wan and old Qin San's carriage arrived in town and stopped outside Run Xiaoxian. Today, Du Xiaoda was in charge of driving. Qiao Wan asked him to find a spacious place outside to wait. Then she and old Qin San went into the shop. Maybe because the new year had just passed, there weren't many people in Run Xiaoxian. There was only one young shop assistant, lazily leaning behind the counter. When he saw Qiao Wan and her husband come in, he didn't bother to stand up and greet them. Qiao Wan didn't mind much. She looked around the shop and found that there were many kinds of porcelain, all of good quality. No wonder it was the biggest porcelain shop in Qingyan Town, and even in Yunhe County. Qiao Wan secretly nodded in her heart, reaching out to pick up a sample to look at. But at that moment, the shop assistant leaning on the counter suddenly spoke sternly, stopping her. "Don't touch anything." Qiao Wan frowned and looked at him. "What are you looking at?" The shop assistant raised his chin, acting superior, and looked at Qiao Wan. "Our porcelain is only for viewing, not for touching. If you break it, can you afford to pay?" Qiao Wan instinctively looked at herself and old Qin San. They weren't dressed in fancy silk or satin, but their warm cotton clothes weren't bad either. Why did this young assistant look down on people just by his nose? Some people stay in a shop too long and start to think they are the boss. Qiao Wan didn't want to argue with such people. She pointed at the porcelain she was about to pick up and asked calmly, "Do you make custom porcelain here? How much does a piece like this cost?" "Why are you asking? Do you want to order one?" The shop assistant looked her up and down. "With your looks, you probably can't afford to buy or order. We don't take orders. If you want this, it costs 500 coins. No bargaining." 500 coins for such a porcelain? That's too expensive, Qiao Wan said, her expression cold. Her face looked a little unhappy. "Don't want to buy it? Then don't." The shop assistant spoke with a nasty tone and impatience. "Go away if you can't afford it. Don't waste my time. Look where you are. With your poor looks, you think you can buy porcelain from Run Xiaoxian? Look at yourself." His attitude made not only Qiao Wan upset, but old Qin's face also darkened. "Customer, do you want to buy something?" Suddenly, a man dressed in fur entered the shop. The shop assistant's eyes lit up, and he hurried to greet him. As he passed by Qiao Wan and old Qin, whether intentionally or not, he almost bumped into Qiao Wan. If old Qin hadn't reacted quickly and pulled her back, she might have been knocked over. Bang! Old Qin grabbed the man's arm and gently threw him out, causing him to fall onto the open space at the door. At that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from inside the shop. 4 strong men ran out and surrounded Qiao Wan and old Qin in the middle. One of them looked fierce and glared at the couple, saying in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in Run Xiaoxian?" Seeing him, the shop assistant immediately changed to a servile and respectful expression. He pointed at Qiao Wan and old Qin and said, "These two are causing trouble. They don't want to buy porcelain. Quickly, have someone throw them out." The big man shot a sharp look at the shop assistant. "Are you telling me how to do my job?" No. The shop assistant trembled with fear. "I would never teach you, sir. I was just asking you to please throw them out." Hearing his words, the tall man was finally satisfied. He led 4 others, eager and ready, to surround Qiao Wan and old man Qin. Qiao Wan's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes cold as ice. She looked toward the direction where the tall men had just run out and said, "Boss, hiding and watching the show, do you think it will make it more exciting?" Everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to her voice, shifting toward the inner hall. Suddenly, a deep, gentle laugh came from inside. A man holding a folding fan, who seemed quite charming, slowly pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. He leisurely looked at Qiao Wan, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Young lady, you are very clever. I like dealing with smart people. If you like a certain porcelain and can't afford it, that's okay. I can give it to you." Qiao Wan was speechless. Old man Qin's face darkened. His teeth clenched loudly, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes, like an angry lion. He gently raised his hand and struck the man away with a palm. The man called Second Master hurriedly helped him, also saving the counter behind him. "How dare you lay a hand on me, the young master? Looks like you're tired of living." Second uncle, kill him for me. The elegant man with the folding fan suddenly looked fierce. He pointed at Xiao Wan and old man Qin with a grim face. Leave that young lady. I want to take her back and make her my concubine. No, she's not even worthy of being a concubine. She's only fit to be my dog. Hearing this, four tall men immediately swung their fists and charged at Xiao Wan and old man Qin. Old man Qin instinctively wanted to protect Xiao Wan in his arms. But he didn't expect that his little lady, who had been practicing martial arts with him for so long, was now more confident in her fists. Before he could hold her back, she moved like a slippery fish, rushing forward to block two of the men. Since she wanted to play, let her play. Old man Qin shook his head helplessly and stood aside without making a move. He kept a close eye on her, ready to act quickly if anything went wrong, to prevent Xiao Wan from getting hurt. In her past life, she had already trained in martial arts. Recently, she had learned a lot from old man Qin. Although she couldn't master lightness skills, her strength had increased a lot. Soon, the four men were all knocked to the ground, groaning and unable to get up. Please, miss, spare my life. Please, I didn't mean to do it. It's all because this young man was blind and reckless, offending the young lady. Seeing that Xiao Wan single-handedly knocked down four big men, the man with the folding fan was terrified. He hurriedly kicked the shop assistant hard, causing him to kneel before Xiao Wan. Miss, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me. Spare you? Xiao Wan snorted coldly, kicking him away. If you win today, will you spare me? The folding fan man was speechless, unable to respond. So, what do you want? The big man called second master, who was holding his chest and helping his young master, asked cautiously. I don't want anything, Xiao Wan said innocently, spreading her hands. Since I stepped into your shop, haven't you been shouting and causing trouble? Shouldn't I be asking what you want instead?
We.
Apologize. The big man kicked the shop assistant's knee, knocking him down to the ground. The shop assistant looked miserable, quickly kowtowed and admitted his mistake, saying he was wrong. Seeing that Xiao Wan didn't speak, as if she wasn't planning to let this go, the big man continued, We don't know what kind of porcelain items the lady wants. We at Run Xian can make them for free. My family runs a workshop and needs a lot of porcelain bottles and jars. The big man originally thought they were just browsing casually, but he didn't expect to need so many. His face turned very grim, and he looked very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but suspect that Xiao Wan was deliberately trying to extort them. A useless person who only causes trouble, he couldn't help but kick the shop assistant again. The assistant was in pain and lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while. Xiao Wan saw this and, with a half-smile, curled her lips. But I don't want to place an order with you now. Before the big man could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, for emotional damages, 1,000 taels. Hand it over. Not only the big man, but even the folding fan man gasped, eyes wide as they stared at Xiao Wan. It's better to just make her porcelain. However, under the stern gaze of old man Qin, he reluctantly took out a silver note for 1,000 taels and handed it to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan took it, casually looked at it, then tucked it into her sleeve. She left Run Xian with old man Qin. Good-for-nothings, all good-for-nothings. After they walked away, the man with the folding fan looked fierce and stood straight. He suddenly slapped the strong man and said, Go find out immediately who dares to cause trouble at my Run Ci pavilion. Once I find out, I will personally deal with them. The big man looked at the other three men and nodded. They chased after the couple, Xiao Wan and Qin Laosan, heading in the direction they left. Seeing the three big men leave, the shop assistant got up and flatteredly ran to the man with the folding fan, handing him a cup of tea. These two are too arrogant. I know some brothers from the Qingyan gang. Should I find someone? He made a gesture of cutting his throat and continued, Let them see some color. Useless thing, it's your fault. You look down on people, the man with the folding fan said angrily, kicking the shop assistant. The Qingyan gang has disbanded. I heard Wu Yong, that coward, went to farm. He left, but his brothers didn't. I heard they formed the Qingshan sect independently. They've taken on several tasks recently, and their reputation is growing. Two of my old acquaintances joined them. I heard Lu Yi from Qingshan sect is daring and takes on all kinds of business. He was so angry, he felt uncomfortable inside. Is that so? The man with the folding fan thought for a moment and said, all right, go find someone and contact Wang De and the others. Do it cleanly. Wang De was one of the strong men who just went out. Xiao Wan and Qin Laosend left Run Ci Pavilion and noticed someone was following them. They had expected this, so they didn't care much. They kept walking, wanting to see if there were any porcelain shops nearby, but after wandering around, they saw none. Uncle, I want to ask you something. Is there a place nearby that sells porcelain? Xiao Wan had no choice but to ask the street vendors. The vendor looked up and saw the 3 burly men behind them. He was frightened and quickly waved his hands. I don't know. Xiao Wan and the others asked 2 more vendors, but got the same answer. It seemed these 3 were quite well known in town. Xiao Wan's eyes darkened slightly as she looked at the 3 men behind her. Stop asking. They won't tell you. At this moment, a boy about 15 or 16, dressed in rough gray cloth and trembling from the cold, stepped out from behind Xiao Wan. He had a calm, still looked like a pond, but also a stubborn strength in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Wan and old Qin and said, in the town, no, in all of Yunhe County, only Run Ci Xian sells pottery. There is no second shop. If there is, it's only selling secretly. Xiao Wan turned around and looked at the boy who had slipped out from beside her. She raised an eyebrow and asked, do you have a grudge with Run Ci Xian? How do you know? The boy asked, surprised. He then pouted and said, so what? It's nothing. Xiao Wan smiled. Enemies of enemies are friends. Little brother, what's really going on? Tell me, white family kid, I advise you not to interfere, a rough voice called out. Several men, including Wang De, came out fiercely and surrounded the boy who had just spoken. Ah, looks like you didn't get enough beating earlier, one of them sneered. Xiao Wan's eyes turned cold as she looked at them. She smiled at old Qin and said, husband, he's hurt his hand and doesn't want to fight anymore. You can handle them. Seeing her smile, old Qin's heart skipped a beat. In less than 3 seconds, he raised his hand and knocked all 3 men to the ground. Husband, you're so strong. Xiao Wan's eyes sparkled as she looked at old Qin, genuinely admiring his strength. The boy who had spoken earlier was stunned. After regaining his senses, he looked at Xiao Wan and old Qin with complicated eyes. Don't you want to know the truth? Follow me. They followed the boy through several alleys until they reached a small courtyard. He pushed open the gate and saw an unkempt old man sitting inside. The old man was turned away from them, busy with something. You're back. Coming home so early today? Did you run into those troublemakers again? Hearing the noise, the old man turned around. He saw his son standing at the door, with 2 people behind him, a beautiful woman and a cool, handsome man. He was stunned and shakily stood up, asking, Lair, who are they? At this moment, Xiao Wan noticed that the old man's leg was disabled. One leg was almost useless, and he walked with a limp. White Xinlei hurried forward, supporting him, and whispered in his ear, they are the ones the son met by the roadside. I saw them asking around about making porcelain, and it seems they have a grudge against that Run Porcelain Pavilion. Hearing this, the old man's face turned pale with shock. He looked at his son nervously and stammered, Lei, what do you want to do? Not much. I just want to take on their order. Make some porcelain, White Xinlei said with strong resentment in his eyes. No. Lei, they might hurt you. Dad begs you, let's not struggle anymore, okay? Dad only has you now, and I just want you to live well. We can't fight them, Lei. The old man looked pained and begged White Xinlei. But Dad, I saw that they and their wife both know martial arts, and they don't seem afraid of that Run Porcelain Pavilion. That pavilion has harmed our white family, and I can't accept that. White Xinlei, seeing a glimmer of hope, didn't want to give up. The old man's tears flowed freely as he tremblingly held his son's hand. Lei, just consider it as Dad begging you. Please don't go. He wasn't willing either, but now his family was broken and his wife gone. He only had his son left. He didn't want to lose the last bloodline of the white family. If he died, how could he meet his parents in heaven? How could he face the ancestors of the white family? The old man looked at White Xinlei with helplessness, guilt, and deep resignation and hope. Seeing his father like this, White Xinlei felt a sour pain in his heart. Dad, I won't do this line of work anymore, and I won't seek revenge. I'll listen to you. We'll sell this small yard and move somewhere else to live. Sorry. As you heard, I might not be able to help you make porcelain anymore. White Xinlei comforted his father and turned to apologize to Qiao Wan and Qin Lao-san. Just now, on the way here, White Xinlei told Qiao Wan and Qin Lao-san that the porcelain in Qingyan town had been monopolized by that Run Porcelain Pavilion. Run Porcelain Pavilion relies on the county magistrate of Yunhe County and is said to have connections in the city. They use mean and ruthless methods to seize the territory and skills of small porcelain merchants, and they don't allow these people to set up stalls. If caught, they are beaten severely. Now, in Qingyan town, and even in Yunhe County, porcelain merchants are helpless. Those who can move have already left. If it weren't for their ancestors having lived here for generations, they would have left too. I heard that Qiao Wan and Qin Lao-san are planning to customize porcelain. He secretly showed them a sample he made. Qiao Wan was very pleased with his craftsmanship. On the way here, the three of them had already agreed that Qiao Wan wanted him to make porcelain for her family. Thinking about Qiao Wan and Qin Lao-san's skills, he guessed they must have strong backing, which is why they are not afraid of Run Xian. He was already tempted to help them make porcelain, hoping to make a comeback or even seek revenge someday. But just now, his father's look made him feel angry and helpless, so he had to give up. A hint of disappointment flashed in Qiao Wan's eyes. Almost the entire Yunhe County is controlled by monopolies, so it's really hard for her to find a suitable merchant to order porcelain from. Master Bai, you don't want to take this order. Are you worried that Run Xian might cause trouble for you? Qiao Wan thought for a moment and said, My family lives in Huaxi village. Because of business needs, we need a large amount of porcelain. Here's an idea. If you're willing, you can bring your family and come back with us. I will build a factory myself, and you can be responsible for the technical work. I can pay you well, or if you prefer, we can form a partnership. As long as Guangju Xian is still around, she will always need porcelain for her business. And from the situation, this family's skills seem quite good. In the future, even if Guangju Xian's business is gone, they can still make and sell porcelain. Qiao Wan didn't expect that just by going out to buy some porcelain, she might open up a new business line. She looked steadily at Bai Xinlei and his son, watching them think quietly and discuss occasionally. She didn't interrupt, just waited patiently for their answer. Sorry, Madam Qin. After a long discussion, Bai Xinlei's father sighed and said to Qiao Wan, We're very grateful for this opportunity, but the water in Yunhe County's porcelain industry is too deep. You said your family is from a village, so it's probably hard to compete with the county magistrate. I advise you to forget it. County magistrate? Qiao Wan frowned slightly. Uncle Bai, even if the county magistrate has a good relationship with the owner of Run Xian, he probably wouldn't dare to act so openly. Besides, there's also the prefect's office above the magistrate. With so many people suffering, hasn't anyone thought about uniting to complain to the prefect's office in Pingzhou? I heard the prefect is honest and a good official. This has always puzzled Qiao Wan. Why didn't you think about it? Bai Xinlei's father looked bitter. The magistrate is honest and fair, but there's a saying that officials protect each other. We common folks don't have connections, so it's hard to see the magistrate easily. Also, I heard that some families from the neighboring town were on their way to Pingzhou, but they were intercepted halfway by Run Xian. The whole family was beaten, and their legs broken. Who would dare to go there now? Have they become so bold? Qiao Wan was silent. Since crossing over, she hadn't encountered such things. At that moment, someone kicked open the Bai family's door. The old, worn-out door shook and fell down. Qiao Wan and her husband, along with the Bai family father and son, all turned to look. They saw 4 strong men from Run Xian, along with a group of us, storming in with fierce looks. They ignored Qiao Wan and old man Qin and surrounded the Bai father and son. Bai Xinlei, how dare you oppose Run Xian? Are you looking for death? Since you're asking for it, I will make sure you regret it today. The man, rubbing his fists, moved to attack by Xinlei. Second master, Xinlei didn't do it. We didn't do it. We have no plans to make porcelain anymore. It was all a misunderstanding. Please let Xinlei go. Bai Xinlei's father hurriedly stepped forward, holding his son and begging. The second master grabbed Bai Xinlei's father and threw him aside like a rag doll. Luckily, old man Qin quickly helped him, so he didn't fall. The big man, known as the second master, narrowed his eyes and didn't dare to trouble old man Qin. Instead, he shouted at Bai Xinlei, "This kid is tough. He's caused trouble at Run Ci Xian many times. No misunderstanding, brothers. Fight him. How dare he be so disrespectful? Kill him today." He wanted to scare Xiao Wan and old man Qin, but before they could act, old man Qin stood in front of Bai Xinlei, blocking him. Wang De and the others were so frightened they took a few steps back. The S who came along didn't understand what was happening, but they were smart enough to stop and stay put. "We're not here for you today. You better not interfere," the leader of the strong men said coldly to old man Qin. Old man Qin's eyes were cold and sharp. With a quick glance, a terrifying pressure made the timid troublemakers instantly feel nervous. This was a tough opponent. Everyone looked at each other, afraid to move forward. A few of the more scared ones quietly took a few steps back. The troublemakers behind, who had been stepped on, also moved back. They stepped on each other in confusion, and soon, everyone was tangled up on the ground. Jowan. Was her man really that scary? She looked at old man Qin, but he just gave her an innocent look. Good-for-nothings, all good-for-nothings. Second master was very angry. He turned to a big man beside him, dressed in a blue robe and with a full beard, and bowed slightly. "Please, big brother, step in. I told you these people don't need to be here. You just wouldn't listen." The big brother arrogantly lifted his chin, looking at everyone as if they were ants, and pointed at old man Qin. "I'll handle him. But her, you have to give her to me," he added, referring to Zhou Wan. Zhou Wan looked confused. This had nothing to do with her. Second master also looked troubled. This woman was what the young master wanted. These beasts. Today, he knew he couldn't escape death. Bai Xinlei's father looked at Zhou Wan and quietly said, "Madam Qin, you all know martial arts. Quickly run. These people, ah." Before he finished, he heard a scream. He suddenly looked up and saw the tall, proud man who had been so confident earlier, now bent over, clutching his bloody right hand and crying out in pain. "Next time you dare to point at her with your dirty finger, it won't just be a finger that gets hurt," old man Qin said coldly. "You. I will kill you today." The man called the big brother was furious, raising his big sword and rushing toward old man Qin. This man had some skill, and in his rage, wielded a fine sword with all his strength, trying to kill old man Qin in one strike to vent his anger. Old man Qin had no weapons, while the other had a good sword, so he was at a disadvantage. He dodged left and right, looking for an opportunity, and kicked the big man a few times. Unfortunately, he couldn't get close enough, and his kicks didn't hit the vital spots. "Young master, keep going." Zhou Wan suddenly picked up a piece of wood nearby and threw it to old man Qin. "Ha ha ha. This woman must be crazy. A piece of wood. Big brother's sword is made of fine mysterious iron. This woman actually gives her husband a piece of wood. Just wait, soon our boss will cut her husband's head and this wood into pieces." Ha ha ha. Laughter echoes in the yard.